The winter night was freezing, but the cold inside my home was worse. I knelt on the hard floor while my mother-in-law yelled at me. She blamed me because I had not given the family a baby after 3 years. She called me useless and looked at me with pure hate. I tried to defend myself. I knew the truth because a doctor had told us that my husband, Dajuan, was the one who could not have children. But when I tried to speak, she slapped me across the face. She refused to believe her son was at fault. I looked at Dajuan, begging him with my eyes to help me. He just smoked his cigarette and ignored my pain. He betrayed me by agreeing with his mother, acting like a stranger instead of my husband. My heart turned to ice. They threw me into the woodshed in the backyard and locked the door from the outside, leaving me with no food. Later that night, I heard voices coming through the cracked mud wall. My mother-in-law was proposing a terrible plan. Since Dajuan could not give them an heir, she wanted to drug me the next day. She planned to let a foolish cousin from the next village force himself on me so I would get pregnant. The most painful part was hearing Dajuan agree to this nightmare just to save his reputation. I knew I had to escape immediately. If I stayed, my life would be destroyed. I found a sharpened spoon hidden in the firewood and used it to pry open the nailed window frame. My fingers bled, and the pain was sharp, but I kept working until the rotten wood broke. I squeezed through the small opening and fell into the muddy rain. I hurt my ankle when I landed, but I ignored the pain. As I limped away, the family dog started barking, and I heard my mother-in-law shouting in the yard. I did not look back. I ran toward the dark mountains behind the house. People said that area was dangerous and belonged to a feared bully, but I did not care. The unknown darkness was safer than the home I was leaving behind. The storm was violent, and the rain washed away everything except my fear. I stumbled along the muddy mountain path, branches tearing at my wet clothes and skin. I had lost a shoe, and my feet were bleeding from sharp stones, but I refused to stop. The sound of the dog barking faded, but the terror of being caught by my husband's family pushed me forward. I knew I would rather die in the wild than return to that nightmare. I got lost in the darkness and strayed into an unfamiliar part of the woods. Suddenly, the ground disappeared beneath me. I slipped on a loose stone and tumbled down a steep slope, rolling through mud and rocks until I landed heavily at the bottom. My body ached all over. When lightning flashed, I saw that I had landed in a melon field. A chill went through my heart. Everyone in the village knew this place belonged to Lei Deshui, a terrifying man with a criminal past. People said he was violent and dangerous, but I had no other choice. I was freezing to death in the rain. I saw a small wooden shed nearby and decided to hide there just until the storm passed. I crawled to the shed and pushed the door open. It smelled of straw and tobacco. I huddled in a corner, shivering and wet, relieved that the dogs had not followed me. I thought I was safe for a moment. Then, another flash of lightning lit up the room, and my heart nearly stopped. Lei Deshui was sleeping on a wooden bed right in front of me. He looked huge and powerful, with a jagged scar on his arm and a hunting knife resting in his hand. I was terrified that he would wake up and hurt me. I tried to escape, quietly. I held my breath and crept toward the door, moving as lightly as I could. But just as I reached the exit, my foot kicked an empty glass bottle. The noise echoed loudly in the silence. The man's eyes snapped open instantly. He did not look sleepy at all, only dangerous. Before I could run, his hand shot out and grabbed my ankle with a grip as strong as iron. I was trapped. A loud shout woke me from my fear. Lei Deshui was awake, and he moved faster than I could react. He thought I was a thief. He grabbed me and pinned me against the wooden floor, holding a knife dangerously close to my neck. I was trapped and shaking violently. When he finally looked at me closely in the dim light, he realized I was not a man or a thief. He recognized me as his neighbor's wife. He saw my torn, wet clothes and my tears. However, he was drunk and misunderstood why I was there. I tried to explain that I was running away from my mother-in-law's abuse, but he did not listen. He thought I had come to him willingly because my husband was weak. I tried to push him away, but he was too strong. He pinned my wrists down and ignored my pleas. I felt helpless and hopeless as he forced himself on me. I had escaped one nightmare only to fall into another. I cried in despair, wondering why my fate was so cruel. After the storm passed, I sat in the corner wrapped in a quilt, feeling broken and empty. Lei Deshui sat nearby, smoking and looking at me with a strange, possessive look. Suddenly, I heard voices outside. My mother-in-law was shouting my name, and I saw flashlight beams cutting through the dark. They had found me. Terror gripped my heart. I knew I could not go back to that house. Even though this man had just hurt me, he was my only shield against them. I hid behind him and held onto his arm, trembling. Lei Deshui felt my fear. He covered me tightly with the blanket and picked up his hunting knife. He kicked the door open, looking fierce and ready to fight anyone who tried to take me away. He had decided I was his now, and he would not let them touch me. The sound of the rain on the roof matched the terrified beating of my heart. I heard my mother-in-law's angry voice outside, and I instinctively pressed my back against Lei Deshui's chest. Even though this man had just treated me roughly, he was now the only barrier between me and the people who wanted to destroy my life. I clung to his arm, silently begging him to keep them out. Lei Deshui seemed to soften when he saw my fear. He extinguished his cigarette and covered me with a stiff, smelly old quilt. He wrapped me so tightly that I could not move and warned me to stay completely silent. Then, he grabbed his hunting knife and marched to the door. I lay trembling in the dark, listening as he kicked a bucket down the stairs to startle them. My in-laws were outside with flashlights, but I knew they were terrified of Lei Deshui because of his violent reputation and time in prison. He stood at the door, bare-chested and holding a weapon, and denied that I was there. He threatened them with such intensity that they did not dare to search the shed. My husband, who was always weak, was too scared to challenge him. Within moments, I heard them running away in panic. When silence returned, I began to cry. It was a bitter realization. For 3 years, my own husband had watched me suffer without helping me. Yet tonight, a dangerous stranger, the same man who had just hurt me, had stood at the door with a knife to protect me. I felt a confusing mix of hatred and safety. However, that feeling did not last. Lei Deshui pulled the blanket off me and threw his muddy work shirt in my direction. He told me to put it on because he was taking me back to the Wong family. His decision hit me like lightning. I looked at him in disbelief and refused. I screamed that I would not go back. Returning to that house meant facing more abuse and misery, and I was desperate to make him understand that I could never return to that nightmare. My crying filled the small shed, creating a heavy silence. Lei Deshui sat on the edge of the bed and lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling around us. He seemed angry as he asked why I was crying, but he did not hit me. I hesitated, feeling humiliated, but eventually told him about the Wong family's cruel plan to force me to bear a child with someone else. When I finished, Lei Deshui crushed the matchbox in his hand. He was furious, calling the family disgusting for treating me so poorly. His anger gave me hope, and I begged him not to send me back. However, his answer was a cold no. My heart sank as I realized he was just like other men, afraid of trouble. But then he explained the reality of my situation. I had no money, no shoes, and no official documents. If I ran away, I would starve or be labeled a runaway, ruining my reputation and shaming my parents. He insisted I go back because the family would keep the incident quiet to save face. Seeing my swollen ankle, he stopped me from arguing and began to treat it with medicinal wine. His hands were rough but surprisingly gentle as he massaged my foot. For the first time, I felt a strange warmth and safety with him. He wiped the mud from my feet and promised to watch over me. He told me to act normal but assured me that if anyone tried to hurt me, he would make them regret it. At dawn, Lei Deshui carried me on his back through the misty mountains, taking a hidden path to avoid being seen. When we reached the back wall of the Wong family's yard, he gave me a sharp pair of scissors for protection. He told me not to be afraid and promised to take the blame if anything went wrong. With his help, I climbed over the wall and jumped back into the courtyard, clutching the scissors tightly. Just as I landed, the door to the woodshed burst open. My heart raced as I quickly hid Lei Deshui's muddy shirt and changed back into my own torn clothes. Moments later, the shed door flew open. My mother-in-law stood there with a thorny vine whip, her eyes full of hate. She screamed at me and immediately started striking me. The thorns cut into my skin, and blood ran down my arm, but I refused to kneel. I remembered the man who had promised to protect me, and I clutched the sharp scissors hidden in my sleeve. She accused me of being with a man the night before. I lied and said I had been lost in a cave during the storm. She did not believe me and beat me harder, aiming for my legs and back. I endured the pain without begging. Suddenly, my husband appeared. He told his mother to stop, but not because he cared about me. He only wanted me healthy enough to be forced upon his cousin later that night. Hearing this, my heart turned to ice. I realized my husband was truly heartless, and my sadness turned into deep hatred. They locked me inside the woodshed again, without food or water. My mother-in-law threatened to ruin my reputation if I did not submit to their plan. I sat in the silence, ignoring my hunger and pain. I spent the entire day sharpening the scissors against a stone. I was no longer the weak woman who only cried. I was ready to fight. When night fell, I heard a foolish laugh outside. It was Wong Dajuan. My mother-in-law unlocked the door, pushed the dirty, grinning man inside, and locked us in together. She thought she had trapped me, but she was wrong. As the fool stepped toward me, I stood up from the shadows. I gripped the cold steel scissors tightly in my hand. I was not afraid anymore. I was ready to strike. The air in the woodshed was freezing, but my palms were sweaty as I gripped the scissors. My mother-in-law locked the door from the outside and told Wong Dajuan to come in. When the door opened, a terrible smell of dirt and rot filled the room. Dajuan was filthy, with messy hair and a runny nose. I felt sick looking at him. This was the man my husband's family wanted me to sleep with. He came toward me, grinning and reaching out with dirty hands. I wanted to stab him, but I stopped. I remembered Lei Deshui promising to take the blame for me, but I could not let him become a murderer for my sake. Instead of hurting Dajuan, I pressed the sharp scissors against my own neck until a drop of blood rolled down. I shouted that if he touched me, I would kill myself and the police would lock him up. Dajuan was simple-minded and terrified of blood. He shrank back into the corner, crying. I knew my in-laws were listening outside, so I had to make them believe their plan was working. I smashed a teapot on the floor and kicked over a stool, screaming and making loud noises to fake a struggle. Outside, my mother-in-law sounded happy, thinking I was being forced into submission. My husband just sat there, letting it happen. Inside, Dajuan was cowering in fear while I stood guard with the scissors. Suddenly, a large stone crashed through the window, shattering the glass. It hit Dajuan squarely on the forehead. He screamed in pain and rolled on the floor, bleeding. I looked through the broken window into the dark night. I could not see anyone, but I felt a familiar presence. I knew it was Lei Deshui. He was out there in the dark, keeping his promise to protect me. The scream from the woodshed terrified my in-laws. They rushed to unlock the door and burst in, shocked by the chaotic scene. Wong Dajuan was rolling on the floor with blood covering his face, while I crouched in the corner, still gripping the scissors against my neck. My mother-in-law immediately blamed me. She was furious and tried to slap me, accusing me of ruining their plans. I dodged her blow and pointed frantically at the shattered window to show her I was innocent. A cold wind blew through the hole where a large stone had flown in. My husband, Dajuan, looked at the bloody rock on the floor and then leaned out the window to check the backyard. It was pitch black outside. When he shone his flashlight on the muddy ground, he froze. He saw a massive footprint in the mud, much larger than his own. His face turned pale with fear. He realized that Lei Deshui, the dangerous man from the village, was involved. However, he was too cowardly to mention the footprint to his mother. Panic took over the family. Dajuan was bleeding heavily, and they needed to get him to a doctor before his own mother found out. My mother-in-law cursed at me one last time, threatening to punish me later, before they hurried out of the house carrying the injured fool. Once they were gone, I collapsed against the wall, my strength finally leaving me. The scissors clattered to the floor. I was safe. I crawled over and picked up the rough stone that had saved me. Holding it tight against my chest, I felt a wave of emotions. I knew Lei Deshui had thrown it. He had kept his promise to watch over me from the darkness. That night, the house was empty and silent. For the first time in 3 years, I did not feel helpless. Even though I was alone in the cold shed, I slept peacefully. I knew that somewhere in the night, a fierce protector was guarding me, and I was no longer fighting this cruel family on my own. The next morning, I woke up feeling extremely thirsty. My in-laws were still gone, so I went to the village well to fetch water. When I pulled up the bucket, I found a heavy, oil paper package inside. To my surprise, it contained a block of brown sugar and 2 boiled eggs, rare treasures in those hard times. There was also a note with a crude lightning bolt drawing, which I knew was from Lei Deshui. His gesture filled me with a warmth I had never felt before, and I quickly hid the food close to my chest. For the next few days, the Wong family was quiet. Ergo had been injured, and my mother-in-law had to pay to settle the trouble. My husband, Dajuan, avoided me, looking defeated. My mother-in-law still scolded me, but did not hit me, sending me to work in the fields instead. The sun was scorching, and I felt dizzy from hunger and exhaustion. Villagers gossiped about me as I worked, calling me useless. Unable to bear the heat, I slipped into the tall sorghum field to rest. Suddenly, a strong hand grabbed me and pulled me down. It was Lei Deshui. He was shirtless and sweaty, his eyes intense. He offered me water from his canteen, telling me he had added sugar. I drank it and felt my dizziness fade. He asked if I had taken the medicine he gave me, and I thanked him shyly. Lei Deshui then leaned in close, his presence overwhelming. He told me that my husband did not know how to treat me right and admitted that he couldn't stop thinking about me. He demanded that I meet him again that night at the same place. When I tried to refuse out of fear, he kissed me forcefully and threatened that if I didn't come, he would come to my house and take me himself. Those words, "carry you out," echoed in Suan's mind like a spell. All afternoon, she moved around like a puppet without a soul. She circled the stove again and again, wiping the counter 3 times. Even when soot smudged her face, she didn't notice. Whenever she closed her eyes, she saw Lei Deshui's fiery-looking eyes and his sweaty chest. That man was crazy. Suan knew this very well. If she didn't go tonight, Lei Deshui, with his reckless nature, might really break into the Wong family's house. Then, everyone in the village would come to watch the trouble. Suan would have no way out. Just as it was getting dark, Wong Dajuan came home drunk. These days, because of Wong Erga's matter, he was upset and just drank with the little money he had. As soon as he entered, he kicked off his shoes, collapsed onto the Kong, and within 2 minutes, he was snoring loudly, making the window paper shake. Jeang Guohua scolded a few words in the east room and turned off the light. The entire Wong family compound fell into complete silence. Only the big yellow dog in the backyard occasionally whimpered. Suan sat on a pile of straw in the firewood room, looking at the moon outside through a broken window. Tonight's moon was full and bright, casting a pale light on the ground. It looked like a watchful eye. Suan bit her lip until it bled. Should she go or not? If she went, she would be shameless, a broken shoe. If she didn't, she would wait for her reputation to be ruined and for the Wong family to torment her to death. Suan touched the empty red sugar paper bag in her pocket. Lei Deshui had given it to her that morning. Her fingertips still seemed to hold a faint sweetness. That was the only bit of happiness she had tasted in 3 years with the Wong family. Unknowingly, Suan stood up. She told herself it was to keep Lei Deshui calm and to prevent him from causing trouble. But deep inside, that long-suppressed thought, like a stubborn seed, quietly sprouted in the dark night. She wanted to see him, even if he was a bully, even if he was a rogue. At least with him, she wouldn't be beaten, and she could drink sweet water. Suan tiptoed, and pushed open the firewood room door. The hinge was rusty, and she was afraid of making noise, so she secretly dabbed some lamp oil on it beforehand. Now, as she pushed it open, it was silent. She moved like a cat, slipping out along the wall into the backyard. The big yellow dog heard the noise, looked up, and Suan's heart tightened. She quickly took half a leftover black-faced steamed bun from her pocket and threw it over. The big dog picked up the bun, wagged its tail, and didn't bark. Suan breathed a sigh of relief, climbed over the low wall, and disappeared into the night. The path to the melon field she had walked countless times in her dreams. Unlike the muddy night last time, tonight's moonlight made the road very clear. There was dew on the wild grass by the side of the road, wetting her pants and feeling cool. The closer she got to the melon field, the faster her heart beat. Thump, thump, thump. It felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. In the distance, the dark melon shed was right in front of her. A faint light came from inside, the glow of an oil lamp. Suan stood at the edge of the melon field, took a deep breath, calmed her rapidly beating heart, and then stepped forward. Before she could climb the ladder, the door of the shed opened. Lei Deshui was standing at the door. He was still shirtless, wearing loose shorts, with a cigarette pinched between his fingers. The moonlight shone on him, highlighting his muscular build, full of strength. Seeing Suan, he threw the cigarette onto the ground and stepped on it to extinguish it. "You're still obedient," Lei Deshui hummed softly. His tone was hard to read, neither happy nor angry, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He reached out and pulled Suan into the shed. It was warm inside. As soon as she entered, Suan smelled a strong, commanding aroma. It was the smell of meat. A very rich, oily meat scent. Suan's stomach growled loudly, especially in the quiet night, making her feel embarrassed. Her face instantly turned red. She lowered her head in embarrassment, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. "All right, stop pretending to be a lady." Lei Deshui pressed her against a simple wooden table, his tone mixed with a bit of disdain and a bit of affection. "Take a look at what this is." Suan looked up. On the small, crooked wooden table, it was filled with items. In the center was an oil paper package, inside a whole roasted chicken. The chicken skin was golden and shiny, still sizzling with oil, and the aroma wafted straight into her nose. Next to it was a plate of crispy fried peanuts and 2 plain steamed buns. The most noticeable thing was a bottle of orange-flavored soda, with water droplets still on the glass.
Suan stared in surprise.
This is something you might not even get to enjoy during the New Year. At the Wong family, forget about roast chicken. Even during the New Year slaughter, she only got 2 small pieces of fatty pork nobody wanted, and she had to eat while watching Jeang Guohua's face. "What are you looking at? Can you fill your stomach?" Lei Deshui suddenly tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Suan. "Eat." Holding the hot chicken leg, Suan's eyes immediately turned red. That feeling of unfairness, that sadness, mixed with the smell of meat, made her nose sting. She didn't dare look at Lei Deshui and lowered her head, taking small bites of the chicken. It smelled so good. The chicken was tender and flavorful, the taste salty and delicious. Probably the best thing she had ever eaten. At first, she tried to eat neatly, taking small bites. But once her hunger was stirred up, she couldn't hold back anymore. She started swallowing big mouthfuls, even gnawing on the bones twice before finally letting them go. Lei Deshui sat across from her, peeling peanuts with his hands but not eating, just watching her intently. He watched her gobble down the food, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster. In his fierce eyes, a rare sense of satisfaction appeared. It was like his little cat or dog finally eating well. "Eat slowly, no one is fighting you for it." Lei Deshui picked up the soda bottle, bit off the cap with his teeth with a crack, and handed it to Suan. "Drink some water, don't choke." Suan took the soda and took a big sip. Bubbles burst on her tongue, the sweet orange flavor flowing down her throat into her stomach. She hiccuped, feeling completely satisfied. She had eaten more than half the roast chicken and finished 2 steamed buns. She had never felt so full before. Her stomach felt warm, and the anxiety and weakness caused by hunger finally disappeared. She put down the bones and shyly wiped her hands. Big Brother Lei. I really appreciate your kindness, Suan whispered softly. You're welcome. Lei Deshui pushed the remaining half of the chicken aside and leaned forward. He reached out his rough hand, gently wiping a bit of oil from the corner of her mouth with his thumb. His fingertips were rough and calloused, scraping against Suan's delicate skin, causing a mix of pain and itchiness. Suan's body stiffened and dared not move. Lei Deshui's gaze changed. The gentle, caring moment from before disappeared, replaced by a familiar, aggressive heat. It felt like he wanted to swallow her whole. Are you full? Lei Deshui's voice became hoarse and deep, like gravel rubbing against his heart.
Suan instinctively nodded. Yes.
I'm full. Lei Deshui smirked, revealing a mischievous smile. He suddenly stood up and easily picked Suan up from the stool, as if carrying a child. Since you're full, he carried her toward the simple wooden bed. Then it's time to feed me. Lei Deshui whispered in her ear, his voice rough, making Suan tremble inside. Don't act like you're lifeless. I don't like that. Though his words were harsh, his actions grew gentler. He treated her as if she were a fragile piece of porcelain, careful, yet full of affection. In that unexpected tenderness, Suan's body slowly relaxed. The fear and tension she had carried for so long began to melt away, like ice under the warm sun. She felt something different, no longer just pain or humiliation, but a strange warmth spreading through her, making her dizzy and confused. It was something she had never felt with Wong Dajuan. That useless man had always been careless and cold, leaving her only disgust. But Lei Deshui, he truly saw her as a woman. Brother Lei. Suan couldn't help but whisper softly. Hearing her voice, the fire in Lei Deshui's eyes burned even brighter. Don't be so delicate, he said with a faint smile. You'll be fine. Outside, the night wind was gentle, and the moonlight soft. Inside the melon shed, warmth filled the air. Under Lei Deshui's care, Suan finally let go of all her defenses. For the first time, she realized that closeness between a man and a woman could bring comfort, not just duty. Afterward, Suan rested weakly in Lei Deshui's arms, completely exhausted. He leaned against the bed, lighting a cigarette. Through the drifting smoke, his strong face looked a little blurred. One arm held Suan close, while the other played idly with her hair. Tell me, he said quietly, exhaling a ring of smoke, his eyes darkening. Those bruises on your body, did the Wong family do that to you? He had seen them clearly earlier, her pale skin covered with marks, old and new, shocking to look at. Especially the ones on her legs. They looked like they came from a whip. Hearing his words, Suan trembled slightly. The romantic atmosphere just now suddenly disappeared, replaced by cold reality. She buried her head in Lei Deshui's chest, and tears started to flow. Her voice choked with emotion as she slowly told him about the unfairness she had suffered over the past 3 years. She spoke of Jeang Guohua stabbing her with a needle, of Wong Dajuan watching her get beaten without saying a word, and of how they called her lazy and useless. Every word felt like a sharp knife. Lei Deshui's face darkened more and more as he listened. By the end, he was so angry that he almost crushed his cigarette. Those damn dogs, he cursed loudly, his chest rising and falling heavily. Although he was a troublemaker and a bully, he hated men who hurt women the most. And now this woman was his person. Stop crying. Lei Deshui put out his cigarette and turned over, pressing Suan down. Looking at her red, tear-streaked eyes, he felt a strange pain in his heart. He kissed her hard on the forehead, full of determination. I'll remember this debt for you. Just hold on for now. Don't let them see you're upset. It's not the right time to fight back yet. His voice was low but firm, with no room for doubt. When the time comes, I'll make sure you leave that terrible place with dignity. And then, those Wong family bastards will kneel and beg you. Suan looked at him. His eyes were serious, without a hint of joking. In that moment, Suan felt her lost and lonely heart finally found a place to rest. She reached out and hugged Lei Deshui's neck. "Brother Lei, I believe you." As dawn approached, Suan knew she had to leave. If she was seen after sunrise, everything would be over. She dressed quickly, still wearing her old, torn clothes, but she looked different, more alive. A faint blush remained on her face, and her eyes sparkled. Lei Deshui reached under his pillow and pulled out a roll of something, then shoved it into Suan's pocket. She felt it and found it was hard and firm. When she took it out, she saw it was a roll of Great Unity tickets. They were 10 yuan each, a whole stack, worth at least a few hundred yuan. In this rural area, where the communal work points were just recently abolished, this is definitely a large sum of money. "Brother Lei, I can't accept this money." Suan was startled and quickly reached to take out the money. "Keep it." Lei Deshui held her hand firmly, speaking sternly. "Just take it. No need for so many words. Go buy some good food and stop eating that pig feed all the time. Make yourself a bit plump, so next time you can carry the baby comfortably." He spoke roughly, but Suan could hear his concern behind the words. He was worried she might go hungry at the Wong family, worried she had no money to protect herself from being bullied. Suan bit her lip and carefully hid the money close to her body. "Go now. Be careful on the way." Lei Deshui patted her on the butt and saw her off to the edge of the melon field. Suan looked back at him once, then turned and disappeared into the morning fog. The village was very quiet early in the morning. Suan jogged all the way to the small alley behind the Wong family's courtyard. Once she crossed this alley, she could climb over the wall to get in. Just as she reached the alley entrance, her steps suddenly stopped. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly. On the short wall, she saw someone lying there. The person was wearing a floral cotton-padded jacket, with curly hair, sneaking around and peering into the Wong family yard. It was the widow Zhao who lived next door. Widow Zhao was known in Lei's village as a very talkative woman. In her 30s, she had lost her husband but refused to remarry. She spent her days applying makeup and wandering around the village. Whenever a couple argued or a wife was caught sneaking around with a man, she was the first to find out and spread the news all over the village, often exaggerating. This woman had her eyes on Lei Deshui. She thought that although Lei Deshui had a bad reputation, he had money and was strong. She often went to the melon fields, bringing shoes or salted vegetables, but Lei Deshui always threw out along with her gifts. Lei Deshui didn't like her flirtatious attitude. Now, Widow Zhao was leaning over the wall, her eyes darting around. Last night, she had gotten up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom and saw a shadow heading toward the back mountain melon fields. That figure looked a bit like Suan, the meek little wife of the Wong family. Jealousy suddenly boiled inside Widow Zhao. She didn't believe that Lei Deshui, who was proud and aloof, would be interested in Suan, who was not very lively. Certainly, this little troublemaker was the one who tried to flirt with someone. She woke up early on purpose and waited here patiently. Suan stood at the alley entrance, her palms sweaty. If Widow Zhao saw her coming back from the back mountain, this secret would be exposed. What should she do? Running away was too late now. Widow Zhao had already heard the footsteps and was turning around. Suan's mind raced quickly. She saw a public toilet next to the alley entrance. Suan clenched her teeth, no longer hiding, but walking out confidently. As she walked, she adjusted her waistband, pretending she had just come out of the toilet. "Oh, isn't that Sister Zhao?" Suan took the lead, showing a surprised and slightly sleepy look. "Early in the morning, you're not sleeping. What are you doing leaning on our wall?" Widow Zhao was about to catch someone in the act, but didn't expect Suan to come from the toilet area. She paused, suspiciously eyeing Suan.
"Suan?"
Widow Zhao jumped down from the wall, smiling awkwardly. "I thought you weren't at home, so I wondered where you went." Her eyes looked sharp, like hooks, staring at Suan's face. Look at your complexion, so rosy, not like someone who didn't sleep well all night." Widow Zhao said sarcastically, sniffing the air. Although Suan had tried to wash away the smell on her way back, The lingering scent of desire was still faintly detectable, even to another woman. Suan's heart skipped a beat. But she remembered what Lei Deshui had said, when the sky falls, he will hold it up. Somehow, she felt more confident. She was no longer the soft target she used to be. Widow Zhao, what are you talking about? I was just taking a quick break in my own toilet. Do I need to report to you? Suan sneered, standing straight. And you, Sister Zhao, leaving your home so early to peek over our wall. Suan deliberately stretched her voice and glanced toward the Wang family yard. Could it be that you've taken a fancy to our Dajuan? Although Dajuan isn't much, he's still a man. If you're lonely, you shouldn't be so obvious. It's not good if others see. This speech was sharp and biting. It directly hit Zhao Widow's sore spot. Although Zhao Widow was usually flirtatious, she was very afraid of being accused of seducing a married man, especially someone like Wong Dajuan, who was a useless man. If that got out, she would lose face. You little troublemaker. What are you talking about? Zhao Widow was so angry her face twisted, and she pointed at Suan, trembling. No one is interested in your weakling. I was just worried because your backyard gate was open, and I thought a thief might come in. Oh, is that so? Suan looked at her with a half-smile.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
But we're so poor that even if a thief comes, we have to leave with tears in our eyes. No need for you to worry. After saying that, Suan ignored her and pushed open the small back door, walking inside. With a loud bang, the door closed, leaving Zhao Widow outside. Zhao Widow stood in the alley, stomping her feet in anger.
Good job, Suan.
You act like a little innocent girl, but it turns out you're sharp-tongued. She didn't catch her in the act, feeling frustrated inside. But the more she thought about it, the more suspicious she became. Suan used to be so timid, she wouldn't even lift her head when she saw her. Why was she so confident today? There must be something going on. I won't let you find my weakness. Zhao Widow spat on the ground and turned away, hips swaying. Back in the woodshed, Suan leaned against the door, feeling exhausted, as if all her strength had been drained. She slid down to sit on the ground. Her heart was still pounding hard, ringing in her ears. That was too dangerous. If she had shown even a little fear just now, Zhao Widow would have seen through her. Suan touched the rolled-up money in her pocket. It was given to her by Lei Deshui, giving her confidence. She knew this was just the beginning. Zhao Widow was trouble, and their conflict was now settled. She had to be more careful in the future. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the melon shed, Lei Deshui was lying on the bed, playing with a red hair tie that Suan had dropped. It was a simple hair tie, but in his hand, it looked like a treasure. He remembered how Suan looked when she left, so reluctant to part. A smile unconsciously crept onto his face. This woman was truly addictive. Suddenly, he sneezed. Lei Deshui rubbed his nose and frowned. He thought about Zhao Widow, the woman Suan mentioned earlier. That woman is quite a troublemaker. She keeps watching his vegetable patch all day like a fly. If she ruins his good thing. A flash of determination crossed Lei Deshui's eyes. It seems I need to find a way to give that gossiping woman something to do, so she won't have time to watch over this side. Right now, Widow Zhao has no idea that she is already being watched by the live-in troublemaker. She was full of frustration and didn't go home. Instead, she went straight to the big locust tree at the village entrance. That was the gathering place for the village women and the center of all village news. Although it was still early, a few women who got up early to mend shoes were already sitting there. Widow Zhao's eyes lit up, and she moved closer. Hey, ladies, you got up early. Oh, Aunt Zhao, you're early too. Widow Zhao sat down on a stone, pretending to be mysterious, and lowered her voice. I have something strange to tell you. Just now, I saw Wang's young wife coming back from outside early in the morning, looking very happy. I don't know where she was last night. Hearing this gossip, the women immediately perked up, leaning in to listen. Really? That can't be. Suan looks honest enough. People's faces are not always what they seem. I think she might have someone outside. Gossip is like a winged insect with poison, spreading quietly in every corner of Lei village in the morning breeze. Widow Zhao's words are more powerful than the village loudspeaker. Before the sun even reaches the treetops, rumors about Suan stealing a man spread like winged flies, buzzing all over Lei village. Did you hear? Wang's useless wife went out into the fields last night. Really? She looks honest enough. Widow Zhao saw it herself. She said Suan looked very happy, her clothes disheveled. How could it be false? People are not always what they seem. She pretends to be pure and chaste, but behind the scenes, she might be quite wild. A few women mending shoes gathered together, spitting and talking excitedly. In this era with little entertainment, if a woman's waistband loosens, it's bigger news than watching a movie outdoors. The news spread quickly, reaching Jeang Guoha's ears before noon. In the Wong family's main room, bang! A large, rough ceramic bowl was forcefully thrown to the ground, shattering into 8 pieces. Jeang Guoha trembled with anger, her face full of wrinkles, her triangular eyes glaring like they wanted to eat someone. Shameful thing. You've brought disgrace to our Wong family, she pointed at Suan, who was kneeling on the floor, her finger almost poking her forehead. I told you last night to come back early, but you reeked of strange smells. So, you went to flirt.
Who is that wild man?
Are you trying to make me angry so that the wild man can have his way? Suan knelt on the cold floor, head bowed silently. She clenched her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white. Although she had expected this, hearing such filthy words still hurt her like needles stabbing her heart. But this pain was less frightening than before, more numb. Mother, calm down. Wong Dajuan was squatting at the door, smoking, with a face as dark as a pot. He was a useless man, but he still had a little bit of pride. His wife was being called a tramp, and he felt ashamed, unable to lift his head outside. Calm down? How am I supposed to calm down? Jeang Guoha stomped her feet and cursed. You good for nothing. You can't control your wife, and people are stabbing her in the back. If Ergo finds out later, will he still want this broken shoe? Whenever she mentioned Ergo, Wong Dajuan threw his cigarette on the ground, stood up suddenly, and strode over to Suan.
Suan.
Tell me, is what Sister Zhao said true? He stared with wide eyes and raised his hand as if to hit her. Suan looked up at this timid yet aggressive man. She didn't cry or hide. Her eyes were surprisingly calm. Dajuan, do you believe what Sister Zhao said? Her voice was soft but carried a cold tone. Why would she pick on me? Don't you know? Wong Dajuan was stunned, his raised hand froze in midair.
What?
What do you mean? Suan sneered, glancing around Wong Dajuan's face, and then at Jeang Guoha. Sister Zhao is jealous. Jealous? Jeang Guoha spat and said, Is she jealous of you? A chicken that can't lay eggs? She's jealous that I have a man, Suan replied, staring directly at Wong Dajuan. A few days ago, I went to fetch water by the well and happened to meet Sister Zhao. She pulled me aside and asked all sorts of questions, trying to find out about Dajuan. She even said Dajuan is strong and good at taking care of himself, unlike her useless husband. As Suan spoke, she watched Wong Dajuan's face carefully. Sure enough, Wong Dajuan's dark face softened a little, even showing a hint of pride. Although Widow Zhao had a bad reputation, she was quite attractive, and many men in the village secretly admired her. If Widow Zhao really liked her, Wong Dajuan's vanity suddenly swelled. Did she really ask that? Wong Dajuan stammered. How could I make that up? Suan took the opportunity to press on. Last night, I went to the back mountain to relieve myself and just happened to see her leaning on our wall. If I had done something wrong, wouldn't she have shouted for help? She's just upset because she couldn't get close to you, and she's taking it out on me. This story was mostly false, but it hit Wong Dajuan's soft spot perfectly. He already had a guilty conscience but lacked courage. Hearing Suan say this, he suddenly felt more confident and even doubted her a little less. Enough, enough. Wong Dajuan waved impatiently, hiding his little thoughts. Stay at home more. Don't go out so much so no one can catch you doing something wrong. Flies don't land on a clean egg. If you behave yourself at home, she won't pick on you. To save face in front of his mother, he slapped Suan. Slap, it wasn't a full force slap, but it still made Suan's cheeks sting and her ears buzz. Get back to your room. No eating for the next 2 days. Think about what you did. Suan covered her face and stood up, lowering her head. She didn't cry. That slap completely shattered her last little hope that Wong Dajuan might change. She used to think that if she did everything well enough, the stone in her heart would warm up. Now she saw it was just a foul, hard stone in a cesspit, stinky and unbreakable. Suan turned and walked toward the shed, a cold, self-mocking smile on her lips. The Wong family was no longer her home.
It was just a prison she had to escape from.
Jeang Guohua saw her son hit his wife. Her anger eased a little, but she still felt upset. She crossed her arms and walked to the gate of the yard, shouting loudly to scold. Which rude woman with a loose tongue isn't afraid of having no place to give birth? How dare she criticize our old Wong family? Before she finished her words, suddenly, a loud roaring sound came from the alley entrance. Vroom vroom vroom. The ground was trembling. A smoke-belching tractor, like a roaring iron bull, rushed forward wildly. The back of the tractor was full of red bricks. The driver, shirtless, with a white towel around his neck, wearing sunglasses and smoking a cigarette, was Lei Deshui. He held the steering wheel with one hand and shifted gears with the other. The tractor was going very fast, with no intention of slowing down. At the Wong family's gate, there was a big muddy puddle left by recent heavy rain, full of murky mud. At this moment, Jeang Guohua was standing by the puddle, opening her mouth wide, ready to shout. Not far away, at the base of the wall, Widow Zhao was cracking sunflower seeds, waiting to see the Wong family's joke. Lei Deshui's eyes behind his sunglasses squinted slightly, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. As he passed the puddle, he suddenly turned the steering wheel sharply, and the wheels precisely drove into the muddy water. Splash! A huge splash of water exploded like a bomb. The dark, stinky mud water splashed everywhere. Ah! Two screams sounded almost at the same time. Jeang Guohua was splashed directly, her face and hair covered in mud, and she swallowed a few drops of dirty water, bending over and gagging. Nearby, Widow Zhao was not spared. Her new floral cotton jacket instantly turned into a muddy mess, and her face's snow-white cream mixed with mud water dripped down, making her look like a clown. The tractor didn't stop. Instead, it roared even louder. Lei Deshui hit the brakes with one foot, and the vehicle stopped steadily in the middle of the road, blocking the Wong family's gate. He leisurely got out of the car, took off his sunglasses, revealing a fierce pair of eyes. He didn't look at anyone else, only stared at Jeang Guohua and Widow Zhao, who were still spitting and shouting. Oops, sorry about that. My hand slipped. Lida shouts apologies, but there is no real regret on his face, only a proud, aggressive look. He walks in front of the two people, his tall body casting a shadow and making everyone feel tense. Hey, auntie sister-in-law, it's broad daylight. Why aren't you at home enjoying your day? Instead, you're here practicing your singing on the roadside. Lida flicks ash from a cigarette, almost causing a spark to land on Widow Zhao's face. Widow Zhao shrinks back in fear, losing the playful attitude she had just moments ago. In this Li family village, who dares to provoke Lida? This guy even dares to hit people with bricks. Li, brother Li, how did you drive this car? Widow Zhao mumbles softly, her voice trembling like chaff. How did I drive? Lida sneers coldly, his gaze sweeping over the villagers peeking and watching, finally settling on Widow Zhao's face. The road's uneven, so the car bumps. People's hearts are uneven, so their mouths run wild. He throws the cigarette butt on the ground and stomps it out hard, as if crushing a filthy bug.
I'm not a patient man.
I can't stand nonsense that has no basis. Lida's voice is quiet but cold enough to make one's bones shiver. If I hear anyone gossiping behind my back or spreading nonsense again. He points to the truckload of red bricks behind him, his eyes turning fierce. Too much talk can cause trouble. Next time, I might not just be bringing bricks to build a house. I might just be using them to smash someone's bed. Lida's shout is like a thunderclap. Suddenly, the noisy alley becomes deathly silent. Even the cicadas in the trees stop singing. The truck of red bricks glows fiercely in the sunlight, each brick looking like a deadly weapon. Smashing bricks on someone's bed? That would be like burying someone alive. Widow Zhao's face turns pale instantly, even whiter than the powder she just applied. She trembles, trying to speak, but feels like a chicken feather is stuck in her throat, and she can't say a word. She knows Lei Deshui very well. This man is like a ruthless judge. Spitting on him is like stabbing him with a nail. Years ago, to fight for water, he single-handedly grabbed a shovel and pushed 3 strong men from the neighboring village into the clinic, without even blinking. If he says he's going to smash bricks, he really dares to do it. Jeang Guohua no longer dared to vomit now. She wiped the mud and water off her face, shrank her neck, and stood to the side like a defeated, soaking wet chicken. Although she was bold and fierce, she only acted tough at home. When faced with someone like Lei Deshui, who was fearless and tough, she was more timid than anyone. Did you understand? Lei Deshui looked around, his gaze sharp like a knife, sweeping over everyone's face. The villagers, who had been watching the scene, quickly lowered their heads. Some pretended to look at the sky. Others pretended to tie their shoes, all afraid to meet his eyes.
Yes.
I understand, someone whispered from the crowd. Lei Deshui snorted, put his sunglasses back on, hiding the fierce look in his eyes. Before getting into the car, he casually glanced at the Wong family's yard. Suan was standing in the shadow at the door of the firewood shed. She was covering her swollen face, tears in her beautiful eyes, staring at him intently. Their eyes met in the air. Behind Lei Deshui's sunglasses, his fierce expression instantly softened, replaced by a calmness that made people feel at ease. He nodded slightly, as if to say, "With me here, don't be afraid." Then he stepped on the gas pedal. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The tractor, puffing black smoke like a proud bull, rumbled away, leaving behind a mess and villagers trembling with fear. This conflict was simply suppressed by Lei Deshui in the most straightforward and rough way. No one dared to mention Suan again. After all, no one wanted to see an extra brick on their own bed. That night, the atmosphere at the Wong family was so tense it was hard to breathe. Wong Dajuan sat on the edge of the kong, a traditional bed, holding a cup of wine, drinking heavily. The arrogance Lei Deshui showed during the day still stung like a thorn in his heart. He felt jealous and scared. He envied Lei Deshui's commanding presence and was afraid Lei Deshui might come after him. This helpless anger was finally vented on the weakest person. Cry, cry. I knew you'd cry. Bad luck star. Wong Dajuan slammed his cup on the table and scolded Suan, who was sweeping the floor. If you hadn't run outside for no reason, would all this trouble have happened? Who is Lei Deshui? Is he someone we can afford to offend? Suan lowered her head and silently swept the dust on the ground.
She did not argue.
With a man who only bullies at home, wasting words is pointless. Enough. Stop scolding her. Jeang Guohua came out of the inner room, still with a hot towel on her face. She felt itchy from the mud splashed on her face during the day. What's the use of scolding her? The real thing is to find a way for Ergo to handle the matter. Once she's pregnant and the marriage is settled, no one will dare to say anything. Jeang Guohua glared viciously at Suan. Keep a close watch these days. Don't let her go out. Suan's hand paused slightly, then she continued sweeping.
Night fell deep.
Suan lay on the cold straw in the shed. She reached into her pocket and took out a bundle of the Great Unity notes, warmed by her body heat. It was given to her by Lei Deshui. Under the moonlight, she counted them one by one. There were 50 notes.
500 yuan.
This was a large sum, enough for her to buy a train ticket to the south, rent a house, and live peacefully for several months. As long as she wanted, she could sneak over the back wall tomorrow when the Wong family was not paying attention.
But
Suan's fingers brushed the rough paper money, and her mind was filled with Lei Deshui's face, full of scars. It was his eyes, fierce and protective like a beast in the dark. It was his words, "Even if the sky falls, I will support you." And today, during the day, he drove the tractor, standing proudly at her door to stand up for her. That feeling of being protected by someone was too addictive. Like a drowning person clutching the only piece of driftwood, even knowing it was thorny, they wouldn't let go. Foolish girl. Suan put the money back into her chest pocket, close to her heart. She sighed and closed her eyes. She knew she was weak and hopeless. She could escape and start a new life, but for a little warmth, she was willing to struggle a little longer in this muddy pit. Early the next morning, someone knocked on the Wong family's door. "Who is it?" Wong Dajuan, dressed and sleepy-eyed, went to open the door. When he opened it, he shivered in fright, almost falling to the ground. Parked at the door was that familiar tractor. Lei Deshui stood at the door, smoking a cigarette and holding a yellowed piece of paper.
Lei.
"Brother Lei," Wong Dajuan stammered. "It's early in the morning. Stop wasting time." Lei Deshui patted the paper into Wong Dajuan's arms. "This is last year's village account. You helped calculate it a few days ago, right? The wages haven't been paid yet." Wong Dajuan looked at the paper, confused. He had helped with the village accounts before, but that was long ago and about small amounts of money. Was it worth Lei Deshui making a special trip for this? Paying such a small wage is too much trouble. Lei Deshui pointed behind him to the dark, heavy stuff in the truck bed. "I just brought a load of coal from the mine. Consider it as your wages." "Coal?" Wong Dajuan's eyes widened instantly. This load of coal weighed at least a few £100s. Coal was hard to find these days, even if you had money. It was the main way to stay warm in winter. With so much coal, it could cover not only his wages, but enough to pay 10 times what Wong Dajuan earned. This is too much to accept." Wong Dajuan rubbed his hands nervously, politely refusing, but he stepped aside honestly. "Hurry up and unload it. I need to go fetch bricks." Without wasting words, Lei Deshui called 2 young helpers and quickly unloaded the coal into Wang's yard. The shiny black coal formed a small mountain. Jeang Guohua heard the noise and ran out. Seeing the coal, she couldn't hide her happiness.
"Oh,
"Brother Lei, you're so generous. This coal looks like it burns well." "Dajuan, what are you waiting for? Hurry and pour water for Brother Lei." Jeang Guohua circled around the coal pile, her eyes shining with greed. She didn't realize that this coal wasn't meant for her. Lei Deshui stood in the yard, ignoring Jeang Guohua's eager gestures. His gaze crossed the pile of coal and landed on the broken window of the woodshed. Suan was behind the window, watching him through the lattice. Lei Deshui didn't speak. He just flicked some ash from his cigarette, a move that carried a subtle, intimate meaning only they understood. In his mind, he sneered. "This coal is for my woman. If I find out you're freezing her, next time I bring coal, it won't be coal, it'll be a bundle of dynamite." Wong Dajuan and Jeang Guohua were still thanking each other profusely, feeling they had gained a big advantage. They didn't realize that the dark riches in the yard were just a small bait casually thrown out by that ruthless man for someone he cared about. Winter in the north arrives suddenly. It's only early October, but the wind already carries a whistling sound that feels like a knife cutting your face. Every household begins to prepare winter vegetables. Cabbage, radishes, potatoes. These are essential for winter. They must be carefully stored in the cellar. If they freeze, the whole family will suffer.
Suan.
"Where did you go?" Jeang Guohua stood in the yard, wearing a patched cotton-padded coat, holding a big broom. "Hurry up and go to the cellar to clear it out. Today, we need to put all the cabbage inside." Suan came out of the firewood shed, still wearing her thin, old clothes. Although Lei Deshui brought some coal, Jeang Guohua kept it locked in a side room, only burning a little at night when Wong Dajuan returned. Suan felt cold all over, her nose red and her hands and feet numb. She said nothing, took her flashlight, and climbed down the wooden ladder into the cellar. The Wong family cellar was in the corner of the backyard, very deep, about 3 or 4 meters. As soon as she entered, a cold, damp air hit her face, mixed with the smell of rotten vegetable leaves and moldy earth, making her head ache. The cellar was pitch dark, with only the faint beam of her flashlight. Suan squatted on the ground, picking up the rotten radishes into a basket. The small light at the cellar entrance looked like a lurking eye. Jeang Guohua shouted from above, "Work carefully down there. I'm going to the market to buy some salt. If you don't finish before I come back, there'll be no food for you." After saying that, her footsteps gradually faded away. The yard returned to silence. Suan let out a breath of relief. As long as Jeang Guohua wasn't around, even in this spooky cellar, she felt a bit more at ease. She focused on clearing the clutter, not paying attention to what was happening above. Time passed, or so it seemed. Suddenly, hee-hee, a familiar, creepy laugh echoed from above. Suan looked up sharply. She saw a dark face peering out from the small patch of light at the cellar entrance. It was snotty, drooling, with dull, greedy eyes. It was Wong Ergo. Suan's heart skipped a beat, and she almost dropped her flashlight.
Honey.
Hee-hee. The pretty wife is inside the hole. Wong Ergo was crouched at the cellar entrance, gripping the edge with both hands, looking like a toad staring at its prey. He took advantage of Jeang Guohua leaving and Wong Dajuan working in the fields to sneak in quietly. Since the last time he saw Suan, this fool had been obsessed. He kept talking about wanting candy and looking for his wife. "Go away. Don't come closer," Suan shouted sharply, her voice echoing in the narrow cellar, trembling.
Wife.
"I want to come down. I want to play with you." Wong Ergo couldn't understand human speech at all. He giggled foolishly and started unfastening his belt. Auntie said, "If I take off my pants, I can have candy." Suan was terrified, her soul almost leaving her body. The cellar was so small. If Wong Ergo really jumped down, she wouldn't even have space to run. And the ladder was over there. She wouldn't have time to climb up. "Wong Ergo, if you dare come down, I will hurt you." Suan grabbed a rotten radish from the ground and threw it at him. The rotten radish hit Wong Ergo's face, but it didn't scare him away. Instead, it made him even more foolish. "Play. Play." Wong Ergo pulled his pants halfway down, revealing a dark, thick thigh, and made a move to jump inside. Suan closed her eyes in despair. It's over. This time, it's really over. Just as Wong Ergo was leaning forward, about to jump down.
Suddenly,
a large hand, like an iron clamp, appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the dirty cotton ball on Wong Ergo's neck. "Who told you to come in?" A deep, cold shout sounded like the voice of a judge calling for justice. Immediately, Wong Ergo was lifted up like a small chick, his feet dangling in the air, kicking wildly.
Wow.
"Let me go." "Bad person," Wong Ergo screamed in fear. Suan suddenly opened her eyes. Against the light, she saw the tall, strong figure. Broad shoulders, steady like a mountain. It was Lei Deshui. He had been watching nearby with his men. As soon as he saw Jeang Guohua leave and Wong Ergo sneak in, he rushed over immediately. Lei Deshui didn't waste words. He grabbed Wong Ergo like a broken sack and dragged him to the corner of the backyard.
Bang!
A loud thud sounded. Wong Ergo was thrown heavily to the ground, badly beaten. Before he could get up, Lei Deshui's big foot kicked him again. "Damn it! How dare you hurt me? I think your skin is itchy. Last time you cracked your head open, and you still don't learn."
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed in the backyard, mixed with Wong Ergo's loud screams. "Stop hitting me.
Boo-hoo.
It hurts. I won't do it again." Lei Deshui's fists were very dark, aimed at his victim's buttocks and thick thighs, hitting hard but not enough to cause serious harm. He kept hitting for 2 minutes until Wong Ergo curled up, crying softly, and Lei Deshui finally stopped.
"Get out."
Lei Deshui pointed at the back door. "If you dare step into this yard again, I'll cut off your thing and feed it to the dog." Wong Ergo was so scared he grabbed his pants and ran away quickly, faster than a rabbit. After dealing with the fool, Lei Deshui dusted off his hands and turned back toward the cellar entrance. He looked at the small woman trembling in the corner, and his anger instantly softened into tenderness. Without a word, he took a long step and jumped down the ladder. The cellar was small. As soon as Lei Deshui landed, Suan threw herself into his arms. "Big brother Lei." She hugged his waist tightly, tears soaking his clothes instantly. Just then, she was truly desperate. Lei Deshui turned around and held her, gently patting her back like comforting a child. "It's okay now, it's okay." His voice was deep and strong, echoing reassuringly in the dark underground space. "With me here, no one can hurt you." The cellar was very dark, only a beam of side light from the fallen flashlight. The air smelled of earth, mixed with the scent of the two people. This environment was oppressive, yet strangely exciting and intimate. Lei Deshui cupped Suan's face, rough fingertips wiping away her tears. "Let me see, you're scared, right?" Suan sniffed and nodded with red eyes. Seeing her so pitiful, Lei Deshui's anger flared again. It was not anger, but desire. He lowered his head and accurately found her trembling lips, then kissed her fiercely. This kiss was both comforting and filled with strong possessiveness. Suan did not resist. Instead, she tiptoed clumsily to respond to him. In this dark cellar, they seemed like two small animals seeking warmth, only for each other. Lei Deshui's hands became a bit restless, slipping inside her clothes. Suan's body softened, almost collapsing into his arms. "Brother Lei."
Don't.
"If mother-in-law comes back," Suan gasped, pushing him away. Lei Deshui panted heavily and bit her neck before reluctantly letting go. "I really want to put you in my pocket and take you away," he muttered softly and tidied her clothes. "All right, let's go up now. It's too cold and damp down here, not good for your health." Lei Deshui carried Suan with one arm, letting her step onto the ladder first. He protected her from behind, his large hand supporting her hips, giving her leverage. They climbed out of the cellar and saw the sunlight again. The sunlight outside was a bit dazzling. Lei Deshui looked around cautiously, making sure no one was nearby, then prepared to climb over the wall and leave. Before leaving, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Suan. His eyes were strange, with a hint of curiosity and faint anticipation. He approached Suan and leaned close to her ear, speaking softly. "Eat more sour things lately." Suan was surprised. "What?" Lei Deshui's large hand gently touched her flat stomach, his gaze becoming a bit deeper. "I see your face has been pale these days and you've been dry heaving. Eat more sour things to calm your nerves." After saying this, he looked at Suan with meaningful eyes and then jumped over the courtyard wall. Suan stood there in a daze. A cold wind blew, but she felt hot all over. Her face was pale, dry heaving, eating sour foods. These words together sounded like a thunderclap in her mind. Her period seemed to be a month late. Could it be? Suan instinctively covered her stomach, her heart pounding fiercely. The wind swirled dry leaves in the yard, making rustling sounds. Suan stood still, her hand on her stomach, feeling as if she were frozen in place. Lei Deshui's words, "Eat more sour foods," seemed to take root in her mind, impossible to remove. Her face turned pale, she felt dry heaves, and she became very sleepy. These symptoms she had often heard old village women talk about when they gathered together. They are signs of pregnancy. Suan's heart was pounding loudly, as if it might burst out of her chest. She instinctively looked back at the tall wall, as if she could still see the meaningful look in the man's eyes when he climbed over the wall and left. Had he already figured it out? Suan took a deep breath and forced herself to stay calm. She extended her finger and silently counted the days in her mind. Last month's period came at the beginning of the month, and this month. Now it was almost the end of the month, but her old friend still hadn't come knocking. It was 2 weeks late. Plus, that night in the rainstorm at the melon shed, Lei Deshui's fierce attitude, as if he wanted to crush her, and the few times afterward in the fields and the shed. Each time, he did not take any precautions. Suan's legs felt weak, and she slowly slid down, leaning against the earthen wall behind her. A wave of huge fear mixed with a secret, indescribable joy flooded over her like a tide. The joy was that she was not the infertile hen that Jeang Guohua talked about. Her land was fine. It was Wong Dajuan's seed that was defective. But then, fear gripped her like a cold hand, choking her throat. This child had an uncertain origin. If the Wong family found out she was carrying a bastard child, especially one from Lei Deshui, the village bully, the consequences.
Suan si vered.
Jeang Guohua could skin her alive, Wong Dajuan could beat her to death, and even the whole village's gossip could drown her. This was not good news. It was a death omen.
Suan.
Where have you gone? A sharp shout came from Jeang Guohua in the front yard. The sun is already high, and you're not cooking yet. Do you want to starve me to death? Suan was startled by the loud voice. She quickly wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and forcibly pushed down those messy thoughts. I'm coming, I'm coming. Suan responded, forced herself to stand up, brushed the dirt off her backside, and hurried toward the front yard. When she entered the kitchen, the persistent smell of cooking oil hit her face. Usually, the smell was just okay, but today, for some reason, as soon as the scent entered her nose, Suan's stomach started to churn violently. She forced herself to endure the nausea, picked up a ladle, and scooped water from the water jar to wash the pot. The water was very cold, making her fingertips numb. Just as Suan opened the pig fat jar, preparing to scoop some to stir-fry cabbage, the strong smell of greasy pork oil hit her. It was like a spark that instantly ignited a bomb inside her stomach. Ugh, Suan couldn't hold back and covered her mouth, gagging. Acidic liquid rushed up her throat, feeling so uncomfortable it was like she was about to vomit all her internal organs. She quickly turned around, bent over, and took deep breaths, trying to suppress the nausea. But the more she tried, the worse she felt, and her stomach twitched repeatedly. Ugh, ugh, 2 more dry heaves escaped her. At that moment, the light at the doorway suddenly dimmed. Jeang Guohua was standing at the door, though she didn't know when she arrived. She was still holding a handful of sunflower seeds, her small triangular eyes fixed on Suan's bent back, filled with suspicion. What's wrong? Jeang Guohua stepped over the threshold, took a few steps behind Suan, and peeked at her face. Suan was startled, quickly straightened up, and wiped the water stains from her mouth with the back of her hand. Nothing. Just a little sore throat. Suan lowered her head, feeling guilty, and dared not look into Jeang Guohua's eyes. Jeang Guohua said nothing, but her sharp eyes scanned Suan from head to toe like X-ray vision. They looked at her pale face, and the hand instinctively protecting her stomach. Suddenly, Jeang Guohua's eyes brightened sharply. The brightness was more startling than finding 100 yuan on the ground.
You
wouldn't happen to be. Her voice trembled with excitement. She grabbed Suan's wrist with surprising strength, her nails digging into her flesh. Are you pregnant? Is that it? Suan froze completely, her face turning deathly pale, even worse than when she was vomiting earlier. Mother. What are you talking about? Suan wanted to pull her hand back, but Jeang Guohua held on tightly. Don't pretend you don't know. Jeang Guohua's wrinkled face was full of joy, smiling more painfully than crying. I am experienced, and I can tell just by looking at you that you're pregnant. Look at your face and the way you're dry heaving. It's just like when I was expecting my big family. Jeang Guohua became more and more excited, completely lost in her own imagination. In her mind, she was sure that Wang Ergo had done it that night. Even though he was hit on the head later, they had been alone in the house for so long before that. With Ergo's stubbornness, maybe they had already started something. Even if it was just once, it would still be Wang family's child. Oh my goodness. Heaven has opened its eyes. Jeang Guohua let go of Suan's hand, clasped her hands together, and prayed to the ceiling, spinning around happily. Our old Wang family will finally have a grandchild. I will finally hold my grandchild. Seeing Jeang Guohua acting so crazy, Suan felt cold inside. It's over. This old woman has her eyes on me now. Mom, it's really not like that. Suan's voice trembled as she tried to explain, sweating coldly on her back. I just caught a chill last night, ate 2 cold sweet potatoes, and my stomach doesn't feel good. Nonsense. Jeang Guohua suddenly turned around, her smile vanishing instantly, turning fierce. Can eating cold sweet potatoes cause dry heaving? Do you think I'm stupid? She stepped closer to Suan, spitting saliva on her face. This is good news. Why are you hiding it? You bad luck charm. Don't you want to have a baby for our Wong family? No, really, I don't. Suan backed away step by step until she reached the stove, with nowhere to go. Just see a doctor, and you'll know for sure. Jeang Guohua's eyes flickered, and she made a quick decision. She reached out to grab Suan. Come on. Let's go to the village east to see old Lu. He can check your pulse. Old Lu was the village's barefoot doctor, and also Jeang Guohua's distant relative. If they went, a pulse check would be very clear. By then, no matter how many words Suan used, she couldn't explain. Plus, based on the dates, the baby's due date was wrong. Wong ergo came into the house half a month ago, but this baby clearly was earlier than that. If old Lu checked the pulse and said the baby was already a month old, it would be exposed. Suan's mind buzzed loudly, and fear exploded inside her. She absolutely couldn't go. If she went, it would be a dead end. I won't go. Suan didn't know where she found the strength, and suddenly pulled her hand away from Jeang Guohua. She held tightly to the edge of the stove, her knuckles turning white. I'm not sick. I won't see a doctor. I won't go. Jeang Guohua didn't expect Suan, who was usually obedient, to resist. She paused for a moment, then became furious. You're rebellious. You have to go, whether you like it or not. Jeang Guohua's temper flared, and she rolled up her sleeves, reaching out to grab Suan's hair. If that baby in your belly is my great-grandchild, and anything happens to it, I swear I'll skin you. Come with me now. I won't go. Help. Suan struggled desperately, swinging her arms wildly to push Jeang Guohua away. The kitchen instantly became chaotic. Buckets were knocked over, making loud crashing sounds. Smack. Jeang Guohua slapped Suan on the shoulder and pulled her arm to drag her outside. Little brat, you think you can act tough? Today, you're coming with me, whether you like it or not. Suan was dragged unsteadily, her cloth shoes worn out from the struggle. She looked at the courtyard gate, her eyes full of despair. Once she stepped out that door and entered old Lu's clinic, her reputation, her unborn child, and Lei Deshui would all be ruined. She couldn't go. She absolutely couldn't go. Grinding her teeth, Suan caught sight of a kitchen knife on the side of the stove. In that moment, she even considered fighting the old woman with the knife. But that thought quickly disappeared. No, killing someone would mean her child couldn't survive either. As they pulled and struggled in the middle of the yard, Suan suddenly had a bright idea. If she couldn't fight physically, she would have to outsmart her. Looking at Jeang Guohua's fierce face, she made up her mind. Ow! Suan suddenly let out a pained moan. She stopped falling backward and, instead, pushed forward with Jeang Guohua's force, collapsing softly to the ground.
Oh.
My stomach. Suan clutched her belly, curled up on the ground, and made a face of extreme pain. Jeang Guohua was pulling hard, but suddenly her grip loosened, almost making her sit down hard. Turning around, she saw Suan lying on the ground, her face pale as paper, with cold sweat on her forehead, actually from being scared. What's wrong? What's going on? Jeang Guohua was startled, and her fierce attitude from just now suddenly disappeared. Although she hated Suan, she cared more about the baby inside Suan's belly. If she accidentally lost the baby from a fall, she would be heartbroken. Stomach hurts. Mother, my stomach really hurts, Suan weakly called out, her voice thin as a thread, as if she might pass out at any moment. Oh my goodness. Jeang Guohua quickly let go, crouched down to help Suan, but didn't dare to move her too much. Don't move. Did you hurt the baby? Jeang Guohua was so anxious she pounded her thigh and didn't dare to mention taking Suan to the clinic. If she forcibly pulled her and caused the baby to be lost, she would be to blame.
Daeyoon, where are you?
Come out quickly, Jeang Guohua shouted loudly into the house. Wong Dajuan was lying on the heated bed in a daze. Hearing his mother's loud cry, he was so startled he almost fell over and ran out without putting on his shoes. What's wrong, mother? What happened? Hurry. Carry your wife into the house. Be gentle. Don't jostle our little grandson. Jeang Guohua pointed at Wong Dajuan with a tense look on her face. When Wong Dajuan heard, little grandson, His eyes widened. Pregnant? He didn't ask more, and quickly bent down to carry Suan. Suan kept her eyes closed, pretending to be dead, trying to stay relaxed as Wong Dajuan carried her into the east room, onto the heated Kong that was only used during the New Year. Dajuan, watch her, don't let her move around. I'll go get old Lu to come over, Jeang Guohua instructed and then turned to run outside, her steps quick and nimble, not at all like a woman in her 50s. Lying on the Kong, Suan listened to her footsteps fading away. She felt a little relieved inside. The first hurdle was passed, but it was only a temporary measure. Once old Lu arrived and checked her pulse, the truth would still be revealed. What should she do? Suan's heart was pounding wildly, her mind racing. She had to create a false impression to cover this up. She also needed to make sure old Lu couldn't tell she was pregnant. Is there any way to prove she wasn't pregnant? Suddenly, Suan opened her eyes wide and looked at the sewing basket on the Kong. Wong Dajuan sat on the edge of the Kong, a traditional bed, rubbing his hands and smiling foolishly at Suan. His eyes looked like he was watching a hen that just laid a golden egg. Wanner, what do you want to eat? Just tell me, and I'll get it for you. For the first time, Wong Dajuan called her Wanner in a gentle tone that made Suan's skin crawl. This man was so realistic it was almost disgusting. Suan opened her eyes weakly, pretending to be tired and unwell.
Dajuan.
I want to drink some hot water.
Ah.
Okay. I'll go boil some right now. Without hesitation, Wong Dajuan jumped off the Kong and ran to the kitchen. As he left, the weakness on Suan's face instantly disappeared. She suddenly sat up, moving quickly like a startled cat. There wasn't much time left. Jeang Guohua had gone to invite old Lu, and it would take at most 20 minutes for her to return. Suan grabbed the basket of needles and threads from the head of the Kong. It was usually used by Jeang Guohua to mend shoes, filled with scraps of cloth and sewing supplies. She searched through it, her hands trembling. Finally, she found a large steel needle used for mending shoes in the corner. The needle's tip gleamed coldly, looking sharp enough to hurt. Suan clenched her teeth, with no hesitation. She put her left index finger in her mouth and bit down hard, making her fingertip bleed. Then she held the steel needle in her right hand and stabbed it forcefully into her fingertip. Ow! The pain was sharp and intense, making Suan gasp and almost cry. But she ignored the pain. Bright red blood immediately appeared. Suan quickly pressed her finger into her pants. She smeared the blood on the inside of her thigh and rubbed it at her crotch area. It wasn't enough, so she squeezed a few more drops out, until a small patch of cloth was stained red, looking like the start of her period. After finishing, Suan quickly wiped the needle clean, threw it back into the basket, and placed the basket back where it was. She lay back down in bed, her heart pounding fiercely, as if it might jump out of her throat. She wasn't sure if this trick would work, but it was the only idea she had. As soon as she saw the red, old Lu wouldn't be able to say it was a happy pulse. Not long after she lay down, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the yard. Quick, quick. Brother Lu, he's inside the house. Jeang Guohua's voice was urgent. Suddenly, the curtain was pulled aside, and a cold breeze blew in. Jeang Guohua led in an old man carrying a medicine box. Old Lu had a goat beard and wore old-fashioned glasses, with one leg broken. He looked quite like a doctor. Wong Dajuan followed behind, holding a cup of hot water. Is this Dajuan's wife? Old Lu set the medicine box on the table and slowly walked to the bed. Her face doesn't look very good. Suan was curled up in bed, only showing her pale little face. She was really scared. Although old Lu was a barefoot doctor, he still knew the basics of pulse reading. If he felt that her pulse was wrong. Uncle Lu, Suan timidly called.
Don't speak.
Put out your hand. Old Lu sat on the edge of the bed, took out a small pulse pillow from the box. Suan tremblingly extended her right hand, her wrist thin like a reed. Old Lu used 3 fingers to feel her pulse at the wrist. The room suddenly became quiet. All that could be heard was the ticking of the old clock on the wall. Every second felt like a knife stabbing her heart. Jeang Guohua stood to the side, holding her breath, her eyes fixed on old Lu's hand, hoping he would find out good news. Old Lu squinted, his eyebrows shifting from furrowed to relaxed. Suan's heart was in her throat. She desperately tried to control her breathing, hoping her pulse would be irregular or weaker. It took about a minute. Old Lu withdrew his hand, stroked his goat beard, and said nothing. "How is it, Brother Lu? Is it a happy pulse?" Jeang Guohua couldn't hold back and asked eagerly. Old Lu shook his head, then nodded, looking very mysterious. "This pulse feels a bit slippery, like a happy pulse, but also a little weak, like insufficient energy and blood." His ambiguous words made Jeang Guohua very anxious, stomping her feet. "Is it or isn't it? Give me a clear answer." Old Lu clicked his tongue. "Don't worry." Dajuan's wife, besides dry heaving. "Do you feel anything else?" Suan bit her lip and whispered, "It's just a stomach ache." A dull pain. As she spoke, she deliberately lifted the blanket slightly, revealing a small bloodstain on her pants. "And I think I saw some red earlier." "What?" Jeang Guohua's eyes nearly popped out in shock when she heard this. She suddenly rushed over and pulled back the blanket. There was indeed a bright red streak on Suan's gray cloth pants. Although it wasn't much, it was very noticeable against the dull fabric. Jeang Guohua's face instantly fell, as if she had been slapped hard. The earlier excitement she felt was like a balloon popped with a pin, completely deflated. Seeing red? That means... Old Lu leaned in to look and shook his head. "If there's red, then it's not good news." Old Lu made a clear judgment. This is a period. But because her body is too weak, with low energy and blood, plus catching a cold, her period is coming unevenly, which causes stomach pain and nausea. This is called menstrual abdominal pain, or what we call dysmenorrhea. While packing his medicine box, Old Lu said, "In the future, eat more good food to boost your energy and blood. Don't do heavy work, rest more, and you'll be fine." Jeang Guohua stood there, completely stunned. Not a happy pregnancy? It's dysmenorrhea? Her precious granddaughter had turned into a mess of menstrual blood? The huge difference was too much for her to accept. No way. She was vomiting so badly just now. Jeang Guohua still couldn't believe it. "That's due to a cold stomach," Old Lu replied impatiently. "People with weak bodies often feel nauseous and want to vomit when their period comes. It's nothing serious. I'll prescribe a couple of warm uterus remedies. Just drink them for a couple of days and you'll be fine." After saying that, Old Lu picked up his medicine box and prepared to leave. Being pulled out in the cold weather for a misunderstanding, he also felt unlucky. After seeing Old Lu off, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned icy. Wong Dajuan no longer held the hot water, just set it down on the table with a disappointed look. "So unlucky. All that hope gone," he muttered, not even glancing at Suan, then turned and left. Jeang Guohua stood by the Kong, her face as dark as potash, more ferocious than before. She stared fixedly at Suan, her eyes full of hatred, as if she wanted to swallow her whole. "Useless things," Jeang Guohua cursed angrily. "Can't even lay an egg, and now you're pretending to be sick? Made me make a wasted trip and spend 2 yuan on a doctor. If you're not pregnant, don't just lie there like a corpse on the bed." She yanked the blanket off Suan. "Get up. Wash all the dirty clothes in this house. No dinner until you finish." After saying that, she stormed out, slamming the door loudly. Suan curled up on the cold bed, trembling all over. Not because of the cold, but out of fear. She looked at the still healing needle mark on her finger, feeling increasingly anxious. The danger is over. But only for now. The baby in her belly is still growing, and it won't be hidden for long. 1 month, 2 months. When her pregnancy shows, it will be a disaster. She must find a way to completely remove this hidden threat. Night fell. The Wong family's big yard fell silent again. Suan sneaked out of the woodshed. She had to find Lei Deshui. This matter is too big. She can't handle it alone. She had to tell him. Even if he might dislike her or ignore her after knowing, she had to say it. It's her responsibility to him and to the baby. Suan ran quickly to the back mountain melon field. Tonight, there was no moon. The melon shed stood alone in the dark, like a strange beast. She pushed open the door. Lei Deshui was sitting by the bed, holding a small file in his hand, polishing a tiny wooden horse. That was what he had been doing these past days, but she didn't know for whom. Seeing Suan come in, Lei Deshui's eyes lit up, and he quickly hid the wooden horse behind him. "Why are you here so late? Miss me?" Lei Deshui stood up smiling, reaching out to hug her. Suan didn't move. She stood at the door, under the light of the kerosene lamp, looking at this tall man in front of her. Suddenly, tears welled up. "Big brother Lei," her voice choked with emotion.
I
think I'm really pregnant." Clang, the file in Lei Deshui's hand dropped to the ground. He froze there, his smile on his face stiffening. The pair of eyes, usually filled with a bit of fierceness and teasing, were now wide open, full of shock. There was also a hint of unbelievable fear. The melon shed was silent as if dead. Not even the sound of the wind blowing through the grass outside could be heard. Lei Deshui held a pose as if he wanted to hug someone but didn't, his hands stiff in midair, like a fool caught in a trap. The cigarette in his mouth suddenly fell to the ground with a snap. Sparks landed on the dry wooden floor, but he didn't notice. "What did you say?" Lei Deshui's voice was dry, like a broken bellows. He even wondered if he had heard wrong or if he had gone crazy thinking about this for days. Suan sniffed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Seeing Lei Deshui so shocked, her heart ached deeply. Sure enough, was he afraid? No wonder. Who would want to get involved in such trouble? It could ruin his reputation or even lead to legal issues. Suan bit her lip and took a step back, her voice trembling with despair.
If
you don't want it, I will go to the county hospital tomorrow and get an abortion." Abort? Those words seemed to hit a nerve in Lei Deshui. He suddenly snapped back to reality, stepping quickly in front of Suan, his large hands grabbing her shoulders like iron clamps. "How dare you?" Lei Deshui shouted loudly, his eyes turning red. Suan shivered under his shout, tears falling more fiercely. That's your child." Lei Deshui stared into Suan's eyes, his voice urgent, even a bit cautious, as if seeking confirmation. Is it my child?" Suan was dizzy from his intense gaze but nodded.
Yes.
"Wong Dajuan can't do it. I've only been with you these 3 years." Suddenly, Lei Deshui burst into wild laughter. His laughter shook the dust from the top of the melon shed. He looked like a madman, tears almost coming out of his eyes from laughing so hard. "My own child. I have a kid. Ha ha ha." Lei Deshui lifted Suan into his arms, not with desire, but as if he were holding a priceless treasure, and spun around several times in joy. "I, Lei Deshui, finally have a child. Let's see who dares call me childless again." Suan felt dizzy from being spun, but the heavy weight in her heart finally lifted. He didn't despise her. He was truly happy. Lei Deshui gently placed Suan on the bed, as carefully as if he were setting down a piece of soft tofu. He crouched beside her, his rough, calloused hands trembling as they reached toward her belly. He wanted to touch it but hesitated. "There's really a little one in there?" he asked foolishly, his fierce look completely gone, replaced by the innocent joy of a soon-to-be father. Suan smiled through her tears, took his hand, and placed it on her stomach. "Yes, but it's still too small to feel." Lei Deshui's warm palm rested on her cool belly. He shivered, as if struck by lightning. That strange, powerful feeling of connection made this tough man, who had lived through countless dangers, suddenly tear up. This was his child. His own blood.
No.
Lei Deshui suddenly stood up and began pacing in the small melon shed like a restless lion. "You can't stay with the Wong family any longer. That place is a den of wolves. We'll leave tonight. I'll take you away." He started packing as he spoke. "We'll go south to Deep City. I've got a comrade there who runs construction projects. We'll have the baby there. No one will ever find us." Seeing his anxious, determined face, Suan felt a warm glow in her heart. But she shook her head. "Brother Lei, we can't go." She held his hand tightly, her eyes firm and clear. After what had happened earlier that day, She had thought things through. Running away was the worst choice. If they fled, people would say they had eloped, and she would be branded with shame for life. Besides, her body couldn't handle a long journey now. "I'm not leaving," Suan said softly. "I want to leave the Wong family openly, and with dignity." "Openly?" Lei Deshui was stunned.
How?
"Do you think those greedy people will just let you go?" Suan gave a cold smile, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. "That was a counterattack after being pushed to the limit. Didn't they say I couldn't lay eggs? Didn't they want to use me for breeding?" Suan gently touches her belly, her calm voice frightening. "Then I'll give them what they want." Lei Deshui frowns, not understanding. "What do you mean?" "Big brother Lei, do you trust me?" Suan looks up at him.
Trust.
"I'd give my life for you," Lei Deshui replies without hesitation. "Then just follow my plan." Suan leans close to his ear and whispers a few words. As Lei Deshui listens, his eyes narrow, and a cruel smile appears on his face. "Good. This is a perfect plan." He pats his thigh and says, "Let's do it. Make them suffer a big loss." But he quickly looks worriedly at Suan's belly.
But
"Will this work? What if you or the baby get hurt?" "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Suan clenches her fists. "For the baby, I won't let myself be at a disadvantage. In the past, she endured everything just to stay alive. Now, for the child in her belly, she must become a fierce mother wolf protecting her cubs." Lei Deshui looks at this suddenly strong woman, feeling both pain and pride in his heart. She is truly worthy of him, Lei Deshui. "All right, I trust you." Lei Deshui pulls Suan into his arms, resting his chin on her head. His gaze crosses her and looks out the window at the dark night, turning cold and fierce. That is the fierce glare of a beast guarding its food. "Suan, remember this." Lei Deshui's voice is deep, carrying a hint of menace. "Go ahead and cause trouble. Even if you turn the world upside down, it's fine. If the Wong family dares to lay a finger on you or hurt even a single hair of my son," he pauses, each word coming out with difficulty, "I will make their whole family pay for this child's happiness." Outside, the wind howls. A plan to strike back at the Wong family quietly begins in this dark night. And Suan is no longer the helpless prey. She is a hunter with a knife. Behind her stands the fiercest beast in Lei village. "Oh, big brother Lei." Suddenly, Suan remembered something. She took out the needle that pricked her finger earlier that day and also thought about the basket of sewing supplies. Lei Deshui listened and felt a deep ache in his heart. He grabbed Suan's finger, looked at the tiny needle prick, and gently blew on it. "Foolish woman, you're so harsh on yourself," he said. "If I don't be tough, how can I fool them?"
Suan smiled.
Lei Deshui looked at her smiling face and secretly vowed. In this life, he would never let this woman suffer any more unfairness. "Just wait. After the festival, I'll make the Wong family pay back everything they've taken over these years, with interest," he said with a gleam in his eyes. Since he was going to play, he would play big. Lei Deshui never fought without preparation. This game he was going to play himself. It was late at night. The kerosene lamp in the melon shed suddenly flickered out. Lei Deshui looked at Suan's small face, which was still smiling but so thin it was only palm-sized. A wild thought grew in his mind. She was his woman, carrying his child. How could she be like a refugee? Early the next morning, before dawn, Lei Deshui drove his noisy tractor out of the village. He didn't go to fetch bricks but headed straight for the county town. These days, money could make anything happen, especially since Lei Deshui had some connections in the black market. By late afternoon, he returned exhausted. The tractor's cargo bed was covered with a thick rain cloth, tightly sealed, hiding whatever was underneath. That night, when Suan went to the backyard outhouse, she heard 2 cat calls near the wall. It was a secret signal. Her heart skipped a beat. She looked around to see no one, then tiptoed to the old locust tree hollow. She reached out and touched it. Wow, it was full. 2 metal cans, heavy. Under the moonlight, she saw they were Red Star brand milk powder, full fat. Next to them was a large bag wrapped in brown paper, containing malted milk. This stuff was bought with ration tickets at the supply and marketing cooperative, very precious. At the bottom, there were 2 white plastic bottles with foreign writing on them. Suan recognized them as calcium tablets. Was Lei Deshui cleaning out the supply store? Suan held all these things in her arms, her eyes filling with tears. She hid her things deep inside the most hidden pile of firewood in the woodhouse, like a thief. That was her secret food storage. Since that day, Suan's life changed. Every day, when Jeang Guohua wasn't paying attention or when everyone was asleep at midnight, she would secretly make a cup of milk powder or eat 2 spoonfuls of malt extract. That sweet, fragrant taste melted on her tongue, flowed down her throat, and warmed her so much she almost cried. This wasn't just food, it was like the hot heart of Lei Deshui. With these good things to eat, Suan's body visibly improved. Her once pale face gradually showed a pinkish glow, like peach blossoms in spring. Her thin figure also started to fill out. Her waist was still slim, but her hips and chest became fuller. When she walked, her mature charm was obvious. Even her hair became shiny and black. In the dull, rural yard, it was very eye-catching. Jeang Guohua sat in the yard mending shoes. Her sharp triangular eyes kept sneaking a sly look at Suan. Strange. What has this unlucky star been eating lately? Why does she look so lively? Jeang Guohua wondered to herself. All the grain in the house was under her control. The little porridge and pickles she gave Suan each day were enough to keep her from starving. How could she have grown such a beautiful look?
Suan.
Did you secretly eat eggs behind my back? Jeang Guohua suddenly threw her shoe sole into the basket and scolded Suan. Suan was sweeping the floor. Hearing this, she straightened up, pushed her messy hair behind her ear gently and gracefully. Mother, I know how many eggs there are. You check 3 times a day. Where would I hide to steal them? Suan's voice was calm, neither humble nor proud. Then why is your face so red? Like you put on rouge. All flirtatious, Jeang Guohua muttered as she walked over and pinched Suan's arm. Did some wild man out there give you something tasty? Suan's heart skipped a beat, but she pretended to look innocent and wronged. Mother, if you say that, I'll go to the village committee and ask the secretary to settle this. How can a mother-in-law talk to her daughter-in-law like that? Hearing about the secretary, Jeang Guohua hesitated and stopped. She still remembered the warning from Lei Deshui's last load of bricks. She didn't dare push too hard. You probably don't have the guts anyway. Jeang Guohua spat and turned back into the house. But the matter was not over. Suan's change was noticed not only by Jeang Guohua, but also by Wong Dajuan. That night, Wong Dajuan drank some wine and staggered home. As soon as he entered, he saw Suan turning away from him while wiping herself. Under the dim yellow light, Suan's white neck and the slight curve of her chest caught Wong Dajuan's eyes, making his eyes widen. Although he was not very active as a man, he still felt a bit of desire. Before, Suan was so thin she looked like a skeleton, so he wasn't interested.
But now,
swallowing hard, Wong Dajuan, feeling the effects of the alcohol, locked the door and bolted it. Suan heard the noise and quickly turned around, clutching a towel tightly over her chest. Dajuan, what are you doing? Wong Dajuan chuckled lecherously, his face full of greed. Sweetheart, you've become more beautiful lately. Let me take a look. Have you gained weight? He reached out to grab her. Suan was so scared, she kept retreating until her back pressed against the cold wall. Don't come near. You smell like alcohol, it's disgusting. Stop pretending to be innocent. We're married, sleeping together is natural. Wong Dajuan, driven by lust, didn't care about anything else and grabbed her wrist. Suan felt her stomach churn and felt sick, wanting to vomit. If he touched her, what about the baby in her belly? What about the water in her body? She absolutely couldn't let him succeed. Just as Wong Dajuan's dirty mouth was about to get close, Suan had a sudden idea. Don't touch me.
I'm sick.
She screamed sharply. Wong Dajuan paused, stunned.
What?
What sickness? Seizing the chance, Suan broke free and shrank into the corner, hugging her arms, looking at him with fear and disgust. Dajuan, I didn't dare tell you. A few days ago, I went to the market and used the public toilet. When I got back, I felt itchy down there, and there was yellow discharge. She pretended to be in pain. Today, I secretly asked a barefoot doctor, and they said, it's a sexually transmitted disease, and it can be contagious. Maybe it's even rotting down there. What? A sexually transmitted disease. When Wong Dajuan heard those 3 words, he was so frightened he nearly lost his senses. He jumped back 2 meters as if he had stepped on something hot. In this time period, a certain disease was considered very dirty and shameful. It was a serious illness that could ruin a person's life.
You
dirty person. How did you get this disease? Wong Dajuan pointed at Suan with disgust and fear on his face. I don't know. Someone must have infected me. The doctor said this disease spreads quickly. Just a touch, and it can cause painful sores, pus, and eventually leave a hole where it's rotten, Suan said deliberately, describing the symptoms in a gross way. Wong Dajuan's face turned green. He instinctively covered his groin, worried about catching anything.
get out.
Stay away from me. Wong Dajuan waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a pest. Don't come into this room for the next few days.
Go sleep in the barn.
Take your bedding and everything. You're so unlucky, he shouted. Suan felt relieved inside, but pretended to be sad. She hugged her quilt and left the room. She thought she had escaped this trouble by making herself look disgusting. As long as Wong Dajuan thought she was dirty, she and her child would be safe. Back in the barn, Suan leaned against a pile of straw and took a deep breath. But before she could relax, a loud, pig-like squeal came from the front yard. Oh my goodness! Who stole my chicken? Suan was startled and ran outside to see what was happening. She saw Jeang Guohua standing in front of the chicken coop, holding an empty cage, crying loudly and hitting her thigh. My Luhua chicken. It was laying eggs just now. How did it disappear? Jeang Guohua cried. Suddenly, her angry eyes turned to Suan. Was it you? Did you steal my chicken, you greedy person? I knew you've been gaining weight lately. Turns out you've been stealing chickens. Suan stood in the yard, shivering in the cold wind. Mother, I was inside the house the whole time. The chicken coop is in the corner of the yard. How could I steal it? That's because you conspired with others to steal. Otherwise, why wouldn't the chicken make a sound? Jeang Guohua argued unfairly, grabbing a broom to hit Suan. Enough. Wong Dajuan came out of the house, looking impatient. Is one chicken really worth all this fuss? I just heard some noise inside, like a weasel took it away. He was now full of thoughts about Suan's venereal disease, feeling upset and distracted, not wanting to deal with this troublesome matter. Jeang Guohua saw her son not helping and could only angrily throw down the broom. Yellow weasel? I think there's a thief in the house. Suan, you are not allowed to eat tonight. Stay in the yard and watch the pig pen. If the pigs are stolen again, I will skin you. Suan said nothing and quietly went to the pig pen in the backyard. It was late at night, and the wind was colder. Suan wrapped herself tightly in her worn cotton-padded jacket and curled up in the corner by the wall. Suddenly, a dark head peeked over the wall. Sure. Lei Deshui was lying on the wall, holding a grass stick in his mouth, and winked at Suan. Big brother Lei. Suan was surprised and stood up quickly, running to the foot of the wall. Did that old woman bully you again? Lei Deshui's voice carried a cold tone. He had heard clearly the shouting and scolding from Jeang Guohua just now. Daring to call his woman a thief? And not giving her food? It's okay, I'm used to it. Suan shook her head. As long as the children were fine. That was enough. You're used to it, but I'm not. Lei Deshui snorted coldly and looked at the little pigs sleeping soundly. Those pigs were Jeang Guohua's favorites, meant to be sold for money during the new year. Wanner, go inside and rest. Lock the door. Don't come out no matter what you hear. Lei Deshui jumped down from the wall, stretched his arms, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Tonight, I'll teach that old woman a lesson. That night, the dogs in Lei's village barked especially happily. Early the next morning, just before dawn. A sharp, piercing scream broke the quiet of the morning. It was Jeang Guohua's voice, sounding more tragic than if she had lost her own father. My pig! My pig! The Wong family's courtyard instantly erupted. Wong Dajuan hadn't even put on his shoes, rushing out in his cotton-padded coat to the backyard. He saw that the pig pen door, which was supposed to be tightly closed, was wide open. Inside, the 5 piglets, fat and ears, ready to be sold for a good price at the end of the year, had already run away without a trace, not even a pig hair left behind. There were only messy pig hoof prints on the ground, leading all the way to the small, unlocked door in the backyard, disappearing into the vast wilderness. What's going on here? Wong Dajuan was stunned. These 5 pigs were the family's hope for the year, worth several hundred yuan. Jeang Guohua sat on the ground covered in pig manure, patting her thighs and crying loudly. Oh no! The pigs are sick. The pigs are sick.
Who was watching the door last night? Suan.
You useless girl. Where did you go? Jeang Guohua frantically looked around for Suan. Suan was slowly coming out of the woodshed, rubbing her sleepy eyes, looking confused. Mom, what's wrong? Why are you shouting so early? How dare you ask? The pigs. I told you to watch the pigs, and now where are they? Jeang Guohua got up from the ground, claws ready to scratch Suan's face. Suan took a step back, looking innocent. Mom, it was too cold last night. I just went back inside to rest for a while. I didn't expect the pigs to be so unruly and push the door open themselves. Nonsense. The door latch is made of iron. How could the pigs open it? Jeang Guohua trembled with anger. Enough, Mom.
Stop scolding.
We need to find the pigs quickly. Wong Dajuan was pacing anxiously. If they run into the mountains and get taken by wolves, all our work this year will be for nothing. Yes, yes. Find the pigs. Quickly. Jeang Guohua ignored scolding Suan and stood up, ready to rush outside. Did June go call Uncle Lair and the others? Let's split up and look for them. We must find the pigs. The family hurried out of the yard like headless flies. Before leaving, Jeang Guohua shot Suan a fierce glare. Stay at home and wait for me. If I can't find the pigs, I'll sell you to pay the debt. Finally, the yard was quiet. Suan looked at the empty pig pen and couldn't help but smile. Serves her right. That's what she deserved. It's karma. She turned back to the woodshed, closed the door, and didn't join the chaos. With this weather, searching all over the mountains for pigs was too much trouble. After a while, a soft sound suddenly came from the back wall. Clap. Suan's heart moved. She quickly pushed open the back window. She saw Lei Deshui, tall and steady, easily climbing over the wall and landing safely in the yard. He was carrying a paper-wrapped package and had a military-style water bottle tucked under his arm. As soon as they entered the house, a strong smell of grilled meat filled the air. Big brother Lei, did you really set the pig free? Suan looked at Lei Deshui with a mischievous smile. Although she had expected it, she still wanted to confirm. Is there any doubt? Lei Deshui spread out the oil paper on the table. Inside was a golden, juicy roasted wild rabbit, still steaming, clearly just taken off the fire. Last night, I opened the pig pen door and scattered some soybeans outside to guide them. The silly pigs, while eating, wandered into the mountains. Lei Deshui tore off a rabbit leg and held it near Suan's mouth. Now, they're probably making friends with wild boars. It'll take the Wong family a couple of days to find them. Suan took the rabbit leg and took a bite. Crispy outside, tender inside, full of flavor. So delicious. Suan squinted happily, looking very satisfied. Eat more if you like it. Lei Deshui watched her with a loving gaze, gentle, as if he could melt. He took a water bottle from his pocket and unscrewed the lid. This is jujube water, freshly boiled. It's hot, have a sip. While eating meat, Suan drank the sweet jujube water and listened to Lei Deshui tell how he led the pigs away last night, watching those pigs stubbornly run into the deep mountains. The strong contrast made her laugh out loud. Outside, the cold wind howled. The Wong family was busy digging in the dirt, freezing, and searching for the pigs. Inside, it was warm like spring. She was being spoiled and fed by the most fierce man in the village, eating grilled meat. This was the confidence Lei Deshui gave her. Big brother Lei, you're so mean. Suan playfully glared at him, but her mouth was still stained with oil and a smile.
Mean?
Lei Deshui raised his thumb, gently wiping the oil from her lips with his rough finger, then pressed his lips to hers.
I only treat them mean.
His eyes shone brightly, with a wildness that made her heart beat faster. I'd even be willing to give you my heart to roast and eat. Suan blushed and looked down. No one wants to eat your heart. That's too scary. They flirted inside the house for a while until the sun was high, and they guessed the Wong family would be back soon. Lei Deshui climbed over the wall and left. Before leaving, he kissed her on the forehead. Stay at home and rest well. If that old busybody comes back to cause trouble, just pretend to be sick and don't argue. Sure enough, by noon, the Wong family members came back looking very sad. They all looked dirty and tired, with mud on their shoes and runny noses from the cold. They only found 2 of the 5 pigs. The remaining 3 are probably really gone into the mountains to feed the wolves. When Jeang Guohua entered the yard and saw that half of the pig pen was empty, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted straight away.
Mom,
what's wrong? Wong Dajuan quickly pinched her to wake her up. After a long while, Jeang Guohua slowly regained consciousness. My pigs. My money. She cried terribly, feeling heartbroken and overwhelmed. She really fainted from the shock. She lay on the bed in the east room, with a damp towel on her forehead, groaning and calling out.
Suan,
Where is that troublemaker? Jeang Guohua weakly called out. Tell her to come here. Let her serve us, fetch water, and do chores. She owes us the Wong family. Suan was in the kitchen boiling water. When she heard Jeang Guohua shouting, she didn't get angry. Instead, she calmly added some firewood to the stove. The flickering firelight reflected on her face, flickering like a candle. Serve? Fine. Then she would serve her well. Suan picked up the broken medicine jar and poured the herbal medicine Wong Dajuan brought her into it. Then, she took out a small package from a hidden crack in the wall. It was a piece of Huanglian coptis, given to her last time by Lei Deshui. It was meant to be brewed into tea to clear heat, but now it was just right for her plan. Suan grabbed a handful of Huanglian and threw it all into the medicine jar. Mom, aren't you feeling bitter inside? Your daughter-in-law will add some ingredients to help you. She stirred the dark medicine with a spoon, a cold smile appearing on her lips. The medicine was ready. Just smelling it made her tongue tingle. Suan carried the steaming bowl of medicine and slowly walked into the east room. Mom, the medicine is ready. Drink it while it's hot. Her voice was gentle, like a soft sheep. Jeang Guohua, feeling dizzy, didn't think much and opened her mouth to drink a big sip. Suddenly, the dark brown medicine splashed out like a fountain, splattering right into Wong Dajuan's face. Cough, cough, cough. This medicine is so bitter. Is it meant to poison me? Jeang Guohua was choked by the bitter medicine, tears and runny nose streaming down her face. She rolled desperately on the bed, sticking out her tongue like a dying old dog. The bitterness was so intense it seemed to shoot straight to her forehead, making her want to spit out her very guts. Wong Dajuan wiped some medicine from his face, looking confused. Suan, what kind of medicine did you make? Why does it taste so strong? Suan stood by the bed, holding a half-empty bowl of medicine, looking innocent and worried. Dajuan, this is the medicine you brought back. I didn't waste any of it. I boiled it all. She blinked, her eyes slightly red, looking very pitiful. The doctor said, bitter medicine benefits the sick. Mother is so anxious, she needs strong medicine to calm her down. The more bitter, the better it clears the heat. Mother, just bear with it. For your health, this medicine can't be wasted. It costs quite a bit, you know. Whenever money was mentioned, Jeang Guohua cared about it more than her life. Though the medicine was so bitter she wanted to die, she clenched her teeth and didn't spit it out, thinking it was paid for. Drink. I will drink it. Jeang Guohua glared at Suan, her eyes full of hatred, as if she wanted to swallow her whole. You little brat, are you trying to trick me? Mother, what are you talking about? I just want you to get better soon, so we can find our pig again. Suan emphasized the word pig heavily. Hearing pig, Jeang Guohua's chest ached again, almost causing her to faint. Finally, with Suan's obedient help, Jeang Guohua forced herself to swallow the bowl of medicine, which was 10 times more bitter than Chinese gentian. After drinking it, Jeang Guohua collapsed, her mouth only tasting bitterness, with no strength left to scold. Because Jeang Guohua fell ill, all the household chores suddenly fell on Suan. Fetching water, chopping firewood, feeding the remaining 2 pigs, and taking care of Jeang Guohua's needs. Suan, pregnant and still nourished by nourishing tonics, couldn't handle so much. Carrying water with a shoulder pole, it pressed painfully on her shoulders, and her belly felt heavy and uncomfortable. That afternoon, Suan was struggling to draw water from the well. Suddenly, a strong hand reached over and snatched the water bucket from her. "Oh, isn't that sister-in-law? How can you do such heavy work?" Suan was surprised and looked up. It was a young man with a rough look, wearing a colorful shirt. He was known in the village as a troublemaker called Gosheng. Usually, Gosheng followed behind Lei Deshui and often stole chickens and dogs. The villagers avoided him. "Gosheng? What are you doing?" Suan asked cautiously, taking a step back. Gosheng chuckled and winked at Suan. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I saw that accountant Wong Dajuan works hard calculating for the village, so I came to help out." Without waiting for a reply, Gosheng grabbed 2 buckets full of water and hurried to the Wong family's house. "This little job, I'll take care of it from now on." At the Wong house, Gosheng poured out the water and then snatched the axe from Suan's hand to chop firewood. Crack! Crack! He swung the axe vigorously, quickly chopping a big pile of wood. Wong Dajuan heard the noise and came out, surprised. "Gosheng? What are you doing?" Gosheng straightened up, wiped his sweat, and flattered Wong Dajuan, leaning in close. "Brother Wong, you're the village's smart guy. If I ever need help, I'll count on you to speak well for me to the secretary. This little work, sister-in-law shouldn't do it. From now on, whenever I'm free, I'll come help your family for free." Wong Dajuan's vanity swelled at these words. He usually just ran errands and did calculations in the village. He had never been flattered like this by a troublemaker. "Oh, I feel a bit embarrassed," Wong Dajuan said politely, but he was smiling happily and straightened his back. "All right, you've got good judgment. If you need anything, just tell me." Suan watched from the side, almost laughing out loud. She knew Gosheng was sent by Lei Deshui. That was Lei Deshui's clever trick. He helped her with work, protected her, and also flattered Wong Dajuan, making him think he was important. Wong Dajuan wouldn't suspect anything was wrong. In the next few days, the Wong family became lively. Today Gosheng came to fetch water. Tomorrow Matzi came to sweep the yard. Everyone was pretending to admire Wong Dajuan, taking on all the heavy chores around the house. Suan became the most relaxed person, spending her days cooking and sitting in the yard to enjoy the sun and rest during her pregnancy. Jeang Guohua's health improved, and she was able to go outside again. Looking at the family's group of free workers, she was very happy and kept praising her son for his skills and good reputation. But she still had a nagging worry in her heart. That was the series of bad luck hitting the family. First, Ergo was beaten, then they lost chickens, followed by the pigs running away, and finally, she herself fell ill. Jeang Guohua was superstitious and felt more and more that something was wrong. There must be some evil spirit causing all this. She patted her thigh and made a decision. She no longer cared about money and spent a lot to invite a famous fortune-teller from a nearby village to perform a ritual to drive away evil spirits. That afternoon, the Wong family's yard was filled with smoke. The fortune-teller wore a bright, colorful robe, her face painted like a monkey's behind, holding a peachwood sword, chanting words, and jumping around the yard. "Spirit of heaven, spirit of earth, Lao Jun, please reveal your power." Wong Dajuan and Jeang Guohua followed behind, looking very respectful. Suan stood under the eaves, watching this farce with a cold eye, feeling only amused. After jumping for a while, the fortune-teller suddenly twitched all over, rolled her eyes, as if possessed by a ghost. She suddenly turned around, pointing her peachwood sword directly at Suan.
Oh, evil aura.
Such strong evil energy, the fortune-teller screamed and stepped closer to Suan. Jeang Guohua was startled. Great immortal, what evil aura? Where is it? The fortune-teller's sword tip almost poked Suan's nose, then slowly moved down and stopped at her belly. Right here. Inside this belly, the fortune-teller stared fiercely, speaking loudly. This woman is a bad omen. She's pregnant with a demon, blocking your Wong family's wealth, draining your family's life energy. If we don't get rid of this demon, more people will die, and your family will lose a lot of money. The sharp cry of demon from the fortune-teller was like a thunderclap, making Suan's head buzz. She instinctively took a step back, her hands protectively covering her belly. Her heart pounded fiercely in her chest, as if it might jump out at any moment. Are you being exposed? Is this fortune-teller really that powerful? Can she even see the unborn baby inside her belly? Suan's face instantly turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead, dripping down her cheeks. When Jeang Guohua heard this, she was even more alarmed. She was very superstitious, and recently her family had been unlucky one thing after another. She had already become suspicious and fearful. Now, hearing the fortune-teller say this, her eyes widened in shock, and her glare was as fierce as a hungry wolf. Great master, are you saying that this bad luck star has something dirty inside her belly? Jeang Guohua quickly rushed to the fortune-teller, looking anxious and eager.
No wonder.
No wonder our family has been losing pigs and getting sick lately. It must be this evil spirit causing trouble. Seeing Jeang Guohua fall for the trick, the fortune-teller played her part even more dramatically. She rolled her eyes, trembled all over, and waved her wooden peach sword, making a whooshing sound in the air. Exactly. This evil spirit is full of resentment, lying in her stomach, sucking your family's vital energy. If you don't get rid of it quickly, disaster will strike your family in less than 3 days. So, what should we do? Great master, please save us. Wong Dajuan was so scared his legs trembled. He hid behind Jeang Guohua, looking at Suan with a terrified expression, as if she had really turned into a monster that eats people. The fortune-teller suddenly stopped her actions, took out a dirty black ceramic bowl from her pocket. She grabbed some incense ash from her bag and, without knowing where, pulled out a yellow paper that looked like a ghostly talisman. She lit it in the bowl. Whoosh! The flame shot up and instantly turned into black ash, falling into the bowl. The fortune-teller spat into the bowl, then poured half a bowl of murky well water, stirring it with her finger. That dark, foul-smelling, talisman water was ready. Give her this talisman water to drink. Forcing out the evil spirit inside her belly, the fortune-teller shoved the bowl into Jeang Guohua's hand and shouted sternly. Jeang Guohua took the bowl. The strong, pungent smell made her wrinkle her nose, but thinking about her family's luck, she hardened her heart. She held the bowl and pushed it towards Suan.
Drink.
Drink it all. Jeang Guohua's face was fierce, like a vengeful ghost. Spit out the dirty thing inside your belly, and see how you still dare to harm our family. Suan looked at the dark water, her stomach churning violently. This is not holy water, it's clearly muddy water. If someone drinks this, not only the baby inside the stomach, but even adults could be seriously harmed. I won't drink. You're crazy. Suan desperately shook her head and turned to run into the house. Hold her. Quickly, everyone catch her, Jeang Guohua gave the order. Although Wong Dajuan was scared, he couldn't ignore the situation and rushed forward, grabbing Suan's arm. Suan, just listen to your mother. It will be fine after you drink it. Wong Dajuan tightly held Suan and tried to pull her toward Jeang Guohua. Let me go. I won't drink. This is superstitious nonsense. It will kill people, Suan screamed in despair, kicking her feet wildly, leaving deep marks in the muddy ground with her shoes. But she was just a weak woman. She couldn't resist Wong Dajuan's strength. In a flash, she was pressed against the wall. Wong Dajuan twisted her arms behind her back, while Jeang Guohua held her chin with one hand and the bowl of foul-smelling water with the other, trying to force it into her mouth. Suan clenched her teeth tightly, struggling to shake her head. The dark liquid spilled onto her face and neck, cold and sticky, with a disgusting burnt smell. Fear overwhelmed her like a flood. The baby. If this water is forced into her, can the baby still be saved? Just as the bowl was about to force open Suan's clenched teeth, and she was about to be overwhelmed.
Bang!
A loud crash. The front door of the Wong family was kicked open. Immediately, a cocky voice rang out. "Hey, what's going on here in broad daylight? Playing a big drama?" The people in the yard froze and all looked toward the door. They saw Go Sheng, wearing his signature floral shirt, holding a blade of grass in his mouth, hands in his pockets, swaggering inside. Behind him were two equally carefree young men. Go Sheng was a follower of Lei Deshui, known for being a troublemaker in the village. No one respected him except Lei Deshui. Today, he was sunbathing at the village entrance when he received Lei Deshui's strict orders to watch over the Wong family. When he heard shouting about monsters and water being poured, Go Sheng knew something was wrong and rushed in immediately. When Wong Dajuan saw that these troublemakers were just a second-rate bunch, he relaxed his grip a little. Go Sheng ignored him, took a few steps forward, and glanced sideways at the fortune teller and then at the black bowl in Jeang Guohua's hand. TSK, Accountant Wong, what are you guys doing? What era is this? Still practicing superstitions. Although Go Sheng was a troublemaker, he was quite good at pretending to be serious. This is to invite a master to drive out evil spirits from her home. Jeang Guohua felt a bit guilty. After all, practicing superstitions could get her into trouble if the village secretary found out. Evil spirits? I think you're causing harm instead. Go Sheng sneered coldly, suddenly kicked the bowl in Jeang Guohua's hand. Smack! A crisp sound. The dark water with charms inside was kicked out, arcing through the air, then hit the ground with a loud crash, shattering into pieces. The black water splashed everywhere, even splattering onto the colorful robes of the fortune teller. Oh no! Jeang Guohua jumped back in fright, almost falling to the ground. What? What are you doing? What am I doing? I'm helping you break superstitions. Go Sheng pointed at the fortune teller, eyes wide, acting fierce. Where did this old con artist come from? Dare to cheat in Lei Village? Believe it or not, I'll go call the village secretary and have you taken to the street. The fortune teller was just a scammer, usually tricking naive women. When she heard about calling the secretary and being taken to the street, her face turned pale with fear. If she got caught, she'd end up in jail. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. The fortune teller, no longer pretending, quickly tucked her wooden sword into her clothes and tried to run away. I still have meat cooking at home. I'm leaving now. Leaving now. She ran faster than a rabbit, disappearing out of the yard in the blink of an eye, without even returning the money she had just received.
Hey, Master.
Master, don't go. Jeang Guohua was anxious, stomping her feet, but she couldn't catch up. Suddenly, the yard fell silent. Suan collapsed against the wall, gasping heavily, trembling all over. At that moment, she truly thought she was doomed. Go Sheng looked at Suan, saw she was okay, then whistled at Wong Dajuan. Accountant Wong, be more careful in the future. If someone gets hurt, you won't be able to keep your job. After speaking, Go Sheng, along with two followers, swaggered away like victorious roosters. Dajuan Wong stood still, his face shifting from red to pale as he looked at the broken porcelain on the ground, feeling scared inside. If he really caused Suan to be hurt badly, the trouble would get big, and he wouldn't be able to stay in the village. Mom, it's better not to invite such people again. They only cheat money, Dajuan Wong muttered, and let go of Suan's hand. But Jeang Guohua ignored her son. She stared tightly at Suan's belly, her triangular eyes full of suspicion. Even though the fortune teller was a liar, the phrase, "there's something in your stomach," felt like a thorn stuck in Jeang Guohua's heart. She was experienced and had felt that Suan's body was heavier than before when they were pulling her. And that belly. Suan was wearing an old, plain shirt. When she was pushed to the ground, her clothes clung to her body. Her stomach wasn't obvious, but it did seem a little more rounded than usual. Suan, Jeang Guohua suddenly spoke, her voice cold and sharp. Have you gained weight in your belly recently? Suan's heart skipped a beat. She quickly got up from the ground, tugged at her clothes to cover her belly. Mom, I was just scared earlier and my stomach is bloated. Suan forced herself to stay calm, lowering her head as she spoke. Plus, I've been eating more lately, so I might have gained some weight. Gained weight? Jeang Guohua snorted coldly, her eyes like hooks, scanning Suan's belly. It's best if you've just gained weight. If I find out you're hiding something dirty inside your stomach. She didn't finish her sentence, but the fierce look in her eyes made Suan shiver. Suan didn't dare stay longer. She quickly found an excuse and slipped into the firewood shed. As soon as she entered, she leaned against the door, feeling exhausted. It was too dangerous. This time, Go Sheng had saved her, but what about next time? Suan lowered her head and touched her belly. Although she was only over 2 months pregnant, her belly was indeed growing faster. The once flat stomach now had a small bump starting to form. Normally, pregnancy shows after 3 months, but she is only a little over 2 months, and she already looks like she's 4 months pregnant. If she keeps growing like this for another month, her winter coat won't hide her belly anymore. She must find a way to handle this. Suan bit her lip, a look of determination in her eyes. This baby is her life and Lei Deshui's life. No one can take it away. Late at night, the moon hid behind the clouds. On the back hill of Lei's village, everything was silent, with only the occasional sound of insects. In the melon shed, the kerosene lamp was dimmed to its lowest setting, flickering like a tiny ghost fire. Suan curled up in Lei Deshui's arms, wrapped in a blanket that smelled of tobacco. One of Lei Deshui's large hands gently rested on Suan's belly. The feeling under his palm was warm, soft, and a little firm. It was proof that life was growing inside. Brother Lei, do you think it's getting a bit big? Suan placed her hand over Lei Deshui's, her voice tinged with worry. That fortune teller almost saw it today. If it keeps growing like this, I won't be able to hide it for much longer. Lei Deshui said nothing. He was focused on feeling the movement beneath his hand. His usually fierce face was now full of a silly, happy smile. Big? It's good if it's big. Lei Deshui chuckled, showing his big white teeth. It means our son is strong. Follow me. He seemed to be touching a precious treasure, gently stroking the small bump. Wanner? I asked around. Lei Deshui suddenly lowered his voice, with a tone full of mystery and excitement he couldn't hide. I have a comrade in arms whose wife just got pregnant. She hasn't shown yet at 3 months. But you, only 2 months in, are already so obvious. He paused, his eyes shining brightly. They say it's probably twins. Twins? Suan exclaimed, instinctively covering her mouth. Are you saying twins? That's right. Lei Deshui beamed with joy, giving Suan a big kiss on the cheek. I knew it. With my body, I can hit 2 targets at once. Nothing can stop me. He was excited, pacing back and forth in the narrow melon shed. His happiness was so strong that he almost wanted to go out and set off some firecrackers right now. 2 sons. Ha ha. One will learn to drive for me, and the other will learn to do business. Our old Lei family is finally proud again. Seeing Lei Deshui look so silly, Suan's worries eased a lot. She touched her belly and couldn't help but smile. If she really had 2 children, all the suffering would be worth it. Big brother Lei, be quiet. Don't let anyone hear us. Suan playfully tugged at his sleeve. Lei Deshui quickly sat back down and hugged Suan into his arms, as if wanting to merge her into his bones and blood.
Vanea, maybe.
We shouldn't stay at the Wong family anymore. Lei Deshui's smile faded, and his eyes turned serious. Look at your body now. It's getting heavier every day. The Wong family's people are like vampires. They eat without leaving bones. The story about the shaman today really scared me. What if one day I can't watch over you, and they really hurt you? Lei Deshui clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. I'll rent a house in the county and bring you there. Or we can go directly to the south, where no one can find us. Suan leaned against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, and shook her head. No, big brother Lei. Her voice was soft but firm. If we leave now, it's like running away. We'll never be able to lift our heads in this life. Besides, if Wong Dajuan finds out I ran away, he'll spread rumors everywhere that I stole a man. When our child is born, it'll be considered a wild kid, and will be looked down on forever. Suan looked up into Lei Deshui's eyes. I want to leave the Wong family with dignity. I want Wong Dajuan to beg me for a divorce, and I want him to pay back everything he owes me over the years. Lei Deshui looked at this delicate yet stubborn woman, feeling a twinge of sadness in his heart.
He knew Suan was right.
In this era, reputation is everything. Especially for the sake of the children, she couldn't live with a stain on her name. All right, I'll listen to you. Lei Deshui sighed and gently patted her back. But we agreed, we can't lose ourselves in the process. Starting tomorrow, I will have someone bring you that malted milk drink and big red dates. If you want anything else, just tell Go Sheng. Even if it's dragon meat from the sky, I will get it for you. Suan nodded, her eyes a little teary. And your stomach. Lei Deshui frowned, staring at her swollen belly. We need to find a way to hide it. Suan smiled faintly, a clever look flashing in her eyes. Don't worry, I have a plan. Early the next morning, in the Wong family's kitchen, loud, heartbreaking vomiting sounds could be heard.
Ugh. Ugh.
Suan was leaning over the water basin, vomiting until her bowel almost came out. Wong Dajuan had just gotten up, slipped on his slippers, and went into the kitchen to find water. When he heard the noise, he pinched his nose in disgust. What's going on so early in the morning? Is someone mourning? Suan sat up straight, her face pale and yellow, tears in her eyes as she looked at Wong Dajuan.
Dajuan.
I think my stomach illness is getting worse. Suan weakly supported herself against the wall, her body trembling. Last night, the pain lasted all night and my stomach is swollen. It's hard and firm, like there's gas that can't come out. She deliberately placed her hand on her stomach and rubbed it, pretending to be in great pain. Swollen stomach? Wong Dajuan frowned, took a step back, afraid of catching something. The doctor said it was stomach cold, so why isn't it better? I don't know. Suan said with a crying voice, and lately, I feel nauseous all the time. Seeing greasy food makes me want to vomit. Aunt Air at the east end of the village said it might be. Maybe something growing in my stomach, or a complication from that contagious disease. When she mentioned contagious disease, Wong Dajuan's face turned green instantly. The last time Suan faked that, syphilis, it still haunted him. Oh my! Stay away from me. Wong Dajuan was so scared he stopped drinking water and turned to run outside. Why are there so many problems with this illness? I really have terrible luck marrying someone like you, a walking medicine cabinet. Wong Dajuan ran into the yard, taking deep breaths of fresh air, as if there was a plague in the kitchen. Jeang Guohua heard the noise and came out. Seeing her son's behavior, she asked, "What's wrong?" Wong Dajuan looked unhappy and said, "I think she's really useless. There's no way she can go on like this." Jeang Guohua heard this and also frowned. She had suspected that Suan might be pregnant, but now hearing that she had serious stomach problems and bloating, combined with Suan's half-dead appearance, her doubts eased a bit. After all, who in any family would be this weak if they were pregnant? Also, old Lu had said last time that she wasn't showing signs of pregnancy. Good for nothing. Jeang Guohua spat on the ground. If she's sick, don't let her do heavy work. Better she stays at home and doesn't bring bad luck. Let her go to the backyard to chop firewood, away from the kitchen, so she doesn't pass her bad luck to us. Wong Dajuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Keep her away. So, Suan used her illness as an excuse to justify wearing loose clothes. She found her old, worn-out padded jacket. This jacket was from many years ago, big and baggy, with almost no cotton left inside. Wearing it, she looked bulky, like a big bear wrapped in a quilt. But it perfectly covered her small, bulging belly. Even if she looked a little pregnant, others would just think her jacket was too thick or that she had bloating. Suan sat in the backyard chopping firewood, the cold wind rushing into her collar, but she felt warm inside. She touched her belly and smiled faintly. As long as she could protect her baby, pretending to be sick was worth it. She was willing to act crazy or foolish if needed.
Days passed by slowly.
With Lei Deshui secretly feeding her, Suan claimed to be seriously ill, but in reality, her body was getting stronger. Wong Dajuan, annoyed that she was sick, kept his distance and didn't even look at her directly. This gave Suan the greatest freedom and safety. Until one day, the village loudspeaker crackled to life. Attention all villagers! Attention all villagers! The relief grain from the county has arrived. Everyone, bring your household registration book and grain bag to the team office to collect your share. 50 jean of white flour per person. 50 jean of white flour. This news caused the entire Lei family village to burst into excitement. Because it was white flour. Usually, everyone eats cornmeal cakes, and only during the new year do they dare to make plain flour dumplings. These 50 pounds of white flour are the key to surviving the winter. When Wong Dajuan heard there was white flour, his eyes lit up.
Hurry! Suan, stop pretending to be sick.
Quickly take the bag and line up at the village office. Wong Dajuan shouted to the backyard, "If you're late, there won't be any." Suan put down her axe, wiped the sweat from her forehead. She knew she had to go. If she didn't go, Jeang Guohua might get angry with her. Suan found the biggest sack, wrapped her worn cotton-padded jacket tightly, and stepped out into the cold wind. At this moment, she didn't realize. This seemingly ordinary grain collection would expose her relationship with Lei Deshui in front of everyone. The company commander shouted loudly, and 2 strong young men lifted a bag of flour, throwing it with a loud bang onto the ground in front of Suan. Dust flew everywhere. Suan looked at the heavy bag of flour, feeling bitter inside. 50 jean. Usually, she could carry it with a bit of effort. But now, she was pregnant with 2, actually 3 children, and her body was at its most delicate time. If she forced herself to carry it, she might harm the baby. What's wrong? Hurry up and carry it away. The people behind are waiting, the people in line behind impatiently urged. Yeah. Stop dawdling. If you don't have the strength, don't come to get it. Suan had no choice but to bend down, grasp the corners of the sack with both hands, and try to carry it on her shoulder. Lift. She clenched her teeth and suddenly exerted force. But the sack seemed to have taken root, heavy and immovable. Suan's feet slipped, her body tilted, losing balance, and she was about to fall into the muddy ditch nearby along with the bag. Suan cried out in alarm, closing her eyes in despair. If she fell, the baby in her belly. At this critical moment, a strong, powerful hand, like iron tongs, suddenly grabbed Suan's arm. Then, a huge force came, and Suan felt her body lighten as she was pulled into a firm, warm embrace. That familiar, slightly smoky masculine scent wrapped around her instantly. Suan suddenly opened her eyes. She saw a pair of eyes full of worry and anger. It was Lei Deshui. He had rushed over without her noticing, one hand tightly holding Suan's waist, the other steadying the bag of flour that was about to slip. The bag of flour that Suan had struggled so hard to carry, in his hand, was as light as carrying a bag of cotton. "Are you trying to risk your life?" Lei Deshui growled low, his voice filled with restrained panic and anger. Just now, he saw Suan wobbling nearby, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. If she had fallen, it would have been 2 lives lost. His shout stunned everyone around. The area in front of the main office instantly fell silent, and dozens of eyes fixed on these 2 people. Lei Deshui was holding Suan with one arm and carrying flour with the other. The pose looked very intimate and suggestive, especially the way Lei Deshui looked at Suan. There was no longer the usual fierce and intimidating expression in his eyes. Instead, his eyes showed concern, even a hint of tenderness. "Hey, isn't that Lei the boss?" Someone in the crowd whistled loudly. What's going on? When did Lei become so caring? Did the Wong family's daughter-in-law fall, and you get so worried about her? Ha ha ha. Everyone around burst into laughter. Exactly. Lei, where are you putting your hand? She's got a man too. If Wong Dajuan saw this, he'd be so angry his head would turn green. These jokes and teasing sounds buzzed around like flies. Suan's face instantly turned red up to her ears. Her body stiffened, trying to break free from Lei Deshui's hold. Big brother Lei, let me go, she whispered, trembling. If this got out, she would be ruined. Hearing the gossip, Lei Deshui's concern quickly turned into anger. He suddenly raised his head, eyes wide like copper bells, shining with fierce light. Stop laughing. Everyone shut up. Lei Deshui shouted loudly, making the people nearby cover their ears from the loud noise. He slammed the flower on the ground with a loud bang, startling the few who had been teasing earlier. The Wong family's daughter-in-law is fragile. If she falls and gets hurt, who can pay for it? He pointed at the whistler, his tone cold. Are you going to pay? Or you? I was entrusted by Accountant Wong to look after her. What's wrong with helping out? Is helping others wrong? Lei Deshui spoke confidently, without blushing or feeling guilty. Everyone knew that Wong Dajuan and Lei Deshui weren't very close, but no one dared to offend Lei Deshui at this moment. After all, this tough man's fists weren't to be taken lightly. No, that's right. Lei is so righteous. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. The crowd quickly made excuses and laughed nervously. Lei Deshui snorted coldly and ignored them. He let go of his hold on Suan's waist, but still nervously reached out to support her. All right, this bag is too heavy. I'll have someone take it back for you. Without waiting for Suan's response, Lei Deshui called over the nearby Gosheng. Gosheng, where did you go? Take this bag of flour back to the Wong family. Gosheng happily ran over, hoisted the bag of flour, and hurried away. Got it. Sister-in-law, take care on your way. Suan lowered her head, blushing, and hurriedly left the team headquarters amid many complicated looks. The crowd gradually dispersed, but in a corner, a pair of eyes kept staring intently at Suan's departing figure. It was a pair of narrow, sinister, slanted eyes.
It was Widow Zhao.
She was holding a handful of sunflower seeds but had forgotten to crack them, her nails digging deep into the shells. People might have been fooled by Lei Deshui's words just now. But Widow Zhao was experienced in love and had seen many men. She saw everything clearly. The moment Lei Deshui rushed to hug Suan, the nervous look in his eyes, the instinctive action of protecting her belly. That was not just being entrusted. That was a man's look at his woman. He was worried she might fall, worried she might hurt herself, worried she might suffer a little. Widow Zhao's heart felt like it was filled with vinegar, sour and bitter. She had been thinking about Lei Deshui for years, giving him insoles and throwing flirtatious glances, but he never paid her any attention. But now this deadly man was so caring about Suan, who couldn't even lay eggs.
Why?
Good for you, Suan. You act like a pure maiden, but it turns out you've long been involved with Lei Deshui. Widow Zhao spat, a malicious glint flashing in her eyes. How come you've gained weight and look better recently? Turns out a wild man has been nourishing you. Humph. Trying to hide it? Not so easy. She threw the sunflower seeds in her hand and quietly followed behind. Suan didn't go straight home. She was so frightened just now that she broke out in a cold sweat, and now her heart was pounding. She wanted to go to the old locust tree cave in the back mountain. Lei Deshui had told her a few days ago that he had left her some good stuff there. She needed to eat something sweet to calm her nerves. Suan deliberately took a big detour, making sure no one was behind her, before slipping into the small woods on the back mountain. She approached the withered old locust tree, looked around, then reached her hand into the tree hollow. After feeling around for a while, she pulled out a tin can. It was baby formula. Suan relaxed and was about to tuck the formula into her pocket. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. A colorful candy wrapper floated out of her pocket and drifted gently onto the dry grass below. Suan didn't notice and hurried away, clutching the formula. Once she was far enough, a figure emerged from the nearby bushes.
It was Widow Zhao.
She had been hiding there, not daring to breathe loudly. She watched as Suan took out the formula from what she knew only as a secret hideout, a place only a few knew about. That formula was high-quality stuff. The Wong family, who were very poor, could never afford such things. Widow Zhao sneered, walked over, and bent down to pick up the candy wrapper. It was a wrapper for a white rabbit milk candy. In this remote, poor mountain village, only one person ate this kind of candy, and only one could afford it. That was Lei Deshui. Holding the wrapper, Widow Zhao felt like she was holding Suan's weakness. She looked in the direction Suan had gone, a sinister smile curling on her lips. Suan, this time I'll see how you deny it. This time, I will make sure you are ruined and lose everything. Widow Zhao clenched the crumpled candy wrapper as if holding a ticket to wealth and power. She hurried to the Wong family's door. She didn't knock immediately, but peeked through the crack in the door. The yard was quiet, with only a few sparrows pecking at the grains on the ground. She brushed her messy hair, cleared her throat, then shouted loudly, "Aunt Guohua, are you home? I have something big to tell you." Jeang Guohua was sitting inside the main room, sewing shoes, and was still thinking about Suan's pregnancy. Hearing Zhao's loud voice, she impatiently brushed her hair back and said, "What's the fuss?" "The door isn't locked, come in." Zhao pushed the door open, looking mysterious, and deliberately closed the door behind her. "Auntie, do you still have time to mend shoes?" Widow Zhao sat on the edge of the Kong, her eyes darting around. She lowered her voice and said, "Your backyard is about to catch fire." Jeang Guohua paused her hand and rolled her eyes. "Spit it out quickly, don't keep me guessing." Widow Zhao chuckled and took out a colorful piece of candy wrapper, slapping it in front of Jeang Guohua. "Auntie, look at this." "What do you think it is?" Jeang Guohua squinted and looked at the wrapper. It had a picture of a big white rabbit and some foreign characters. "It's just a candy wrapper. What's the big deal? Do you want some candy?" "Oh, my dear auntie. Why can't you see what's going on?" Widow Zhao was so anxious she patted her thigh and spat out words rapidly. "This is white rabbit milk candy. It costs several yuan per gene at the supply and marketing cooperative. Ordinary people can't afford to buy this. I saw it myself just now. Your daughter Suan took it out of that old locust tree hole behind the mountain. Besides the wrapper, there was a big jar of milk powder too." "Milk powder?" Jeang Guohua's voice shot up sharply, her eyes nearly popping out. "What is this precious milk powder?" "It's for city officials' children to drink. Suan, that little troublemaker, can't even drink thick porridge regularly. Where did she get the money to buy milk powder?" "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes." Widow Zhao leaned close to Jeang Guohua's ear, her tone venomous. "Auntie, think about it. Has Suan recently become plump? Is her face rosier? That's because she's been fed good things. She's just a young wife who doesn't go out or come in much. Where does she get the money? From some outside man, right?" This sentence hit Jeang Guohua hard. She remembered how lively Suan looked recently, and then thought about the chickens and pigs that mysteriously disappeared from home. So she was using her own things to support some outside man, and that man was buying her candy? This shameless girl. Jeang Guohua trembled with anger. She grabbed the candy wrapper and crushed it into a ball, then threw it on the ground. "I knew something was wrong with her lately. Turns out she's been sneaking around. I must skin her alive." She was about to get off the Kong to confront her. Widow Zhao quickly held her back. "Auntie, if you go now, you'll scare the snake. We need to think of a better plan." "Then what do you suggest?" Jeang Guohua panting asked. Widow Zhao's eyes twitched, and a sly smile appeared on her face. "To catch a thief, you need to get the stolen goods. To catch a cheating couple, you need both. We must trap that wild man inside the house so they can't deny anything. We should do this." Widow Zhao leaned close to Jeang Guohua's ear and whispered for a while. As Jeang Guohua listened, a fierce smile appeared on her wrinkled face. "All right, that's the plan. If we catch them tonight, I will make sure those two troublemakers pay." In the evening, the sky was dark and cloudy, as if it might snow. Wong Dajuan hobbled back from outside, looking unhappy. Jeang Guohua was packing her bag while calling to Suan, who was busy in the kitchen. Suan, my aunt's old illness has flared up again. She sent word for us to go see her. We won't be back tonight. Lock the door at home and don't run around. Suan was chopping pickles. Hearing this, she paused with her knife. She turned around and looked at Jeang Guohua's face, which, despite her efforts to hide it, still showed a hint of excitement. She felt something was off. Usually, this old woman would keep her close, watching her all the time. Why was she so relaxed about leaving the house today? But she didn't think much of it. Being able to have a quiet night was a blessing. Got it, Mom.
Travel softly. Suan replied obediently.
Wong Dajuan didn't want to go, but after Jeang Guohua shot him a stern look, he could only follow quietly. When the big gate slammed shut with a bang, the large Wong family yard suddenly fell silent. Suan stood in the yard, listening to the footsteps fade away outside, and let out a long breath. She touched her belly and smiled softly. Finally, she could rest peacefully. Night deepened, and the north wind howled. Suan closed all the doors and windows of the firewood shed tightly, even pasting newspaper over a broken window to block the wind. She was about to take out some milk powder from the firewood pile to make a drink. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the wall in the backyard. Next, a tall, dark figure swiftly jumped over, landing silently like a nimble leopard. Suan's heart skipped a beat. Before she could speak, the person had already pushed the door open. A mixture of cold air and familiar tobacco smell hit my face. "Brother Lei," Suan whispered happily, almost dropping the baby formula can in her hand. Lei Deshui was wearing a thick military coat and a dogskin hat that covered most of his face. As soon as he entered the room, he took off his hat, revealing a face that was red from the cold but full of smiles. "How is it? That old woman has left." Lei Deshui rubbed his hands and moved closer to Suan. "Yes, she said she went to visit relatives and won't be back tonight." Suan put down the baby formula can and gently touched Lei Deshui's cold hand. "Such cold weather. Why did you come again? Missed you." Lei Deshui took Suan's small hand and blew warm air on it, then pressed it into his warm chest. "I heard it might snow tonight. I'm worried about this old house leaking wind, so I brought 2 thick mats. I'll fix the windows later." He reached into his coat like magic and pulled out a warm roasted sweet potato and a paper-wrapped beef jerky.
Eat it while hot.
"I bought it in the county town just now from that old brand. It's really good." Suan looked at the table full of food, her eyes a little teary. This man always treats her like a child and spoils her. "Brother Lei don't always buy me things. You should keep your money." "Nonsense. If I buy, just eat." Lei Deshui peeled the sweet potato, revealing its golden, oily flesh, and directly put it near Suan's mouth. "Open your mouth." Suan took a bite, and the sweet, sticky taste melted on her tongue, warming her all the way to her stomach. They sat under the dim kerosene lamp, one feeding, one eating, in a warm, cozy atmosphere. Lei Deshui looked at Suan's puffed cheeks, his eyes soft enough to water. He reached out his rough hand and gently touched her clearly rounded belly. "Are these 3 little ones causing trouble today?" "No, they're being good," Suan smiled. "They probably know their dad brought good food." Lei Deshui chuckled foolishly and pressed his ear to Suan's belly to listen. "Yeah, they're lively. Their heartbeat is like a drum." In this warm, peaceful moment, suddenly, bang! A loud bang shattered the quiet night. The front gate of the Wong family's yard was forcefully kicked open. Then, a rush of hurried footsteps sounded like an army charging toward the backyard.
"Quick."
"They're inside." I heard the noise. That was Widow Zhao's sharp and excited voice, like a hyena smelling blood. "Block the door. Don't let that wild man escape." That was Jeang Guohua's vicious roar, full of determination to tear everything apart. In the tool shed, Suan's face turned pale instantly, and the roasted sweet potato in her hand fell to the ground with a loud thud. "Brother Lei, they're back." Suan trembled all over, overwhelmed by a flood of fear. It's a trap made just for them. If they get trapped inside, it will look like they're caught in the act. Suan's life would be over, and she would also drag Lei Deshui and her unborn child into trouble. Don't be afraid. Lei Deshui suddenly stood up. His usually gentle face turned cold and frightening. He quickly pulled Suan behind him, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The tool shed had only one door, and the windows were too small and sealed shut. There was nowhere to hide. The footsteps outside had reached the door.
Suan.
You shameless woman. Come out now. Jeang Guohua was frantically pounding on the door, as if she wanted to break it down. And that wild man. Dare to cause trouble at this time. Today I'll make sure you two bums pay. Suan clung tightly to Lei Deshui's clothes, tears streaming down her face. Brother Lei.
Run.
Climb over the wall.
Don't worry about me.
As long as Lei Deshui left, she could face whatever came alone. Maybe just a few hits. But if Lei Deshui was caught, it would be a serious crime, and he would go to jail. Lei Deshui looked back at Suan. Her eyes, full of despair and fear, looked like a small deer cornered on a cliff. Run? Lei Deshui had never been a coward. If he abandoned his woman and ran away, what kind of man would he be? He took a deep breath, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He did not step back. Instead, he strode confidently to the crooked-legged table. He sat down heavily. Then, he took out an old, crumpled accounting book from his pocket and slapped it on the table. He slowly reached into his pocket and took out a cigarette, placing it in his mouth. With a flick, he struck a match and lit it. These actions were smooth and natural, steady as a mountain. Open the door. Lei Deshui exhaled a ring of smoke. His voice was quiet but carried a chilling coldness that made people's skin crawl. Suan was stunned. Brother Lei. You, open the door. Lei Deshui looked up and gave her a calm, reassuring look. The moment the latch was pulled open, clang, the fragile wooden door was forcefully pushed open from outside. Cold wind, snowflakes, and several twisted, fierce faces rushed inside. We caught them. We caught them. Widow Zhao led the charge, holding a flashlight. Its beam flickered wildly inside the room as she excitedly shouted, Everyone come see. These shameless scoundrels. Her voice suddenly stopped as she saw the scene inside, as if someone had suddenly grabbed her throat. Under the dim kerosene lamp, there was no scene of disheveled, panicked hiding she had imagined. Lei Deshui sat confidently on a broken chair, wearing a heavy military coat. He was smoking, the smoke swirling around his face, which looked especially grim with its thick flesh. One of his feet rested on a stool, and he held a tattered notebook, flipping through it loudly. Meanwhile, Suan stood to the side, holding a teacup. Her face was a little pale, but she was dressed very properly, with all buttons fastened. This scene was too strange, too serious. It was so serious that Jeang Guohua and Wong Dajuan, who had rushed in, froze in place like two wooden stakes. Oh, you're back. Lei Deshui didn't even lift his eyelids. He exhaled 2 puffs of smoke from his nose, his voice lazy, but with a hint of menace. I thought your whole family was dead, owing debts and not paying back, and not a single person to be seen. Jeang Guohua still held a rolling pin in his hand. Now, he didn't know whether to lift it or put it down. His old face was twisted into a pig liver color. Thunder. Thunder water. She stammered as she shouted, and the arrogant attitude from earlier, like catching someone in the act, suddenly deflated like a burst balloon. Why is it you? Obviously. Who else could it be if not me? Lei Deshui suddenly slammed the account book onto the table with a loud bang, startling everyone in the room. Wong Dajuan. You cowardly turtle, get over here. Lei Deshui pointed at Wong Dajuan, who was hiding behind Jeang Guohua, shouting loudly. Wong Dajuan's legs went weak, almost kneeling on the ground. He was forced to come by his mother, wanting to catch someone in the act but also worried about losing face. Seeing Lei Deshui, the stern figure sitting inside, his playful thoughts vanished in fear. Brother Lei. It's so late at night. Wong Dajuan trembled as he moved closer, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. What's so late? If you owe money, do you think you don't have to pay it back? Lei Deshui stood up. His height of nearly 2 meters blocked half the room's light, giving a strong sense of pressure. He stepped closer to Wong Dajuan, almost poking him in the nose with his cigarette. Last time, that truck of bricks and that truck of coal, do you think I do charity work? I said we'd settle accounts at the end of the month. What date is it now? I came during the day, no one was home, and I came at night, still no one. Only my pregnant wife is watching the door. Lei Deshui glanced sideways at Suan, showing clear disdain. When I asked her for money, she didn't know anything, and I had to wait here for you guys to come back. So what? Now you're back with so many people, carrying weapons. Are you trying to dodge the debt? Or do you want to fight me? His words were smooth and confident, leaving no room for doubt. What was supposed to be a carefully planned setup to catch someone in the act had suddenly turned into a debt collection scene. Suan stood to the side, lowering her head and biting her lip so she wouldn't laugh out loud. Lei Deshui was so quick-witted. That truck of coal was clearly a gift from him, yet now it became an excuse to collect debt. Jeang Guohua and Widow Zhao looked at each other in shock, both stunned. Widow Zhao was unwilling to accept this. She clearly saw Lei Deshui's affection for Suan. How could he possibly be here to collect money? Widow Zhao's eyes darted around, and she suddenly pointed at the roasted sweet potatoes and the braised beef on the table. Coming to collect a debt and bringing food too? That braised beef looks good. Who did you buy it for? Lei Deshui gave a cold laugh, picked up the bag of beef, and in front of everyone, grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. I haven't even had dinner yet. Can't I buy myself a late-night snack? What, Widow Zhao, do you want some? He chewed the beef slowly, his sharp gaze sweeping over her like a knife. It's the middle of the night. Instead of staying home, you sneak into someone else's yard with a crowd to eavesdrop. So what is it? Are you here to pay Wong Dajuan's debt, or just to see how I deal with people? Widow Zhao felt a chill under his stare, but she still refused to back down. Her eyes shifted towards Suwan's bed. I don't believe it. A man and a woman alone in one room. Something must be going on. As she spoke, she rushed toward the bed, trying to lift the blanket to look for evidence. Stop right there. Lei Deshui suddenly kicked the stool in front of her.
Crack.
The stool, already missing a leg, shattered into pieces, with chips flying everywhere. Widow Zhao screamed and jumped back in fright, almost twisting her ankle. I came to collect a debt, not to let a bunch of gossiping women search the place. That kick silenced everyone. Lei Deshui turned around, grabbed Wong Dajuan by the collar, and lifted him like a chick. Enough talk. Pay up. 53 yuan and 60 cents. Not a cent less, or I'll burn this place down tonight. Wong Dajuan's face turned pale as he struggled in the air.
Mom.
Mom. Give him the money. Brother Lei's going to kill me. Jeang Guohua trembled as she watched her son being lifted off the ground. Her heart ached, but when she heard the amount, she nearly fainted. 50 yuan. That was enough to buy half a pig. Brother Lei, could you give us 2 more days? She pleaded. No way. Lei Deshui didn't buy it. He raised his fist threateningly. Are you paying or not? If not, I'll take his leg as payment.
I'll pay.
I'll pay. Terrified, Jeang Guohua quickly gave in, afraid this fierce man would really do it. She tremblingly took out a cloth handkerchief from her pocket, opening it in layers. Inside was her savings for her coffin, accumulated over a long time, some bills, some 50-cent coins, all crumpled and worn. Under the fierce gaze of Lei Deshui, she counted out 50 yuan, her hands trembling like Parkinson's disease.
Here.
This is 50. Lei Deshui snatched the money without looking and put it directly into his pocket. He then threw Wong Dajuan onto the ground as if tossing away a bag of trash. The remaining 3 yuan and 60 cents are interest. Come back next time to get it. Lei Deshui adjusted his military coat collar and put on his dogskin hat again. Before leaving, he glanced at Suan standing in the corner. His eyes showed no affection, only full of disdain. Bad luck. Asking for an account and meeting a pack of mad dogs. After saying that, he swaggered out of the shed, disappearing into the snowy night. Only the people inside the room looked at each other in silence. Jeang Guohua looked at the few remaining bills in her hand and then at the empty doorway, suddenly crying out loud. My money! My coffin savings! She sat heavily on the ground, slapping her thighs and crying loudly. Widow Zhao saw things weren't looking good and quickly slipped away in embarrassment. Wong Dajuan rubbed his neck and got up from the floor, also looking dejected. After crying for a while, Jeang Guohua suddenly lifted her head sharply, her eyes red and fixed on Suan. No money, no anger to vent. This account, of course, would be blamed on this bad omen. All your fault. All your fault. You jinx. Jeang Guohua crawled up from the ground, grabbing a nearby broom and swinging it at Suan. If you hadn't caused trouble at home, would Lei Deshui come knocking for money in the middle of the night? My 50 yuan. Why don't you just die? Why don't you go and roll with Lei Deshui? Suan protected her head, hiding in the corner, letting the broom hit her. It hurt, but she felt relieved inside. Lei Deshui was fine. The children were fine. This 50 yuan was just a lesson for Jeang Guohua. But she didn't expect that Jeang Guohua's revenge would come so quickly and so harshly. 50 yuan was Jeang Guohua's life. Her life was shattered, and she completely lost her mind. The next morning, it was very cold outside, and the north wind blew, like a sharp knife. As Suan came out of the woodshed, she was blocked at the door by Jeang Guohua.
Eat, eat, eat.
All you do is eat. The family's money has been spent by you. The bad luck charm. Do you still have the nerve to eat? Jeang Guohua snatched half a steamed bun from Suan's hand, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it to crush it. Starting today, you won't get any food here. If you want to eat, find your own way. Suan looked at the broken pieces on the ground and said nothing. Anyway, she had milk powder and biscuits from Lei Deshui, so she wouldn't go hungry. But what Jeang Guohua said next made Suan's heart sink. And also, all the dirty clothes of the family have been piled up for half a month. Jeang Guohua pointed to a big pile of clothes in the yard, like a small mountain. There were Wong Dajuan's greasy work clothes and Jeang Guohua's thick, stiff cotton-padded jackets. Take them to the river to wash. If they don't come back clean, don't come back. Mother, it's so cold. The river is frozen. Suan instinctively protected her belly. In this cold weather, the river water is icy. She was pregnant, and if she touched that icy water, not only her hands would suffer, but the baby in her belly would also be affected. If it's frozen, break it open, Jeang Guohua spat fiercely. Back in my day, I worked in the fields even when I was heavily pregnant. Are you delicate? You don't do this or that. Do you want to be a lady of leisure? Hurry up. If you don't go, I'll lock you outside tonight and let you freeze to death. After saying that, Jeang Guohua didn't give Suan a chance to explain. She turned and went back into the house, slamming the door loudly. Wong Dajuan was squatting at the foot of the wall, smoking. He watched everything silently, not even letting out a fart. He was still feeling sorry about the 50 yuan, thinking all this bad luck was caused by Suan. She deserved some suffering. Suan looked at the pile of clothes, tears welling up in her eyes. But she knew begging wouldn't help. She clenched her teeth, picked up the heavy basin of clothes, and slowly walked toward the river at the village entrance. There were already many women washing clothes by the river. They used sticks to scrub in the icy water, their hands turning red and carrot-like from the cold. Suan found a quiet corner, put down the basin. She picked up a stone and struggled to break through the thin layer of ice. The river water was dark and cold, giving off a chill. Suan took a deep breath and reached her hand into the water. Ow! At that moment, it felt like 1,000 needles were stabbing into her bones. Suan shivered with pain, tears almost falling. She endured the sharp pain, took a cotton coat, soaked it, lathered soap, and started washing. Once, twice. Soon, her originally soft, white hands turned purple and swollen like buns, making it hard to bend her fingers. Even more frightening, the coldness traveled up her arm and into her stomach. Her lower belly started to ache faintly, as if something inside was stirring. Suan was terrified. She quickly pulled her hand out, blew on it to warm it, trying to get some heat. Hey, isn't that the young wife from the Wang family? Nearby, Widow Zhao had come over unnoticed, munching sunflower seeds, and looked at Suan with a mischievous smile. TSK, in this cold weather, Annie Ho Hot really let you come out to do laundry? Aren't you worried about freezing your precious baby bump? Widow Zhao emphasized the word precious and kept glancing at Suan's belly. A few other women around also started teasing. Yeah, I heard she's expecting twins. Why is she still doing such rough work? I think it's probably fake. If she really was expecting twins, the Wong family wouldn't let her do such hard chores. These gossiping words buzzed around like flies. Suan lowered her head, pretending not to hear. Right now, she only cared about the baby inside her. The dull ache in her belly grew stronger, as if something was about to fall out.
No.
I can't wash anymore. Suan was panicked inside, wanting to stand up and go home. But she had been squatting too long. Her legs had gone numb. When she tried to stand, her foot slipped, and she nearly fell into the icy hole. Just at this critical moment, bang. A big foot suddenly kicked over from the side, smashing into the laundry basin. The heavy wooden basin, holding dozens of pounds of wet clothes, was kicked flying. It clattered into the river and floated away with the current. Suan was grabbed roughly by the arm and pulled up suddenly. She looked up, still trembling with fear. Lei Deshui stood before her with a dark expression, his eyes blazing as if they could melt the frozen river. Who told you to do this kind of work? His angry shout made all the women around stop what they were doing, too frightened to move. He looked at Suan's hands, swollen and purple from the cold, and his heart ached. Then he noticed her pale face and the way she held her stomach, and he suddenly understood. This foolish woman was pushing herself too hard. Brother Lei. The moment Suan saw him, her tears burst out uncontrollably. Stop crying. Lei Deshui scolded, pulling off his scarf and wrapping it clumsily around her hands. Then he turned to the onlookers and shouted, What are you all staring at? Never seen someone collecting a debt before? Wong Dajuan owes me money. He promised last night that his wife would work for me to pay it off. From today on, Suan works at my brick kiln. If anyone dares to make her do dangerous work again, they'll answer to me. His words were harsh and unreasonable, but no one dared to argue. Ignoring everyone's stares, Lei Deshui bent down and lifted Suan into his arms.
Come on.
You're coming with me to the kiln. He strode up the riverbank, leaving behind a group of stunned women and a washing basin drifting away in the water. Widow Zhao stood frozen, her sunflower seeds falling from her hand. Watching Lei Deshui's protective figure, she felt a sharp pang of jealousy. Work to pay off a debt? More like he just wants her close to him, she muttered bitterly under her breath. Inside the brick kiln office, the stove was burning warmly. Lei Deshui placed Suan on a chair covered with a sheepskin cushion, then brought a basin of hot water and gently put her hands in it. The heat made her frozen fingers sting painfully. Bear with it. It'll get better soon, he said softly. Kneeling beside her, the man whose hands had once slaughtered pigs and fought in brawls now moved with surprising gentleness, carefully rubbing warmth back into her fingers. Are you foolish? That old woman told you to wash, so you just do it? Can't you pretend to be dead? Can't you run away? Lei Deshui was washing and scolding at the same time, his tone full of concern and fear. If I hadn't passed by today, were you really planning to finish washing? What if something bad happened to the child? Suan looked at the angry man in front of her, feeling warm inside. The despair and helplessness she felt by the river just now had completely disappeared. Big brother Lei, thank you. Don't thank me. I don't want to hear that. Lei Deshui looked up, his eyes fixed on Suan. Suan, don't go back. Stay here. This brick kiln is messy, but with me here, no one will bully you. The Wong family is a dangerous place. If you go back, you might lose your life. Suan looked at this simple but warm office, and at the man in front of her who was full of her. She was truly moved. She really wanted to stay here forever and never go back to that harsh home.
But
Suan touched her belly, her eyes gradually becoming firm. She shook her head. No, big brother Lei, now is not the time. If I stay now, it will confirm our relationship. Wong Dajuan will definitely cause trouble, and then we will really have no way out. Lei Deshui was anxious. What should we do? Should we just watch you suffer? No, I won't let that happen. Suan reached out and held Lei Deshui's hand, a cold smile appearing on her lips. That smile carried a sense of determination and calculation she had never shown before. This time, it was a perfect opportunity. Big brother Lei, I have a plan now. I will make Wong Dajuan beg me to divorce him, and I will make him pay back everything he owes me over the years, including interest. Brother Lei, I know Wong Dajuan well. He cares a lot about his reputation and suffers because of it. Also, his problem in that area is his biggest worry in life. He avoids doctors and refuses to go to big hospitals because he's afraid of being laughed at, but that doesn't mean he doesn't want to get better. Lei Deshui frowned and gently brushed aside some stray hair from Suan's ear. Are you planning to give him hope, then let him fall into despair? Suan said softly, but each word was sharp. I want him to be the one to push me out. The next half hour, Suan carefully explained her plan. As Lei Deshui listened, his eyes grew wider and wider. Finally, he slapped his thigh and broke into a big smile, looking fierce but happy. Absolutely. Truly brilliant. Wanner, I didn't realize you're smarter than me. He pulled Suan into his arms and rubbed his chin on her head. All right, I'll handle this. Find some talkative actors to pretend and a miracle doctor. They're best at this kind of thing. That afternoon, Lei Deshui used a tractor to escort Suan back to the Wong family. He pushed her into the yard and pointed at Wong Dajuan, who was squatting by the wall sunbathing. He scolded, Wong Dajuan, your wife is clumsy at work at my place and almost broke my bricks. Let her come back and reflect for 2 days. In a few days, I'll come to pick her up again. If she dares to run away, I'll break your legs. After saying that, Lei Deshui drove off in his tractor. Wong Dajuan was stunned by the scolding. Seeing Suan so obedient and submissive, he felt angry but didn't dare to lose his temper, especially since he still owed Lei Deshui 50 yuan. Suan went inside the house, no longer timid. She didn't do any chores or speak, just sat silently on the edge of the kong, a traditional bed. When Wong Dajuan asked her to fetch water, she ignored him. When he asked her to cook, she slowly grabbed some raw rice and threw it into the pot, not caring if it was cooked or not. Her cold attitude made Wong Dajuan feel uneasy, but thinking of Lei Deshui's fists, he didn't dare to hit her. He felt frustrated, like swallowing a dead fly. The next day, under the big locust tree at the village entrance, Goshen was wearing a floral shirt, even in the middle of winter, with his chest exposed, showing a few ribs. He was arguing with a couple of second-rate guys, spitting as he talked. Hey, have you heard? An old Chinese doctor just came to the east gate of the county town. He's really amazing. Dogsheng was eating sunflower seeds and shouting, this is specially to treat men's secret problems. Just next door in Old Lee's village, he's over 60, right? After taking that old doctor's medicine, wow, they say his young wife couldn't get out of bed that night, and the next year, she gave birth to a big, chubby boy. Really? Are you bragging? The little brother next to him questioned suspiciously. I'm not joking, kid. Dogsheng rolled his eyes. I saw it with my own eyes. That old doctor said it's a secret family recipe from the palace, used to treat the emperor's issues. The medicine is a bit expensive, so most people can't afford it. Wong Dajuan happened to pass by. He was planning to buy a little wine at the shop to drown his sorrows. When he heard this, his feet felt like they were nailed to the ground, and he couldn't move. Treat men's secret problems gave birth to a big, chubby boy, palace secret recipe. These words were like hooks, grabbing his soul tightly. He pricked up his ears, pretending to tie his shoelaces, and listened from the corner for a long time. Only after Dogsheng and the others finished talking and left, laughing and joking, did Wong Dajuan stand up. The fire inside him suddenly flared up. If it really could be cured, then he, Wong Dajuan, wouldn't have to walk around with his head down in the village anymore? Wouldn't have to listen to his mother to borrow seed? That longing gnawed at his heart like a poisonous snake. Back home, Wong Dajuan looked at Suan sitting on the kong, lost in thought. The more he looked, the more annoyed he felt. What are you looking at? Who are you showing that gloomy face to? Wong Dajuan scolded irritably. Suan raised her eyelids and gave him a faint glance. Her eyes no longer held the fear they once did, only a kind of pity he couldn't understand. Dajuan, I heard that Sister Zhang from the next village gave birth to a big, chubby boy, weighing 8 jin, Suan said softly. Her man is healthy, and they have 2 children a year. We don't know when our days will end. That cut was sharp and cruel. Wong Dajuan's face instantly turned a liver color, angry and ashamed after being hit where it hurt. Shut up. Giving birth is a woman's business. It has nothing to do with me. Wong Dajuan shouted and slammed the door, walking out. But he didn't go to drink. Instead, he sneaked around to the village entrance and found Dogsheng, who was about to pack up and leave. Brother Dogsheng, can I talk to you privately? Wong Dajuan handed him a crumpled cigarette, smiling in a way that looked like he was trying to please. 3 days later, in a small, remote courtyard on the east side of the county town, Wong Dajuan was holding 20 yuan he had tricked out of Jeang Guohua, looking very sincere as he knelt before an old man with a goat beard and sunglasses. The old man wore a long robe and looked like a wise immortal, but he was actually an experienced actor hired by the opera troupe. Master, great healer, please save me, Wong Dajuan cried, tears in his eyes. I've been sick for years, seeing many doctors, but none helped. I want to have a son. The healer touched his fake beard, then placed his hand on Wong Dajuan's pulse, closing his eyes and nodding slowly. Your illness is quite difficult, he said calmly. It's due to a lack of vital energy from birth, and your kidneys are also damaged. It's a hopeless case. When Wong Dajuan heard hopeless, he nearly fainted from fear. But the healer continued, if you meet me, your fate isn't sealed. I have a family secret called Unbreakable Golden Pill, which can cure your kind of illness. He then took out a dirty ceramic bottle from his coat and poured out a few small, dark pills about the size of a fingernail. These pills were made by mixing flour, some ash from the bottom of the pot, and red sugar, costing less than a penny. But there's a catch. The healer lowered his voice, looking serious. This medicine is very strong and needs pure yang energy to guide it. I see your forehead is dark, and your family probably has a woman with an opposing zodiac sign and a varying nature, suppressing your vital energy. Wong Dajuan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thought of Suan's pale face. Opposing zodiac signs? Exactly, the healer said firmly. If you don't send this woman away or divorce her, even if you take the medicine, her yin energy will neutralize it. It won't work at all. It might even backfire and leave you unable to have children forever. Wong Dajuan's hands trembled as he held the pills. I'll give you the medicine, 1 pill every 3 days. How you use it is up to you, the healer said, flicking his sleeve and picking up a teacup. You may leave now. Wong Dajuan staggered out of the courtyard, clutching the miracle medicine bottle, his mind full of the words, opposing zodiac, and unable to have children. As the wind blew, he shivered, but his eyes gradually turned cold and fierce. For my son, for a man's dignity. Don't say she's just a daughter-in-law. Even the greatest of kings can't block his way. Wong Dajuan, like a thief, hurried back to Lei's village clutching a bottle of Golden Gun Invincible pills. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Suan sitting on a small bench in the yard, holding a broken ladle, half-heartedly feeding the 2 surviving pigs. The winter sun cast a pale, weak light on Suan. She wore a bulky, worn cotton-padded coat, her hair casually tied up. Her face looked a bit rosier than before, but in Wong Dajuan's eyes, it seemed strange and eerie. Her fate is very dark. Suppressing her positive energy, the words of the divine doctor echoed like a spell in his mind. The more Wong Dajuan looked at Suan, the more he felt uncomfortable. He used to think she was pretty. Now her charming eyes seemed to captivate souls, like a fairy. He used to think she was honest. Now he saw her as gloomy, secretly plotting against him. Can't even feed a pig properly. Why so much water? Trying to drown the pig, Wong Dajuan suddenly scolded without thinking, walking quickly and kicking over the pig feed bowl. Clatter, slop spilled everywhere, splashing onto Suan's cotton shoes.
Suan didn't dodge.
She slowly raised her head, her eyes calm like a still pond. Dajuan, what's wrong? Who made you so angry? Stop pretending to be innocent. Wong Dajuan pointed at Suan's nose, trembling with anger. I think you're a bad omen. Ever since I married you, I haven't had a good day. Either I lose pigs or money, and now even my health is being affected by you, Suan inwardly sneered. Got him. But she pretended to look wronged, tears welling up at her eyes. Dajuan, who are you listening to? I've been married for 3 years, working hard like a beast. What have I done wrong to you? Working like a beast. I think you're here to collect debts. Wong Dajuan spat and turned into the main room.
Mom.
Come out. Jeang Guohua, lying on the kong, hummed softly. Hearing her son's call, she put on her cotton-padded coat and came out. Are you calling for your soul? What's wrong? Wong Dajuan pulled Jeang Guohua into the inner room, closed the door, and secretly took out the bottle of medicine, embellishing the divine doctor's words with exaggeration. Mom, the divine doctor said, Suan's birth chart conflicts with mine. On that day, my illness would never get better, and our Wong family would be doomed to extinction, Wong Dajuan said with clenched teeth. When Jeang Guohua heard this, her triangular eyes suddenly lit up, like a wolf seeing a bone in the dark. She was very superstitious. The previous fake fortune teller had said that Suan had a demon in her belly, so she had been worried about it ever since. Now that the doctor in the city also said so, it must be true. I knew it. Jeang Guohua patted her thigh, her face full of excitement, her wrinkles trembling. This little brat has been here 3 years and can't even have a baby. Turns out she's blocking your luck. No wonder our family has been so unlucky lately. So, what should we do? Wong Dajuan looked at the medicine in his hand, looking troubled. The doctor said to divorce her or send her away. But if we divorce, who will work for us? And if the news gets out? He wanted a son, but he also didn't want to lose Suan, who is free labor. These days, it's hard to find a wife. If they divorced, and his reputation as a barren man was ruined, it would be difficult to marry a young girl again. Divorce? No way. And we'd have to share the family property. Jeang Guohua's eyes twinkled, her sharp mind already calculating. First, send her back to her parents' house, she whispered. Say she's unwell and needs to rest at home. After you take this divine medicine and her health improves, maybe she'll get pregnant, hoping for another woman or to marry again. Then you can divorce her later, no problem. By doing this, we send away the person who's causing trouble so it won't interfere with your treatment. Plus, she'll be at her parents' house, eating and drinking, and her brother and sister-in-law will be taking care of her, saving us some food. Wong Dajuan nodded, giving a thumbs up. Mother, you're the best, the mother and son whispered inside, their plans clicking away rapidly. Outside the door, Suan stood by the window, listening to their secret plotting, a cold smile curling on her lips. Send me back to my parents' house. Perfectly fine with me. As soon as I leave this yard and get out of Jeang Guohua's sight, I can find a chance to meet Lei Deshui or figure out how to have my baby. Just then, a timid voice came from the gate.
Vania.
Wana, are you home? Suan was stunned. That voice. Was it her older brother? She quickly walked to the door and opened it. Standing there was a man in a worn-out black cotton-padded jacket, carrying a snakeskin bag. A man with a weathered face and frostbitten hands looked much older than his actual age. He was Suwan's older brother, Su Chang. Brother? Why are you here? Suan exclaimed happily. When Su Chang saw his sister, he grinned, showing his big yellow teeth. With the new year coming soon, I thought I'd come see you. Our harvest wasn't good this year, so I didn't bring much, just some dried sweet potatoes and a few eggs. He handed over a heavy cloth bag made of snakeskin. Suan looked at her brother's cracked, frozen hands and felt a twinge of sadness. Her family was traditional, favoring boys over girls. Her parents had long since treated her as if she were discarded. Only her older brother, though simple and a bit dull, truly cared for her in his heart. Come in quickly, brother. It's cold outside, Suan said, inviting him inside. At that moment, Jeang Guohua and Wong Dajuan also came out after hearing the noise. Seeing Su Chong, their poor relative, Jeang Guohua's face immediately darkened, looking more sour than a donkey. Hey, isn't this our brother-in-law? Why are you here empty-handed on such a cold day? She glanced at the bag with disdain. Dried sweet potatoes again? Even our pigs don't eat that stuff anymore. Su Chong awkwardly rubbed his hands, blushing.
Auntie.
These are just some dried sweet potatoes. I sun-dried myself. They're sweet. Enough, enough. Stop standing there. It's just annoying, Wong Dajuan said impatiently, waving his hand. Since you're here, we need to talk to you about something. Su Chong paused. What is it? Wong Dajuan cleared his throat and took on a serious tone as the head of the family. Suan hasn't been feeling well lately. She keeps getting sick and acting strange. We had someone look at her, and they said her fate conflicts with ours. She needs to go back to her parents' house for a while to avoid bad luck. What? Su Chong was stunned. Go back to her parents' house? During the new year. Why not? Don't you want to take her? Jeang Guohua raised her eyebrows. A daughter who's married out is like water spilled. Now she's sick, and you're just going to ignore her? I tell you, today you must take her home. Otherwise, I'll go to your village's committee and complain that your family sold her and don't care about her. Su Chong was honest and afraid of trouble. Hearing her scolding, he was so scared he couldn't speak properly.
No.
I'll take her, Su Chong said, looking at Suan with worry. Wanner, why don't you come home with me for a few days? Our family is poor, but I won't let you go hungry. Suan looked at her older brother's timid expression and sighed inwardly, feeling more relieved than anything else. All right, brother, I'll go back with you, Suan said quickly and decisively. She turned around and went inside to pack her things. There wasn't much to pack, just a few old clothes. But what she cared about most were the treasures hidden in the woodshed, baby formula, malt extract, and a roll of money from Lei Deshui. Suan grabbed a torn cloth bundle, haphazardly stuffed her clothes inside, and when no one was paying attention, she wrapped the good items in the inner layer of the clothes, wrapping them tightly. Once everything was packed, Suan carried the bundle and came out. Let's go, brother. She didn't look at Wong Dajuan or Jeang Guohua. She didn't want to stay even a second longer in this house. But just as she was about to step out the door with one foot, Jeang Guohua, who had been watching her closely, suddenly lunged forward like a cat smelling blood. Stop right there, Jeang Guohua shouted sharply, startling Su Chong. She hurriedly ran a few steps to stand in front of Suan, her triangular eyes fixed on Suan's belly. When Suan was packing her bundle earlier, because of the effort, her loose, worn-out padded jacket had become slightly more fitted. Although it was only for a moment, Jeang Guohua's sharp eyes caught the unnatural bulge in Suan's lower abdomen. That wasn't fat. It was a bump. What's going on with your belly? Jeang Guohua's voice was cold and chilling, sending a shiver down the spine. The cold wind swirled the dry leaves on the ground at the gate of the Wong family. Jeang Guohua's shout froze the surrounding air. Suan's heart suddenly clenched as if seized by an invisible hand. She instinctively pressed her bundle against her stomach, her face turning pale instantly. Mother, what are you saying? I just dressed warmly. Suan forced a smile, but her voice trembled. Dressed warmly? Jeang Guohua sneered, her eyes like X-ray beams, as if she wanted to burn through Suan's padded jacket. Dressed warmly can push up your belly? Do you think I'm blind? Jeang Guohua had always suspected Suan's belly. Although old Lu said I had insufficient energy and blood, and the fortune teller said I had evil spirit, as a woman who has given birth, I always had a gut feeling about this. Recently, Suan's face has become more lively and bright. Her body looks a bit swollen, but her hips are noticeably rounder. This doesn't seem like illness. It clearly means she's pregnant. Put down your bag, Jeang Guohua shouted loudly, reaching out to grab the bag in Suan's hand. Auntie, what are you doing? Su Chong quickly stepped forward to block his sister, looking honest and worried. Wanner is so sick and you're scaring her. Get out of my way. Jeang Guohua pushed the thin Su Chong aside with surprising strength. This is our family matter. It's none of your business. Pushing away Su Chong, Jeang Guohua grabbed Suan's coat collar. Let me see. I want to check if you're hiding dirt or flesh inside your belly. I'm not taking it off. It's so cold. Do you want me to freeze to death? Suan clung tightly to her collar, desperately trying to back away. Right now, she was carrying 3 babies in her belly, over 3 months pregnant. Although wearing a thick coat could hide it, once she took it off, her swollen belly was impossible to conceal. If she was caught now, Wong Dajuan would definitely remember that night of catching her cheating and think of the coal and flour sent by Lei Deshui, along with those strange coincidences. Then, she wouldn't be able to leave, and Lei Deshui might also get involved, accused of assault or adultery, and both would end up in trouble. Daeyun, what are you standing there for? Come help, Jeang Guohua shouted at Wong Dajuan, who was still lost in thought about the miracle medicine. Though reluctant, he instinctively obeyed. Suan, just let Mom take a look. It won't hurt, and you'll lose a little flesh, Wong Dajuan said as he stepped forward, reaching to grab Suan's arm. With wolves in front and tigers behind, Suan was pushed into a corner, with nowhere to go. Despair flooded her like a tide. Could she really fall here today? Just as Wong Dajuan's hand was about to touch Suan, a voice shouted, "I'll see who dares to move her." A loud shout like thunder shook the large iron gate of the Wong family, making it rattle loudly. Then, a tall figure with a cold wind and a strong presence stormed in quickly. It was Lei Deshui. He wore his signature military coat, a dogskin hat on his head, and carried a pair of pliers, tools he had just used to repair machines at the brick kiln. He had heard that Suan was going back to her family, so he waited at the roadside to see her off. But after waiting for a long time and not seeing her, he became worried and came over. As soon as he entered, he saw the mother and son of the Wong family pushing Suan into the corner, as if they wanted to hurt her badly. Lei Deshui's anger suddenly flared up.
Lei.
Brother Lei? Wong Dajuan saw him and trembled with fear, quickly stepping back. Lei Deshui ignored him and took a few big steps to stand in front of Suan, blocking her like a tall, iron tower. He slammed his pliers onto the ground, making a loud bang that cracked the frozen earth. What are you doing? What are you doing? Lei Deshui glared with fierce eyes, pointing at Jeang Guohua's nose. In broad daylight, bullying a sick person? Does your Wong family have no shame? Suan is now my debt collateral at the brick kiln. Her body is my property. You tore her clothes and froze her. Who will pay me back for the work? His words were bold and unreasonable, but they sounded convincing. Jeang Guohua was so frightened by Lei Deshui's roar that she took 2 steps back, but her suspicion didn't fade. She quickly looked at Suan's belly and said, "Brother Lei, it's not that I want to bully her. Look at her belly. Does it look like she's sick? No, she's clearly pregnant. Our old Wong family owes you money, but we can't be fools and raise someone else's child." When Jeang Guohua said this, Wong Dajuan's face also changed. He stared hard at Suan's belly, full of doubt and anger. Lei Deshui's heart sank. He looked back at Suan. She was hiding behind him, her face pale as paper, clutching her belly tightly. She looked guilty. Lei Deshui knew that if he didn't handle this well, today's trouble would explode. But he kept his cool and sneered, "Pregnant? Jeang Guohua, are you crazy about having grandchildren? She works at my brick kiln every day, carrying bricks, mixing mud. If she were really pregnant, could she still do all that?" Lei Deshui said, pretending to be calm. "She's just gained some weight. The food at my place is good, big white buns every day. Of course she's put on a few pounds."
Gained weight?
Jeang Guohua spat on the ground. How can someone only gain weight in the belly? Brother Lei, don't let that sly girl fool you. Unless she lifts her clothes and lets me see for myself, no one's leaving today. Jeang Guohua was determined. She even thought, if the girl really was pregnant, as long as Suan admitted the child belonged to the Wong family, even if it was Urga's, she would accept it. But if it was some other man's? Humph. The situation was at a standstill. Suan knew Lei Deshui could only protect her for a while, not forever. As long as she didn't lift her clothes, Jeang Guohua wouldn't give up. And Su Chong was standing right there. If her honest brother found out she was carrying another man's child, he might faint on the spot. She had to find a way to make them stop doubting her. Suan took a deep breath, her mind racing. Suddenly, her stomach churned. It was a reaction she often had lately. Whenever she got nervous or smelled something unpleasant, she felt sick. The smell of Wong Dajuan's tobacco and the sour odor from Jeang Guohua, who clearly hadn't bathed in a while, made her stomach twist. A spark of inspiration flashed in Suan's eyes.
Got it.
She suddenly pushed Lei Deshui aside, stepped forward, and stood right in front of Jeang Guohua. You want to see?
Fine.
I'll let you see. As she shouted, she pretended to reach for her buttons. Jeang Guohua froze, eyes wide, staring at Suan's hands. Just then, ugh. Suan bent over and made a loud retching sound. It came so suddenly and so violently that her face turned red, veins standing out on her neck as she clutched her chest, trembling.
Ugh. Ugh.
2 more dry heaves followed. This time it wasn't an act, she really felt sick. But nothing came out, only a bit of sour saliva. Jeang Guohua instinctively stepped back, frowning in disgust. What's wrong with her? Suan straightened up, tears in her eyes, weakly supporting Lei Deshui's arm, panting heavily. Mother.
I'm pregnant.
I feel sick. Seeing you makes me feel sick. Suan deliberately spoke harshly to hide her true feelings. But Jeang Guohua didn't seem to hear her insults. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Jeang Guohua's mind.
Nausea?
Feeling sick? These symptoms. She suddenly remembered what the fortune teller said that day, and the night Wang Ergu came into the house. Although old Lu said it was menstrual pain, and the doctor said it was a clash of energies. But what if? What if that night Ergu really? Jeang Guohua looked at Suan's uncomfortable expression and then at her slightly rounded belly. Suddenly, her face, full of flesh, broke into a very strange and very happy smile. Oh, Jeang Guohua slapped her thigh, laughing wildly. Could it be? Ergu is going to be a father. This sentence stunned everyone present. Lei Deshui's mouth twitched, almost unable to hold back a laugh. This old woman's imagination is just too strong. Wong Dajuan also looked confused. Mother, what are you talking about? What Ergu? It's that night. Jeang Guohua excitedly pulled Wong Dajuan. Ergu came into the house, right? Although he hid his head, what about that half day before? Maybe he got pregnant. Nausea, the stomach. Oh my goodness. This is a good omen. This is our Wong family's child. Jeang Guohua was completely caught up in her own logical loop. In her mind, Suan, a loose woman, could only belong to her own family, Ergu.
Who else could it be? Lei Deshui?
Impossible. A big boss wouldn't be interested in a trashy girl. So, it must be Ergu's. Jeang Guohua's shout of, good omen, was so loud and emotional. The air in the yard seemed to freeze. Su Chong stood to the side, holding that tattered snakeskin bag, his mouth wide open, as if he could fit a chicken egg inside. He looked at his sister, and then at the old woman with a face full of flesh, completely confused. She's pregnant? Wasn't she supposed to be sick? Lei Deshui stood in front of Suan, his jaw muscles twitching wildly. His usually fierce eyes were now filled with uncontrollable laughter. This old woman is really something else. She can come up with such a reason and make it sound convincing? Wong Dajuan was also confused. He scratched his head, and dandruff like snowflakes fell down. Mom, are you confused? Wong Dajuan lowered his voice, showing some embarrassment and anger on his face. When did that happen with Ergo? Besides, that night he didn't even have that thing, and he was hit on the head by a stone. You don't know anything. Jeang Guohua rolled her eyes and pulled Wong Dajuan aside. Her triangular eyes sparkled with a nearly crazy light, like a drowning person clutching at the last straw. Think carefully, you blockhead. Jeang Guohua lowered her voice and spat saliva on Wong Dajuan's face. How long was Ergo in the house that day? At least half a cup of tea, right? Although Ergo is simple-minded, he's strong. He's a healthy boy, full of energy. Such things, if you just look at each other, only take a moment to decide. Wong Dajuan blushed and felt sick inside, as if he had swallowed a fly. Even though he was his cousin, wearing this green hat was just too obvious. But, Mom. Stop saying but. Jeang Guohua pinched her son hard, making Wong Dajuan grimace. Think about what the divine doctor said. He said Suan is incompatible with you, so you can't rely on her in this life. Now that there's a movement in her belly, whether it's ergo's or someone else's, as long as it's from Suan's belly, it's our Wong family's child. Ergo is your cousin, with bones and tendons connected. When he's born, he'll even call you Dad. If you reveal this now or drive Suan away, you'll truly be left without a family. Later, no one will even help you clean up when you're gone. This speech hit Wong Dajuan like a heavy hammer, deeply stabbing his heart. Without a family, that was his biggest nightmare in life. He looked at Suan's slightly rounded belly and thought about the mocking looks from the villagers. Wong Dajuan clenched his teeth, and his inner balance suddenly tipped. So, what if she wears a green hat? As long as the meat is cooked until tender in the pot, no one will know whose child it is. They just say it belongs to Wong Dajuan. Who would dare to gossip? Thinking this way, Wong Dajuan's uneasy feelings instantly disappeared, replaced by a twisted excitement. He is going to be a father. The mother and son whispered to each other, their expressions changing unpredictably. Suan stood at the corner of the wall, watching everything coldly. She knew this family very well. Selfish, greedy, and ignorant, willing to do anything, even shameful things, for the sake of their so-called family line. Well then, since they are willing to be the fools, I will let them. At this moment, Jeang Guohua had already convinced her son. She turned around, and her previously fierce face suddenly broke into a smile like an old sunflower. Her quick change of expression was astonishing. Oh, Wanner, look at the trouble this has caused. Jeang Guohua hurried over a few steps. She didn't mind that Suan's worn-out cotton coat was dirty and reached out to hold her hand. Her movements were gentle, as if Suan was a fragile porcelain. Mother, I was just mistaken earlier. I didn't see that this was a good omen. You too. Why didn't you tell me earlier when you got pregnant? Hiding it from me made me so worried. Suan calmly pulled her hand back, still looking timid. Mother, I was just afraid you'd be angry. And I don't even know if it's really.
Yes.
It's definitely true. Jeang Guohua said firmly, her tone more confident than old Lu's. This morning sickness, this belly, there's no denying it. She turned to look at Su Chong, who was still standing there stunned. Her disdain suddenly turned into warmth. Brother-in-law, look at what's happening. Wanner is pregnant now, very precious. How could she go back to that poor mountain village to suffer? If she gets upset on the way, or doesn't eat well or sleep well, and harms our big grandson, what should we do? Su Chong was an honest man, confused by all this.
Then
we're not going back.
No.
We're not going back. Jeang Guohua waved her hand grandly, full of confidence. Let's raise her here. I wouldn't let my own big grandson suffer. After saying that, she shouted at Wong Dajuan. Dajuan, what are you standing around for? Didn't you see your wife is hungry? Hurry up and go to the supply store to buy 2 pounds of meat. Make sure it's fatty pork. To help Wanner regain her strength, go also and buy 2 pounds of red sugar.
Quickly.
At this moment, Wong Dajuan finally reacted, wearing a silly smile like he had found a bargain.
All right. Got it.
I'll go right now. He no longer minded his sore legs or feeling annoyed with Suan. He happily ran outside. That figure, looking proud and spirited. Su Chong watched the scene. Although he felt something was off, he was relieved that his sister didn't have to be sent back and that her in-laws cared so much. A big weight in his heart was lifted.
Well,
Wanner, you just take good care of yourself. I'll come to see you again soon. Su Chong put down the dried sweet potatoes in his hand, smiled kindly, and turned to leave. Lei Deshui stood nearby, watching this commotion come to an end. He slung the pipe wrench over his shoulder, eyeing Jeang Guohua and Suan with a playful look. All right, since it was a misunderstanding, I'll leave first. Jeang Guohua, remember this. Lei Deshui suddenly lowered his voice, his tone carrying a chilling warning. Although she is your daughter-in-law, She is now also my debt worker. If I find out you dare to mistreat her, or let her go hungry, I will set free your 2 remaining pigs." Jeang Guohua shivered in fear, waving her hands quickly.
No, no.
"Brother Lei, don't worry. I treat her like an ancestor now, more than enough." Lei Deshui snorted coldly, turned sharply, and strode away. But at the moment he turned, he winked at Suan, his eyes full of affection and mischief. Suan lowered her head, a faint, hard-to-notice smile curling at her lips. This act was finally over. In the days that followed, the Wang family underwent a huge change. Suan, once a punching bag and someone who was scolded and beaten, suddenly became the head of the household. Jeang Guohua no longer made her wash clothes or feed the pigs. Even when the broom fell, she didn't let Suan pick it up, worried she might bend over and hurt her stomach. Every day they prepared 3 different meals in creative ways. Although the Wang family was poor, Jeang Guohua was willing to spend a lot to make sure everyone ate well. Eggs, brown sugar, and even a hen that laid eggs was killed to make soup for Suan. Suan was not polite either. She ate as soon as it was brought to her, drank as soon as it was handed over. She deserved all of it, and it was for the 3 babies in her belly. But every time Wong Dajuan saw Suan eating meat, his eyes looked strange. He felt both happy about becoming a father and a strange, uncomfortable feeling he couldn't explain. Especially when he saw Suan's face becoming more beautiful and charming, he felt even worse inside. This was clearly his daughter-in-law, but she was carrying the child of his foolish younger cousin. What kind of situation was this? But when he thought about the word, family line, he swallowed his anger hard. He even straightened his back in front of the villagers, bragging about how his wife was pregnant and how great he was. Seeing Wong Dajuan pretending to be proud, Suan only found it funny and disgusting. Late at night, Suan lay on the warm bed in the east room, which she hadn't used for a long time. Jeang Guohua had specially given her the best room, so she could rest and carry her baby safely. Wong Dajuan was sent to sleep in a side room, supposedly, to avoid disturbing the baby. A soft sound came from the window. Suan's heart moved, and she quickly put on her clothes and sat up. The window was pushed open a crack, and a cold wind mixed with the familiar smell of tobacco slipped inside. Then, a tall, dark figure jumped in. "Brother Lei." As soon as Suan called out, Lei Deshui pulled her into his arms. His military coat was cold from the outside, but his embrace was hot. "I missed you so much." Lei Deshui buried his head in Suan's neck and greedily inhaled her scent. These days, that old busybody was watching closely. I didn't dare come out, afraid of being caught. Suan reached out and hugged his waist, gently patting his back. "I missed you too." Lei Deshui looked up, using the moonlight to see Suan's face. His big hand gently stroked her cheek, with a look of anger and frustration in his eyes. "I was listening at the wall for a while earlier. That Wong Dajuan, that coward, was bragging in the yard, saying the baby was his and would be smart in the future. Pfft. What a shameless guy." Lei Deshui gritted his teeth in anger. "What kind of fool do you think I am, to become a simple-minded guy like Ergo? This is all for you. Otherwise, I would have destroyed this broken house." Seeing Lei Deshui's jealous and frustrated look, Suan couldn't help but smile. She reached out and gently pinched Lei Deshui's ear. "Big brother Lei, why are you mad at a fool like me? Now they treat this child as a treasure. When the truth comes out, they'll suffer even more. Just think, when the baby is born looking exactly like you, how would Wong Dajuan and Jeang Guohua feel then?" Lei Deshui listened to Suan's words and imagined the scene. His originally furrowed brows suddenly relaxed, and a wide smile appeared on his face. "Hee, yeah, if that old woman finds out that the ancestor she has been caring for months is actually my child, she probably would get so angry she'd have a stroke right then." Lei Deshui felt very happy. He leaned down and kissed Suan hard on the lips. Then he moved close to her ear and gently bit her delicate earlobe. His warm breath made Suan shiver. "Wanner, let them enjoy their pride for a few days. When the baby is born, I will hold 100 banquet tables. Let's see how they cry then." As the days entered December, the weather grew colder. The north wind carried snowflakes, covering the entire Lei village in a thick white blanket. Normally, this was the best time for hibernation. But Suan's days were not comfortable at all. As her belly grew bigger each day, her morning sickness became more intense. This was not the fake nausea she pretended for Jeang Guohua before. This was real, stomach-turning nausea. She would vomit in the morning, smell cooking fumes, and feel like throwing up. Even drinking cold water made her want to vomit. It felt like her stomach had a blender inside, ready to crush her organs and make her vomit. Ugh. Suan leaned on the edge of the Kong, heated bed, clutching a basin and vomiting her heart out. She vomited yellow water, almost bile. Her face was pale, her eye socket sunken, and she looked even more exhausted than before. Jeang Guohua brought in a bowl of freshly cooked egg custard. When she heard the noise, her eyebrows furrowed into a Sichuan shape. "Oh dear, did you vomit again?" Jeang Guohua set the bowl down on the table, her tone full of concern but mostly with some blame. "You vomited after eating again. How can my grandson grow strong if he keeps vomiting? Wana, you need to be patient." "This is good stuff. 2 eggs." Suan weakly lifted her head and wiped the sour water from the corner of her mouth. "Mom, I really can't eat. Just smelling this makes me feel sick." "Even if you're sick, you have to eat." Jeang Guohua sat down on the Kong, a traditional bed, picked up the bowl, and tried to feed her. "Back in the day when I was pregnant with Dajuan, I even chewed bark." "How come you're so delicate?" "That's because you're used to a good life, spoiled." Suan, helpless, could only force herself to take a few bites. But less than 2 minutes after swallowing, her stomach started to cramp again. Wow, the egg custard she just ate was all vomited out, both the food and the liquid. Jeang Guohua looked at the mess on the ground, her heart aching as she patted her thigh. "This is so unfair. All that money wasted. Enough, stop eating. You're just unlucky." Jeang Guohua cursed as she cleaned up the mess and then turned to leave. Soon after, she came back secretly holding a dark, broken bowl. Inside was half a bowl of murky liquid, giving off a disgusting smell. It was like burnt hair or old urine smell. "Here, drink this." Jeang Guohua handed the bowl to Suan, looking very confident. "This is a folk remedy I got from the next village from a man named Wang. They say it's a mixture of boy's urine and incense ash, specially for morning sickness. Very effective." When Suan smelled that, she almost fainted on the spot. "Boy's urine? Incense ash? Is this old woman trying to poison her?" "Mom, I won't drink. This is too dirty." Suan covered her nose and backed away, her stomach churning even more. "Dirty? This is called using poison to fight poison." Jeang Guohua stared fiercely, trying to force her. "For the baby's sake, you can't even endure a little hardship? Drink quickly." Suan was backed into the corner, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked at the dark water getting closer. At that moment, suddenly, Wong Dajuan's shouting came from outside.
"Mom,
come out quickly. The old sow in the pig pen seems to be about to give birth." Hearing this, Jeang Guohua thought it was more important than anything else.
"Oh."
Coming." She put her bowl on the table, pointed at Suan and said, "Drink it honestly. When I come back, I'll check the bottom of your bowl." After saying that, she hurried out. Suan looked at the disgusting food in the bowl, took a deep breath. She picked up the bowl, forced herself to endure the nausea, and went to the window. Below the window, there was a mouse hole. Without hesitation, Suan poured all the miracle medicine into the mouse hole. "Drink it. Let the mice drink it." Suan placed the empty bowl back on the table and weakly collapsed onto the Kong bed. "When will these days end?" She touched her belly, tears rolling down her cheeks. "Baby mom feels so bad. Your father, that unkind man, still hasn't come." All she could think about now was that sour taste. That very sour taste. Even an unripe green apricot would do, as long as it could ease this terrible nausea. That night, the snow and wind grew stronger. The howling north wind battered the window paper, making eerie whistling sounds. Suan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Her stomach was empty, but felt tight and uncomfortable. She wanted to eat sour plums. the kind sold at the county supply store, preserved with sugar, black plums. Sweet and sour, making her drool just thinking about it. In the afternoon, Goshim came to deliver coal, arranged by Lei Deshui. When no one was around, Suan quietly whispered to Gosheng. She didn't know if Gosheng told Brother Lei. With so much snow, the roads were blocked. He probably wouldn't come, right? Suan sighed, forced herself to close her eyes. She didn't know how long had passed. In a daze, Suan seemed to hear 2 soft knocks on the window. The sound was very faint, masked by the wind, almost inaudible. But Suan suddenly woke up. That was their secret signal with Lei Deshui. She quickly put on her clothes, ran barefoot to the window, gently pushed the window open. A piercing cold wind rushed in, making her shiver. But in the next moment, she was stunned. Outside the window, in the snow, stood a tall snowman. Lei Deshui was covered in snow, with frost on his eyebrows and beard. His military coat was frozen stiff, like armor covering him. One of his legs was bent unnaturally, with a large tear in his pants revealing dark red blood that had frozen. But he was holding tightly to a paper-wrapped package in his arms. When Suan peeked out, Lei Deshui's face, pale and purple from the cold, broke into a silly smile. "Why did you open the window?" "I almost froze to death." His voice trembled, and his teeth chattered. Suan looked at his injured leg, and tears suddenly streamed down her face. "Big Brother Lei, your leg." "Sure." Lei Deshui put a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. He hobbled closer and handed her the warm paper package. "Don't cry. I'm fine. It's just that the road was too slippery and the motorcycle fell into a ditch." He spoke casually, as if it was just a small fall. But Suan knew that the road to the county was already difficult, and riding a motorcycle in heavy snow was risking her life. How did he manage to endure the wind and snow, dragging his injured leg back from dozens of kilometers away? Trembling, Suan took the paper package. She opened it. Inside was a big bundle of dark, shiny black plums, giving off a tempting sweet and sour smell. Each one was full and round, making her drool just looking at them. "Here, sweet." Lei Deshui looked at Suan with a gentle gaze, as if he could melt the snowstorm outside. "Try it. Maybe it will help ease that sick feeling." Suan pinched a plum and put it in her mouth. It was sour. The intense sourness exploded on her tongue, instantly calming her stomach's nausea. Then, a sweet aftertaste followed. It was so sweet it reached her heart. As she chewed the plum and tears fell, she looked at the silly man outside the window and made a vow in her heart. In this life, she would only marry Lei Deshui. Even if the heavens themselves tried to stop her, she wouldn't change her mind. "Is it tasty?" Lei Deshui asked with a silly smile. "Delicious. Especially delicious." Suan nodded while crying. "That's what matters." Lei Deshui sighed in relief. "Go inside quickly, don't catch a cold. I need to go back. I have to find some wine to rub on this leg." After saying that, he looked deeply at Suan, then turned and dragged his injured leg, limping away into the snowstorm. Suan leaned on the windowsill, watching his figure until he disappeared from sight. The next morning, early, Suan sat on the kong, a traditional bed, eating dried plums one after another, enjoying each bite. When Jeang Guohua came in, she saw this scene just in time. "Hey, what are you eating?" "It looks dark." Jeang Guohua leaned in to look, smelling the sour scent, and her teeth clenched. "So sour? Can you really eat it?" Suan ignored her and put another plum in her mouth. "Mom, this is called sour and spicy girl, meaning there's a strong spirit inside." Hearing this, Jeang Guohua immediately smiled happily. Yes, yes. Sour and spicy girl. Eat more. Eat more. As long as it's her grandson, she would buy even poison if needed. But then, Jeang Guohua's gaze fell on Suwan's belly. Suwan, dressed in a thin shirt, sat on the kong, and her belly was already quite obvious. By the calendar, she was just over 3 months pregnant, nearly 4 months. But this belly, why does it look like she's 5 or 6 months along? Jeang Guohua, experienced in childbirth, had good judgment. She frowned and started to worry. Wanner, your belly. Is it growing too fast? She gestured with her hand. I remember the wife of the second aunt next door. At 5 months, her belly was only this big. You're just over 3 months. Why does it look so obvious? Suan's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Brother Lei's nourishing food was too effective, plus she was carrying 3 babies, so her belly was indeed hard to hide. Mom, am I just getting fat? Suan nervously pulled at the quilt, trying to cover her belly. Fat. Jeang Guohua shook her head, a hint of suspicion flashing in her sharp eyes. Can you only be fat in your belly? Your arms and legs don't look thick. No, something's not right. The more Jeang Guohua thought about it, the more suspicious she became. Could she have miscalculated the months? Or maybe… Suddenly, a bolder and more exciting idea popped into Jeang Guohua's mind. She quickly slapped her thigh, her eyes shining like 2 bright lamps.
Oh, could it be?
Jeang Guohua's sudden surprise startled Suan, who was eating sour plums, almost causing her to swallow the pit. Mom, are you trying to scare me to death? Suan patted her chest and rolled her eyes at her irritably. But Jeang Guohua ignored her complaints. Instead, like a hungry wolf smelling meat, she hurried to the bed, her eyes fixed on Suan's belly. Her gaze was so intense it seemed she could burn a hole through the blanket. Wanner, lift the blanket so I can take a good look. What are you doing? Suan instinctively protected her belly and leaned back. Although Jeang Guohua now thought of this child as belonging to the Wong family, Suan knew in her heart that she was carrying 3 little ones. If Jeang Guohua noticed anything suspicious, why hide? I wouldn't harm my own grandson, would I? Without waiting for her to respond, Jeang Guohua yanked the blanket open. She didn't mind the cold. She reached out her withered hands and touched Suan's round belly, feeling around. While touching, she muttered to herself, this roundness, this firmness. Oh, it should be growing outward on both sides. After feeling for a while, Jeang Guohua suddenly lifted her head, her expression full of amazement. Shock, joy, and disbelief all mixed on her face. This is incredible. Truly amazing. Jeang Guohua's voice was full of excitement. Wanner, wait here and don't move. Don't move at all. After saying that, she didn't bother to put on her shoes properly. She hurried out of the room. In just a short while, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Jeang Guohua led 3 elderly women into the room in a flurry. These 3 women were famous in Lei Deshui as the best female doctors. Although they couldn't read or write and didn't have medical licenses, they were very accurate in telling whether a woman's baby was a boy or girl, how many months along she was, or even if she was carrying twins or just a single baby, just by feeling and looking. Especially the leading woman, Granny Wong, is said to have delivered more children than the village has dogs. Come on, Granny, take a look. Jeang Guohua pointed at Suan's belly, looking proud. I think there's something wrong with this belly. It's too big. You all check and see what's going on. Suan was surrounded by these old ladies like a monkey in a zoo. She felt very nervous inside, but she had to pretend to stay calm. Granny Wong squinted her dim eyes, reached out and pressed on Suan's belly, then listened carefully with her ear. The other 2 old ladies also touched and poked, talking and gesturing. Wow, this belly really is big. Only 3 months? It looks like 5 months. Is the baby? More than 1 head. After feeling around for a while, Granny Wong straightened up, her wrinkled face showing a meaningful smile. Guohua, you're about to have good luck. Granny Wong raised 2 fingers and waved them in front of Jeang Guohua. This baby might be twins. Twins. Although Jeang Guohua had a guess, hearing this official confirmation made her so excited she almost fainted. Are you sure, Granny? Really too? Absolutely. Granny Wong nodded confidently. I've been delivering babies for many years, and I can tell by the feel. This belly is packed full, definitely more than 1, and look at the shape pointed upwards, most likely 2 with heads. Oh my goodness. Jeang Guohua clapped her hands and jumped with joy. Twins? That means 2 big grandsons. Our old Wong family is really blessed now. After sending off the old ladies, Jeang Guohua felt like she was floating. She spun around in the yard, humming some unknown tune, feeling happy with everyone. Even looking at Suan, she thought she looked more beautiful and refined. That silly kid ergo looks so dull, but I didn't expect him to be so lucky, Jeang Guohua muttered while patching shoes. TSK, such good genes. Double the luck. Much better than Dajuan, who's useless. This news spread quickly like wings, reaching all of Lei village in no time. When Wong Dajuan returned home from work and entered the village entrance, he was immediately surrounded by a group of people. Hey, Dajuan, congratulations. I heard your wife is expecting twins. You're really something. Usually you're low-key, but now you've got a big surprise. Twins. That's such good luck. Most people can't even wish for that. At first, Wong Dajuan was a bit confused. Once he understood what was happening, he straightened up proudly, almost lifting his chin to the sky. Although he knew deep down that the children weren't his, in the eyes of others, this was his child. This was proof of his manhood. It's nothing special, just good luck. Wong Dajuan pretended to be modest, waving his hand, but inside, he was grinning from ear to ear. He even took out a pack of cigarettes called Big Production and started handing them out to everyone. Come on, have a smoke and share the good luck. Seeing Wong Dajuan's proud expression, the villagers' eyes turned red with envy. Only the village fool, Wong Ergu, was squatting on the ground playing with mud. When he saw Wong Dajuan pass by, Ergu chuckled foolishly, drooling, and called out, Brother.
Candy.
Want candy? Wong Dajuan's smile froze for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. He took a piece of candy from his pocket and threw it to Ergu, as if shooing away a dog. Eat it. Thanks to you. He muttered softly, a strange look flashing in his eyes. All of this was being watched by a pair of eyes not far away. Lei Deshui sat on a tractor, chewing on a piece of grass, and looked at Wong Dajuan surrounded by people, a cold smile curling on his lips. Twins? Lei Deshui snorted through his nose, his eyes full of disdain. A bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. He touched the stubble on his chin, thinking of what Suan had told him last night. Suan said her belly was moving strongly, sometimes bulging on one side, then kicking on the other, feeling like a martial arts tournament was happening inside. Lei Deshui, though inexperienced, had a gut feeling. This was definitely more than two. Let you enjoy your moment for a few days. Lei Deshui spat out the grass and started the tractor. Vroom vroom. Black smoke billowed out, hiding the fierce look that was about to explode in his eyes. The higher you lift it, the harder you fall. Suddenly, it's the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, Little New Year. The village is preparing for the annual spring festival party at the village committee. Although called a party, it's really just everyone gathering together, cracking sunflower seeds, watching a model opera, and chatting. It's also a good time for each family to show off their harvest of the year. This year, Wong Dajuan has been preparing carefully. He took out his traditional suit, which he only wears on special occasions, and combed his hair until it shined.
Suan.
Hurry up. Why are you dawdling? Wong Dajuan stood in the yard, urging her. Put on your new red padded jacket. It looks festive. Suan sat on the edge of the kong, a traditional heated bed, looking at the bright red jacket with some reluctance. She didn't want to go. Pregnant and feeling uncomfortable, she didn't want to be the center of attention or be watched by others. Dajuan, I feel heavy and don't want to move. How can you not go? Jeang Guohua came out from the inner room, holding a new headscarf. Everyone in the village is going, and you're our hero. You're the main character. You must go. Let those gossiping women see that our Wong family has a future. Suan still hesitated. Just then, a cough came from outside the window. It was Lei Deshui. Suan's heart moved. She walked to the window. She saw Lei Deshui standing outside the backyard wall, pretending to sweep snow with a broom. When he saw Suan looking over, he nodded towards the village committee and grinned mischievously. Then he mouthed a few words.
Suan understood.
He was saying, Go, there's good entertainment. Her heart skipped a beat. Brother Lei was up to something. Since there was good entertainment, How could she, the main character, miss out? Suan turned around, putting on a submissive look. Okay, mother, I'll go. She put on the bright red jacket, carrying her big belly that everyone in the village was counting on, and followed Wong Dajuan out of the house. The snow outside had stopped, and the sunlight reflected on the snow, dazzling her eyes. Suan squinted, watching Wong Dajuan walk ahead proudly. She touched her belly and silently said to herself, "Baby, let's go see a show. Look at your silly dad, how he lost his face at Grandma's house." On the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, Little New Year, the big team office in Lei Deshui was very lively today. Red lanterns hung high, swaying in the cold wind, giving a festive feeling. The loudspeaker played, step by step, making people's ears buzz. Old and young villagers, young women and girls, all gathered here. Shells of sunflower seeds were scattered everywhere, and the smell of dried tobacco made people cough, but no one minded. Everyone was smiling. Wong Dajuan led the group, looking very proud and confident. He wore a traditional suit from his wedding, which was a little tight, almost bursting at the buttons over his belly, but he felt very happy inside. His hair was slicked back and shiny, so shiny that even flies would have to do a split to land on it. He kept one hand behind his back and gently supported Suan with the other, but it looked more like he was holding a living Buddha than his wife. Suan wore a brand new bright red padded coat, looking like a ball of fire. The red made her face look even whiter and more delicate, with a charming expression in her eyes and eyebrows. But her belly, wrapped in the red coat, looked very big, like she was about to give birth, even though she was only 4 months pregnant. She looked down, seeming obedient, but a cold smile played on her lips. Wong Dajuan, the proud peacock, was showing off to the fullest today. "Wow, Dajuan, is that your wife?" Aunt Lee from the village head's house was cracking sunflower seeds and saw the family, her eyes brightening immediately. "I heard she's expecting twins?" Such good luck hearing this, Wong Dajuan straightened his back by 3 inches. "Of course. Aunt Lee, you don't know, those 2 little ones are kicking inside, full of energy," he loudly boasted, afraid others wouldn't hear. "My mother already had someone check, and they said she has the destiny of a star descending from the heavens. She'll be college material in the future." Jeang Guohua, following behind, also smiled broadly, her face full of wrinkles. She carried a basket filled with sunflower seeds and candies, handing them out to everyone she saw. Come on, have some candy." "Feeling proud of my grandson's good luck. I'm telling you, my wife is very lucky. This pregnancy will definitely bring twins." Jeang Guohua's loud voice almost shook the roof. Some villagers sincerely congratulated us, while others just looked on with envy. I don't know what kind of good luck he had. Yeah, wasn't he told he wouldn't have children? How come he's having twins now? Who knows? Maybe he took some magic medicine. Today, Wong Dajuan ignored all these gossip and rumors. Right now, he's the most handsome guy in Lejia village, and no one can ruin his mood. Suan listened to these words and just found them funny. It's okay to laugh now, but later, she might cry even harder. The group entered the village hall. Inside, dozens of tables were already set up. There weren't many fancy dishes, just peanuts, sunflower seeds, candies, and a few plates of cold radish strips. Everyone just wanted to have fun. At the very back was the main table, where the village leaders sat. The secretary, the village chief, the accountant, and some respected elders. Right in the middle sat a man confidently.
Lei Deshui.
Today, he wasn't wearing his military coat. Instead, he wore a black leather jacket with the collar open, showing his strong chest muscles. He was smoking a big front door cigarette, playing with a lighter, looking very relaxed. His eyes, half closed, occasionally swept over the crowd. His fierce look made people feel uneasy. He was the richest man in the village and the biggest bully. Sitting at the main table was natural for him. Wong Dajuan and Suan chose a seat close to the main table. From the moment they sat down, Wong Dajuan kept his eyes on Lei Deshui. That look was a mix of respect, flattery, and a little pride. He used to be afraid of Lei Deshui, afraid of getting beaten. Now, he's not afraid anymore. He feels he has some backing and his back straightened. He can stand toe-to-toe with someone like Lei Deshui. Most importantly, he still owes Lei Deshui a favor, or so he thinks. Wong Dajuan turned his eyes, picked up his glass, and poured himself a full cup of white liquor. "Waner, sit here and don't move. Take good care of our son." Dajuan Wong gave a quick instruction, then carried his wine glass, smiling flatteringly as he walked toward the main table. Suan watched his back, crushing the sunflower seeds in her hand with a loud crack. The show is about to begin. Dajuan Wong reached the main table, unconsciously bent his waist, and wore a full smile. Party secretary, village head, elders, Happy New Year. He greeted everyone first, then fixed his gaze on Lei Deshui. "Brother Lei, Happy New Year." Dajuan Wong's loud voice drew everyone's attention to the table. Lei Deshui was smoking when he heard the noise. He blinked lazily. He looked at Wong's smiling face, which looked like a sunflower, then over him, glanced at Suan sitting nearby. Suan was peeling peanuts with her head down, as if she didn't care about what was happening. Lei Deshui's lips curled into a teasing smile. "Oh, isn't this Accountant Wong?" Lei Deshui flicked his ash and spoke lazily. "I heard you have good news lately. You're going to be a father?" Hearing this, Wong's face turned red with excitement. Yes. Thanks to Brother Lei." "Thanks to Brother Lei." Wong handed his glass forward, slightly lower than Lei Deshui's. "Brother Lei, I used to be clueless and offended you many times. But this time, I truly want to thank you. If it weren't for that truck of coal you gave earlier, my wife wouldn't be in such good shape. I think it's fate." Wong became more excited as he spoke, his drunkenness rising. In a moment of impulsiveness, he said what he had been planning for a long time. "Brother Lei, you are the most capable person in our village and also the luckiest. My 2 sons will definitely have bright futures. I want to try to connect with you." Wong took a deep breath, raising his voice by 8 pitches. "Let my 2 sons recognize you as their godfather. How about that?" Boom. That sentence was like a thunderclap, exploding loudly in the lively hall. The villagers, who had been drinking, playing cards, and joking loudly, suddenly fell silent. Dozens of eyes all turned sharply toward the main table. Recognize a godfather? Is Wong Dajuan crazy? Who doesn't know that Lei Deshui is a tough guy? And who doesn't know that Wong Dajuan is a coward? These two are not even related, so how did they become close like family? And now, making Lei Deshui their godfather? This scene feels so strange and weird. It's like the air has frozen. Only the loudspeaker is playing cheerful music, which sounds very harsh. Lei Deshui suddenly snaps his lighter shut with a snap sound. He slowly straightens up, his deep eyes fixed on Wong Dajuan. There's no anger in his gaze, but rather a strange and teasing look. Wong Dajuan feels nervous under his stare, and his hand holding the glass trembles a little. "Brother Lei, if you're upset with me..." "Upset?"
"No way." Lei Deshui suddenly smiles.
That smile has a mischievous and mysterious feeling. He lifts his glass and gently taps it against Wong Dajuan's. Cheers! The clear sound of glass clinking echoes in the quiet hall. "Accountant Wong, you're really flattering me." Lei Deshui's voice isn't loud, but every word is clear and reaches everyone's ears. "Godfather? I think that word God is a bit unnecessary." Wong Dajuan is stunned and doesn't understand. "What? What do you mean?" Lei Deshui tilts his head back and drinks all the wine in his glass. The spicy liquid slides down his throat, making his inner fire burn even hotter. He puts down his glass, wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, and then looks past Wong Dajuan, staring intently at Suan over there. Suan also lifts her head, and their eyes meet in the air. Lei Deshui's possessiveness is almost overflowing. He turns his head, looks at Wong Dajuan with a confused expression, and his smile becomes even brighter. "I say, this girl and I are destined." Lei Deshui reaches out and pats Wong Dajuan hard on the shoulder, almost making him fall. "Maybe when this girl is born, she might not look like you, but like me." "Ha ha ha." Lei Deshui bursts into wild laughter, laughing so hard he leans back and tears almost come out. The whole hall falls into complete silence. Everyone looked at each other with surprised faces, and their expressions were very interesting. What does this mean? Does he look like Lei Deshui? If someone else said that, it would be an insult. But from Lei Deshui, it sounds so confident and proud. Wong Dajuan was also stunned by the joke. His simple mind didn't think deeply about it. He just thought Lei Deshui was joking and giving him face. Hee. Brother Lei is really funny. Wong Dajuan smiled and drank the wine in his cup. You're just like him. So impressive. So capable. If you agree to be this kid's godfather, then these two boys will be your own children. Wong Dajuan's flattery was very loud. Everyone around him felt embarrassed for him. In the corner, Widow Zhao was eating sunflower seeds. When she heard this, she choked on a seed. Cough, cough, cough. Widow Zhao coughed so hard her face turned red and her neck thickened. She looked at Wong Dajuan with disdain. Such a big fool. Being sold and still counting money for others. Suan sat quietly, clutching her clothes tightly. She looked at Wong Dajuan's submissive attitude and then at Lei Deshui's commanding presence. Her anger finally eased a little. Wong Dajuan, if you want to get close enough to be hit, then don't blame others.
All right.
I'll be this kid's godfather. Lei Deshui waved his hand confidently. Once the baby is a month old, I'll give a big red envelope. Thank you, Brother Lei. Thank you, Godfather. Wong Dajuan was so excited he kept bowing, feeling proud today. Even Lei Deshui gave him face. In the future, no one in the village would look down on Wong Dajuan. He happily returned to his seat and showed off to Jeang Guohua and Suan.
See that?
Brother Lei agreed. From now on, our family can walk proudly in the village. Jeang Guohua was also very happy, thinking her son was really capable. Only Suan lowered her head and touched her belly. Baby, did you hear that? Your real father has accepted this relationship. But this means the family hierarchy is all mixed up. The party was halfway through, and the atmosphere was very lively. After a few drinks, everyone's talkative side came out. Some played games, some sang songs, and others boasted loudly from the alcohol. Wong Dajuan was even more drunk, his face flushed, feeling light and carefree without knowing why. He took off his tight Zhongshan suit and draped it over the chair, unbuttoning 2 buttons of his shirt to reveal his chest with ribs. Come on.
Drink.
I'm so happy today. Wong Dajuan held his cup, competing to drink with a few people at his table. I tell you, my wife's belly is like a treasure chest. Double good. Double good. Do you understand? That's 2 pillars of support. Jeang Guohua was also excited, showing off to the elderly women nearby while helping Suan serve food. I've known for a long time my wife is lucky. Before, she wasn't well taken care of, but now she's better, and she's got 2 kids. Suan sat quietly, eating a plate of braised pork in front of her. This was specially brought over by Lei Deshui, claiming it was to nourish the pregnant woman. The meat was tender and flavorful, not greasy at all. Suan ate happily, ignoring the noisy surroundings. Suddenly, amidst the lively scene, bang! The hall's door was forcefully pushed open. A cold wind with snowflakes blew in, dispersing the alcohol fumes from several tables near the entrance. Everyone turned to look. A disheveled, ragged figure rushed inside. He wore a torn padded jacket, exposing dark, matted cotton inside, with one shoe big and the other small, his face covered in black mud and a long, runny nose. It was Wong Ergu, the village fool. He usually had no one to look after him, often hungry and starving. Today, the whole village was having a feast, and the delicious smell drifted 2 miles away, making his stomach rumble with hunger.
Meat.
I want meat. Wong Ergu's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the leftover food on the table, drooling. Without thinking, he ran straight to the nearest table at the door and reached out to grab a chicken leg from the plate. Hey, why is this fool here? Go away. Get out of here. So dirty. The people at that table waved their hands dismissively, shooing him away like a fly. Wong Ergu was pushed back, but he didn't care at all. His eyes suddenly fixed on Wong Dajuan's table nearby. There sat the woman who haunted his dreams, his beautiful wife, and also the auntie who always gave him candy. Although that night he was beaten up and had a scar on his head, some things were deeply engraved in his simple mind. Like candy and wife. He chuckled foolishly, stopped grabbing the meat, and staggered toward Wong Dajuan's table. "Ergo? What are you here for?" Jeang Guohua saw her silly nephew coming and felt a sudden worry. If Ergo started talking nonsense, what would happen? She quickly stood up, trying to stop him. "Ergo, listen to me, go home now. Auntie will bring you some meat later." She signaled to Wong Dajuan to get him away, but Wong Ergo didn't listen. His cloudy eyes stared fixedly at Suan and her big pregnant belly. In that moment, a flash of light seemed to cross his muddled mind. It was something Jeang Guohua had once told him. "Go to sleep, and you'll have a wife and candy to eat." Though he didn't sleep that night, he had entered the house. And now, the wife's belly was big. That meant she was his. Wong Ergo rushed in front of Suan, reaching out with his dirty, black hands, pointing at her belly, shouting excitedly, "Wife!" Hee. Wife. His voice was muffled and unclear, but in the noisy hall, it felt like pressing pause. People at nearby tables heard him and stopped what they were doing, looking over in surprise. Suan sat there, slightly leaning back, avoiding his dirty hand. She wasn't scared but looked at the fool very calmly. This fire finally ignited. "Ergo, what nonsense are you talking?" Jeang Guohua was terrified, her face pale, and she quickly covered Ergo's mouth. "She's your sister-in-law." "What wife? Have you been drinking horse urine?" Wong Ergo struggled desperately, his strength surprisingly great, and he forcefully pushed Jeang Guohua away. Jeang Guohua was knocked to the ground, sitting on her bottom, crying out in pain. Wong Ergo, now free, was even more excited. He patted his chest and pointed at Suan's belly, his silly face full of pride. My wife is mine. There's a baby in her belly. Mine." Boom. If Wong Dajuan calling someone his godfather was like a thunderclap, this statement was like an atomic bomb explosion. Everyone was stunned. All the people were shocked. They all opened their mouths wide, their eyes almost popping out. What does this mean? Is the baby in Suan's belly Wong Ergo's? Wow. Is that real? This fool is silly, but can he make up something like this? I knew it. With Wong Dajuan's build, how could he suddenly be expecting twins? Turns out he borrowed the seed. TSK. The Wong family sure knows how to play around. Whispers like waves flooded the hall instantly. Those who were once jealous or envious now looked on with mockery, disdain, and glee at the drama. Wong Dajuan stood there, completely stunned. His face changed from red to white, then green, and finally turned a purple hue. That was the color of extreme shame. A green hat. A huge, glowing green hat was firmly placed on his head in front of all the villagers, men, women, and children. Although he had silently accepted this, and had long acknowledged it in his heart, this was something he shouldn't have said. Once he said it, where could he put his face? How could he continue to live in the village? You fool. You're talking nonsense. Wong Dajuan, furious and ashamed, his blood rushing to his head. He looked like an angry bull, grabbing an empty wine bottle from the table and charging at Wong Ergo. "I'm going to beat you to death. You lying fool. Stop talking nonsense. You're ruining my reputation." Wong Dajuan was truly ready to kill. He wanted to smash this foolish man who had humiliated him. Seeing Wong Dajuan rush over angrily, he was so scared he curled up on the ground, crying loudly. "Wow. He's hitting. Auntie, help." Just as the bottle was about to hit Wong Ergo's head. At this critical moment, bang, a big foot in leather boots suddenly kicked out from the side. That kick was fast, accurate, and fierce, directly hitting Wong Dajuan's stomach. Ow! Wong Dajuan screamed loudly, like a broken kite, flying 2 meters away. Crash! He knocked over a table behind him, plates and bowls shattered everywhere, and soup spilled all over him. Wong Dajuan clutched his stomach, curled up on the ground like a big shrimp, his face twisted in pain. The whole scene fell silent again. Everyone looked toward that foot. They saw Lei Deshui standing there, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a cigarette. His black leather jacket reflected a cold shine under the light. His face was expressionless, only showing a chilling indifference. During the new year, bullying a fool. What kind of skill is that? Lei Deshui's voice was quiet but carried a commanding authority. He walked up to Wang Ergu, reached out, and pulled the trembling fool to his feet. Then, he casually grabbed a large chicken leg from the table and handed it to Wang Ergu.
Eat it.
Consider it my treat. Wang Ergu took the chicken leg, tears turning into a smile, and mumbled as he chewed. Good person. Great person. Lei Deshui patted Wang Ergu on the shoulder, then turned around, looking down at Wong Dajuan on the ground. His gaze was like looking at a bug that could be crushed at any moment. Accountant Wang, this is your fault. Lei Deshui exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone full of mockery. Kids say silly things. Do you really believe them? Besides, even if he's telling the truth, Lei Deshui paused, sweeping his eyes over everyone, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But you can't hit people. This is your cousin breaking bones and tendons. Who knows what might happen? Lei Deshui deliberately stretched out his voice, giving a meaningful glance at Suan's belly. What if we really are family later? Isn't it inappropriate for you to act like this now? This remark was like tearing off Wong Dajuan's face and stomping on it. It was a real blow to his pride. The villagers around couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Soon, the laughter spread one after another. Ha ha ha. Old Lei is right. Family. Truly a family. Wong Dajuan, you're really good at wearing that green hat. The laughter felt like sharp knives stabbing Wong Dajuan, leaving him hurt everywhere. He lay on the ground, trembling, nails digging into the mud. It's over. It's all finished. Wong Dajuan's life was completely ruined. Jeang Guohua sat on the ground, looking at this scene with a pale face. She had planned everything, but never expected this fool to reveal everything at such a moment. Suan still sat there, holding a cup of hot water. She looked at Lei Deshui's tall figure, a gentle light flashing in her eyes. This is her man. Even in this situation, he protected her and stood up for her in his own way. His methods were a bit harsh, and his words a bit sharp. But, damn, it felt so satisfying. The gathering ended in chaos and mockery. Wong Dajuan was helped by Jeang Guohua, running home like a stray dog. Along the way, the villagers' pointed fingers felt like countless needles stabbing into their backs. Look, that's the green hat guy. Borrowed a wife and ended up with a fool. Amazing. This old Wong family, they'll never show their faces again, back home. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut. Wong Dajuan, acting like he had lost his mind, grabbed the top beam of the door and started smashing the water tank in the yard.
Crash.
Crash, the water tank shattered, water spilling everywhere. Ah, Wong Dajuan shouted loudly, his voice sharp and desperate, like a caged rooster. He suddenly turned around, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Suan standing at the foot of the wall. You wicked woman. It's you. It's all your fault. Wong Dajuan pointed the stick in his hand, his anger exploding. If it weren't for you, this useless hen, I wouldn't have to suffer this shame. You've made me lose face. Made me the joke of the whole village. Today, I will definitely teach you a lesson. In the Wong family estate, the air seemed to freeze. Shattered pottery pieces on the ground reflected cold moonlight, like the teeth of some wild beast. Wong Dajuan clenched a thick stick, his chest heaving heavily, panting like a mad dog pushed to the edge. His mind had completely broken after the teasing he just endured. All the talk about borrowing seed, family line, and son had turned into shame in his mind. He only knew he was a man, but the whole village saw him as a coward. He had to vent his anger. And Suan was the best target for that. Shameless. Come here. Kneel down for me. Wong Dajuan stepped closer, raising his stick high, casting a shadow over Suan. Suan stood at the foot of the cold earthen wall, leaning against it. She didn't kneel and beg like before, nor did she cry and scream. She instinctively used both hands to protect her pregnant belly. Her eyes, once timid, now showed a chilling calmness. It was a look of despair and determination after seeing through everything. Wong Dajuan, what are you doing? Suan's voice was cold as the winter wind. Who agreed to let Air go into the house? Who said as long as he's got a manly thing, it's fine? It was your mother's idea, your decision. Now that it's been exposed and you feel ashamed, you take it out on me. What kind of man are you? Every word was sharp and pointed, hitting Wong Dajuan's sorest, most rotten spot.
You
still dare to talk back. Wong Dajuan was stunned by the insult, then became even more angry and ashamed. He didn't expect this usually meek and silent punching bag to dare speak to him like that. I agreed. I was forced. If this broken land didn't produce crops, why would I need to borrow seed? Now everyone in the village knows that I have been betrayed. This wild child cannot stay. Wong Dajuan's eyes fixed on Suan's belly, filled with anger. Since he had already lost face, what was the point of hiding anymore? Just get rid of this child, divorce Suan, and after a year or so, no one will remember this matter. I'll kill this wild child. You shameless girl! Wong Dajuan shouted loudly, swinging his stick with a whooshing sound, aiming it fiercely at Suan's belly. He was determined to hurt her badly. If this blow hit hard, not only the baby but even the adults could be in danger. Suan cried out in surprise, instinctively trying to dodge. But her body was too heavy, and the icy snow on the ground made it impossible to move quickly. She could only close her eyes in despair, exposing her back to Wong Dajuan, desperately protecting her belly. Stop! Jeang Guohua stood nearby, angry at first, wanting her son to teach his wife a lesson. But when she saw her son aiming at her belly, she was so frightened she lost her voice. That was a double stick. That was the only hope of the Wong family. Even if it was the seed of a fool, it was still a seed. Dajuan.
stop.
That's my grandson, Jeang Guohua screamed and rushed forward, trying to grab Wong Dajuan's arm. But Wong Dajuan was already furious, ignoring her. He swung his arm and threw Jeang Guohua to the ground. Get out of the way. What grandson? That's a wild child. A fool seed. I'm going to clear out the trouble today. The stick whistled through the air, less than half a foot from Suan's body. Suan could even feel the sharp wind stabbing her face. It's over. Children, mother is sorry for you. Just at this critical moment, bang. A loud crash, like a thunderclap. The heavy wooden door of the Wong family, which had been tightly shut just moments before, was kicked open from outside. It was a thick elm door. The latch broke into two pieces, with chips flying everywhere. Then, a dark figure like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, carrying a destructive aura, instantly rushed into the yard.
Wang.
I think you've had enough of life. With a loud shout, the snow in the yard shook and fell. Dajuan Wong was so startled by the shout that his hand trembled and his stick veered off, hitting the wall next to Suan.
Crack.
The mud wall was smashed into a big hole, and dirt flew everywhere. Before Dajuan Wong could react, a big foot in military boots kicked hard at his chest.
Bang.
The force of this kick was 10 times stronger than the one earlier in the hall. Dajuan Wong was thrown back as if hit by a truck, crashing onto the stone mill in the yard. Spit, a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Dajuan Wong felt like his internal organs had shifted, and the pain was so intense he couldn't even scream. He could only twitch on the ground like a dead fish. Suan suddenly opened her eyes. She saw Lei Deshui standing in front of her, like an unshakable mountain. He was wearing a leather jacket open at the chest, his chest rising and falling rapidly. His eyes were bloodshot, burning with fierce anger. That was a truly murderous look. Behind him, Gosheng and a few younger men held shovels and pickaxes, blocking the door aggressively.
Lei.
Brother Lei. Suan looked at that figure, tears suddenly flooding her eyes. Her legs went weak, and she sat down sliding along the wall. Lei Deshui turned around quickly and looked at Suan. Seeing she was just frightened and not hurt, the killing intent in his eyes eased a little. He crouched down, gently touching Suan's face, his movements soft as water. It's okay now, I'm here. These simple words gave Suan an unprecedented sense of safety. After comforting Suan, Lei Deshui slowly stood up and turned to face Dajuan Wang, who was still groaning on the ground. Every step he took made the snow under his feet creak, like the footsteps of death. Dajuan Wang looked at Lei Deshui approaching, trembling with fear.
Lei.
Brother Lei, please, don't hit me. He wanted to crawl back, but his chest hurt so much he couldn't move. Lei Deshui reached him, bent down, and picked up the fallen crowbar. He weighed it in his hand, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Dajuan Wang, you really are something. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Next time it will be his neck. Jeang Guohua shivered all over. Her face, full of flesh, turned as white as paper. Her teeth chattered, making a clack-clack sound. She was truly scared. The bold ones are afraid of the cautious, and the cautious are afraid of the reckless. This thunderous water is like a living king of hell. Listen, I hear you, Brother Lei.
No, Uncle Lei.
Please spare me. Jeang Guohua trembled as she begged for mercy, no longer showing her usual fierce attitude. Lei Deshui snorted coldly, dismissively pulling back his foot and rubbing the dirt off his shoe on the snow. He turned around and strode to the wall. Suan was still sitting there, clutching her belly tightly. Her face was pale, but her eyes, like peach blossoms, burned with a fire. That was the relief of escaping death, and also the resolve after seeing through everything. Lei Deshui squatted down, reached out his rough hand, and gently wiped a speck of mud off her cheek. Did I scare you? His voice suddenly softened, completely different from the fierce thug just now. Suan shook her head, her eyes slightly red, but she stubbornly refused to let tears fall. No, I wasn't scared. She supported Lei Deshui's arm and used his strength to stand up. She looked at Wong Dajuan lying on the ground, unconscious, and then at Jeang Guohua, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. The string that had been tense for 3 years suddenly snapped. No compassion, no reluctance, only a strange feeling of disgust. This was the man she had called her husband for 3 years and the woman she had served for 3 years. For the sake of face, and that ridiculous family altar, that strike earlier was truly meant to take her life. Brother Lei, I want to leave. Suan's voice was soft but firm. This broken place made her feel suffocated if she stayed even a second longer. Let's go. Lei Deshui waved his big hand confidently. We're leaving now. I dare anyone to stop us. Suan took a deep breath and turned to walk into the woodshed that had been closed for 3 years. The inside was dark, with only moonlight shining through the cracks in the window. Suan didn't light a lamp. She groped her way to the deep part of the firewood pile, which was her secret hideout. She took out that tattered bundle, which contained a few old clothes for changing. There was also the milk powder, malt extract, and that bundle of cloth that she had counted countless times, bought by Lei Deshui for her. Apart from that, she didn't touch anything else in the house. She disliked the items that carried the Wang family scent, finding them dirty. Suan carried her bundle and stepped out, standing in the middle of the yard. At this moment, villagers had gathered at the gate, watching the scene. The earlier commotion was so loud that half the village was disturbed. Everyone was wrapped in cotton-padded jackets, shrinking their necks, stretching their heads to look inside. Seeing the miserable state of Wong Dajuan, the crowd gasped in shock. Wow, his leg must be ruined, right? Old Lei was so harsh. Serves him right. Who told him to hit his wife? If that stick had fallen just a little more, it would have been a tragedy for all involved. The murmurs buzzed among the crowd. Suan straightened her back, holding her bundle in one hand and protecting her belly with the other, walking steadily toward the gate. Lei Deshui followed half a step behind her, like a moving iron tower, shielding her from the wind, snow, and malicious looks. When she reached the gate, Suan stopped. She looked back, taking one last glance at the yard. The broken mud wall, shattered water jars, and the glaring bloodstain on the ground. Jeang Guohua, she suddenly spoke, her voice cold and clear, cutting through the noisy crowd. Jeang Guohua was lying on the ground. Hearing her voice, she instinctively shrank her neck. For the past 3 years, I've worked tirelessly for your family, never had a full meal, never slept well. You beat me, scolded me, humiliated me. I endured it all. I thought human hearts were made of flesh, and as long as I did well enough, I could keep warm. Suan gave a bitter smile, full of sarcasm. But I was wrong. Animals are animals. No matter how much they wear human skin, they can't become human. Today's blow has completely broken the last bit of our relationship. From now on, Suan, will have nothing to do with your Wong family. After speaking, Suan turned around and never looked back. She stepped over the tall threshold, as if crossing from hell into the human world. Lei Deshui stood at the gate, fiercely scanning the villagers who had gathered to watch. Those who were whispering quietly immediately fell silent when he looked at them, not daring to breathe loudly. Everyone listened carefully. Lei Deshui shouted loudly, causing the snow on the trees to fall in clumps. He reached out his big hand, grabbed Suwan's shoulder, and held her tightly in his arms. This woman is under my protection from now on. She is part of my family, and she belongs to me. And anyone who dares to talk behind her back or lay a finger on her, Lei Deshui pointed at Wong Dajuan, who was still twitching in the yard, will face the consequences. After saying that, Lei Deshui took the bag from Suwan's hand, put his arm around her, and strode confidently into the snowstorm. The crowd automatically made way. Everyone watched these two figures, one tall and one short, with complicated feelings. Some felt envy, some jealousy, some fear, and some disdain. Widow Zhao shrank at the back of the crowd, clutching sunflower seeds, her nails almost breaking.
Bah!
Shameless tramp. She really ran off with some wild man. Widow Zhao muttered softly, her eyes full of sourness. I bet you'll only be proud for a few days. Without a proper status, you'll be tired of being played with and thrown away. Lei family courtyard. This was the most grand house in Lei village. With blue bricks and red tiles, a tall gate, and a large courtyard, 2 stone lions sat at the entrance, looking majestic. Suan had only dared to look from afar before, never imagining she could walk in openly one day. Lei Deshui pushed open the heavy wooden door. Creak! The yard was lit up, illuminating the snow-covered ground brightly. The big wolf dog called, Black Panther, heard the noise, wagged its tail, and ran over, circling Lei Deshui and Suan.
Go!
Play somewhere else. Don't scare your sister-in-law. Lei Deshui kicked Black Panther gently, his tone full of affection. He led Suan through the yard into the main house. As soon as they entered, a wave of warm air hit them. Inside, the house was heated with earth warmers, making it as warm as spring. Suan, warmed by the heat, felt her frozen hands and feet start to tingle, and tears almost welled up again. Hurry, get on the Kong and warm up. Lei Deshui threw the bag onto the table, helped Suan sit on the wide double bed. The bed was covered with a brand new wool felt, soft and fluffy, like sinking into a cloud. Suan looked around. The room was very big, with white walls and a floor made of red bricks. Against the wall, there was a row of new cabinets with a radio, a sewing machine, and even a black and white TV. This was the only one in the whole village. But what surprised Suan the most wasn't the appliances. It was at the head of the bed, where a neat pile of things was arranged. Small quilts, tiny clothes, little shoes. All new, in soft pink colors, clearly for a baby. And each item was in 3 copies. 3 small pillows, 3 pairs of tiger head shoes, 3 rattles. Suan was stunned, her fingers trembling as she touched the soft little clothes. Brother Lei. These. Lei Deshui scratched the back of his head, his face unusually shy and red.
Well.
A few days ago, I went to the county town to buy some goods, and I bought these by chance. I saw some nice ones at the supply store, and thought our 3 little ones might need them in the future. How about it? Do you like them? Lei Deshui looked at Suan eagerly, like a child waiting for praise. Tears couldn't stop flowing from Suwan's eyes. Bought on a whim? Who could buy so many baby items just by chance? And knowing to buy 3 sets? It was clear he had been thinking about this for a long time, saving little by little. This man, rough and simple on the outside, was actually more thoughtful than anyone. I like them. I like them very much. Suan hugged the tiny tiger head shoes, crying like a flower in the rain. Silly girl. Why are you crying? Lei Deshui sat down and reached out his big hand, pulling Suan and the shoes into his arms. From now on, this place is like your own home. From now on, this will be your nest. No one can bully you anymore, not even the heavens. Lei Deshui lowered his head and kissed the tears on Suan's face. His kiss was gentle, full of careful protection, like treating a precious treasure that had been lost and found again. Suan leaned against his broad chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. At that moment, she finally felt she was alive again. This was what life should be. This was home. That night, Suan slept very peacefully. There were no curses in the middle of the night, no cold earthen bed, and no fists that might fall at any moment. Only a warm blanket and the steady breathing of the man beside her. Although Lei Deshui claimed publicly that Suan was there to pay off debts as a nanny, mainly to protect her reputation, her treatment was actually better than that of the Empress Dowager. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Suan woke up out of habit. During her 3 years at the Wong family, she had developed the habit of waking at the crowing of the rooster. Even a minute late would bring scolding. She groggily wanted to sit up and get dressed to cook. But as soon as she moved, a strong hand pressed her back into the bed. Why are you up so early? Are you stealing landmines? Lei Deshui's voice was hoarse from just waking, sounding lazy and charming. He closed his eyes, stretched out his arm, pulled Suan into his embrace, and rubbed his chin against her head. Sleep a little longer, it's only 5:30. Suan stiffened, finally realizing she was no longer in that dangerous place. I need to cook, she whispered, her voice tinged with a bit of fear. Cooking what? Nonsense. Lei Deshui opened his eyes, kissed her small, fair face, and his stubble made Suan itch slightly. You're pregnant, a protected person. From now on, I'll handle the cooking and laundry. After saying that, Lei Deshui lifted the blanket, jumped out of bed shirtless. Although there was heating in the room, it was still a bit chilly in the morning. Seeing his strong back and muscular build, Suan couldn't help but blush. Lei Deshui put on his shorts, wrapped himself in a military coat, and slipped on his shoes to leave the room. Before long, the sound of clattering came from the kitchen. Lying in bed, Suan listened to the noise, a smile creeping onto her face. Who would have thought that the village bully, feared by everyone outside, would be cooking for her? Half an hour later, Lei Deshui carried a tray into the room. A rich aroma of rice filled the entire space.
Come, eat.
Lei Deshui placed the tray on the bed table. Wow, this breakfast is even richer than a New Year's feast. A big bowl of thick millet porridge with a layer of rice oil on top and a few red dates and goji berries floating in it. 2 boiled eggs, peeled and smooth. A small plate of finely sliced braised beef drizzled with sesame oil. And a plate of freshly made scallion pancakes, golden and crispy. Brother Lei, this is too much. I can't finish it all. Suan looked at the table full of food, a little worried. What do you mean too much? You've got 3 little ones in your belly. Lei Deshui put the chopsticks in her hand, sat cross-legged on the bed, and started eating a steamed bun with pickles. Come on, eat more. You're eating for 4, understand? Suan felt warm inside and took a sip of the porridge. It was delicious, better than any porridge she'd had in the Wong family over the past 3 years. After the meal, Suan wanted to clean up the dishes, but Lei Deshui stopped her. Leave it. When Goshen comes, he'll wash them. He gently pushed Suan to sit back and rest against the bedding. Your job now is to take care of yourself, eat well, and stay strong so you'll have energy when the babies come.
Suan smiled helplessly.
Brother Lei, I'm not a pig. Of course not. You're much more precious than that. Lei Deshui snorted softly, took out a jar of cream, and warmed some in his hands. Come on, stretch out your legs. Suan hesitated and pulled her feet back a little. What are you doing? I'll give you a leg massage. Without waiting for her to refuse, Lei Deshui gently held her ankle. In the later months of pregnancy, though she was only 5 months along. Suan's legs were swollen from the extra weight. When pressed, the skin stayed indented for a while before returning to normal. Lei Deshui frowned deeply, his eyes full of concern. These 3 little ones are already making things hard for their mother. Though he grumbled, his hands moved with great care. His rough, calloused palms, warm and scented with the cream, gently massaged her legs again and again. The pressure was just right, easing the soreness and swelling. Suan leaned against the blanket, watching the man in front of her who was carefully massaging her feet. Morning light streamed through the window, casting a golden glow on his strong, handsome face. At that moment, Suan felt that even if her life ended right now, it would all be worth it. "Brother Lei," she called softly. Does it hurt?" Lei Deshui looked up, pausing his hands. "It doesn't hurt." Suan shook her head, her eyes glistening with tears. "It just feels like a dream. In the Wong family, every day I woke up to endless chores and scolding. I never dared to imagine I could live like this one day." Hearing her words, Lei Deshui felt a pang in his heart. He placed Suan's foot gently on his leg, leaned forward, and wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. "Silly girl, you call this a good life already? This is just the beginning. From now on, I'll make sure you live happily every day and make up for all the pain you've suffered." As he spoke, his eyes grew deep and serious. He leaned closer and gently kissed her on the lips. "Wanner, as long as I'm here, your dream will never end." The air in the room grew warm and sweet, like melted honey. Blushing, Suan reached out and wrapped her arms around Lei Deshui's neck. Their breaths mingled, and the air seemed to grow hotter. Just as the moment deepened, suddenly woof, woof, woof. The dog in the yard, Black Panther, began barking wildly, as if it had sensed an intruder. Then came a loud commotion from the gate. "Open up! Lei Deshui! Open the door! You bandit! How dare you take someone's daughter by force? Do you still respect the law?" The shrill, angry voice was unmistakable. It was Jeang Guohua, the quarrelsome old woman. Suan froze, the tenderness in her eyes replaced by panic. "Brother Lei, it's her." The warmth in Lei Deshui's eyes turned cold, replaced by a sharp, dangerous look. He let go of Suan, tucked the blanket around her, and stood up to straighten his collar. "Don't be afraid. Stay inside and don't come out." Lei Deshui picked up a pack of cigarettes on the table, took out one, and held it in his mouth, but did not light it. He walked to the window and looked outside. He saw a large crowd gathered at the gate, except for Jeang Guohua and Wong Dajuan, who was limping with a crutch, and a few men dressed in Zhongshan suits, carrying briefcases. They were officials from the commune. "Huh. Found some helpers." Lei Deshui sneered coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Perfect. I was just worried about having no place to settle the score with you." He turned around and strode out confidently. His back carried a commanding aura, as if daring anyone to challenge him. Suan watched his figure, her hands unconsciously clutching the quilt. This time, she couldn't hide behind him anymore. She also wanted to fight. For the children, for this family. Suan gritted her teeth, lifted the quilt, put on her shoes, and quietly moved to the window. At the Lei family estate gate, it was more lively than a stage performance. Jeang Guohua sat on the ground, her hair deliberately messy, crying and sobbing. "Oh, dear heavens! You must help us. This Lei Deshui is lawless. Not only did he break my son's leg, but he also stole my pregnant daughter-in-law. This is kidnapping. This is banditry from the old society." Wong Dajuan, leaning on his crutch with one leg in a cast, stood nearby with a pale face, full of anger and grief. "Leaders, look at my leg. It was broken by Lei Deshui. My wife, Suan, is my legally married wife. She's carrying our child. Lei Deshui, relying on his money and power, forcibly took her away. Is there no justice anymore?" Surrounding villagers pointed and discussed loudly. At the front was Liu, the commune officer, along with 2 militia members. Lu frowned as he looked at the chaos, feeling very annoyed. Lei Deshui was a major taxpayer in the county, running a large brick kiln business, with the leaders above already involved. But the Wong family is causing so much trouble, fighting and stealing people. The situation is very bad, and neither side can back down. Enough, enough, stop crying. Officer Lu impatiently waved his hand. Where is Lei Deshui? Let him come out and speak clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, creak, the heavy wooden door was pulled open from inside. Lei Deshui, wearing a military coat and smoking a cigarette, came out looking unhappy. Behind him, Black Panther followed, baring his teeth and growling lowly, scaring Jeang Guohua into stepping back. Hey, Officer Lu, a special guest, huh? Lei Deshui flicked his cigarette ash and looked at Jeang Guohua and Wong Dajuan with disdain. Early in the morning, bringing these crazy dogs to my door to bark. Aren't you worried about disturbing the peace? Lei Deshui, stop pretending with me. Seeing that a community official was supporting her, Jeang Guohua got bolder. She got up from the ground, pointed at Lei Deshui, and scolded him. Quickly hand over Suan. She's my daughter-in-law. Why are you holding her at your place? Officer Lu cleared his throat and adopted a formal tone. Comrade Lei, the people have reported that you are suspected of assault and illegal detention of a woman. This is a serious matter, and you need to give an explanation. An explanation? Lei Deshui sneered, as if he had heard a big joke. He slowly took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and waved it in front of Officer Lu. Officer Lu, you're a cultured person, right? Can you read? This paper is written clearly in black and white. Read it aloud. Officer Lu took the paper, looked at it carefully, and his expression suddenly changed. It was an IOU. On it, crookedly written. Now owing Lei Deshui 2,000 yuan for red bricks, plus 500 yuan for medical expenses and mental damages. Due to inability to pay, I voluntarily mortgage my wife, Suan, to Lei Deshui's brick kiln as labor to settle the debt until fully paid. This is the proof. It was signed by Wong Dajuan with a bright red fingerprint. Of course, this IOU was signed by Wong Dajuan when Lei Deshui delivered coal, under pressure and some trickery. At the time, Wong Dajuan thought it was just a formality, to get the coal, and was afraid of being beaten, so he signed it without thinking. Who would have thought that this would become Lei Deshui's shield now? This. Officer Lu looked at the IOU and was momentarily speechless. Although the idea of mortgaging a wife sounds ridiculous, in rural areas, owing money and repaying debts is normal. Using labor to settle debts is also common. As long as both sides agree voluntarily, the commune cannot interfere. This is fake. I was forced. Wong Dajuan saw the IOU and became angry. He grabbed his crutch and tried to rush forward to take it. Smack. Lei Deshui quickly slapped Wong Dajuan's hand away, his eyes turning cold. Forced? When you signed your mark, I saw you smiling happily. What? The coal is finished, the bricks are used up, and now you want to refuse to pay. Wong Dajuan, your character is terrible. Truly rotten to the core. Lei Deshui's sharp words left Wong Dajuan speechless, his face turning a dark purple. Well. But you can't hit people. Jeang Guohua saw that talking about the IOU wasn't working, so she quickly changed the subject. Look at Dajuan's leg. You broke it. That's intentional harm. Broken leg. Lei Deshui raised an eyebrow, looking innocent. Auntie, you can eat food randomly, but you can't say things randomly. That night, it was clearly Wong Dajuan who was drunk and holding a stick, trying to beat Suan to death. I was just defending myself. If I hadn't stopped him, Suan would have been killed. As for his leg, Lei Deshui shrugged and pointed to the dog beside him. Dog Sheng, did you see me hit him that day? Dog Sheng immediately jumped out and shook his head like a rattle. No. I didn't see anything. That night, Accountant Wong was drunk and fell on the millstone himself. We all saw it. Yes. He fell by himself. A few of Lei Deshui's followers also cheered along. This is Lei Deshui's trick of making excuses. As long as no one testifies, it's considered an accident. Officer Lu was a bit stunned by this combination of arguments. The IOU was real, but there was no proof of hitting, so this matter was really hard to handle. Just when the situation was at a standstill, I have something to say. A clear but trembling voice came from the door. Everyone looked toward the sound. They saw Suan leaning on the doorframe, slowly walking out. She wore a bright red padded jacket. Although her face was pale, her eyes were very firm.
Suan.
You little girl. Come home with me now. Jeang Guohua saw Suan and immediately tried to rush over to pull her back. Black Panther. Lei Deshui softly called out. The big dog immediately lunged forward, barking loudly at Jeang Guohua, scaring her so much she sat down on the ground. Suan didn't look at Jeang Guohua. Instead, she walked straight to Lu's side. She took a deep breath and, in front of all the villagers, slowly rolled up her sleeve. Ow! A gasp went through the crowd. On Suwan's once rosy arm, there were many shocking scars. Some were old, now dark brown. Others were fresh, with purple and blue marks. These scars were the proof of the past 3 years, caused by Jeang Guohua's needle pricks and whiplashes. Lu, everyone. Suwan's voice choked with emotion but was clear. Everyone knows what kind of life I've had in the Wong family these past 3 years. A useless hen, a bad omen, that's what my mother-in-law always says. If I don't do what she wants, I get beaten badly. That night, Wong Dajuan was going to beat me to death. If Brother Lei hadn't saved me, I'd be dead now. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she spoke. I chose to stay and work here to pay off my debt, because here, I can at least live like a person. If you force me to go back to that hell, Suan suddenly looked up, her eyes full of determination. Then I'd rather run into the door and die. Her tearful plea, along with her arm scars, instantly moved the villagers' hearts. The mood in the crowd changed quickly. This is so sad. Old Wang's family really is terrible, beating up his wife like that. Exactly, who would want to go back? It's like asking for death. Brother Lei did a brave thing. Saving a life is better than building 7-story pagodas. Lu, seeing her scars, also looked deeply touched. That Wong family was truly too cruel. If this really causes someone to die, the local committee officer will also be responsible. Enough, enough. Officer Lu waved his hand and glared at Jeang Guohua. Jeang Guohua, Wong Dajuan, you're abusing a woman. That's illegal. Suan doesn't want to go back and you can't force her. Since there's a debt note, follow it. Let Suan pay off her debt first. Now, everyone disperse. Don't gather here and cause trouble. Officer Lu made a final decision, settling the matter. Jeang Guohua and Wong Dajuan were completely stunned. They came to complain, but not only did they fail to take her back, they caused a fuss and became known for mistreating women. This isn't right. Jeang Guohua wanted to argue, but was sharply stared at by the militia. Aren't you leaving? Want to go to the commune for tea? Seeing that the situation was lost, Wong Dajuan ignored his leg pain and pulled Jeang Guohua to leave. Mom, let's go, let's go. Don't make a scene. The mother and son, like 2 lost dogs, ran away in shame amid whispers. Lei Deshui watched their backs, a cold smile curling on his lips. He turned around and looked at Suan standing in the snowstorm, his anger instantly turning into tenderness. He walked over and put Suan's cold hand into his chest. Silly girl, who told you to come out? It's cold outside. Suan sniffed and forced a smile. I'm not cold. With you here, I'm not cold. It seemed like the trouble had calmed down. But Lei Deshui knew deep down, this was just the beginning. The Wong family vampires wouldn't give up easily. But that's okay. When the enemy comes, we fight. When the flood comes, we block it. As long as he's alive, no one can harm his women and children. Days passed. Although they drove away the commune people and things were quiet for now, Suan's belly was growing like a balloon, bigger each day. In the blink of an eye, she was 5 months pregnant. Her belly was so huge, she couldn't see her toes when standing. She had to hold her waist while walking, and breathing was hard. Lei Deshui looked at her with concern. This didn't look like 5 months at all. It looked much bigger, almost ready to give birth. Lei Deshui made a quick decision. He drove the tractor, covered it with thick quilts, and took Suan to the county hospital. In the ultrasound room, The doctor moved the probe back and forth across Suan's belly. Suddenly, the doctor's hand trembled. His eyes widened as if he had seen something unbelievable.
This,
He stammered. What's wrong, doctor? Is there something wrong with the baby? Lei Deshui's heart jumped to his throat, and his palms were covered in sweat. The doctor took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at them in shock. It's not that there's a problem. It's that this is too unusual. In your belly. There aren't just two. Not just two? Lei Deshui's voice rose sharply, echoing through the quiet ultrasound room like a clap of thunder. His usually fierce eyes were now wide open, staring at the doctor in the white coat. His throat moved as he swallowed hard. Doctor, what do you mean? Don't scare me. I'm not brave. As he spoke, he instinctively reached out to protect Suan, who was lying on the examination bed. His rough, calloused hand, used to hard work, was trembling uncontrollably. Suan was also frightened. Her face turned pale, and she gripped the bedsheet tightly, her knuckles white.
Doctor,
Is the baby deformed? Her voice trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes. In those days, people in the countryside were already nervous about ultrasounds. If a doctor frowned, families would imagine the worst. The doctor pushed his glasses up his nose and couldn't help but smile at their anxious faces. Then, he quickly put on a serious expression again. What are you thinking? The babies are fine. He pointed at the blurry images on the black and white screen and moved the probe again over Suan's round belly. Look, here's one head, here's another, and here. The doctor took a deep breath, as if about to announce something amazing. 1, 2, 3. 3 heartbeats. 3 fetal hearts. Congratulations. You're having triplets. Truly triplets. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Lei Deshui stood there stiffly, like a stone statue struck by lightning. He opened his mouth wide, almost dropping his chin to the ground, his head buzzing like 1,000 bees having a meeting. 3 triplets? Lei Deshui had never dreamed of such a big surprise in his life. 3 triplets? He stammered as he repeated, mechanically turning his head to look at Suan lying on the bed. Suan also looked stunned, tears still hanging on her eyelashes, ready to fall. She touched her belly, feeling like she was dreaming. No wonder her belly was growing so fast. No wonder she was vomiting so much. No wonder everything was so loud. Inside her, there were actually 3 little ones?
Doctor.
Are you sure you saw correctly? Lei Deshui finally found his voice again, but it still felt unreal, like he was floating. Did I see wrong? I've been doing this for 20 years. I can't be mistaken. The doctor rolled his eyes at him impatiently and handed him the printed report.
Take it.
Count for yourself. Lei Deshui trembled as he took the thin paper. Although he couldn't understand all the dark blobs on it, he recognized the words. Uterine pregnancy, 3 fetuses alive. These words shone like a golden decree, instantly dropping Lei Deshui from cloud 9 into a jar of honey. Wow. Lei Deshui suddenly blurted out a curse. Then a wave of joy burst out of his chest like a volcano erupting. Ha ha ha. 3. I've sired 3 children. Wanner, did you hear that?
3.
We have 3 sons now. Lei Deshui was so excited he was dancing around. If it weren't for the hospital setting, he might have done a somersault right then and there. He grabbed the doctor's hand and shook it vigorously, so hard he almost broke the bones. Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much. You are like my reborn parent. The doctor grimaced in pain and quickly pulled his hand back. All right.
Calm down.
Let go now. The doctor massaged his wrist, looking at the big, strong man with a happy smile, but also shook his head helplessly. Don't just be happy. I need to be clear with you. The doctor's face turned serious as he tapped on the table. Having triplets is not a small matter. The risks are much higher than with single or twin pregnancies. The pregnant woman is already thin. Now that she's carrying 3 babies, her uterus is under a lot of pressure. It can cause early birth, anemia, and even high blood pressure. From now on, you must be very careful. No heavy work, no tiredness, no anger, and she needs good nutrition. If something goes wrong, It could be a tragedy for all 4 lives. This cold warning made Lei Deshui's excitement cool down quickly. 4 lives? Those words hit him like a sharp knife, stabbing deep into his heart. He looked at the fragile woman on the bed and at her surprisingly large belly. His initial joy turned into a heavy sense of responsibility and fear. Doctor, you can rest assured. Lei Deshui straightened his back and pounded his chest to promise, looking more serious than when he took an oath. From today, she is my everything. Don't even let her do any work, not even walk a step outside. After the checkup, Suan tried to sit up, holding her waist. Lei Deshui, like a cat that had been stepped on, quickly rushed over and grabbed her shoulders. Don't move. Absolutely don't move. Suan was startled by his reaction. What's wrong? The doctor said you can't get tired. Lei Deshui looked very nervous, as if Suan was a fragile porcelain doll that could break easily. He carefully reached out, one hand passing under her knees, the other supporting her back, as if he was carrying a priceless treasure, and gently helped her sit up. Brother Lei, this is the hospital. There are many people watching. Suan blushed deeply, burying her face in Lei Deshui's chest, quietly protesting. Let them watch. I'm just holding my wife. Is that illegal? Lei Deshui didn't care about others' opinions. He held Suan and strode out of the ultrasound room. In the corridor, many people looked at them with strange eyes. A burly man with a face full of rough features, who doesn't look like a good person, is holding a pregnant woman with a big belly. The scene looks strange, yet it also shows a kind of tender affection that can't be easily explained. Lei Deshui carried Suan out of the hospital building and to the tractor parked at the door. In the tractor's bucket, he had already laid a thick quilt, soft like a memory foam mattress. He carefully placed Suan inside and tucked the quilt around her tightly, afraid of any draft. Sit still, we're going home, he said. Lei Deshui jumped into the driver's seat and started the tractor. Usually, he would press the gas pedal all the way, making the tractor roar like lightning. But today, this roaring iron beast was driven like an old, slow ox. The loud noise became much gentler. Whenever there was a small hole or a stone on the road, Lei Deshui would slow down early and go around, worried about jostling the Empress behind him. What normally took half an hour to drive took him over an hour today. When they reached Lei's village, it was almost dark. As soon as the tractor stopped, Lei Deshui jumped out and carried Suan into the house. She didn't even touch the ground during the trip. After settling Suan in, Lei Deshui didn't rest either. He seemed energized, pacing around the yard several times, looking at his spacious big tiled house, and suddenly felt a bit displeased. Gosheng. Where did Gosheng go? He shouted into the yard. Soon, Gosheng trotted over, holding half a roasted sweet potato that he had already taken a bite of. What's up, Brother Lei? Why so urgent? Go. Find a few bricklayers and bring 2 carts of red bricks. Lei Deshui pointed to the east wing, waving his hand proudly. I want to expand. Tear down these rooms and rebuild. Gosheng was startled, almost dropping the sweet potato. Brother, weren't these houses just renovated less than 2 years ago? Why tear them down again? You don't understand anything. Lei Deshui lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and showed a foolishly proud smile. Not enough space. 3 kids, plus me and your wife. These rooms are not enough for us. I want to build a 2-story small house. And I need a special nursery, no, 3 nurseries. I also want to build a playground with slides and swings. Gosheng was stunned, his eyes nearly popping out. 3, he stammered. My sister-in-law is pregnant with 3? That's right. Lei Deshui threw a cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out hard. His proud attitude was almost sky-high. The doctor said triplets. All boys. Hurry up and get it done. Money is not a problem. Be quick. Build it before the babies are born. Gosheng was overwhelmed by this big news. After a moment, he was filled with joy. Wow. Brother Lei is amazing. 3 at once. Okay. I'll go call people right now. I promise to build it beautifully. Gosheng ran off in a hurry. This news spread like wildfire. In just a short time, It reached everyone in Lei's village. Lei Deshui's wife was pregnant with triplets. This was a huge event in Lei's village, something that hadn't happened in hundreds of years. At the big locust tree in the village center, the information hub was buzzing with excitement. But in the dilapidated mud brick houses at the village's end, the atmosphere was very different.
The Wong family.
Jeang Guohua was sitting on the kong, eating porridge, while pickled vegetables crackled as she chewed. Wong Dajuan was lying nearby. His broken leg had been set, but he still needed to rest it. He looked much thinner, almost like a skeleton. Ever since Suan was taken away by Lei Deshui, life for the Wong family had been getting worse every day.
Mom, I'm hungry.
I want to eat meat, Wong Dajuan whined.
Eat, eat, eat.
All you do is eat. Where will we get money for meat? Jeang Guohua scolded impatiently. Just then, next door, Widow Zhao pushed the door open. She looked pleased, holding a handful of sunflower seeds, cracking and spitting out shells on the ground. Hey, Aunt Guohua, still eating porridge? Guess what I just heard? Jeang Guohua rolled her eyes. Spit it out already. Just now, Dog Sheng was shouting at the village entrance, saying Suan went to the county hospital for a checkup. Widow Zhao paused deliberately, watching Jeang Guohua's expression. She said she's pregnant with triplets. 3. What? Jeang Guohua's bowl suddenly dropped to the ground with a loud crash, smashing into pieces. The porridge spilled everywhere, but she didn't seem to notice. She suddenly stood up, and her dull, triangular eyes flashed with a frightening light.
3.
3. Jeang Guohua's voice trembled with excitement, regret, and greed. 3 grandsons? Our old Wong family has 3 grandsons now. Wong Dajuan was stunned too. Ignoring his aching legs, he struggled to sit up. Mother. 3? That means triplets. If they are born, our family will be famous in the village. The mother and son looked at each other, seeing the same thing in each other's eyes. Regret. They felt so sorry, like their intestines were turning green with remorse. Why were they so impatient back then? Why did they let go of such a treasure just for face? No matter whose child it was, it came from Suan's belly. That was the Wong family's bloodline. 3 sons. That was a blessing many people prayed for but never received.
No.
We can't let Lei Deshui, that bandit, get away with it. Jeang Guohua slapped her thigh, her face full of determination. That's our Wong family's child. Why should Lei Deshui get to take him for free? Suan hasn't divorced Dajuan yet. She's still our Wong family's daughter-in-law. Come on, Dajuan. Let's go and get the child back. Jeang Guohua grabbed Wong Dajuan, ignoring his injured leg, and dragged him outside. Bring back our big grandson. No one can take away the roots of our Wong family. Early the next morning, a big scene unfolded at the Lei family's gate. It was still dark, with a foggy sky. Lei Deshui had just woken up, preparing to cook millet porridge for Suan, when he heard loud crying and shouting at the gate.
Vanea, my dear daughter.
Your mother is here to see you. Dajuan is here too. We know we were wrong. Please open the door. The voices were sharp and fake, making people's skin crawl. He put down his spoon, walked to the window, and looked outside. He saw Jeang Guohua and Wong Dajuan kneeling at the gate of Lei's house. Their posture was so proper, it looked like they were worshipping ancestors. Jeang Guohua's hair was messy, and she wore a torn padded jacket. Her face was smeared with black and white streaks, looking very miserable. Wong Dajuan was even more dramatic. He leaned on crutches, with his casted legs stretched out straight. His face was streaked with tears and snot, pretending to be deeply repentant. Behind them, villagers had gathered around to watch. The village had few entertainment options, so when the Wong family came early in the morning to kneel at Lei's gate, it was more exciting than a play. Wow, that old Wong family is really shameless. I heard Suan is pregnant with triplets. Maybe they regret it and want to take her back. Why didn't they do this earlier? Why didn't they think of this when they were beating her to death? The villagers pointed and whispered, their voices buzzing like flies. Lei Deshui sneered and turned back into the house to put a thick coat on Suan. There are 2 crazy dogs barking outside. Don't worry, I'll handle it. But Suan shook her head, a cold glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. "Brother Lei, let me go. Some things can't be avoided. Since they came here to scold us, I will give them what they want." Suan supported her waist, her huge belly prominent. With Lei Deshui's help, she slowly stepped onto the second-floor balcony. This new Western-style house of Lei's was unique in the village. From the balcony, she could see everything at the gate. When Suan appeared, the crying paused briefly, then grew even louder.
"Vanair."
"Wanner, you finally came out." Seeing Suwan's big belly, Jeang Guohua's eyes turned green, like she had seen a treasure. She crawled a few steps forward and bowed her head to Suan on the balcony. "Wanner, it was my fault before. I was blinded by greed. I was bewitched by evil spirits. Please forgive me this time, for the sake of the 3 children in my belly. As long as you come back, I will treat you like a goddess and worship you. I swear I will never go against you. All the family money will be yours. Whatever you want to eat, I will make for you." Jeang Guohua's words and tears were heartfelt, sounding very convincing. Next to her, Wong Dajuan also shouted, "Wife, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have hit you. I was just drunk and lost my temper. Come back. I promise I won't do it again. I'll do anything for you. Our child needs a father. We are a family." Suan stood on the balcony, looking down at these 2 clowns. The cold wind blew her hair, revealing her cold and beautiful face. She didn't speak, just watched quietly, her eyes calm and untroubled, showing her clear understanding of human nature. A family? Now they remember they are a family? When they locked her in the shed and starved her, why didn't they think of her as family? When they wanted to give her away to a fool to have children, why didn't they think of her as family? When they held sticks and threatened to hurt her and the child, why didn't they think of her as family? Jeang Guohua, Wong Dajuan, Suan finally spoke, her voice quiet but strong, clear enough for everyone to hear. "Are you here for me today? Are you here because of the 3 children in my belly?" Jeang Guohua was stunned, then quickly nodded. "Yes, yes. It's also for you. You're the mother of the children." "Huh." Suan sneered, full of sarcasm. "Stop pretending. I'm disgusted by you. At first you didn't want me to have children, called me a bad omen, and wanted to kick me out. Now that you hear I'm pregnant with 3, you see profit and come begging. What do you think of me? A tool to carry on your family line? Something you can throw away and take back whenever you want." Suan's words were like slaps, hitting Jeang Guohua and Wong Dajuan hard in the face. The villagers around also shook their heads. Yeah, the Wong family is too greedy. They used to bully her so much. Now they see she can have children and come begging again. They're shameless. Seeing they couldn't argue back, Jeang Guohua's face changed, and her aggressive attitude started to slip.
"Suan."
"Don't be so shameless. You're not even divorced yet. You're still our Wong family's wife. Your belly has our Wong family's child in it. Why are you refusing to leave the house of the single man? If you don't come back, I will report you. I will accuse you of bigamy. I will accuse you of stealing a man." Jeang Guohua finally lost her temper and started to act out. Lei Deshui stood behind Suan, and when he heard this, his anger instantly grew. He was about to move, but Suan stopped him. Suan turned around, picked up a plastic basin from the corner of the balcony. It was a basin of water just used to wash her feet, steaming hot, a little murky. She carried the basin and walked back to the railing. She looked at the 2 greedy, ugly faces below, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. "Want me to go back?"
"Sure."
"Want to report me?" "That's fine too. But before that, I need to clear your minds and wake you up." As soon as she finished speaking, splash! A basin of foot-washing water, carrying Suwan's built-up resentment and anger from the past 3 years, poured down from the second-floor balcony. It hit precisely, splashing all over Jeang Guohua and Wong Dajuan.
"Ah!"
2 screams sounded at the same time. The water wasn't hot, but in this cold winter, being soaked with icy water was definitely uncomfortable. Jeang Guohua was soaked like a drowned rat, her hair stuck to her face, dirty water running down her neck, making her shiver. Wong Dajuan was even worse, shouting loudly, swallowing a mouthful of foot-washing water, choking and turning pale. Cough, cough, cough.
Spit. Spit. You.
You little brat. How dare you splash me? Jeang Guohua trembled with anger, pointing upstairs and shouting loudly. Suan threw the basin to the ground with a sharp sound. She leaned on the railing with sharp, fierce eyes. It's you who got splashed. This basin of water is for the one who worked like a beast in the Wong family for 3 years. From now on, I, Suan, have nothing to do with your Wong family, just like this spilled water.
Get out.
This word, get out, was shouted with great emotion. The villagers around were stunned. No one expected that the usually gentle and timid young wife, who never dared to speak loudly, would have such a fierce side.
Good.
Well done. Someone in the crowd shouted. Next, cheers and applause rose continuously. That Wong family really needs to be taught a lesson. Exactly. They deserve it. Amidst the mockery and cheers, Jeang Guohua and Wong Dajuan completely lost face. They were soaked all over and trembling from the cold, looking like 2 street rats. Let's go. Let's go. Wong Dajuan pulled Jeang Guohua along, not daring to shout anymore, and they awkwardly squeezed out of the crowd, running away in disgrace. Lei Deshui looked at Suan, admiration shining in his eyes. He walked over, hugged Suan from behind, and rested his chin on her shoulder. Wife, you looked so impressive just now, even more fierce than me. Suan relaxed and leaned into his arms, taking a long breath. Brother Lei, I don't want to see them again. Don't worry. Lei Deshui's eyes flashed with a cold light. From now on, they won't even get close to our house. Although the Wong family 2 guys were washed away with a basin of water, it didn't mean they gave up. They had 3 grandchildren. 3 big grandsons. For Jeang Guohua, this temptation was even greater than the promise of eternal youth. So, in the following days, 2 gate guardians appeared at Lei's house. Jeang Guohua and Wong Dajuan, though afraid to force their way in or shout loudly anymore, still sat under the tree near Lei's gate every day like 2 persistent fleas. Whenever they saw Suan come out to sunbathe or Lei Deshui go out on errands, they would approach. They stopped cursing and causing trouble. They just carried some rotten sweet potatoes and broken eggs, smiling flatteringly. Wanner, have an egg to nourish yourself. Brother Lei, it was all a misunderstanding before. Let's sit down and talk properly. This kind of soft approach was more disgusting than fighting directly. Lei Deshui was fed up. He was truly annoyed. One day, just as Lei Deshui was about to leave for the brick kiln, Wong Dajuan came over leaning on his crutch, with a wrinkled smile that made Lei Deshui want to vomit. Brother Lei, get lost. Lei Deshui scolded impatiently and turned back to the yard. He went to the doghouse and untied the thick iron chain. Black Panther, come out and work. Black Panther is a purebred German shepherd. It stands taller than a person, with shiny black fur and a fierce look in its eyes. Usually, it only recognizes Lei Deshui and Suan. It has long disliked the 2 people at the door. They are always sneaking around, and their smell seems wrong. Go. Guard the door for me. Lei Deshui patted Black Panther's head and pointed at the entrance. Except for me and your sister-in-law, anyone who gets close to that circle will be bitten. Lei Deshui drew a line near the door, about 5 meters away. Black Panther understood. It growled low and shot out like a black lightning bolt. It crouched at the door, baring its teeth, making threatening snoring sounds. Its bright green eyes stared fixedly at Jeang Guohua and Wong Dajuan not far away. Wong Dajuan was trying to get closer to see if he could talk to Suan. He stepped over the line. Woof! Black Panther suddenly lunged forward, opening its mouth wide and rushing at him. It was so fast, carrying a strong, fishy smell. Oh my goodness, Wong Dajuan was so scared he lost his wits. He threw his cane and turned to run. But his broken leg wasn't fully healed, and he couldn't outrun a 4-legged dog. Rip! A tearing sound of fabric. Black Panther bit into Wong Dajuan's pants and pulled hard. His old, worn cotton pants were torn apart, revealing red underwear and half of his white, hairy backside. Help! The dog is biting me. Wong Dajuan screamed and scrambled behind a tree to hide. Black Panther didn't really bite flesh. Lei Deshui had told it to scare people, not to hurt them. If it really bit someone to death, they would have to pay money, and that was bad luck. It held the torn cloth in its mouth, stood inside the line, and barked twice at Wong Dajuan to show dominance. Then it spat the cloth on the ground, looking very disdainful. Jeang Guohua was so frightened her legs went weak. She sat down hard on the snow, and her pants instantly got wet. She had peed herself from fear.
Why
are there dogs here? The villagers watching the scene burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. That's right. This is what you get when bad people have bad dogs. Oops, I mean good dogs. Brother Wong really showed himself this time. Even his red shorts are visible. This Black Panther is really understanding, knowing who the bad guys are. In the yard, Suan was sitting on a rocking chair under the grape arbor, covered with a thick wool blanket, reading a book. Although it was winter and the grapevines were bare, the sunlight was warm and pleasant. The sounds of screams and barking outside came in, but they didn't affect her good mood. Lei Deshui sat on a small stool nearby, holding a bunch of dark purple grapes. He had specially arranged for someone to bring them from the south. In this season, they were more precious than gold. He carefully peeled the grapes, removed the seeds, and handed the clear, juicy flesh to Suan. Here, open your mouth. Suan took a bite of the grape, the sweet juice bursting in her mouth. Big brother Lei, what's going on outside? Suan asked knowingly, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Nothing much, Black Panther is playing with them. Lei Deshui wiped his hands and looked calm. If they like to squat, let Black Panther keep them company. Suan smiled but said nothing more. She knew that with Lei Deshui around, those pesky flies and mosquitoes wouldn't get into her world. By the way, big brother Lei, Suan suddenly remembered something important. Since the baby is about to be born, what should we do about the household registration? I haven't divorced Wong Dajuan yet. If the baby is born, technically, the household registration should still be in his name. This was Suan's biggest worry. Although they were living apart, the legal procedures hadn't been completed. If Wong Dajuan played tricks and tried to take the baby, it would be a big problem. Lei Deshui listened and threw the grape peel into the trash, a confident smile on his face. Don't worry, I've already taken care of it. Already taken care of, Suan was surprised. Yes. Lei Deshui took out a red booklet from his pocket and handed it to Suan. Suan looked at it and was shocked to see it was her household registration book. But it was a separate household registration, with Suan as the head, and the address was at Lei's village, No. XX, a vacant house arranged by Lei Deshui in her name.
How
did you get this? Suan asked in surprise. To transfer a married woman's household registration from her husband's family to her own, especially in this era, is not easy. It requires proof from the local team and a stamp from the commune. Wong Dajuan definitely wouldn't agree. Lei Deshui chuckled, a sly look in his eyes. Money can make anything happen. I talked to the secretary and donated 2,000 yuan to repair the village road. I also visited Liu, an official from the commune, and gave him 2 good cigarettes. As for Wong Dajuan, Lei Deshui paused, his tone turning playful. I told him that if he agrees to transfer your household registration, I will forgive the 2,500 yuan debt he owes. That guy, hearing he could save money, signed the papers immediately, faster than a rabbit. Suan was stunned, her eyes wide. 500 yuan? Did they just sell her for that? Although she knew Wong Dajuan was greedy, this was really shameful. But then she thought this was actually good. Using 500 yuan to cut ties with the Wong family was worth it. Brother Lei, you're amazing, Suan sincerely admired. Of course, Lei Deshui proudly lifted his chin. For our 3 kids, even 5,000 yuan, I'd give it all. Now your household registration is independent. When the baby is born, it will be registered under your name, with no connection to the Wong family. As for the divorce certificate, Lei Deshui squinted. When the baby is born, we'll handle it. By then, I'll have ways to make him want a divorce. While the two enjoyed this rare moment of warmth, the commotion at the door didn't stop. The Wong family found that forcing their way in didn't work, nor did begging. They came up with a new, sneaky plan. Since Suan wouldn't listen to her in-laws, she might listen to her parents. In this day and age, filial piety is the most important thing. If her parents came to persuade her, would she still refuse? So, Jeang Guohua spent a lot of money, actually just a few dozen yuan, to send someone to Suan's hometown, an isolated mountain village hundreds of miles away, to bring her parents here. Suan's parents were known to be very difficult. Extreme gender bias. When Suan was married to Wong Dajuan, it was just to exchange the bride price for money to marry off their son. In their eyes, daughters are just burdens, tools to exchange for money. Now they hear Suan is pregnant with triplets and has connected with a wealthy man, Lei Deshui. In their dull, old eyes, all they see is scheming. Mother-in-law, don't worry. Suan's father, smoking a dry pipe, looks greedy. If that stubborn girl dares to disobey, I'll break her legs. I don't believe she can turn the world upside down, he says confidently. Wong Dajuan and his mother, Jeang Guohua, have been so shameless lately that they seem to have no shame written on their foreheads. When one way doesn't work, they try another. When that doesn't work, they resort to sneaky tricks. Lei Deshui just fed Suan some peeled grapes when suddenly, a fierce barking came from the yard. The barking was louder and more urgent than when a dog bites Wong Dajuan.
Lei Deshui.
Come out here. Hand over my daughter. You scoundrel. An old but strong voice shouted from the door, mixed with the sound of a tobacco pipe hitting the door. Suan was chewing grapes, but hearing this, her face turned pale instantly. The sweet taste in her mouth turned bitter. She knew that voice too well. It was deeply engraved in her bones. It was her father, Su Laohan, who sold her like a commodity, and her mother, who only cried poverty but helped her father count money. What's wrong? Lei Deshui noticed Suan stiffening and frowned, his gentle expression turning cold. My father. And my mother. Suan's fingers clenched her sleeve tightly, her knuckles turning white. They're here. Lei Deshui threw the grape skins into the trash and slowly wiped his hands with a tissue. Huh. Jeang Guohua, this old hypocrite, has come to bring reinforcements? He stood up, pushed Suan back onto the rocking chair, and tucked her in with a wool blanket. Sit here and don't move. If the sky falls, a tall person will hold it up. But Suan shook her head, lifted the blanket, and stood up. Brother Lei, I have to go. She touched her swollen belly. Her expression was no longer frightened but cold and empty, like death. Some pus-filled wounds need to be torn open to heal. Since they came for money, let them die for it. Lei Deshui looked at her stubborn face and felt a pang in his heart, then nodded. All right, I'll go with you. At the main gate, old Su was wearing a dirty, torn cotton-padded jacket, holding a dry tobacco pipe, and shouting loudly at the gate. Next to him stood a timid old woman, Suan's mother, wiping tears and crying out to the villagers watching. Our lives are so hard. We finally raised our daughter, married her to a good family. Who knew this ungrateful girl would run off with a wild man? Where do we put our face now? Jeang Guohua and Wong Dajuan stood nearby, smiling happily and adding a few exaggerated words now and then. Father-in-law, you see, it's not our Wong family being unreasonable. It's Suan's lack of conscience. She's pregnant with our child and living with a wild man. She's trying to ruin our family's future. Hearing this, old Su's beard trembled with anger, and he knocked loudly on the door with his pipe. Ungrateful girl. Come out. Come back home with me. Creak, the door opened. Suan, heavily pregnant, slowly stepped out with Lei Deshui supporting her. She looked at her so-called biological parents with a cold gaze, colder than the winter wind. Dad, Mom, you're here. Her voice was calm, without any emotion. Old Su saw Suan and, without a word, raised his pipe to hit her. You shameless girl. How dare you come out? Running away with a man? Do you still have any shame? You've brought disgrace to our Su family. Smack. Before the pipe could fall, a big hand grabbed it tightly. Lei Deshui held the pipe with one hand, and with a little force, the old bamboo pipe that had been used for over 10 years snapped with a cracking sound. Old Su was startled and tried to pull back his hand, but the other's strength was like pliers. Old man, this is Lei's family. You can't act wild here. Lei Deshui casually swung his hand, causing old Su to stumble back several steps, nearly falling to the ground.
You
dare to hit an elder? Old Su was furious. Is there no law anymore?
law?
Lei Deshui chuckled coldly, took out a thick account book from his pocket, and slapped it loudly in his hand. Perfect. Today we will talk about the law. Suan stood behind Lei Deshui, watching her angry father and tearful mother, feeling completely cold inside. They weren't here to see her. They weren't even here to comfort her. They only came because they were afraid she would run away, and the Wong family would come to ask for the bride price or money. Dad, Mom, Suan spoke. Are you here today to make me go back to the Wong family? Nonsense. Old Su glared. A good girl doesn't marry a second husband. You are born a Wong, and you will die a Wong. Where were you when the Wong family wanted to send me to a fool to have children, and when Wong Dajuan wanted to beat me to death, and when I was starving and when to eat pig food? Suan asked 3 questions in a row, her voice not loud but sharp and piercing. The villagers, watching the scene, grew quiet. Old Su was stunned for a moment, then raised his neck and shouted, That's also for your good. To give you a future. Besides, every family's daughter-in-law gets bullied. You just have to endure it, and it will pass. All for my good? Suan smiled, tears welling up in her eyes. Is it to exchange the bride price for my older brother? Back then, they sold me to the Wong family for 300 yuan, so my older brother could marry a wife. Now they're afraid I'll run away, and the Wong family will ask for their money back, so they hurriedly came to take me back? Hurt by her words, old Sue's face turned a dark purple. You little brat. What nonsense are you talking? I am your father. If I say you go back, you go back. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. Old Su raised his hand to slap her again. Let's see who dares. Lei Deshui stepped forward and stood in front of Suan. He didn't move to hit her, just calmly opened the account book and cleared his throat. Old Su, you want to take her away? Fine. Let's first settle the account. Settle. Settle what account? Old Su's heart skipped a beat when he heard about settling accounts. Lei Deshui pointed at the words in the account book and read them out loud. Suan has been married into the Wong family for 3 years, with a bride price of 300 yuan. Based on current prices, plus interest, it's 500. Over the past 3 years, Suan has worked tirelessly for the Wong family. Based on a nanny's salary, she earned 20 yuan a month, totaling 720 yuan over 3 years. Additionally, Suan is now an employee at my brick kiln, having signed a contract to pay off her debt. If you try to take her away, it would be a breach of contract. The penalty for breach is 2,000 yuan. Lei Deshui closed his account book and smiled as he looked at the stunned old man Su. The total is 3,220 yuan. Pay the money, and you can take her away. If you don't pay, then get lost. What? 3,000? Old Su was so scared his eyes nearly popped out, and he couldn't hold his pipe. He had never seen so much money in his life. Even if he sold his old bones, it wouldn't be enough. You're extorting me. Old Su trembled as he pointed at Lei Deshui. Extorting?
Lei Deshui's face darkened.
His previous smile disappeared, replaced by a fierce, intimidating look. It's clear in black and white. Debt is debt, and paying it back is right. Wong Dajuan owes me money, and Suan was given to me as collateral. If you're her parents and want to buy her back, then just pay the money. No money? Lei Deshui stepped closer, looking down at old Su with a fierce gaze that seemed ready to eat him. If you don't have money, don't bother shouting here. Delaying my brick kiln's operation costs me dozens of yuan every minute. Can you afford to lose that much? Old Su was so frightened he kept stepping back, his legs trembling. He looked at Jeang Guohua, hoping for help. But when she heard about money, she shrank back and turned away. Come on, 3,000 yuan? Even selling the old Wong family wouldn't cover that. Mother-in-law. This. Old Su hadn't finished speaking when Jeang Guohua turned her head aside, pretending to look at the scenery. Old Su was completely hopeless. He looked at his daughter, standing behind Lei Deshui with a blank expression, and suddenly felt how strange and frightening she had become. Vania, are you just going to watch strangers bully your father? Suwan's mother came forward, trying to appeal to her feelings. Suan looked at her calmly, like a still pond. Mother, since the day you sold me to the Wong family, I have had no parents. If you can't come up with 3,000 yuan, don't bother to come to me again. I don't have money to support you in old age either. Get lost. That single word, get lost, was light and casual, but it felt like a heavy blow, breaking the last thread of family love. Old man Su and his wife looked at each other, seeing how fierce Lei Deshui was, and noticing the villagers pointing and whispering around them. They knew today this person wouldn't be taken away. They also knew they wouldn't get the money. They might even end up losing more.
Fine.
You ungrateful person. Old man Su spat angrily. If you die outside, don't even think about coming back to our family grave. After saying that, he pulled his wife and hurriedly ran away. They ran faster than rabbits, afraid Lei Deshui would really come after them for unpaid work. Jeang Guohua and Wong Dajuan saw things were getting bad and also wanted to leave. Stop right there, Lei Deshui called out. Wong Dajuan was so scared he almost kneeled. Brother Lei, clean up the dirt at the door. Lei Deshui pointed to the spit old man Su had just spat out. It's dirtying my land. Wong Dajuan didn't dare refuse. He quickly found a stick, bent over, and swept the ground until it was spotless. Seeing these people scatter like stray dogs, Suan let out a long sigh. Her body went soft, almost collapsing. Lei Deshui was quick to catch her, holding her waist. It's okay now, he whispered in her ear. Everything's cleaned up. Suan leaned into his arms, listening to her strong heartbeat, tears finally falling. It wasn't sadness. It was relief. The heavy burden that had pressed on her for 20 years was finally kicked away by this man. Brother Lei, I can't breathe. In the middle of the night, Suan often wakes up feeling suffocated and can only sleep sitting up. Lei Deshui stays awake all night, sitting by the bed, letting her lean on his chest, helping her breathe easier, and massaging her swollen legs. Watching Suan suffer, this tough man who doesn't cry even when bleeding often secretly wipes his tears. Once those 3 little brats come out, I will definitely teach them a lesson. Lei Deshui grits his teeth and says angrily, but his hands move gently, as if stroking soft tofu. Suan weakly smiles. Are you willing? Of course. How could I not be? Look at how exhausted I've made you. Although he sounds fierce, Lei Deshui knows deep down that this is just fate. Right now, he can only pray to the gods for the safety of his wife and child. Unexpected things always happen when you least expect. That night, outside, a cold wind was blowing, and snowflakes hit the window with a loud crackling sound. Suan was drowsy when suddenly her stomach clenched sharply. Then, a hot flow uncontrollably gushed out. It soaked her pants and soaked the quilt. Ugh, Suan let out a muffled groan, feeling a pain so intense it seemed like her waist might break. What's wrong? Wana, Lei Deshui, who was already a light sleeper, immediately sat up and reached for the lamp. The dim yellow light turned on. He lifted the quilt and saw her face turn pale instantly. Her water had broken. It's not her due date yet. Only 7 months along. Brother Lei, I think I'm going into labor. Suan clutched Lei Deshui's hand, her nails digging into his flesh, making her sweat profusely from the pain. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Lei Deshui's voice trembled, but he forced himself to stay calm. He quickly put on his clothes, grabbed the prepared thick quilt, and wrapped Suan tightly. Dog Sheng. Dog Sheng. Lei Deshui shouted loudly into the yard, his voice sharp like a wolf howling. The dog living in the back room scrambled out, crawling and running. Brother, what's wrong? Go start the tractor. Hurry and get it running. Lei Deshui carried Suan, whose weight of over 100 jin felt light as cotton in his hands. He didn't bother to put on a coat, only wearing a thin sweater, and rushed into the snowstorm with Suan. The tractor roared to start, spewing black smoke. Lei Deshui placed Suan in the truck bed covered with thick blankets, then jumped into the driver's seat. Hold on tight. The tractor was like a roaring beast, rushing out of Lei's family yard. From Lei's village to the county hospital, there was over 30 miles of mountain road. Usually, It takes about an hour to drive, but in this heavy snow, the road was as slippery as a mirror, making it very hard to travel. The wind felt like knives cutting into his face. Lei Deshui held the steering wheel tightly, his veins bulging on the back of his hands. He had never felt this road was so long or so difficult before.
Ah!
A painful moan came from the truck bed. Every bump felt like salt being sprinkled on her wound.
Vanea!
Don't sleep. Please don't fall asleep. Lei Deshui shouted back while driving, tears and snot covering his face. Talk to me. Yell at me if you want. Just don't fall asleep. He was scared. He was truly afraid. Afraid that if she slept now, she might never wake up again.
Lei.
Brother Lei. It hurts. Suan's voice was faint and broken, carried away by the wind. If it hurts, just shout. Bite the blanket. Don't bite your tongue. Lei Deshui felt his heart bleeding. If only he could take her pain, he would give his life for it. Ahead was a steep slope, and the road was covered in ice. The tractor slipped, and the front suddenly veered toward the ditch by the roadside. Damn it! Lei Deshui shouted angrily, turning the steering wheel sharply, pressing the brake hard. The vehicle shook violently, and the tires squealed sharply on the ice. At the last moment, he managed to steer the front back onto the road. Lei Deshui broke out in cold sweat, but he didn't dare stop. He pressed the accelerator to the floor. Oh heavens! If you dare take her, I'll tear a hole in this sky. He was shouting wildly in his mind. In 40 minutes, he covered the 30 miles. When the tractor burst into the hospital gates, the engine was smoking. Doctor! Doctor! Help! Lei Deshui rushed into the emergency room holding Suan, shouting until his voice was hoarse. A few nurses pushed a stretcher over. Seeing the blood pooling beneath Suan, their faces also changed.
Quick!
Take her to the delivery room. Amniotic fluid has dried up. The baby's position is abnormal. The operating room lights turned on. The bright red words, "In surgery," felt like a hot iron, burning and making Lei Deshui's eyes sting. He sat slumped on the floor outside the operating room, completely exhausted. He buried his hands in his hair, gripping tightly. This man, who had been in the business for many years and never flinched when faced with danger, was now crying like a helpless child.
Vanea.
You must hold on. As long as you live. We won't have the baby. Just stay alive. Time passed second by second. Each second felt like a year. Suddenly, the door to the operating room opened. A nurse ran out, covered in blood, looking anxious. Who is Suan's family? Lei Deshui suddenly stood up, rushing forward to grab the nurse's shoulder. I'm here. I'm her husband. How is she? The nurse was startled by his fierce look but quickly replied, The mother is bleeding heavily, and she's having triplets. The baby's position is abnormal, so delivery is very difficult. The situation is very urgent. We can only save one, either the mother or the babies. Save the older or the younger. Sign quickly. This news was like a thunderbolt. Lei Deshui didn't hesitate for a second. He snatched the pen and signed his name fiercely on the form. His strength tore through the paper. Save the older one. Lei Deshui, with red eyes, shouted at the nurse. I only want the mother. Do you hear me? If the baby is lost, we can have more. But if she's gone, I'll make sure your hospital pays the price. The nurse was intimidated by his forceful attitude, nodded, and turned to run into the operating room. The door closed again. Lei Deshui leaned against the wall, his body slowly sliding down. He knelt on the cold tiles, clasped his hands, and repeatedly bowed his head to the red light. Please, don't take her away. I, Lei Deshui, have never done good in my life. All the punishment is coming for me. Don't hurt her. Please. I don't know how much time has passed. Maybe a century, or maybe just a moment. Wow. A soft but clear cry pierced through the heavy operating room door. Lei Deshui suddenly stopped kneeling. Then, wow, wow. 2 more cries followed, like a musical trio. Although the sounds were quiet and a bit like a cat's meow, they were definitely the sounds of new life. The lights in the operating room went out. The door slowly opened. Several doctors and nurses pushed a stretcher out, followed by 3 insulated boxes. Lei Deshui rushed forward, crawling and stumbling. He didn't even look at the 3 boxes, rushing straight to the stretcher. Suan was lying there, her face pale as transparent paper, lips without any color, wet hair sticking to her forehead. She had her eyes closed, as if sleeping or maybe.
Vania.
Wanna. Lei Deshui trembled as he reached out to check her breath. When he felt the faint but warm breath on his finger, the heavy worry in his heart finally eased. She's alive. She's alive. Lei Deshui buried his face in Suwan's hand, tears pouring out as he cried uncontrollably. Congratulations. Mother and baby are safe. The chief surgeon took off her mask, looking exhausted but smiling. It's truly a miracle. The mother was so strong, she survived heavy bleeding. 3 boys. Though born early and a bit small, they'll be fine after a few days in the incubator. Lei Deshui finally lifted his head, wiping tears from his face randomly. He held the doctor's hand, wanting to thank her, but choking on his words. In the end, he could only bow deeply to the doctor. A 90-degree bow. He stayed like that for a long time. In the hospital room, when Suan woke up, it was already noon the next day. Sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, warming her body. She moved her fingers and felt her hand being tightly held. Turning her head, she saw Lei Deshui sleeping beside her bed. He was still wearing the thin sweater from last night, his hair messy like a chicken coop, with a thick stubble and dark circles under his eyes. Even in sleep, that big hand tightly held her hand, as if afraid she would fly away. Suan felt like something filled her heart, making it ache and swell. She moved gently. Lei Deshui immediately woke up.
Vania.
You're awake? Does it hurt? Are you thirsty? He suddenly sat up, with red veins still in his eyes, full of worry. Suan shook her head, her voice a little hoarse. It doesn't hurt. What about the children? The children are in the incubator. They're doing fine. Lei Deshui poured her a cup of warm water and used a straw to feed her. Take care of yourself first. Those 3 little ones are being looked after. After drinking the water, Suan felt a bit stronger. I want to see them. Lei Deshui couldn't refuse her, so he went to find the nurse. Soon, the nurse pushed in 3 carts. The 3 little babies lay side by side, wrapped in pink and blue small blankets. Because they were born early, they were tiny, with red, wrinkled skin like little old men. Lei Deshui leaned over to look, and his brow immediately furrowed. Why do they look so ugly? He poked the face of the oldest one with a look of dislike. It was soft. Like a monkey, not at all like you. Suan looked at the 3 tiny lives connected by blood. Tears almost came out again. She smiled and rolled her eyes at Lei Deshui. Nonsense, they look just like you. Look at these eyebrows, this nose, exactly the same as yours. Lei Deshui examined them carefully. Surprisingly, although these little ones hadn't grown fully, their facial features showed a kind of his boldness. Especially the second one, who was still sleeping and waving his little fists. The way he moved was just like when he fought with him.
Lei Deshui chuckled foolishly.
The joy of becoming a father finally started to slowly fill his heart. As long as I don't look like that coward Wong Dajuan, he stretched out his finger, letting the 3rd baby's small hand hold it. That tiny hand gripped his rough thumb tightly. The feeling made Lei Deshui's heart melt. Wanna, thank you. Lei Deshui turned to look at Suan, his eyes very serious. Thank you for giving me 3 sons. Thank you very much for risking your life to survive. He bent down and kissed Suan on the forehead. From today on, our family, you are the most important. If these 3 little rascals dare to make you angry, I will spank them hard. Suan smiled through her tears and reached out to touch Lei Deshui's face. Big brother Lei, let's give the children names. Lei Deshui thought for a moment, looking at the sunshine outside the window. The eldest will be Lei Zhen, the second Lei Ming, and the 3rd Lei Dian. I want them to be as strong and loud as thunder, so no one dares to bully them. Suan chuckled and said, That's a bit old-fashioned, isn't it? What's wrong with being old-fashioned? It's easy to take care of. The hospital room was filled with laughter and happiness. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away in Lei's village, Wong Dajuan was lying on the Kong bed, recovering from his injury, when suddenly he heard firecrackers outside. "What's going on? Is someone celebrating?" he called out. Jeang Guohua ran in from outside, looking complicated and greedy. "Dajuan, did you hear the news? Suan had her baby. She gave birth at the county hospital. She had three boys." Wong Dajuan was so excited, he almost fell off the bed. "Really? 3 sons?" "Absolutely. Just now, Goshen came back to share the good news. Everyone in the village knows." Jeang Guohua's eyes lit up, and she slapped her thigh. "No way. Those are our Wong family's grandsons. Let's go to the hospital. We must bring back our big grandson." The mother and son were blinded by greed and completely forgot their previous lessons. They thought since the baby was born, the blood ties could not be broken. As long as they caused trouble and went to take the children, Suan would surely soften her heart. After all, no woman could be heartless enough to abandon her children's father. So, Jeang Guohua packed her bag, took Wong Dajuan, and they rode the village's ox cart, heading angrily to the county hospital. The ox cart jolted along the snowy dirt road, the wheels squeaking painfully. Jeang Guohua sat on the cart, clutching a bundle tightly in her arms. Her dull triangular eyes shone with greed, eager to bring home a treasure. The wind cut her face like a knife, but she didn't feel cold at all. The fire in her heart was burning brightly. Does your leg still hurt?" Jeang Guohua turned her head to look at her son lying nearby. Although Wong Dajuan's broken leg was in a cast, the jolts from the cart still made him gasp in pain. But he clenched his teeth, with a fierce and excited look on his face. "It doesn't hurt. Just thinking about having 3 sons soon. This little pain is nothing." "Mom, do you think Suan can give us a grandson?" Wong Dajuan still felt a bit nervous. After all, that last slap was almost deadly. Jeang Guohua spat, and her spit froze into icy shards before hitting the ground. "Does she dare refuse? That's our Wong family's child. He came from her belly, but his roots are with us. As soon as I lie down and make a fuss, saying she won't let Grandma see her grandson, I wonder who the doctors and nurses will help. Besides, no mother is truly heartless. As long as we hold the baby, do you think Suan won't come back home with us?" Mother and son plotted loudly, their plans clattering like firecrackers. It was as if the 3 babies in the incubator had already become meat on their chopping board. By the time they reached the hospital entrance, it was already dawn. Wong Dajuan leaned on his crutches, with Jeang Guohua supporting him, and they strode fiercely toward the obstetrics department. The hospital was busy with people, and the smell of disinfectant filled the air. Jeang Guohua didn't care where she was. She asked everyone she saw, "Hey, where is the room of the woman who just had triplets? I'm her grandmother. I came to see my grandchildren." Her loud voice made the nurses in the corridor frown. But everyone knew about the triplets. It was too rare. A young nurse pointed to a room at the end of the hall. "Over there, but that's a single room. Family members." Before she finished, Jeang Guohua pulled Wong Dajuan and rushed over. At the door of the room, Go Sheng was squatting on the ground, smoking, responsible for guarding the door. When he saw these 2 troublemakers, Go Sheng threw a cigarette and stood up. Hey, what are you doing? Who told you to come here?" Go Sheng reached out to block them, looking impatient. "Get out of the way. Good dogs don't block the way." Jeang Guohua now felt confident, thinking she was in the right. She pushed past Go Sheng and started shouting loudly.
"Vania.
"Mother is here to see you. I'm here to take the eldest grandson home." Bang! The hospital room door was suddenly pushed open by Jeang Guohua. The room was warm, with heat from the heater filling the air. Suan was leaning against the bed, holding a bowl of red sugar millet porridge. Lei Deshui was sitting beside her, peeling an egg. This warm scene was instantly broken by the 2 people who rushed in. Suan's hand trembled, and the porridge spilled onto the blanket. Lei Deshui paused his action. He slowly turned around, and the eyes that had been smiling just moments before suddenly turned cold like ice. Who told you to come in? His voice was quiet but carried a chilling threat. Jeang Guohua shrank back in fear from his gaze, but thinking of her 3 grandsons, her courage grew. She ignored Lei Deshui and hurried to Suan's bedside. Her dirty hands reached out to grab Suan's hand.
Vania.
You've suffered so much. Where is our big grandson? Like Grandma C. Are they all in the room? Jeang Guohua's eyes scanned the room wildly, finally settling on the 3 small cradles in the corner. They were brought back from the cold storage by someone Lei Deshui had called, supposedly for Suan to see the children.
Oh.
Here they are. Here they are, Jeang Guohua exclaimed happily and turned to rush toward the cradles. That's our old Wong family's lineage. 3 of them. Dajuan. Come quickly and see. This is our son, Wong Dajuan, leaning on his crutch, looked excited. He hobbled over.
Son.
Dad is here. Dad is coming to take you home. Just as Jeang Guohua's hand was about to touch the edge of the cradle, a large hand, like an iron clamp, grabbed her wrist tightly.
Ah?
It hurts. It hurts, Jeang Guohua screamed loudly. Lei Deshui stood in front of the cradle like a mountain, holding her wrist with one hand. With a little force, he made her stumble backward. If you break something, I can't even pay for your old skin. Lei Deshui looked down at the mother and son with disdain almost overflowing from his eyes.
Lei Deshui.
What are you doing? Wong Dajuan saw his mother being hit and raised his cane, ready to point at Lei Deshui. This is my son. Do I look like I'm doing something wrong? You outsider, why are you stopping our family from being together? Family together? Lei Deshui sneered coldly, took a handkerchief from his pocket, and slowly wiped his hand that had just touched Jeang Guohua. It was as if he was wiping away something dirty. Wong Dajuan, is your face made of city walls that bend? When you were holding a stick to beat them, why didn't you think about us being a family? Now that the baby is born and there are 3 of them, you just want to pick the fruit. Dream on. Suan sat on the bed, looking at the scene coldly. She placed the bowl on the bedside table with a sharp sound. Jeang Guohua, Wong Dajuan. Suan's voice was weak, but carried a new sense of authority. Get out. Don't dirty my child's place. Hearing this, Jeang Guohua immediately sat on the ground and started to make a fuss. No justice. Daughter-in-law won't let Grandma see her grandson. This child carries our Wong family's blood. Even if you don't acknowledge me, you can't change that fact. This bloodline can't be broken. Jeang Guohua howled and secretly looked at the 3 cradles. She was sure that the child was definitely Dogo's. Although Dogo was simple-minded, he looked somewhat like Wong Dajuan. After all, they were cousins. As long as the child looked like a member of the Wong family, Lei Deshui had nothing to say. Lei Deshui looked at Jeang Guohua, who was making a scene on the ground, and suddenly smiled. That smile carried a hint of playfulness, mockery, and a cruel anticipation of watching a good show. Bloodline? All right, since you insist on seeing, I'll let you see enough. Lei Deshui turned aside and revealed the cradle behind him. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Who do these 3 children really look like? Hearing this, Jeang Guohua scrambled to her feet and rushed to the cradle. Wong Dajuan also came over, both pairs of eyes fixed on the babies in the cradle. The 3 little ones had just finished feeding and were now wide awake. Although he was a premature baby, after these days of careful feeding and Lei Deshui's financial support, his small face has grown quite a bit. His skin is no longer wrinkled and red, but has become fairer. His eyebrows are still faint, but the arching brow gives off a sharp, fierce look. His nose is small, but the bridge is high and straight, almost like Lei Deshui's hooked nose. The most striking feature is his eyes. Eldest Lei Zhen is staring at the 2 strange people in front of him. His gaze is calm, not crying or fussing, but it shows a fierce spirit. It's exactly like Lei Deshui when he's angry. Jeang Guohua is stunned. Wong Dajuan is also stunned. What is going on? These eyebrows, expressions, and fierce aura. They don't look like the silly Ergo at all. Ergo has wide-set eyes, a flat nose, and a dull expression. But these 3 children look sharp and fierce. More importantly, the more she looks, the more they resemble the living devil, Lei Deshui, standing right in front of her. Jeang Guohua's mind suddenly buzzed, as if struck by a heavy blow. She rubbed her eyes, unwilling to believe it, and looked again.
Yes.
This is a tiny version of Lei Deshui. This doesn't make sense. Jeang Guohua muttered to herself, her face turning pale instantly. Why don't they look like Ergo? Or Dajuan? Wong Dajuan was hit like lightning. He looked at the tiny face exactly like Lei Deshui, feeling as if the green hat on his head suddenly became heavy, pressing down on him and making it hard to breathe.
Who do they look like?
Lei Deshui, arms crossed, leaned against the wall, looking at them with a half-smile. Old widow, didn't you say earlier that bloodlines can't be broken? Now you see clearly? Is this from the Wong family? Or Ergo's bloodline? Or maybe… Lei Deshui deliberately stretched out his voice, leaning slightly forward, and the oppressive feeling instantly enveloped the mother and son. From my bloodline? This sentence directly broke the last straw. Jeang Guohua shivered all over, took 2 steps back, almost hitting the wall.
No imposible.
Jeang Guohua was still desperately resisting. She cannot accept it. If she admits it, these 3 grandsons will be gone. Old Wang's family will truly have no heirs. This is Dagua's. It must be Dagua's. Jeang Guohua pointed at the cradle, looking a bit hysterical. Dagua's is a hidden gene. This child hasn't grown up yet. When he does, he'll look like him. Yes. Kids change a lot day by day. We can't tell now. Wong Dajuan also seemed to grasp a lifeline and agreed. This is our Wong family's bloodline. Lei Deshui, stop confusing everyone. You want to take my son? Not a chance. Suan looked at these 2 self-deceiving fools and felt only sadness. Just as she was about to speak, the door of the ward suddenly swung open. A doctor in a white coat, holding several test reports, hurried inside. Who is the patient's family? The doctor looked around at everyone in the room, frowning. The baby has some jaundice and needs blue light therapy. Also, the 3rd child has a bit of anemia and needs a blood transfusion as a backup. Because of the risk of neonatal hemolytic disease, we need to confirm the parents' blood types. The doctor looked at the report and pushed up his glasses. The baby is blood type B. Mother, Suan, is blood type O. Where is the father? We need a direct relative with blood type B or AB, preferably the father, for matching. Although all these words were medical terms, everyone present understood the most important point. The baby is blood type B, Suan is blood type O. Therefore, the father must be blood type B or AB. It cannot be blood type A or O, because O and A types cannot produce a B-type child. This is basic knowledge. Although DNA testing wasn't common then, blood type inheritance rules were understood even by barefoot doctors. Jeang Guohua, who was uneducated, remembered clearly. When Wong Dajuan had his appendectomy, his blood was tested. It was type A. That fool Dagua, who broke his head at the health clinic 2 years ago, also had his blood tested.
It was also type A.
The entire Wong family lineage has type A blood. Jeang Guohua's legs started to cramp, and a cold shiver ran from her feet straight to her head. If the child is type B, then it can't be Wong Dajuan's. And it can't be Ergo's either. The room falls into a deathly silence. Only the beeping of the heart monitor sounds. Although Wong Dajuan doesn't understand complex genetics, he looks at the doctor's serious face and then at his mother's devastated expression. A strong feeling of dread grows in his heart.
Doctor.
What do you mean? Wong Dajuan asks tremblingly. I'm type A blood. And this child. The doctor glances at Wong Dajuan with a look of sympathy mixed with awkwardness, as if he knows something he can't say. You're type A? The mother is type O? The doctor shakes his head and closes the medical record folder. According to medical knowledge, you can't have a child with type B blood. Unless… The doctor doesn't finish his sentence. But that, unless, feels like a sharp slap across Wong Dajuan's face. Unless this child isn't yours. Unless you've been unfaithful. And thoroughly unfaithful, with no hope of any explanation. Jeang Guohua sinks to the ground, staring blankly, muttering to herself. It's over. Everything is over. The big grandson.
Gone.
In this suffocating silence, Lei Deshui, who had been leaning against the wall without speaking, slowly straightens up. He rolls up his sleeve, revealing a strong arm like a tree root. Veins bulge on it, full of strength. He walks to the doctor and extends his arm. With a calm look of a winner and a commanding presence, he seems ready to crush the Wang family completely.
Doctor.
Lei Deshui's voice is loud, each word like a nail hammered into the ground. Draw my blood. I am type B. His thick arm was stretched out in the air, and beneath his bronze-colored skin, his blood vessels were pulsating loudly, as if announcing some undeniable truth to everyone. Wong Dajuan stood there, as if his soul had been taken away. His eyes, already sunken from poor nutrition, were now wide open, almost tearing, with bloodshot veins. It was as if 1,000 loudspeakers were screaming in his mind at the same time.
B-type?
Lei Deshui is B-type, the child is B-type, and he is a type. Suan is O-type. Although he didn't pay much attention in middle school biology, the common knowledge that old Lu, the barefoot village doctor, used to talk about suddenly appeared vividly in his mind. A plus O cannot produce B. It's like planting melons and expecting watermelons. Unless someone secretly swapped the seeds in his field. No, impossible. Wong Dajuan trembled, his lips quivering like a broken windbag squeezed from his throat. He suddenly turned his head sharply, staring fixedly at Suan on the hospital bed. Suan was leaning on the pillow, her face pale but her expression unusually calm. She didn't avoid Wong Dajuan's gaze, nor did she show any guilt. In her almond-shaped eyes, there was only a kind of indifference after seeing through the farce. This calmness was more devastating to Wong Dajuan than any fierce argument. It meant she had known all along. She had always known.
You
shameless woman. Wong Dajuan suddenly let out a piercing scream, like a wounded beast. You've been cheating with that wild man all along, haven't you? You lied to me. You lied to my mother. You lied to our whole family. For these months, I treated you like a treasure, fed you and took care of you, and it turns out I was raising someone else's bastard. The anger from being humiliated, deceived, and betrayed with a green hat on overwhelmed Wong Dajuan's reason instantly. He raised his cane and crazily rushed towards Suan. I'll beat you to death, shameless slut. Dajun? Stop it. Jeang Guohua, on the ground, was also desperate, but seeing her son about to attack, she quickly shouted in fear. This was in a hospital, and Lei Deshui was standing nearby. Sure enough, before Wong Dajuan could raise his cane above his head, a big hand firmly grabbed it. Lei Deshui didn't even turn around. He simply reached back with one hand and accurately stopped Wong Dajuan's attack. That move was so easy, it looked like he was catching a fly. Wanna hurt her? Lei Deshui slowly turned around, flicking his wrist. A strong force came, and Wong Dajuan, along with his cane, was thrown backward. Bang! He hit the wall hard and then slid to the ground, falling right at Jeang Guohua's feet. His recently healed broken leg was again stabbing with pain, making him grimace and sweat profusely. Lei Deshui walked over to the doctor, pointing to his arm. Doctor, just draw blood here.
Draw more.
These 3 kids are very important to me. I don't care if I bleed, or even if it costs me my life, I'll give it. Although the doctor was startled by the scene, he was experienced and calm. He looked at Wong Dajuan on the ground and then at the commanding Lei Deshui, understanding most of the situation. All right, come with me to the blood collection room. The doctor nodded and turned to leave. Just draw it here. Lei Deshui didn't move. He sat down on a nearby stool, rolling up his sleeve higher. Right here, in front of these 2, to make sure they don't keep doubting or think I'm colluding with you. Lei Deshui's cold eyes swept over the mother and son on the ground. I want them to see clearly whose blood this really is. The doctor, helpless, called a nurse to bring the blood collection tools. The needle pierced the vein, and bright red blood flowed into the bag. The vivid red color looked especially glaring in the white hospital room. Jeang Guohua looked at the blood bag, and suddenly, she seemed to age 10 years. She sank to the ground, patting her thigh, but she had no strength left to cry. It's over. It's truly over. She had always believed her grandson was Wong Dajuan's child, that he was from the Wong family. But it turns out from start to finish, it was all a joke. These 3 children have nothing to do with the Wong family at all. They are Lei Deshui's children. This is the most powerful, ruthless, and frightening man in the whole village.
No wonder.
No wonder Lei Deshui wanted to send that truck of coal. No wonder Lei Deshui helped carry water and chop firewood. No wonder Lei Deshui stood up for Suan at the village committee and even kicked Wong Dajuan.
No wonder.
All the clues now formed a clear line in Jeang Guohua's mind. It turns out they had been secretly planning all along, and their family, full of fools, was still dreaming of borrowing someone else's wife, even worshipping Suan as an ancestor, and letting her carry their baby. This isn't borrowing a wife. It's clearly inviting danger into their home. They were sold out and still helping others count money. Haha. Jeang Guohua suddenly started laughing, her voice sharp and wild. It's karma. This is karma. I wanted to scheme against others, but in the end, my whole family was schemed against. Wong Dajuan listened to his mother's laughter and felt like his skin was being peeled off and stomped on the ground. A green hat. These 3 words felt like a heavy mountain, making it hard for him to lift his head. If everyone in the village found out about this, how could Wong Dajuan still be a man? He was just a living coward.
Lei Deshui.
You beast. Wong Dajuan knelt on the ground, pointing at Lei Deshui, tears and snot covering his face. You slept with my wife. You ruined my family. You deserve a bad death. I'm going to report you. I'm going to the commune to report your affair, to accuse you of destroying our marriage. No, our family. I'm going to get you jailed. Ruin your reputation. Wong Dajuan shouted hysterically. This was his last shame and his final retaliation. Lei Deshui had already finished bleeding and was pressing a cotton swab. Hearing this, he didn't even lift his eyelids. Report me. Lei Deshui stood up, walked in front of Wong Dajuan, and looked down at him. Go ahead and report, but before you do, you'd better understand a few things. Lei Deshui gave a cold laugh, put away the IOU, and took out a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket. It was a paternity test application from a major hospital in the provincial capital. Although such tests were still rare and not widely available at the time, and Lei Deshui hadn't actually done one yet, it didn't stop him from using it to scare people. See this? Lei Deshui slapped the paper against Wong Dajuan's face. This is an application for a paternity test from the provincial hospital. As long as I send in the child's blood and mine, the truth will be clear. Then it'll be written in black and white that this child is mine. Tell me, do you think the judge will believe your words or science? Wong Dajuan stared at the paper covered with foreign letters and red stamps. He couldn't read it, but the weight of words like provincial capital, hospital, and science made him fall silent. Lei Deshui crouched down and patted Wong Dajuan's pale face. And one more thing. You say I ruined your family? Wong Dajuan, have you forgotten? The night you raised a stick to hurt Suan, your family was already broken. You were the one who pushed her away. You were the one who, for the sake of pride, allowed Ergo to enter your home. You were the one who, just to have a son, pretended not to know the truth. Now that everything is clear, you feel ashamed and want to blame others? Pathetic. Lei Deshui spat on Wong Dajuan's face. You call yourself a man? Those words stripped away the last bit of dignity Wong Dajuan had. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound, because every word Lei Deshui said was true. He was the one who had pushed Suan into misery, and he was the one who, for the sake of having 3 sons, chose to ignore the truth. Now he was simply facing the result of his own choices. All right, the blood's been drawn, and I've said what needed to be said. Lei Deshui stood up and pointed to the door. Take your mother and get out. Don't let me see you near this hospital again. Otherwise, don't expect that leg of yours to ever heal. Wong Dajuan shivered all over, a wave of fear of being controlled flooding his heart again. He looked at Lei Deshui's fierce eyes and then at Suan on the hospital bed, who didn't even bother to look at him. He knew it was over. He had lost. Completely lost. with not even a pair of underwear left. "Mother, let's go." Wong Dajuan pulled at Jeang Guohua, who was still in a daze, his voice full of hopeless despair. Jeang Guohua stood up blankly, as if she had lost her soul. She took one last look at the 3 cradles. Those 3 were supposed to be her grandson's babies, now sleeping peacefully. But unfortunately, they weren't hers.
They never would be. Such a sin.
Jeang Guohua sighed deeply, supporting her son's crippled leg, and slowly left the ward. Her figure was hunched, as if she had aged decades in an instant. Finally, the ward was quiet. Lei Deshui closed the door, shutting out all the troubling thoughts. He walked to the bed and looked at Suan. Suan looked back at him. Their eyes met in the air, no longer tense or confrontational, only relief and tenderness after surviving the ordeal. "Brother Lei." Suan reached out her hand. Lei Deshui quickly took it and kissed it gently. "It's over now. Everything is in the past. From today on, these 3 children will only carry the Lei surname. And you will only carry the Lei surname too." The Wong family, mother and son, like 2 mangy dogs with broken spines, slunk out of the county hospital in shame.
But this wasn't the end.
Lei Deshui was a man who valued proper procedures. He believed in doing things thoroughly. Since the truth was out, some formalities had to be completed clearly to avoid future trouble. Early the next morning, Lei Deshui had Guosheng deliver a drafted divorce agreement directly to the Wong family's door. It was called an agreement, but it was really a final warning. It clearly stated Suan and Wong Dajuan's relationship had broken down, and they voluntarily divorced. The 3 children would be raised by the woman, with no ties to the man. The man was not to bother them for any reason, or face the consequences. As for the division of property, Suan worked as a servant at the Wong family for 3 years. Not asking for compensation for emotional distress was already generous. The Wong family was so poor that Suan didn't even bother to take a single blade of grass. Wong Dajuan lay on the bed, looking at the paper, his hands trembling. He didn't want to sign. If he signed, he would truly become the joke of the village and the man abandoned by his wife. Meanwhile, Guosheng was playing with a shiny spring knife, slicing an apple while humming a tune. Accountant Wang, Brother Lei, said this: "If you sign this, the debt of 2,000 yuan will be cancelled. But if you don't sign..." Guosheng suddenly stabbed the knife into the table with a loud snap, leaving a deep mark. Brother Lei said he's been feeling a bit restless lately and wants to practice boxing. Also about that affair, although Brother Lei doesn't care about reputation, if it gets reported to the commune you're loaning to the fool might come out. Then you'll be charged with hooliganism and could face jail. When Wong Dajuan heard jail, he was so scared that he clenched his legs tightly. Yes, if this matter was investigated, he would be breaking the law for giving his wife to the fool just to have a son. And that debt of 2,000 yuan weighed on him like a mountain. I'll sign. Wong Dajuan no longer dared to hesitate. He grabbed a pen, trembling as he signed his name on the agreement and pressed a bright red fingerprint. At that moment, he felt like he had sold his last bit of dignity as a man. Guosheng, holding the agreement, whistled happily. "All right. Accountant Wang, I wish you a comfortable life alone from now on." Guosheng left with the agreement. Wong Dajuan looked at the empty house and at Jeang Guohua, who was crying there. Suddenly, he felt the house was freezing cold. In the hospital ward, sunlight streamed through the curtains, shining on Suan's face, which was still a bit pale but already showing some color. She had just finished feeding the baby and was resting against the bed. The 3 little ones, full and satisfied, were lying side by side on the small bed, snoring loudly, occasionally smacking their lips. The door was pushed open. Lei Deshui came in, but his outfit today almost made Suan spray the water she just drank. Usually, Lei Deshui wears a military coat or a leather jacket, but today he is dressed in a brand new Zhongshan suit. He buttons it up tightly and even wears a crooked red tie. His hair is slick shiny, probably with a lot of hair wax, so much that even flies slide off. He's holding a big bunch of something. What is it?
Suan looks closely.
Wow, it's not roses but a big bunch of candied hawthorn skewers wrapped in red paper. The bright red hawthorn, coated with clear, shiny sugar syrup, looks festive and also shows Lei Deshui's simple, honest style. Big brother Lei. What's this? Suan tries not to laugh as she looks at this usually fierce man, who now seems like a nervous young man on his first marriage proposal, unsure where to put his hands. Lei Deshui walks to the bed and hands the bunch of candied hawthorns to Suan. Here it's sweet. Then he takes a deep breath, as if about to face a tough challenge, and pulls out a divorce agreement from inside his suit. Wanner, look at this. Suan takes it, and her eyes instantly turn red. The bright red handprint on it means she has finally escaped her nightmare past. She is free now. And this. Lei Deshui also pulls out a cloth bag from his bulky Zhongshan suit pocket. He opens it layer by layer. Inside are a red bankbook, a bunch of keys, and a few property deeds. This is all I have. Lei Deshui pushes everything in front of Suan, speaking honestly but awkwardly. This bankbook has 50,000 yuan, saved from my brick kiln business over the years. These keys are for the front door and the safe. These deeds are for a few acres of land and a small new house. Wanner, I'm a rough man, I don't know how to say nice things. I was a fool before, with a bad reputation, but I truly care about you. From the first time I saw you, I wanted to take you home as my wife. As he speaks, Lei Deshui kneels on one knee. It feels a bit awkward for him, but he is very serious. He looks up at Suan, his usually fierce eyes now full of tenderness and hope. Marry me. From now on, this family is under your control. Money is yours to manage, and I will follow your lead. As long as I am alive, I will never let you or the children suffer any hardship. Suan looked at the man in front of her. She looked at the pile of belongings that represented all his wealth, at the bright red candied hawthorns, and at his tense, sweating face. Tears could no longer be held back and fell rapidly. She had endured too much suffering in her life. But in the end, fate was kind to her, bringing this man into her life. Although he was rough, bossy, and unreasonable, he gave her all his tenderness. Foolish girl. Suan smiled through her tears, reaching up to wipe the sweat from Lei Deshui's forehead. Who cares about your money?
Then you care about me.
Lei Deshui climbed up the ladder of courage, grabbed Suan's hand, and placed a pre-prepared gold ring on her ring finger.
It was just the right size.
Once you wear it, you're mine. It's too late to regret. Lei Deshui chuckled foolishly, stood up, and hugged Suan into his arms, giving her a firm kiss on the face.
Wife.
That word, wife, was spoken loudly and confidently, full of pride. On the day Suan was discharged from the hospital, the weather was clear and sunny. A big event happened in Lei family village that shook the entire county. Early in the morning, dust was flying on the dirt road at the village entrance. Dozens of tractors formed a long line. Each tractor had a big red flower tied to its headlights, and the beds were decorated with red silk, with drumming and lion dance teams performing. This scene was more impressive than the county mayor's inspection. Lei Deshui personally led the convoy in the front, driving the wedding car, which was decorated with red flowers and thick wool cushions. He wore a Zhongshan suit, a big red flower pinned to his chest, and had a bright, happy smile. The convoy moved grandly into the county hospital, blocking the entrance. Time to pick up the bride. Lei Deshui shouted, and dozens of brothers shouted together. Bring the sister-in-law home. Bring the little young master home. Their loud voices drew the attention of passers-by, who stopped to watch. Suan held the eldest child, Gosheng held the second, and another younger brother carried the third. Under the crowd's cheers, Suan sat on the most impressive tractor, like a queen. Virum. The convoy started, making lively noises, throwing candies, heading towards Lei Jiatsun. The journey was very beautiful. Villagers along the way came out to watch, all looking jealous. Wow, look at this grand scene. Suan is really lucky. This is what happiness looks like after hardship. When the convoy reached the Wang family's gate, they deliberately slowed down. Lei Deshui set off a string of loud firecrackers at the Wong family's entrance.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! The deafening sound made the Wong family's door shake. Red paper scraps covered the yard, as if mocking or protesting. The Wong family's door was tightly shut. Inside, Wong Dajuan covered his ears, trembling in the corner of the Kong. Jeang Guohua sat on the ground, her face twisted like a bitter melon, listening to the cheers and firecrackers outside. It's a punishment. All karma. Outside in the sunlight, Suan sat on the tractor, holding her child, with the man who protected her from the wind and rain sitting beside her. She looked at the road ahead to her new home, a bright smile on her face. Winter was over. Spring had finally arrived. The roar of the tractor still echoed in her ears. That night's glory felt like a beautiful dream. But when the first morning sunlight seeped through the thick curtains, Suan knew it was not a dream. She moved slightly. Under her was a soft mattress, warm and dry from the sun. The room was cozy, heated by a lively clay stove. Even in the cold winter, she only needed to wear a single layer of clothes. Suan instinctively reached out to the side. It was empty. There was still warmth in the quilt, but Lei Deshui was gone. "Brother Lei," Suan softly called, her voice gentle and sleepy. No one answered. Only a sweet, fragrant smell floated in the air, like melted brown sugar or milk powder mixed with water. She put on a brand-new red cotton jacket with a rabbit fur collar, slipped on her cotton shoes, and pushed open the door. As soon as she stepped outside, Suan froze in place. The once spacious Ray family courtyard, big enough to run a horse, now had no space left at all. If she ignored the familiar blue brick wall, Suan almost thought she had traveled to a warehouse at the county supply and marketing cooperative.
Oh my!
Suan covered her mouth, her beautiful peach blossom eyes wide with surprise. In the yard, supplies were piled up like small mountains. On the left, there were boxes of malted milk powder, with bright red writing on the metal cans, shining in the sunlight. Next to them were large sacks of brown sugar, open at the top, showing dark red sugar sand inside, looking very sweet. Looking further to the right, Suan felt her breath catch.
Eggs.
Not just dozens, but dozens of Jean, a Chinese weight unit. They were stacked in baskets, almost collapsing with a slight touch. There were also cured meats and sausages hanging on the clothesline, shiny red and dripping oil. What shocked Suan the most was the large pile near the eaves of the roof. That was a rare foreign thing in the countryside at that time. A whole box of baby formula, with foreign words printed all over it, clearly imported. There was also something called diapers, which Suan had only seen in newspapers. She heard they were only affordable for big city officials' children, costing several yuan each. "Sister-in-law, you're awake." Goshum was carrying a box of canned goods, panting heavily, sweat on his forehead, but smiling happily. He carefully placed the cans on the mountain of supplies, straightened up, and wiped his sweat. "Goshum, what's going on here?" Suan pointed at the yard full of things, her hands trembling. Goshing chuckled, showing a big white smile. "Sister-in-law, this is our brother Lei." Early this morning, he woke up the brothers and drove the tractor straight to the county supply and marketing cooperative. Brother Lei said, "Our three little masters are like gold nuggets, so they must have the best food and supplies. That's why we almost emptied the mother and baby section of the cooperative." As he spoke, a few more brothers carried in more items. Gosheng immediately changed his expression, crossed his arms, and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey! Be gentle. Be gentle with everything. That is food for young masters. If it gets broken, even selling you all wouldn't cover the cost. And that diaper, don't put it on the ground. It's for sitting on, very precious." Suwon watched the lively scene, feeling both shocked and sad. How much money would that take? Lao Yi, the spendthrift master of the Lei family, just started living a good life, and now he's already wasting money like crazy. At this moment, the Lei family's gate was wide open. The women from the village, who loved to watch the excitement, had already gathered nearby. They dared not enter the yard, so they all leaned on the tall wall, stretching their necks to look inside. Their eyes were wide with amazement, almost popping out of their heads, eager to see the supplies.
Wow.
Is that malt drink? We only buy a jar for New Year. The Lei family has a whole wall of it. Look at those eggs, more than our year's harvest. And what's that shiny white stuff? Milk powder? All in foreign language? Oh my, how much does that cost? The crowd gasped in awe and envy, the sour feelings almost tangible through the wall. Widow Zhao was also among them. She stared tightly at the things inside the yard, her hands clutching her sunflower seeds so tightly they were crushed. She had thought Suan, who followed Lao Yi, was just a woman of no status, a broken shoe that would eventually be tired of playing and discarded. But now, it seemed she wasn't tired of playing. She was being cherished and pampered. The large boxes of supplies felt like loud slaps on her face, burning hot and painful. Buying so much. What if it's too much to handle? Widow Zhao muttered sourly, her voice quiet but sharp amid the noisy chatter. Suddenly, woof. Woof woof. A flash of black lightning shot out from the corner of the yard. It was a black panther. This big dog, taller than a person when standing, growled fiercely at the wall where Zhao Widow was leaning, showing its sharp white teeth and letting out a deafening roar. The sound was fierce, like it wanted to eat someone. Oh my God! Zhao Widow was so scared she lost her breath, slipping on the ground. With a loud splash, she fell straight down from the wall, landing right in a pile of rotten mud at the base, face smushed in the mud. Ha ha! The women around burst into loud laughter. Serves you right. Don't be so cheeky. The Black Panther is very understanding. Anyone with a bad heart gets bitten. While everyone was making noise outside, the door curtain in the main room was pushed aside. Lei Deshui stepped out. Today, he wasn't wearing his usual military coat but a new, cozy home sweater. He looked less fierce and more like a caring husband. But his sharp eyes still looked very intense. He coldly glanced at the wall, and the women who had been laughing suddenly fell silent. They shrank back, like chickens caught by a predator. Lei Deshui ignored them. He carried a delicate white porcelain bowl and turned to Suan. His normally stern face softened instantly when he saw her. You're awake? Why not sleep a little longer? He approached Suan and gently helped fasten her collar buttons with his rough, calloused hand. The wind outside is strong. Don't get cold. Suan looked at him, then at the things in the yard and said with a teasing tone, Big brother Lei, what are you doing? Buying so many things. We can't sell all this even if we run a small shop. It's such a waste of money. Lei Deshui grinned, and the scar on his face didn't look so fierce anymore. What waste? My money is for you to spend. He handed the bowl to Suan and said firmly, As long as you and the kids are well, I'll get you whatever you want, whether it's a supply store or mountains of gold and silver. Suan looked down. The bowl held clear, shiny bird's nest, with 2 red goji berries floating on top, giving off a faint fragrance. In this era, bird's nest was a legendary delicacy. Only wealthy officials in the provincial capital could afford it. This was brought back overnight by someone from the provincial city. I heard it's very good for health. Lei Deshui said this and scooped a spoonful, but he didn't feed it to Suan right away. This rough man, who usually wouldn't hesitate to use a knife, now puckered his lips and gently blew on the spoon. After blowing, he carefully tested the temperature by pressing the spoon to his lips. His brows furrowed slightly, as if it was still a bit hot, so he blew on it a couple more times. Only when he was sure it was just right did he bring the spoon to Suan's mouth. Open your mouth. Ah. Suan looked at his clumsy yet serious expression, and her eyes suddenly turned red. In the past, at the Wong family's house, not to mention Bird's Nest, even eating an egg during confinement required looking at her mother-in-law's face, and she would be scolded as a greedy wife. But now, this man, who was regarded by the whole village as a living devil, treated her like a rare treasure. Suan opened her mouth and took in the bird's nest. It was sweet, so sweet that it touched her heart. This scene was just seen by the village head's wife, who came to deliver eggs. The village head's wife originally came to flatter Lei Deshui and see what was going on. But as soon as she entered, she saw Lei Deshui serving Suan as if she were an important person, with a look of pampering that could drown someone in sweetness. The village head's wife almost dropped her basket.
Goodness.
This isn't just a relationship without formal status. It's clearly a marriage where he loves his wife deeply. In less than half a day, news that Lei Deshui emptied the supply and marketing cooperative, and Lei Deshui feeding Suan bird's nest spread like wings, reaching every corner of Lei's village. Those who had been waiting to see Suan embarrassed, thinking she would be abandoned for having no status, or that Lei Deshui was just playing around, now felt their faces burning with shame. Suan looked at the supplies all around her, feeling more than just touched. She felt responsible. She secretly vowed to take good care of this family. Lei Deshui could earn money, but he spent it recklessly. From now on, she must control the family finances and not let him run wild. She wanted Lei's family to truly prosper and for their 3 children to grow up in the best environment. But just as Lei's family was happily celebrating and feeling sweet as honey, the scene shifted to the west side of the village, to the Wang family. The dilapidated courtyard gate was shut tight, and the red paper scraps from last night's firecrackers hadn't been swept away. The wind blew them, making the place look especially lonely. Inside, the stove was cold, and the kitchen was empty. The rice jar was almost empty, and even the mice had to come out crying. Jeang Guohua, wrapped in a tattered cotton-padded coat, sat on the edge of the Kong, listening to the faint gossip about Lei's family outside. Did you hear they bought a whole yard of things? And bird's nest too. Every word felt like a needle stabbing her deep in her heart. She looked at the empty rice jar, her wrinkled old face twisting like a dried orange peel. Jealousy, resentment, and hunger gnawed at her like snakes, devouring her insides.
Eat.
Eat. Jeang Guohua clenched her teeth and spat out a bitter curse. By so much. Not afraid of making you all sick. Eat yourselves to death. Time flies quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 little ones are already a month old. Although they were born early and looked like tiny kittens at first, under Lei Deshui's unlimited money power, feeding, the babies grew like balloons. Each one was delicate and smooth, with arms and legs like lotus roots, chubby and white. Everyone who saw them wanted to bite. That afternoon, the sun was just right. Suan had just finished feeding and was so tired her eyelids kept drooping. In the past month, she hardly slept a full night. Even with a nanny as a mother, she was always worried. Any small noise would wake her up. Lei Deshui looked at the dark circles under his wife's eyes and felt heartache. He waved his big hand and confidently pushed Suan back into bed. Wife, you sleep. This afternoon, I'll take care of these 3 little ones. I don't believe I, Lei Deshui, can't handle 3 babies who only know how to eat.
Suan was too sleepy.
She mumbled a few words and, as soon as her head touched the pillow, she fell asleep. Lei Deshui quietly closed the bedroom door and went to the special nursery. The room was warm, and the 3 little ones lay side by side in a large, specially made cradle, staring at the ceiling with wide eyes. Lei Deshui rubbed his hands, took a deep breath, and looked ready for battle. He approached the cradle, looked down at the soft, chubby bundles. Seeing them, his usually steady hands didn't know where to put themselves. They were too soft, too tiny. It was as if a little more pressure could crush them. While Lei Deshui was still mentally preparing himself, the eldest, Lei Zhen, took the lead in making trouble. This boy was just like his father, hot-tempered and loud. Wow! Without warning, Lei Zhen opened his mouth and started crying loudly. His wail was so loud it made Lei Deshui's ears ring, louder than the whistle in a brick kiln. Oh my goodness! Stop crying! Stop crying! Lei Deshui was suddenly flustered and hurriedly reached for the bottle. Are you hungry? Dad will make you some milk. Just wait a moment. It'll be ready soon. He grabbed the milk powder can, scooped a few spoonfuls into the bottle, and then poured hot water from the thermos. Usually, pouring drinks is precise, but now his hands trembled like Parkinson's, spilling everywhere. Finally, he finished preparing the milk. Remembering what Suan taught him, he tested the temperature. He didn't hesitate and dropped a tiny drop on his hand. Ow! The hot milk burned his skin, making him gasp and quickly pull back. His hand turned red instantly.
Too hot.
It needs to cool down. Lei Deshui blew on the milk bottle while also rocking the cradle with his other hand to soothe the older child. After adjusting the temperature, he finally managed to get the milk just right. He put the nipple into the baby's mouth, stopping the crying. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, his second child, Lei Ming, moved. This little one was a quiet but determined kid. He saw Lei Ming's face turn red, his eyebrows furrowed, and his little legs kicking wildly in the air. Seeing this, Lei Deshui guessed, "Is he wet?" He quickly put down the bottle and went to change Lei Ming's diaper. His large, fan-shaped hands struggled to undo the tiny diaper clips. He clumsily pulled the diaper open. Just as he was about to change it, suddenly, Lei Ming, as if he had planned it, relaxed his body. Spray! A clear stream of water shot out in a perfect arc under the afternoon sun, hitting Lei Deshui right in the face. It hit him squarely on the forehead, then trickled down his nose to his mouth.
Lei Deshui frose.
He blinked twice, with tiny drops of child urine still on his eyelashes. The room seemed to pause for 3 seconds. If anyone else dared to spray urine on Lei Deshui's face, they might as well be buried 2 meters underground. But at this moment, Lei Deshui wiped his face, sniffed the smell, and instead of getting angry, he grinned widely and chuckled foolishly. "Good boy. Your aim is strong. That stream was high. Follow me. You'll grow up to be a brave man someday." He proudly cleaned his younger brother's bottom, changed him into a dry diaper, and gently patted his chubby little bottom. "Next time, watch where you're aiming. Don't pee in your dad's mouth." At this moment, the youngest, Lei Dian, also woke up. Unlike the older brothers, Lei Dian didn't cry or fuss. He lay quietly, staring with big, shiny eyes at Lei Deshui. His gaze was clear and bright, as if he could see through people. Lei Deshui felt a bit uneasy under his stare. "Little brother, what are you looking at?" Lei Dian blinked, a slight smile on his face. But as soon as Lei Deshui turned away to tend to the older brothers, Lei Dian started to whimper. His voice was soft, but full of sadness, making people's hearts ache. Lei Deshui had no choice but to turn back and come for him. Now everything was a bit chaotic. The oldest finished feeding and was trying to burp. The second finished changing and wanted a hug. The youngest whined whenever he was out of sight. Lei Deshui wished he had 3 pairs of arms. Finally, he looked like a strange, funny scene from the Lei family, an imposing figure, but in a bizarre pose. He was holding the oldest, Lei Zhen, on his left arm, patting his back, holding the second, Lei Ming, in his right arm, rocking him, and his left leg was resting on the cradle edge of Lei Dian, shaking it gently. He had a diaper he just took off on his head. He forgot to take it down, with some dried pee on his face. He was sweating heavily, looking exhausted and hopeless, but his eyes showed a silly happiness. Just then, the door was pushed open. Lei Go, over at the brick kiln. Gosheng rushed in, but halfway through speaking, he suddenly froze like a duck with its neck caught. He widened his eyes, staring at the scene before him. The usually mighty and intimidating Lei Go was now like this, with a diaper on his head, holding a baby in his arms, rocking the cradle with his leg. The contrast was too funny. Gosheng's face turned red from holding back laughter, but he dared not laugh out loud. His shoulders jerked as he almost burst with laughter. Lei Deshui sensed the movement at the door and suddenly turned his head. The diaper slipped off and fell onto his shoulder. His fierce eyes widened as he lowered his voice and shouted, "What are you looking at? Don't laugh. One day, when you have kids, you'll understand this." Dogxing quickly covered his mouth and nodded desperately. "Yes, yes. Brother Lei is right. Brother Lei's look. So cool. Truly a caring father." Lei Deshui snorted and gently jostled the baby in his arms, a faint soft expression flashing across his face. "Stop talking nonsense. Say what you need to say quickly. Can't you see I'm busy taking care of the little boss?" Although he was cursing, his movements holding the baby were steady and firm, like a mountain. Just then, in this warm yet funny moment, suddenly, loud and frantic barking came from the yard.
Woof. Woof.
Woof! The sound of Black Panther was very fierce, like a warning when an intruder is nearby. Lei Deshui's face changed, and the gentle expression in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a sharp, cold glare. Dog Xing watched the kid. He gently placed the baby back in the cradle, casually grabbed his coat hanging on the chair, and strode out quickly. Someone was sneaking around at the door. When Lei Deshui reached the yard, Black Panther was barking wildly at the gate, the chain rattling loudly as it struggled. Through the crack in the door, he could vaguely see a figure in a torn cotton-padded jacket, crawling and running away in the distance. That figure was hunched, clumsy, and looked very poor. Lei Deshui squinted and sneered. No need to guess who it was. Jeang Guohua. Wong family. Jeang Guohua ran wildly, almost out of breath, until she reached her dilapidated yard, then finally stopped to catch her breath. She leaned against the door, her legs weak, her heart pounding wildly. It was so frightening. That big black dog was just a beast. Its loud bark almost scared her to death. She was so hungry she couldn't stand it anymore and decided to try her luck at Lei's house. She heard Lei's family ate fish and meat every day. Even if she only managed to steal some leftover rice or vegetables they threw out, or eggshells from Suan, it would be good. If she could find a piece of that diaper, take out the cotton inside, she could even make a knee pad for Dajuan. But who knew, before reaching the door, they were spotted by that dead dog. Mother. Cough, cough. Inside, Wong Dajuan's weak and irritable voice came from the house. Why are you back so late? Did you get any food? Jeang Guohua wiped the cold sweat from her face and pushed the door open. The house was as cold as an ice cellar. Since they had no money to buy coal, the stove had long been turned off. Wong Dajuan was lying on the Kong bed, covered with a tattered, blackened quilt. His broken leg hurt so much he kept rolling around. Seeing Jeang Guohua return empty-handed, Wong Dajuan's eyes instantly turned red, like a hungry wolf's. Mother, why did you come back empty-handed? Do you want us to starve? He grabbed the broken bowl beside the pillow and threw it hard on the ground.
Crash.
The bowl shattered. This was the last usable bowl in the house. Jeang Guohua looked at the broken pieces on the ground, tears suddenly flooding her eyes.
Oh, Dajuan.
The Lei family is like a tiger's den. That big dog is taller than a person when it stands up. I can't get in at all. She sank to the ground, patting her thighs and crying loudly. This life is impossible to live. What kind of sin have I committed? Wong Dajuan felt annoyed and his stomach fire burned, making his insides ache. Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. Can crying fill your stomach? He glared fiercely at Jeang Guohua. Is there anything left to eat at home? Hurry up and take it out. Jeang Guohua trembled and pointed at the corner of the wall. It's gone. Really gone. Even the mice don't come anymore. Suddenly, a faint cluck sound came from the yard. That was the only old hen in the house. This chicken was originally Jeang Guohua's lifeline, hoping it would lay eggs to exchange for salt. Wong Dajuan's eyes lit up instantly, like seeing a life-saving straw. Chicken. There's still chicken. He struggled to sit up. Mother, kill that chicken. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. Hearing this, Jeang Guohua's face turned pale.
No.
That's a laying hen. It's our last hope. Hope my ass. People are almost starving to death, and you're still hoping for eggs. Wong Dajuan roared. If you don't kill it, I'll go out now and swallow it whole. Seeing her son's frantic look, Jeang Guohua felt hopeless. She knew that this chicken could not be saved. Half an hour later, under the stove, there was burning old wood taken from the ceiling beams. In the pot, murky hot water was boiling. The thin, bony old hen had been plucked clean and thrown into the pot. There was no oil, no salt, and no ginger or garlic. Just a pot of plain boiled chicken and water. Jeang Guohua squatted in front of the stove, clutching a handful of chicken feathers, crying while tending the fire. The flickering flames reflected on her withered face, making her look especially miserable. She remembered the past. When Suan was still around, No matter how poor the family was, Suan always kept the house tidy. At mealtime, there was always warm food on the table. Even if it was just salted vegetables and cornbread, Suan could make it taste good in many ways. Back then, the stove was hot, the bed was warm, and the clothes were clean.
But now?
The house was covered in dust, with chicken feathers scattered everywhere, and this tasteless pot of plain boiled chicken. Is it ready? Is it ready? Wong Dajuan shouted urgently from the bed. Jeang Guohua wiped her tears, scooped out the half-cooked chicken, placed it in a broken basin, and brought it to the bed. Mother and son looked like two starving ghosts, ignoring the burns, and started tearing at the chicken. Ugh, so hot. Wong Dajuan grabbed a chicken leg and wolfed it down. The chicken lacked salt, had a strong fishy smell and a smoky taste, but he thought it was the most delicious thing in the world. He chewed loudly, even biting through the bones and swallowing them, turning pale from choking. Jeang Guohua also stopped crying, holding the chicken skeleton and gnawing on it. For a moment, the only sounds in the room were the creepy chewing and swallowing. In less than 10 minutes, the whole chicken was eaten clean, and even the broth was fought over and finished. They were full. The madness caused by hunger faded, replaced by a deeper emptiness and despair. Wong Dajuan leaned against the wall, looking at the pile of pale chicken bones on the ground, and let out a big burp. Then silence fell. The chicken was eaten. What would they eat tomorrow? And the day after? This long winter had just begun. A feeling called regret reached its peak at this moment. If only I hadn't forced Suan to have a child back then. If only I hadn't driven Suan away. If only. It's all because of that Lei Deshui. Wong Dajuan suddenly broke the silence. His regret quickly turned into deep hatred. He blamed all his misfortune on the man who took his wife away. He stole my wife, took my son, and even broke my leg. Wong Dajuan touched his broken leg, nails digging deep into his flesh, his eyes shining with a cruel light. I won't let him get away with it. I definitely won't. Jeang Guohua sighed weakly and said, Son, don't think about it. We can't fight him. Now we have nothing left, not even the last chicken to eat. What will we do in the future? Wong Dajuan sneered sinisterly. Suddenly, he remembered something. Something that could turn his life around, or at least give Lei Deshui a hard time. Mother, did you forget? Wong Dajuan lowered his voice, like a venomous snake spitting. Suwan's household registration was moved, but when we divided the land, the contract for those 2 acres was still in our family's name. Jeang Guohua's eyes suddenly brightened, then dimmed again. But wasn't the land deed taken by Lei Deshui? So, what if he took it? Wong Dajuan sneered. The land deed is just paper. The person is alive. The village committee still has my name, Wong Dajuan. As long as my name is on it, I can sell it. In truth, Wong Dajuan didn't know that Lei Deshui had already prepared for this. When they signed the divorce agreement, the land transfer clause was written clearly, and it had been filed with the commune. But now, blinded by hatred and greed, Wong Dajuan thought he had found a lifeline. Sell the land. Wong Dajuan gritted his teeth and said, Sell those 2 acres. Get some money. With the money, I can buy medicine for my leg and find someone to deal with Lei Deshui. I want him to spit out everything he took. Outside, the cold wind howled. Wong Dajuan's face, twisted by the flickering firelight, looked especially fierce in the darkness. He didn't realize that this foolish decision would push him deeper into an even darker abyss. Days flow like a stream, rushing forward quickly. Recently, the Lei family estate has been gloomy because of food problems. The 3 little ones are growing too fast. When they were just a month old, they looked like tiny kittens. Now, after 3 months, they are like balloons, with arms and legs as thick as chopsticks, and their appetites are growing rapidly. Suan's milk is no longer enough. Although Lei Deshui tries every day to cook pig's feet and boil fish soup for her, these 3 kids are big eaters. Especially the oldest, Lei Zhen, who is very impatient. When he's a little hungry, he cries loudly. If he can't get milk, he bites, which makes Suan gasp in pain. Wow. Wow. In the main hall, The oldest's crying is so loud that the ceiling dust seems to fall. Suan holds the oldest, her forehead sweating. She unbuttons her clothes to feed him, but after a few sucks, he cries even harder. The second and third children in the cradle nearby hear the big brother crying and start crying too, making a loud noise. Suddenly, the whole room is filled with the sound of babies crying, creating a three-dimensional surround sound. Lei Deshui squats on the ground washing diapers. Hearing this, he throws the diaper into the basin and frowns. These three little rascals want to drain their mother dry. He stands up, paces around the room, and looks at Suwan's increasingly thin face, feeling heartbroken. "Wanner, stop feeding them. Let's give them milk powder." Lei Deshui rushes over, takes the oldest in his arms, and tries to soothe him. "There's still several boxes of imported milk powder. Just give it to them." Suan buttons up her clothes, looking helpless and worried. "Brother Lei, milk powder is good, but I heard from the village elders that it's just powder mixed with water. Fresh milk is better for health, and these three kids have delicate stomachs. Last time, after drinking that brand of milk powder, the youngest had a bit of diarrhea." Suan sighs, looking at the crying child in her arms, full of guilt. "It's all because of my weak body." "Nonsense." Lei Deshui's eyes widen, interrupting Suan. "You gave birth to three strong boys. You're the greatest contributor. No one can blame you." He handed the child to the nanny, lit a cigarette, and went to the yard, gazing thoughtfully at the empty cow shed. "Is fresh milk good for people? Then I'll get fresh milk." Lei Deshui's greatest strength is his quick action. He acts immediately. He threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out with his foot, then turned and left the door. "Gosheng, prepare the car. Let's go to the county." In the late afternoon, just before sunset, suddenly, a loud car horn echoed through the quiet village road of Leijia village. Beep. Beep. Nowadays, it's rare to see a tractor in the village, let alone a big truck. Women sitting under the large locust tree at the village entrance, mending shoes and chatting, all looked up and stretched their necks to see outside. "Wow, whose relatives are coming? Such a big fuss?" Looks like they're heading toward the Leijia house. A large truck with a Liberation brand rolled in, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust, huffing and puffing. From the back of the truck bed, a long mooing sound occasionally came. The truck finally stopped at the gate of the Leijia courtyard. Lei Deshui jumped down from the passenger side, looking proud and pleased. He waved to the villagers gathered around, as if inspecting a VIP. "Everyone, make way. Make way. Don't scare our honored guest." When the tailgate was lowered, everyone in the village was stunned. They saw a big black and white dairy cow being led down. The cow was strong, with shiny, smooth fur, big copper bell-shaped eyes, and looked very full of milk. "Oh my goodness. Is that a dairy cow? How much would that cost? Is old Lei crazy?" These days, cows are mainly used for plowing and pulling carts. Who would keep such a cow just for milk and not work? The villagers whispered excitedly, their eyes nearly popping out. In rural areas, cows are used for farming and transportation. Dairy cows? That's unheard of. It's like bringing capitalist luxury into the village. Hearing the noise, Suan came out dressed, and she was stunned on the spot. She looked at the relaxed dairy cow wagging its tail in the yard, both amused and speechless. "Brother Lei, are you planning to open a cattle farm?" Lei Deshui chuckled and walked over to pat the cow's head, showing off proudly. "What cattle farm? This is just a mobile milk bottle for our son. I've heard that the black and white dairy cows produce the best milk, way better than formula. Our son should drink fresh milk, just milked and warm." He then pointed to an old man behind him. "This is Uncle Lu. He used to work on a state-run farm raising dairy cows. I hired him with a good salary. From now on, Uncle Lu will live in the guest house and take care of this cow, milking it for us." Seeing Lei Deshui's serious expression, Suan felt warm inside and also found it a bit funny. This man, for his children, would do anything, no matter how crazy. "Brother Lei, this cow's milk, can 3 kids drink it all?" Lei Deshui waved his hand confidently. "If you can't finish it, you can drink it. You need to nourish yourself too. I heard this milk is good for calcium, and it makes your skin better. If there's leftover, Black Panther can drink it. The whole family can drink it. We can even use it to soak our feet. The villagers nearby heard this, and all looked sour. Soaking feet in milk. This Lei Deshui is just too extravagant. From that day on, the Lei family courtyard became quite lively. Every morning, Uncle Lu would carry a bucket to milk the cow. The white, rich milk filled the bucket, smelling strongly of fresh milk. Lei Deshui didn't let others do it. He personally set up a pot in the kitchen, boiled the milk, skimmed off the cream, which he thought was impurities, though it was actually the best part, then let it cool and poured it into bottles. Watching his 3 sons happily gulp down the milk, Lei Deshui's face, full of flesh, would show a gentle, motherly smile. That feeling of satisfaction was even greater than earning 10,000 yuan. The leftover milk, Suan also had to drink a big bowl. In less than half a month, the 3 children's faces became rounder, and Suan looked as rosy as a big apple. The Lei family was full of happiness, with the smell of milk everywhere. Meanwhile, at the western end of the village, the Wong family was shrouded in gloom and worry. Since eating that last whitewater chicken, Wong Dajuan has been so hungry that his eyes turned green. The right to farm those 2 acres of land became his last hope for survival. That morning, Wong Dajuan, leaning on his crutch and carrying a tattered cloth bag with his household registration booklet under his arm, hobbled to the village committee. He deliberately chose a time when Lei Deshui was not in the village. Wong Dajuan had made up his mind. He planned to sell the land to heir Lei Zi from the neighboring village, a reckless man willing to take on this risky deal. He hoped to get 1,000 yuan, enough to eat well for years, and to go to the county hospital for proper treatment on his leg. At the village committee, Wong Dajuan went straight to the secretary's office. "Secretary, I want to transfer the land contracting rights," he said, slamming his household registration booklet on the desk, trying to look confident. "My legs are not good. I can't farm anymore, so I want to transfer it to someone else." The old secretary was drinking tea. When he heard this, he looked up at Wong Dajuan with a dismissive glance, as if he were looking at a fool. "Transfer? Who do you want to transfer it to?" "To heir Lei Zi from the neighboring village." "We've already agreed on the price," Wong Dajuan hurriedly replied. "Just stamp it, and it's done." The old secretary slowly put down his teacup, opened a drawer, and took out a folder. "Did June, have you forgotten something?" "Forgot what?" "My household registration booklet is right here. The land is under my name," Wong Dajuan shouted, holding his head high. The old secretary sighed, pulled out a piece of paper from the folder, and pushed it in front of Wong Dajuan. "Take a look at this." Wong Dajuan looked closely. It was a photocopy of a document titled Supplementary Divorce Agreement and Property Division Confirmation. In the Property Division section, clear words were written. Husband Wong Dajuan voluntarily waives all his property, including the house, savings, and the 2 acres of contracted farmland, to compensate the wife, Suan, for her labor and emotional suffering during the marriage. All these assets and rights belong entirely to the wife, Suan. At the bottom, Wong Dajuan's crooked signature and a bright red fingerprint were glaringly obvious, making people dizzy. This. Wong Dajuan's crutch suddenly dropped to the ground with a loud thud. His mind went blank with a buzzing sound. He suddenly remembered. That day, Dogsheng was holding a knife and forcing him to sign, and the agreement was several pages long. He was so scared he didn't pay attention to what was written on the back, just wanting to settle the 2,000 yuan debt quickly. That scheming man, Lei Deshui. He had already set a trap, waiting for himself to fall into it. Party secretary. This doesn't count. I was forced at the time. Wong Dajuan grabbed the edge of the table and shouted hysterically. I didn't see clearly. I can't be without land. Without land, what can I eat? The old party secretary looked at him coldly and took back the paper. Black and white words, your fingerprint is on it. How can it not count? Moreover, this agreement has been filed with the commune and is legally valid. That land now belongs to Suan, which is the Lei family's. You want to sell Lei family's land? Wong Dajuan, Do you think life is too comfortable and want to go to jail? The old party secretary's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Wong Dajuan from head to toe.
His only hope was shattered.
His last escape route was blocked. Wong Dajuan was now completely without a place to stand, a total loser with nothing left. Poof! In a sudden rush of anger and stress, Wong Dajuan felt his throat turn sweet. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the cement floor of the village committee. Dejun. Amidst the exclamations, Wong Dajuan's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight down. Before losing consciousness, only one thought ran through his mind. Lei Deshui. You are so cruel. When Wong Dajuan was carried back to that broken home, the Lei family courtyard was brightly lit. It was late at night. The three little ones had drunk their fill of milk and finally fell asleep happily. Suan quietly slipped out of the nursery and returned to the master bedroom. Lei Deshui was still awake. He was lying on the Kong bed, scratching his head while looking at a pile of messy account books. The room's dim light reflected his worried face. Lei Deshui was good at fighting and had business courage, but when it came to reading accounts, he was hopeless. He couldn't read much, relying only on memory and counting on his fingers. In the past, running a small business was easy, but now, with the larger kiln operation, the flow of money for goods, wages, and coal has become a confusing mess. Damn it! Where the hell did that 500 yuan go? Lei Deshui irritably threw his ballpoint pen onto the table and ruffled his already messy hair. No matter how I add it up, it doesn't match. Suan walked over with a cup of hot tea and placed it beside him. Big brother Lei, what's wrong? Is the account off? Lei Deshui sighed and took a sip of tea. Yes, lately I feel like something's wrong with the money, but I can't find the problem. The guy in charge of buying supplies, Air Motzi, keeps crying poverty, saying coal prices went up and transportation costs increased too. I thought since my brothers are working hard with me, I wouldn't ask too many questions, but the gaps in the accounts are getting bigger and bigger. Hearing this, Suwan's heart moved slightly. Although she never went to college, when she was at her parents' house, she learned to count and keep track of money on her own to prevent her parents from spending all their savings. Plus, these past few days, she had been looking through the receipts and documents Lei Deshui brought back. Her woman's intuition told her there was something fishy going on. Big brother Lei, maybe. I can help you check? Suan asked cautiously. Lei Deshui was surprised, then smiled.
You?
Wife, you can read accounts? This isn't like buying vegetables and counting a few cents. These tens of thousands of yuan flowing in and out make my head spin. Although he spoiled Suan, deep down he believed that business was a man's world. Women only needed to be beautiful and take care of the children. Suan didn't argue. She turned around and took out an old, dusty abacus from the cabinet. It was her dowry when she got married. Though old, the beads were polished to a shiny glow. She sat across from the table, took the messy receipts, and tidied them up a little. Then, she extended her slender fingers and gently moved the beads on the abacus. Clack, clack, the crisp sound of the abacus echoed in the quiet night. Suwan's expression changed instantly. No longer the gentle wife, she became a focused, capable housekeeper. Her fingers flicked quickly, so fast that only afterimages could be seen. While dialing, she was softly muttering numbers to herself. 50 tons of coal, unit price 45, transportation 5 yuan per ton. Air Mazi reports a unit price of 55. Lei Deshui was stunned. He forgot to finish his cigarette and stared intently at Suan. Under the light, Suwan's side face looked very intelligent. Her focused eyes made his heart skip a beat. Suddenly, he realized that his wife was not only beautiful but also seemed much smarter than him. About half an hour later, Suan stopped what she was doing. She wrote a number on the paper and pushed the account book in front of Lei Deshui. Brother Lei, I figured it out. Suwan's voice was calm but confident. This Air Mazi has a problem. What? Lei Deshui frowned. Air Mazi has been with me for years. He once fought to protect me. That can't be true, right? Suan didn't answer. She just pointed to a spot on the account book. Look, this is last month's coal purchase order. Air Mazi reported the coal price as 55 yuan per ton, but I overheard the coal delivery driver talking casually a few days ago. The current market price is only 45. He took a 10 yuan kickback on each ton of coal. This month, he bought 500 tons of coal, which means he pocketed 5,000 yuan, and there's also the transportation cost, which he falsely reported as 20% more. Altogether, just last month, he secretly took over 6,000 yuan from the brick kiln. 6,000. Lei Deshui suddenly stood up, knocking over the chair with a loud crash.
6,000 yuan.
In this era, when even wealthy families valued money, 6,000 was a huge sum. It was enough to build 3 big tiled houses in the village. This damn dog. I considered him a brother, and he treats me like a fool. Lei Deshui was trembling with anger, his eyes nearly shooting fire. His biggest hatred was betrayal, especially from a brother who had started with him. Suan held his hand gently and said softly, "Brother Lei, don't get angry yet. Catch the thief and recover the stolen money. Tomorrow, take these account books and go to check his house secretly. If I'm right, he probably hasn't had time to transfer the money. It should be hidden at his home." Lei Deshui looked at Suan, and the anger in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by deep admiration. He reached out and took Suan's hand, nodding heavily.
All right.
"I'll listen to you. Wife, you really are my wise advisor." The next morning at dawn, Air Matzi was still sleeping soundly on the heated bed, cuddling his wife.
Bang!
Someone kicked open their front door. Air Matzi was startled and shivered. Before he could put on his pants, Lei Deshui and a few brothers rushed in with Dogsheng.
Lei.
"Brother Lei?" Early in the morning, seeing Lei Deshui's stern face, Air Matzi felt a bad premonition. Lei Deshui didn't waste words. He threw the account book at Air Matzi's face. "Explain this to me. What's going on with the coal prices?" Air Matzi looked at the account book, and cold sweat broke out instantly. "Brother Lei, it's a misunderstanding. The coal prices went up. Go up, my foot." Lei Deshui slapped him hard, making Air Matzi spin 3 times in place. "Search." Dogsheng and his men pounced like wolves, turning over boxes and drawers. Soon, they found a big stack of new bills in a worn shoe box under the bed. Neatly stacked, exactly 6,000 yuan. "Brother Lei, we found it." The evidence was clear. Air Matzi collapsed to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Brother Lei, I was wrong. I was confused for a moment. I just wanted to build a house for my family. Please forgive me, Brother Lei." Lei Deshui looked at his former brother-in-arms, a flicker of pain in his eyes, but mostly resolve. "Air Matzi, I've been good to you, haven't I? If you want to build a house, just tell me. I could have lent you the money, but you shouldn't have stabbed me in the back, and you shouldn't have played your sister-in-law for a fool." Lei Deshui took a deep breath and turned around. "For the sake of our past friendship, I won't punish you, but this money is confiscated. From today, get out of the brick kiln. Don't let me see you again." At 10 in the morning, on the open ground of the brick kiln, hundreds of workers stood neatly in rows. Lei Deshui stood on the high platform, holding a loudspeaker in his hand. Suan stood beside him, wearing her red cotton jacket. She looked a little shy, but her back was straight and proud. "Listen up, everyone." Lei Deshui's strong voice echoed through the crowd. "Air Matzi has been stealing from the kiln's money. I've already kicked him out." The crowd burst into murmurs. Lei Deshui put his arm around Suan's shoulder and gently pushed her forward. "From today on, all the kiln's accounts will be managed by my wife. If anyone dares to mess with the numbers, that means you're trying to fool her. And fooling her means fooling me, Lei Deshui. When that happens, don't blame me for losing my temper." The workers looked at the woman on stage, gentle but firm, and then at Lei Deshui, who clearly wanted to protect her. No one dared to make a sound. "Sister-in-law," Gosheng shouted first. "Sister-in-law." Hundreds of voices followed, shaking the air. Suan looked at all those honest faces, and a wave of pride rose in her heart. This was more than just a title. It was a passing of power, the beginning of a new life. She was no longer the young wife who only stayed by the stove. She was Lei Deshui's trusted partner, the mistress of this large brick kiln. Lei Deshui looked at the bright light in Suan's eyes and felt deeply pleased. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Wife, from now on, we'll share this place together." Matsi was thrown out of the kiln like a stray dog. He couldn't stay in the village anymore and spent his days drinking alone at home. His hatred grew wild inside him like poisonous weeds. He hated Lei Deshui for forgetting their past friendship, and he hated Suan even more for ruining his plans. "If it weren't for her and her numbers, I wouldn't have fallen this hard." He smashed the bottle in his hand, glass scattering across the floor. Night fell. The moon was hidden behind dark clouds, and the village was pitch black. Matsi grabbed 2 bottles of cheap liquor from the supply store and staggered out the door. He was going to meet someone who hated Lei Deshui just as much as he did. The Wong family. The broken door was slightly open, and when the wind blew, it made a strange creaking sound. Matsi pushed the door open and was hit by a strong smell of mold. Inside, there was no light, and it was very dark. Through the faint light outside the window, you could see a figure lying on the kong, a traditional bed. "Who's there?" Wong Dajuan asked cautiously, his voice hoarse and weak. "It's me, Matsi." Matsi placed a bottle of wine on the table and sat down heavily on the edge of the kong. "I heard things haven't been going well for you lately. Come, let's have a drink." When Wong Dajuan heard it was Matsi, his tense nerves relaxed. He knew about Mazi's trouble with Lei Deshui. As the saying goes, fallen people in the same boat. Drink what? There's not even a snack at home. Wong Dajuan scolded irritably. "I have some." Matsi took out a paper-wrapped bag of peanuts and half a pig's head. He bought these with his last bit of secret savings. 2 disappointed people, in a dim room, with cold wind and resentment, started drinking. After a few poor-quality drinks, they began to talk freely. "That Lei Deshui bastard." Mazi's eyes reddened as he cursed through clenched teeth. "I followed him for 5 years. 5 years. Didn't I do hard work, even if I didn't have any achievements, just for a few thousand yuan? He kicked me out in front of so many people. No respect at all. Now everyone in the village is laughing at me. I can't swallow this anger." Wong Dajuan felt the same way. He drank a big gulp of alcohol, which made him cough painfully. "What's that compared to me?" Wong Dajuan pointed to his still-healing leg. "Look at my leg. He's the one who broke it. He stole my wife, took my son, and even occupied my land. Now I've become the biggest joke in the village. A deadbeat. A worthless man. I wish I could eat his flesh and drink his blood." Their hatred, fueled by alcohol, quickly fermented and merged together. "Dajuan, do you want revenge?" Matsi suddenly lowered his voice, his drunken eyes flickering with a sinister light. Wong Dajuan was stunned, then nodded fiercely.
"Yes.
I dream of it.
But
We can't fight him. He has money, someone, and that big fierce dog. Doing it openly definitely won't work." Matsi chuckled sinisterly and leaned close to Wong Dajuan's ear. "We need to do it secretly. What does Lei Deshui care about most? Not Suan, not the kids, but his money, Zhuanyao. As long as Zhuanyao falls apart, he'll become poor. Then, can that mean-spirited woman Suan still stay with him?" Wong Dajuan's eyes lit up. "What should we do?" Matsi took a bunch of keys from his pocket, which he had secretly made before leaving Zhuanyao. "These are the keys to the main gate of Zhuanyao and the fire pit. Recently, Lei Deshui took on a big project, building a government office in the county with bricks. If these bricks have problems, it would be a serious accident. We just need to sneak in at night when no one is around and tamper with the firing process." Matsi made a shushing gesture, a fierce smile on his face. "Block half of the air outlet so the bricks are undercooked. Look good on the outside, but when used, they break. When the building is halfway done and collapses, or if it fails inspection, Lei Deshui will not only lose everything and go bankrupt but also end up in jail. As soon as he goes in, Suan." Matsi winked at Wong Dajuan. "Then she won't be able to control us anymore." Wong Dajuan's blood boiled. His previous despair vanished.
Jail.
As long as Lei Deshui goes to jail, everything will be back to normal. "Let's do it." Wong Dajuan patted his thigh, ignoring the pain. "When do we start?" "Tonight." Matsi looked out at the dark night outside. No moon tonight, the wind is strong. Perfect time to act. Lei family's big courtyard. Deep into the night, Suan sat under the lamp, sewing tiny tiger shoes for the 3 children for their full moon celebration. Red silk, golden thread, every stitch full of a mother's love. Ow! Suddenly, Suwan's hand trembled. The needle prickled her finger, and a bright red drop of blood appeared, falling onto the bright red silk, instantly spreading out like a beautiful, enchanting flower. Suan suddenly felt a rush of panic, an inexplicable unease rising in her heart. That feeling was like the tension before a storm, making it hard to breathe. What's wrong? Lei Deshui had just finished his shower and entered the room. Seeing Suan staring off into space, he quickly came over. Are you holding your hand? He grabbed Suwan's finger, put it in his mouth, and gently sucked on it.
It was a simple way to stop bleeding.
It's nothing. Just an accident. Suan forced a smile, but her brow remained furrowed. Brother Lei, my eyelid keeps twitching, and I feel very anxious. Is something going to happen? Lei Deshui hugged Suan gently and patted her back. Don't think too much. Nothing will happen. Who dares to trouble our Lei family village now? Maybe you're just too tired lately. You should get some rest. Suan nodded and lay down on the bed. But no matter how she turned, she couldn't fall asleep. The uneasy feeling grew stronger. She looked out the window at the dark night sky, listening to the howling wind. She felt as if, in this darkness, a pair of malicious eyes were watching them. Meanwhile, on the small path leading to the brick kiln, 2 sneaky shadows, shivering in the cold wind, moved forward cautiously. Matsi walked ahead, clutching a bunch of keys tightly. Wong Dajuan, leaning on his crutch, gritted his teeth and followed behind. Their faces showed a twisted joy of revenge, ready to strike. All right, just stay here and watch. I'll see how I can ruin his treasure-making setup. Matsi tightened his worn cotton jacket, clutching a set of stolen keys in his hand. He hunched over like a mouse and slipped into the night. The Lei family courtyard. The house lights were still on. Suan lay in bed, tossing and turning, trying to make pancakes. The anxious feeling hadn't gone away. It was growing stronger, like an invisible hand gripping her heart. Big brother Lei. Suan suddenly sat up, her face pale in the light. Lei Deshui had just started to doze off when he was awakened by her shout. He groggily reached out. What's wrong, wife? Are those 3 little troublemakers bothering you again? Not the kids. Suan grabbed his arm, her nails digging into his flesh. I feel very uneasy, like something's going to happen at the brick kiln. You need to take Black Panther, and go check now. Lei Deshui opened his eyes, seeing his wife sweating profusely. His sleep vanished instantly. Although he thought there might not be much happening in the middle of the night, his wife's words were like an order he had to obey. All right, I'll go right now, Lei Deshui said without hesitation. He threw off the quilt, jumped out of bed, grabbed his military coat, and quickly snatched the flashlight from the corner. Lock the door at home. I'll take a quick look and be back soon. In the yard, Black Panther seemed to sense something too. Without being told, he stood up alertly, low growls rumbling in his throat. Let's go, Black Panther. Time to work. 1 man and 1 dog disappeared into the dark night. At the brick kiln, everything was deadly silent. Only the wind whistling past the brick stacks could be heard. Matsi knew the place well. He reached the fire pit, which was the heart of the kiln. If he poured a few buckets of cold water into the key fire eyes, the hot bricks being baked would suddenly crack and turn into rubble. Even worse, the kiln structure could be damaged, and fixing it would take at least 10 days or 2 weeks. Lei Deshui, I'll show you. I'll make you regret it. Matsi gritted his teeth and muttered angrily. He grabbed a bucket of backup firefighting water from a nearby tub. He climbed onto the kiln roof, ready to pour water into the fire eyes.
Suddenly,
a cold shiver ran down his spine, straight to the top of his head. Matsi felt like something was watching him from behind. That feeling of being targeted as prey made his body's hair stand on end. He stiffly turned his neck. In the darkness, 2 greenish, lanterns, hung less than 3 meters away, faintly glowing. Those were the eyes of a wolf. Matsi was so scared he nearly fainted. He dropped his water bucket with a loud clatter, spilling water everywhere. Roar! The Black Panther no longer hid. Like a flash of black lightning, it lunged forward. Matsi turned to run, but his legs were already weak. Before he could take a step, the panther's huge body knocked him to the ground. Its bloody mouth was right against his throat. Hot breath sprang on his face.
Don't
bite. Help! Matsi was so frightened he wet himself, feeling warmth in his pants. Suddenly, a bright flashlight beam shone on Matsi's face, blinding him. Lei Deshui stepped out of the shadows, his collar turned up, holding an unlit cigarette in his mouth. His face, full of flesh, looked even more terrifying under the flashlight than the Grim Reaper. I thought it was some stray dog, but it turns out you're the traitor. Lei Deshui stepped forward, stomping his boot hard on Matsi's face. Matsi, I've spared you once. Do you think you're safe now? Matsi felt his face bones might break from the pressure, and he screamed in pain. Brother Lei,
please spare me.
I didn't want to do it.
It's
someone else forcing me. Someone else? Lei Deshui pressed down harder. Who? It's Wong Dajuan. That crippled guy. Matsi spilled everything to save his life. He's watching at the crossroads. He told me to destroy your kiln, make you go bankrupt and go to jail, to get revenge on you. Wong Dajuan. Lei Deshui squeezed out these words through his teeth, his eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. Good. Very good indeed. Heaven has a way, but you refuse to take it. Hell has no door, but you come knocking yourself. Lei Deshui grabbed Matsi, lifting him like a dead chicken, and turned toward the crossroads. In the grass pile at the intersection, Wong Dajuan was trembling from the cold. Suddenly, he heard screams and barking from that direction, and his heart sank.
Oh, he's been caught.
This coward didn't hesitate. He grabbed his cane and tried to run. But with his broken leg, how could he run fast? Just got up and took a few steps when I heard heavy footsteps behind me. Wong Dajuan was so scared he scrambled into the cornfield, even leaving his walking stick behind. When Lei Deshui saw Matsi chasing after him, he only saw a stick on the ground and a fallen corn stalk. Run? You can run, but you can't escape the temple. Lei Deshui threw Matsi to the ground, pulled out a spring knife from behind his waist, and snapped it open with a click. Take this kid back and lock him up. I'm going to end Wong Dajuan's life right now. Lei Deshui was really determined to kill. He wanted to destroy his business and harm his family. If he kept quiet now, he wouldn't be Lei Deshui. Just as he turned to rush toward Wang's house, urgent footsteps sounded from afar. Brother Lei, stop. It was Suan. She was wearing a red padded jacket, holding a flashlight, and was running over breathlessly. She was worried at home and decided to follow. Wanner, why are you here? Lei Deshui quickly put away his knife, afraid of frightening his wife. I was worried you might do something impulsive. Suan looked at Matsi, who was half dead on the ground, then at Lei Deshui's red eyes, and understood everything. These animals want to ruin our kiln. Lei Deshui gritted his teeth, his chest rising and falling violently. Tonight, I will cut off Wong Dajuan's other leg. If I don't, I won't deserve my name. No.
Suan grabbed Lei Deshui's hand.
The hand was cold, but very firm. Brother Lei, look at what time it is. She pointed to the sky where the first light was appearing. Tomorrow is the baby's full moon celebration. The whole village will be watching, and the county officials will come too. If you go now and hurt Wong Dajuan, get blood on your hands, and bring bad luck, will the full moon celebration still happen? Will the baby's happiness be affected? This sentence was like a bucket of cold water, cooling most of Lei Deshui's anger.
Yes.
Tomorrow is a special day for their 3 sons. Seeing blood is unlucky.
Then,
do I just let them get away with it? Lei Deshui still couldn't swallow this anger. Suan coldly looked toward Wang's village, a chilling smile on her lips. Get away? No way. First, lock Matsi in the woodshed and gag him. Regarding Wong Dajuan, Suan helped Lei Deshui straighten his collar, her tone calm but frightening. He is waiting at home for good news, not knowing that a storm is coming. Tomorrow is the full moon celebration. We will make it a big event. After tomorrow, we will settle all the accounts, old and new. Seeing his wife's calm and commanding attitude, Lei Deshui's anger slowly cooled down. He reached out and took Suwan's hand firmly, nodding heavily. Listen to my wife. Let's go home and prepare for our son's full moon celebration. At this moment, Wong Dajuan, hiding deep in the cornfield, listened as the footsteps gradually faded away, then dared to peek out. He was trembling all over, cold and scared. Matsi was caught. But he was not caught himself. Wong Dajuan's heart, full of luck and malice, started to stir again. They didn't catch me. As long as they didn't catch me in the act, they can't do anything to me. Wong Dajuan stared stubbornly toward the Lei family courtyard, full of resentment. Tomorrow, I'll go again. I want to cause trouble. I want to make them uncomfortable. After all, the underdog isn't afraid of the one with shoes. The next morning, the village of Lei was awakened by deafening firecracker sounds. Bang, bang, bang. The red firecracker skins covered the entrance of the Lei family's courtyard, like a red carpet stretching all the way to the village road. Today was the full moon celebration for Lei's triplets. Such a grand scene, not only in Lei village but in the entire county. It was the biggest. Lei Deshui had spared no expense this time. He set up 50 tables of continuous feast in his courtyard and the open space at the gate. It was a real continuous feast. Big iron pots lined up, with a dozen chefs from the county wearing white coats and tall hats, wielding large spoons like spinning wheels. The aroma drifted with the wind for 10 miles, making even the neighboring dogs drool. Oh, look at those dishes. Braised pork knuckles, for happiness meatballs, sweet and sour carp. All top dishes. I heard the smoke is from Chinese cigarettes, and the wine is Matai. Old Lei is really getting rich. Villagers, dressed in their new festival clothes, came with their families. The queue of gifts stretched into a long line, and the accountant's pen was almost smoking from writing so fast. As noon approached, several black cars slowly arrived. Local leaders and business partners, all dressed in suits, carried big red envelopes as they got out of the cars. Boss Lei, congratulations. Today, Lei Deshui wore a sharp suit. Although it was a bit tight on him, making him look like a bear in clothes, it didn't dampen his cheerful spirit. Congratulations to you too. Please come in and take a seat. Lei Deshui's face was flushed, and his voice was loud and happy. His joy was so obvious that everyone around couldn't help but smile along. The right time had come. The main character appeared. Suan carried her eldest son, Lei Zhen, and walked out of the main house. At that moment, the lively courtyard suddenly fell silent. She looked so beautiful. Suan wore a bright red wool coat that fit her perfectly, showing off her well-restored waist. Her hair was styled in fashionable big waves, loosely tied at the back, revealing a fair, rosy face. Her skin was so tender it seemed to glow. Her eyes and smile carried a hint of happiness and a gentle, feminine charm. She looked nothing like a new mother who had just given birth to 3 children. Instead, she looked like a famous star straight out of a magazine. Lei Deshui followed beside her, holding their second and third children in his arms. His gaze on his wife was full of admiration, as if he wanted to keep her in his sight forever.
Wow.
Is that really Suan? She used to be so thin and pale at the Wong family, and now she looks so stunning. That's because clothes and a good man's love can make a difference. Look at how Lei Laoda takes care of his wife. This is what it means to live a blessed life. The Wong family missed out. They threw away a pearl for a fisheye. The villagers' praise and envy flowed like a tide. Suan smiled gracefully and greeted her neighbors. Looking at her adorable son in her arms, she felt a deep sense of happiness, sweeter than honey. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, the atmosphere was lively and warm. Suddenly, a discordant noise came from the gate. Make way. Step aside. I am the child's grandmother. I'm here to celebrate my grandson's full moon. Who dares to stop me? Her loud, rough voice stunned everyone. People put down their chopsticks and turned to look toward the gate. You see Jeang Guohua pushing a broken cart, with Wong Dajuan sitting on it. He just came back from the cornfield, still covered in mud and grass. This mother and son are wearing ragged clothes, with messy hair, looking out of place in the festive yard. Jeang Guohua is holding a bamboo basket with a few boiled eggs, still stained with chicken droppings and dirt. Their shabby appearance is almost too much to look at. Hey, isn't that the Wong family duo? Why do they have the nerve to come here? Like a toad sitting on a foot, just bothering people without doing any good. A black panther crouches at the door, growling softly. If it weren't for Dog Sheng holding it back, it would have pounced already. Lei Deshui sees these two and immediately looks serious. But he remembers Suan's words, "Today is a happy day, no fighting." He hands the child to the nearby nanny, adjusts his sleeve, and coldly looks at them. Jeang Guohua, Wong Dajuan, what are you here for? We're going to beg elsewhere. Today, the Lei family won't give charity. Hearing this, Jeang Guohua drops the basket on the ground, puts her hands on her hips, and acts like a scolding woman.
Lei Deshui.
Don't pretend to be something you're not. I'm not here to beg. I'm here to see my grandson. Although you're divorced, this child came from Suan's belly, so our Wong family has a connection. As a grandma, I come to see my grandson and bring some red eggs. What's wrong with that? Jeang Guohua speaks confidently, as if she's just a kind old lady missing her grandson. Wong Dajuan, sitting on the cart, joins in the fuss. He pulls out a crumpled piece of paper, an old calendar from who knows when, with some legal notes printed on it. He holds it up like a sword and shouts loudly, "Lei Deshui. Look carefully. It says here, even if we're divorced as the ex-husband, I have the right to see the child. I've read legal books. I have the right to visit my kid. You can't take that away from me." Everyone is stunned. The right to visit? Is Wong Dajuan out of his mind? Does this kid have anything to do with him? That's Lei Deshui's child. What right does he have to visit? But Wong Dajuan didn't care about that. He just wanted to cause trouble in this big scene, to make things messy, to discuss Lei Deshui, and maybe even to extort some money. Get out of the way. Let me in. I want to see the child. Wong Dajuan waved the torn paper in his hand, pushing Jeang Guohua to force his way inside. His shameless attitude completely shocked everyone in the village. Lei Deshui clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with anger. Just as he was about to order someone to throw these two troublemakers out, Suan, who had been sitting at the main table, slowly stood up. She gently handed the older child in her arms to the nearby nanny, then straightened her bright red coat. She didn't get angry or panic. She stepped carefully in her new little leather shoes, walking up to the stairs. Looking down from above, she gazed at the clown-like mother and son.
Suan smiled.
That smile carried a hint of sarcasm and a strong sense of authority. Visitation rights. Suan's voice was soft, but in the quiet yard, everyone could hear her clearly. Wong Dajuan, have you forgotten something? Suan stood on the stairs, her red dress fiery, her presence commanding. She was no longer the timid young wife. Now she looked like a queen judging a case. She reached out and took the microphone from the nearby table used for speeches. "Hello? Hello." A crackling sound filled the air, startling everyone. Holding the microphone, Suan looked over the crowd, finally fixing her gaze on Wong Dajuan's muddy face. "Dear villagers, dear leaders." Her voice, amplified by the speaker, spread to every corner of Lei's big yard, even reaching the village entrance. Since Wong Dajuan mentioned the law and visitation rights, today we'll settle this matter openly. Wong Dajuan, I don't recognize the writing on that broken paper you hold. I can't read it. But I know one simple truth. Suan paused, her eyes sharp as a blade. Visitation rights are meant for the child's biological father. Are you worthy? This question hit Wong Dajuan like a heavy hammer, smashing into his chest. Wong Dajuan's face stiffened. He forced himself to shout, "Why not worthy? Although the child is not mine, he was born within marriage. Legally, I am his father."
Ah, Suan is native.
Born within marriage? Wong Dajuan, do you still have any shame? Who forced his wife to borrow seed from a fool just to have a son? Who saw the blood test at the hospital and knew that I am type O, and she is type A, so she can't have a B-type child. This child has the surname Lei, and his bloodline is Lei Deshui's. He has nothing to do with you, Wong Dajuan, not even a single hair. Suan's words were like sharp knives, tearing apart Wong Dajuan's shameful cover. Guests around started pointing and whispering, their laughter like buzzing flies. Yeah, Wong Dajuan is so shameless. He can't produce a child himself, but wants to steal someone else's seed. He's really out of his mind. Wong Dajuan was scolded until his face turned red and his neck thickened, but today he was determined. As long as he could discuss Lei Deshui and get some money, his pride didn't matter.
So
what? I raised you for 3 years. I may not have contributed much, but I worked hard. I just want to see how the child is doing. Raised me? Suan looked like she heard a huge joke. She stepped down the stairs, approaching the basket of broken eggs. These 3 years, I got up earlier than chickens, went to bed later than dogs. I ate leftovers and did hard labor. Is this what you call raising me? As for these broken eggs you brought, Suan looked down at the dirty basket, her eyes full of disgust. Suddenly, she lifted her foot. With her brand new little leather shoes, carrying 3 years of resentment, she kicked the basket hard.
Bang!
The basket flew out. The broken eggs spilled all over the ground, yolks flowing out, mixing with dirt, looking disgusting. Keep this for yourselves to think. Suan's voice suddenly rose, full of determination and relief. The Lei family gate, animals and Wong family members are not allowed inside. That kick was so stylish, so satisfying. The crowd was silent for a second, then erupted into thunderous applause and cheers.
Good.
Well kicked. Big sister-in-law is so fierce. Lei Deshui stood behind, watching his wife's confident and powerful stance, his hands trembling with excitement. This was truly his woman, bold and strong. Panther, see the guests out. Lei Deshui waved his hand, giving the final order. The restless dog, Panther, let out a loud bark and rushed forward. It didn't bite anyone, but its fierce look and wide-open mouth were enough to scare Wong Dajuan and his mother half to death. Help! The dog's attacking. Jeang Guohua screamed and ran off, leaving Wong Dajuan behind. Wong Dajuan, sitting on the cart, couldn't move fast enough and could only watch as the big dog charged at him. Panther reached the cart and flipped it over with a loud crash. Wong Dajuan fell to the ground, rolling in a mess of broken eggs and mud, covered from head to toe, looking completely humiliated.
Get out!
Lei Deshui's men shouted in unison. Some villagers, enjoying the scene, even threw bones at Wong Dajuan. Go away. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Amid laughter and shouts, Jeang Guohua dragged the muddy Wong Dajuan away, leaving even the cart behind as they fled from the Lei family courtyard. Their retreating figures looked pitiful, ridiculous, and sad. After this incident, the Wong family's reputation in the village was completely ruined. From now on, they wouldn't even be able to go out without being whispered about. Suan stood still, watching them disappear, and let out a long breath. Finally, it was all over. Lei Deshui walked up and, in front of everyone, pulled Suan into his arms. Wife, you've been through a lot, he said softly. Suan shook her head, smiling brightly.
Not at all, she said.
Actually, I feel great. The celebration continued, even livelier than before. Everyone raised their glasses, praising Suan for her boldness. Late at night, the guests left, and the Lei family courtyard grew quiet again. In the bedroom, their 3 children were already asleep. Lei Deshui closed the door and gently pulled Suan toward the bed. Under the light, Suan still hadn't removed her makeup, and her face remained stunningly beautiful. Lei Deshui looked at her, his eyes growing warm and intense, like a flame that could melt Suan. What's wrong? Suan asked shyly, her face turning slightly red under his gaze. Lei Deshui stepped closer, gently cornering her by the bed. He reached out and softly touched her curled hair, his voice low and rough, filled with long-suppressed emotion. Wife, you are amazing today. That kick of yours almost made my heart stop. Suan laughed and gave him a light push. You're impossible. Lei Deshui caught her hand and placed it over his chest. Wanner, the doctor said you've fully recovered now, right? Suan froze for a moment, then realized what he meant. Her face turned bright red.
You.
What are you thinking? Lei Deshui chuckled, his grin playful and mischievous. He suddenly bent down, lifted Suan into his arms, and gently placed her on the soft bed. What do you think? He teased, leaning close enough for his breath to tickle her ear. I've been waiting for 10 months. He whispered. Tonight, we'll finally make up for lost time. Outside, the moonlight was soft and bright. Inside, warmth and laughter filled the room. Early the next morning, sunlight slipped through the curtains, playfully landing on the bed. Suan stirred, feeling as if every bone in her body had been taken apart and put back together again. Her waist ached so much she could barely sit up, and even moving her fingers took effort.
Ouch.
She hissed softly, grumbling in her heart. That man is as strong as an ox. He had said he was worried about her health, yet he kept her up almost the whole night before finally letting her rest. When she turned her head, the space beside her was already empty. Only the faint scent of tobacco lingered on the pillow. Suan forced herself to sit up, put on her clothes, and stepped outside. As soon as she entered the yard, the smell of delicious food greeted her. There stood Lei Deshui, wearing a pink floral apron, busy cooking at the stove. The apron looked funny yet heartwarming on his tall, broad frame. He was holding a spatula, flipping something in the pan, humming a little tune he didn't quite recognize as a song. Us common folks are really happy today. The tune was so offbeat that even the original singer probably wouldn't recognize it. But his cheerful, refreshed look could be felt from 2 miles away. His face was glowing red, full of energy, a sharp contrast to Suan's tired, wilted appearance. This is the difference between men and women. You're awake. Lei Deshui heard the noise and turned around, immediately smiling widely. He put down the spatula, hurried over a few steps, not caring if his hands were greasy, and hugged Suan around the waist. Wife, why not sleep a little longer? Is your back hurting? As he spoke, he placed his big hand on Suan's lower back and gently massaged it. His eyes were full of satisfied affection and a hint of guilt. You still say that? Suan blushed, punched him softly in the chest, feeling weak and soft. It's all your fault. How am I supposed to see people today? Blame me, blame me. It's all because I couldn't control myself. Lei Deshui chuckled foolishly, his face thick-skinned like a city wall. Come on, eat first. I made you some red date and longan porridge to boost your energy. He sat Suan down in a chair, brought over a bowl of thick porridge and carefully blew on it before handing it to her. Suan took a sip. It was sweet and warmed her stomach. Watching the man busy around the stove, her morning irritability melted away. Though tired, life felt truly sweet. After breakfast, Lei Deshui changed into clean clothes and tidied his hair neatly. Wife, you rest at home and take care of the kids. I'm going to the brick kiln, he explained as he put on his shoes. The county's big road project is about to be tendered, and an important person is coming today to discuss cooperation. Suan was changing the diaper for the second child, looked up at him after hearing this. An important person? Man or woman? This was her sixth sense as a woman, and she asked casually. Lei Deshui paused, then smiled. Who cares if it's a man or a woman? As long as they can pay, they're a treasure. I heard that a person sent from the county is in charge of this project. If this deal goes through, our brick kiln won't have to worry about sales for at least a year. Lei Deshui's eyes sparkled with ambition. He walked over to Suan and kissed her on the face. Let's go. Once I make big money, I'll buy you a small car to drive. After saying that, Lei Deshui strode out quickly, starting the old Jeep at the door, which only made noise from the horn but ran rough otherwise, and sped away. Suan watched his back, and for some reason, her right eyelid twitched twice. Brick kiln office. Though called an office, it was really just a few brick and tile rooms with some broken tables inside. There were a few construction plans hanging on the wall, and the air smelled of dry tobacco and dust. Lei Deshui just parked his car when Go Sheng hurried over. "Brother, he's here. The person is here. Why are you panicking? Even the king of heaven has to wait." Lei Deshui straightened his collar and walked in with steady steps. At the office door, a brand new black Santana was parked. In this era's countryside, that definitely signified status. Lei Deshui squinted, thinking this person must be quite important. He pushed the door open and entered. Inside, there was a person sitting. Not the chubby leader he imagined, nor the shrewd, middle-aged businessman, but a woman. A young, beautiful, fashionable woman who didn't quite fit with this broken brick kiln. She wore a beige trench coat over a tight wool sweater, showing off her curvy figure. Her hair was styled in delicate curls, her face had light makeup, and her lips were painted bright red. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged, holding Lei Deshui's large porcelain teacup with a look of disdain at the tea stains on it. When she heard the door open, she turned her head. In that instant, Lei Deshui felt a strong scent of perfume hit his nose. "Hey, so you're Lei, boss." The woman put down her teacup, stood up, and extended a hand that was smooth and fair, as if untouched by the sun. Her voice was sweet and delicate, with a hint of city arrogance and a touch of deliberate sweetness. Lei Deshui paused for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. He reached out his rough, calloused hand and shook Lin Na's.
"Hello, I'm Lei Deshui."
Their hands parted almost immediately. Lei Deshui didn't feel much, just that her hand was soft and weak. But Lin Na's eyes lit up. She looked at the man in front of her, tall, strong, his face rugged yet full of raw energy. Especially his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, completely different from the gentle, polished men she usually met. So this was the famous Lei Deshui? The man who had brought down his ex-wife's family and treated his wife like a queen? Interesting. A playful smile appeared on Lin Na's lips. "Boss Lei, you really are just like the rumors say, very manly." Her words carried a hint of teasing. Unfortunately, Lei Deshui was straightforward and didn't catch the hidden meaning. His mind was focused only on the numbers in the contract. "Miss Lin, let's skip the small talk," he said, pulling out a chair and sitting down. "Let's discuss the bricks. How long is the road? How many bricks do you need? How will the price be calculated? As long as the payment is ready, my kiln can work non-stop to supply you." The air in the office felt different because of Lin Na's presence. The scent of her expensive perfume mixed with the smell of coal dust from the brick kiln, creating a strange atmosphere. Lin Na didn't rush to answer Lei Deshui's questions. She sat down again, this time moving her chair a little closer to him. Her long legs crossed gracefully, and the edge of her coat shifted slightly, revealing a bit of her stocking-covered calf. In those conservative times, that was already quite bold. "Boss Lei, don't be in such a hurry," she said, tapping her red-painted nails lightly on the table. "Business is just business, but people make it work. This project is a key one for the county, and many people are watching it closely. Boss Jeang from the neighboring county invited me to dinner yesterday and said he was willing to lower the price by 10%. While speaking, Lin Na looked at Lei Deshui with a half-smile, her eyes fixed on him. Her gaze carried a teasing and suggestive tone. If it had been another man, he might have already been flustered and eager to please her. But unfortunately, she was talking to Lei Deshui. When he heard lower the price by 10%, his eyebrows immediately raised. Lower the price by 10%? That old Jeang must be crazy. His bricks from the kiln are only good enough for building pig pens. For roads? That's just shoddy work. Lei Deshui slammed the table, causing the teacup to jump. "Miss Lin, I may be rough, but I do business with honesty. My bricks are real red bricks, solid and loud when tapped. They're good enough for building a house. Quality costs money. If you want cheap, go find old Jeang. Don't come to me if the road collapses later." When Lei Deshui got angry, he didn't hold back anyone's face. He was thinking, "I need to make money to buy my wife a car. No way I'll lower the price." Lin Na was startled by his sudden loud voice, but then her interest grew even more. This man was truly fierce. He was completely different from those sycophants who only flatter. In the city, Lin Na was used to those annoying flies buzzing around her, and she was tired of them. A man full of wildness and strength like this made her want to conquer him. "Oh, Mr. Lei, don't be angry." Lin Na stood up and walked behind Lei Deshui. She reached out, pretending to brush dust off his shoulder. Her body leaned slightly forward, and her perfume scent grew stronger, almost enveloping Lei Deshui. "I also know your bricks are good quality, or I wouldn't have come all this way. But about the price, we can discuss it further. For example," her fingers slid along Lei Deshui's shoulder, lightly brushing his arm. "If we could work together more closely, the price might be negotiable." Work together more closely? Lei Deshui frowned and moved slightly to the side, as if avoiding something unpleasant. "How to go deeper? Do you mean you want to invest?" "No way. My wife handles the accounts for the brick kiln. I can't make that decision, and we can't just let anyone buy in." Lei Deshui looked alert, like someone guarding his food. That brick kiln was the foundation of his and Suan's family. No one was getting a share of it. Lin Na's hand froze in midair, and her smile almost slipped. Was this man made of wood? Or was he pretending not to understand? She had hinted so clearly, yet he thought she wanted a share of his kiln? Lin Na couldn't help but laugh, this time out of frustration. "Boss Lei, you're really funny. What I mean is we can get to know each other better and build some understanding. After all, this project will take more than half a year. We'll be seeing each other often." As she spoke, Lin Na picked up the contract from the table and handed it to Lei Deshui. "Here, Boss Lei, take a look at this contract. Some of the terms are a bit complicated. Let me show you." She walked around the table and stood beside him. Leaning slightly forward, one hand on the table and the other holding a pen, she pointed to a few places on the contract. Her posture brought her quite close to him, almost brushing against his arm. Lei Deshui, however, was fully focused on the numbers in the contract and didn't notice. He only felt that she was standing too close. It was a bit warm and slightly uncomfortable. This clause, 30% advance payment. That's fine," he said, nodding as he read, completely absorbed in the thought of making money. If this deal went through, it would be worth over 100,000 yuan. After costs, he could still earn 50 or 60,000. With that, he could not only buy a car but maybe even a small apartment in the county. Just then, the office door suddenly opened. "Brother Lei, I brought you lunch." Suan walked in with a food container, smiling brightly. She was wearing a light blue cotton jacket, her hair tied simply in a ponytail. She had no makeup on, yet her face looked fresh and graceful, like a flower blooming in clear water. As soon as she entered, Suan's smile froze on her face. What did she see? The woman dressed like a fairy was bending over, almost pressed against Lei Deshui. That hand with red-painted nails was holding a pen, gently tracing on Lei Deshui's hand back. Although it was about signing a contract, that movement, that distance, that look. Suan's alarm went off loudly in her mind. It was her instinct as a woman sensing a rival. This woman was not normal. Her gaze at Lei Deshui didn't seem like that of a business partner, but more like she was eyeing a tasty treat. A new, strong feeling of danger suddenly filled Suan's heart. It wasn't about feeling inferior or scared. It was anger at her territory being invaded. This was her man, her home, her sky. If anyone dared to make a move, she would fight back. Cough, cough. Suan cleared her throat loudly twice, then placed the thermos on the table at the door with a loud bang. This sound instantly shattered the awkward atmosphere inside. Lei Deshui quickly looked up and saw Suan. His previously serious face immediately turned into a bright smile. "Honey, why are you here?" Lei Deshui seemed to have a spring in his step, bouncing up and almost knocking over Lin Na beside him. He didn't care whether Lin Na was steady or not. He hurried over to Suan, taking the thermos from her hand. "It's so cold today. You could have just sent the dog to bring it. Why did you come yourself? Sit down quickly. Don't catch a cold." Lei Deshui politely pulled out a chair for Suan and poured her a cup of hot water. His manner was so different from the tough businessman just moments ago. Lin Na steadied herself by holding the table, watching this scene, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. She adjusted her coat, turned around, and put on a professional fake smile again. Is this the sister-in-law? Lin Na looked Suan up and down, her gaze a bit critical. She was pretty, but unfortunately, a country bumpkin. Dressed so bulky, nowhere near her stylish designer coat. Hello, I'm Lin Na, from the county. Lin Na didn't extend her hand, just nodded slightly, with a sense of superiority. Suan looked at her, but did not get up. She sat on the chair, holding a cup of hot water poured by Lei Deshui, and gave Lin Na a faint glance. Hello, Miss Lin. I am Lei Deshui's wife and also the accountant for this brick kiln. Suan deliberately emphasized the words, the accountant. This was a declaration of ownership. This man is mine, and this money is mine. You better not have any bad ideas. Lin Na was momentarily stunned. Then she smiled. Oh, so my sister-in-law also manages the accounts? You're quite capable, but the accounts for such a big business are complicated. Do you understand them? Don't make mistakes and cause Boss Lei to lose money. That wouldn't be good. Both words and tone subtly mocked Suan for being uneducated and unhelpful. Before Suan could speak, Lei Deshui interrupted. Miss Lin, you are mistaken. Lei Deshui opened a thermos and took big bites of the braised pork Suan made, speaking unclearly. My wife is like a female strategist. She understands the accounts of this brick kiln better than I do. If it weren't for her last time, I would have lost thousands of yuan to Air Motzi. Don't even bother telling me about the contract. Let my wife look at it. As long as she agrees, I will sign. If she says no, even the heavens can't make me do it. Lei Deshui's words were like divine help. He directly praised Suan to the sky and made Lin Na's face flush with embarrassment. Lin Na's expression darkened. She didn't expect this seemingly rough man to listen so much to his wife. It seemed that to win this man over, she first had to deal with the woman.
Or
she could try to push the woman aside first. Lin Na's eyes twinkled as an idea formed. Since Boss Lei trusts your sister-in-law so much, let her review the contract. Lin Na handed the contract to Suan with a meaningful smile. But Boss Lei, this project has a tight schedule and heavy tasks. To ensure quality and progress, I might need to come to the brick kiln often. The county town is too far away. It's really inconvenient to come back and forth every day. Could you arrange a place for me to stay at the brick kiln? Or perhaps, Lin Na glanced at Lei Deshui and then at Suan. I heard that Mr. Lei's house is quite big. Could I borrow a place to stay for a while? I'll pay rent, I won't stay for free. This move is called retreating to advance, a way to get closer. Once I move into Lei's house, won't there be many opportunities? The closer to the water, the easier to catch the moon. I don't believe my skills can't break down this wall. Lei Deshui was biting into a rib when he heard this, almost choking. Stay at my place. He kept waving his hands and shaking his head like a rattle. No way. That's not possible. Our 3 kids cry all day. It's so noisy. Besides, I'm not used to living with outsiders, especially women. Lei Deshui was speaking honestly. He has a beautiful wife at home. If he brought an outsider back, it would be so inconvenient. What if he wanted to do something bad at night? He'd have to watch out for being overheard behind the wall. That's so frustrating. Lin Na was refused, but she didn't get angry. Instead, she looked at Suan. Sister-in-law, look at Mr. Lei, he's so polite. I'm just a girl, living in this remote countryside. It's not safe. If something happens, the project could be delayed. Sister-in-law is kind-hearted. She wouldn't just let me sleep on the street, right? This is moral pressure. It's also a challenge to Suan. Do you dare to let me stay? If you don't dare, it means you're afraid of me and you lack confidence in yourself. Suan looked at Lin Na's face, full of provocation. She slowly put down her water glass. A faint smile appeared on her lips. All right. Suan's voice was clear and firm, with no hesitation. If it's for the project, then it's a serious matter. Besides, the guest room at home is empty. If Miss Lin wants to stay, then stay. But Suan paused, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Our rules are strict. Miss Lin is from the city. Don't look down on that. When Lei Deshui heard this, his eyes nearly popped out.
Wife.
How can you agree? He kicked Suan under the table and desperately made a signal to her. Are you stupid? This woman clearly isn't easy to deal with. If you bring her home, aren't you inviting trouble? But Suan seemed not to notice his hint. She still smiled warmly at Lin Na. Then it settled. Miss Lin, you're welcome to visit my home. Lin Na didn't expect Suan to agree so quickly. She paused, then felt a surge of happiness. Silly woman. Since you've invited trouble into the house, don't blame me for taking over.
Thank you, sister-in-law. Lin Na smiled brightly.
The two women's eyes met in the air as if sparks were flying. A silent battle officially began. He wondered why his little wife, the white rabbit, suddenly seemed to turn into a big tiger. The next morning, early, the quiet of the Lei family estate was broken. Suan was up early, preparing breakfast as usual. The three children had also woken up and were making noises inside the house. At that moment, the door to the east wing opened. Lin Na came out. She was wearing a pink silk slip dress with a thin sheer cover-up over it. The fabric was so thin that most of her fair skin was visible. In this conservative countryside, such attire was considered very inappropriate. And it was still early spring, quite cold in the morning, but she didn't seem to mind the cold. Yawning, Lin Na stretched her waist and walked into the yard, just as Lei Deshui was coming back with water. Good morning, Brother Lei. Lin Na's voice was lazy from waking up, deliberately stretching out the brother part. She yawned, and her chest was almost exposed. Lei Deshui was carrying 2 buckets of water. When he saw the scene, he was so startled he slipped, nearly dropping the buckets. Don't look! Don't look! Lei Deshui quickly looked down, blushing all the way to his neck, secretly cursing. Is this woman crazy? Wearing this way, and not being afraid of freezing. He hurried into the kitchen with the water. Suan was serving porridge. Seeing Lei Deshui's awkward state, she glanced out the window and sneered. Oh, early in the morning. Are your eyes eating ice cream? Wife, don't talk nonsense. I didn't see anything. Lei Deshui quickly declared his innocence. That's ice cream? No, it's just 2 lumps of white meat. Looks disgusting. At the breakfast table, the atmosphere was even stranger. Suan had made millet porridge, boiled eggs, her own pickled vegetables, and freshly fried pancakes. This was the most authentic breakfast in Lei village. But Lin Na sat at the table, picking at her food with a look of disgust. Oh, this pancake is too greasy. Eating it will make me gain weight. This pickled vegetables are so dark. Are they sanitary? Su Jia, I'm not criticizing you, but you should pay attention to nutritional balance. Your breakfast is all carbs, which isn't healthy. Lin Na put down her chopsticks, took out a bottle of vitamin tablets from her bag, and popped 2 into her mouth. Then, she looked at Suan's plain face and pretended to be surprised, saying, Miss Su, why does your face look so yellow? Is it because taking care of the children is too hard? Women should treat themselves better. Look at me. I'm 25, but my skin still looks like I'm 18. That's all thanks to good skincare. As for you, Miss Su, you're always busy in the kitchen, turning into a yellow-faced woman. How will you keep a man's heart in the future? She deliberately glanced at Lei Deshui, with a teasing look in her eyes. Lei Deshui was happily munching on a fried cake. When he heard this, he suddenly slammed his chopsticks on the table. Miss Lin, if you don't like it, don't eat. My wife's cooking is the best in the world. I love this dish, and my wife is naturally beautiful. She's much better than those women who wear makeup and fancy clothes. Lei Deshui's protective attitude made Lin Na's face stiffen for a moment. But she quickly adjusted and said sadly, Brother Lei, she's just trying to be nice to Miss Su. Why are you so harsh? Suan held Lei Deshui's hand, signaling him not to be impulsive. She calmly peeled an egg and placed it in Lei Deshui's bowl. Then she looked up at Lin Na with a gentle smile. Miss Lin is right, I can't compare to your leisure time. I have 3 sons to take care of, and I also manage the accounts for hundreds of workers at the brick kiln. I am really busy, unlike Miss Lin, who is single and free, eating well, and not worrying about the family, so she has time to think about how to take care of her face. But then again, If Miss Lin doesn't take care of her face, in a couple of years she might not be able to get married, and that would be a real loss. This remark hit Lin Na's sore spot. She was an older single woman in the city, always picky, and ended up alone. Lin Na's face turned pale with anger. Oh, never mind. The baby needs a diaper change. Suan stood up and went into the inner room. Soon, she came out holding a diaper. It was a freshly changed diaper, still warm, with a yellowish lump on it that emitted a suffocating smell. Suan walked over to Lin Na, as if she lost her grip, and her hand trembled.
Plop.
The diaper, perfectly centered, just happened to fall beside Lina's delicate high heels. A strong, foul smell immediately hit Lina's nose. Ugh. Lina was about to drink water when the smell made her almost vomit right there. She covered her nose, jumped up like a cat that had been stepped on, and even knocked over her chair.
Suan.
You did this on purpose, Lina screamed, her well-maintained face twisting in anger. Suan picked up the diaper innocently and waved it in front of Lina. Oh, sorry, Miss Lin. I slipped. This is just baby waste, worth a fortune. It's not dirty. Since you care so much about hygiene, I'm sure you won't mind, right? Ugh, Lina couldn't hold it anymore. She covered her mouth and ran out of the room, squatting by the sewer in the yard to vomit fiercely. Lei Deshui watched the scene and almost burst out laughing. He secretly gave Suan a thumbs up from under the table. Honey, that was brilliant. This is like a biological weapon attack. Suan threw the diaper into a basin, clapped her hands, and a sly smile appeared in her eyes. Wanna fight me? You're still too inexperienced. Lina's loud, disturbed the air in the yard. She squatted by the sewer, vomiting so hard that everything spun. The red wine from last night's Western dinner, along with her pride, all flowed away down the drain. Suan stood under the eaves, calmly washing her hands, a faint smile on her face. Lei Deshui crawled out from under the table, winking at his wife, as if to say, Honey, that was a savage move, but I like it. Lina finally stopped vomiting, her face pale as she stood up. Her carefully drawn eyes now filled with hatred. Suan, just wait. Lina silently vowed that she would get revenge someday. But this woman was also tough. After vomiting, she surprisingly went back inside to fix her makeup, changed into a more professional yet alluring dress, and stepped into her high heels. Then she followed Lei Deshui to the brick kiln. At the kiln, the scene was bustling with activity. The loud noise of machines, the shouts of workers, and the heat rising from freshly made bricks create a scene full of strength. Lina covers her nose and looks at the dirt beneath her with a look of disgust. This place is really dirty. But to get that man and to take revenge on Suan, she endures it. Boss Lei, how is the temperature control for this batch of bricks? Lina holds a notebook and asks politely. Lei Deshui wears a safety helmet, holds a walkie-talkie, and directs workers to load the bricks. When he hears Lina's question, he doesn't turn around. Don't worry, my bricks are famous for being very strong. I keep an eye on the temperature, not a single degree off. Lina watches Lei Deshui's masculine back, her eyes flickering. This man is stubborn and hard to deal with. It seems she needs to use some special methods. She spots a small drainage ditch in front, not deep, only ankle high. Lina takes a deep breath and grits her teeth. If she doesn't act now, she won't get what she wants. She deliberately quickens her steps toward the ditch. Just as Lei Deshui turns around. Oh no! A sweet, surprised cry cuts through the noisy machinery. Lina leans to one side, and her high-heeled foot lands precisely in the ditch. She falls forward, striking a delicate and pitiful pose. Her skirt slightly lifts, revealing a white, smooth thigh. Big brother Lei. It hurts so much. Tears fill Lina's eyes instantly, looking like she's about to cry, very pitiful. The workers nearby stop their work and look over, curious. Oh, this city girl Lina fell? With those high heels, it's no wonder she fell. Hearing the noise, Lei Deshui frowns and walks over. He looks down at Lina sitting on the ground, with no sign of concern, only impatience on his face. What's going on? Didn't see where you were walking? Lei Deshui's words are straightforward and blunt. Lena almost runs out of breath. But she forces herself to stay calm, reaching out a hand and looking at Lei Deshui with a pitiful expression. Brother Lei, I think I twisted my ankle. I can't move. Can you carry me to the clinic? As she spoke, her eyes showed a charming flirtation, and she deliberately leaned closer to Lei Deshui. As soon as this man made a move, she would naturally wrap her arms around his neck. There are so many people watching. If we have skin contact and spread some gossip, I don't believe Suan, that grumpy wife, won't cause trouble. Once she causes trouble, their marriage will surely fall apart. Lei Deshui looked at the hand reaching out and then at Lin Na's exaggerated expression. He frowned deeply. He felt very uncomfortable inside. This woman, trying to take advantage of him? No way. If his jealous wife at home found out, she would make him kneel and scrub the floor. And also, Lin Na's perfume was too strong, like insect repellent, making his head ache. Lei Deshui stepped back, avoiding Lin Na's hand. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted at Guosheng, who was nearby carrying bricks. Guosheng, where are you? Come here. Guosheng was carrying a pile of bricks. When he heard his brother calling, he dropped the bricks and ran over happily. Brother, what's up? Did something happen? Lei Deshui pointed at Lin Na on the ground, looking serious. Technician Lin has a broken leg. She can't walk. Go. Bring the cart used for carrying bricks. Pull her back. When Lin Na heard this, her face turned green. Brother Lei, I just twisted my ankle. It's not a broken leg. And that's a brick cart. The car was full of red brick dust and dry grass, filthy beyond belief. If she sat on that, her designer dress would be ruined. But Lei Deshui didn't listen to her explanation at all, waving his hand. A twisted ankle is almost the same as a broken leg. You can't walk either way. Guosheng, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. And remember to lay some grass down so you don't hurt her delicate skin. Guosheng was known for being honest and a bit simple-minded. As soon as he heard his brother's order, he was ready to act. Got it. Don't worry, brother. I'll go right now. After a while, Guosheng pushed the single-wheel cart that he usually used to carry waste bricks and debris over. The cart bed was dark and full of coal ash and brick scraps. Guosheng was quite thoughtful. He carried a bundle of dry hay from the stable nearby and laid it on the cart. Technician Lin,
Hop on.
this hay is soft. I'll be your driver. Guosheng patted the handlebar with a silly smile. Lin Na looked at the broken-down cart and then at the workers around, who were trying not to laugh. She felt like she wanted to disappear. She looked at Lei Deshui for help. Brother Lei, can't you give me a hand? This cart is so dirty. Lei Deshui stepped back 3 meters and covered his nose. No way. Miss Lin, you know I have a wife. Men and women shouldn't be too close. If my wife finds out, I don't know what will happen to me. Besides, he waved his hand dismissively. You smell like perfume so strong, like you fell into a jar of flower water. I'm worried it will bother me, and my wife will complain about the smell when I get home. For the sake of my family harmony, Miss Lin, please bear with it. His words were quite harsh and satisfying to say. The workers around couldn't hold back anymore. Ha ha ha. Wow, Boss Lei is really brave. Technician Lin, just sit down. This is Boss Lei's special ride. Lin Na was so angry she was trembling, her nails digging into her palms.
Lei Deshui.
You clueless blockhead. You cowardly wimp who's afraid of his wife. But in front of everyone, she couldn't just stand up and walk away. That twisted ankle excuse would be exposed. In the end, Lin Na could only hold back her tears of humiliation. With Guosheng's help, she climbed onto the dirty cart like a defeated wife. Hold on tight. Let's go. Guosheng shouted and pushed the cart to start moving. The dirt road was uneven, full of potholes. Since the cart was a single wheel, balancing was hard. The ride was bumpy, swaying and bouncing all the way.
Hey, slow down.
You're making me dizzy. Lin Na sat on the hay pile, jostled so badly that her internal organs felt like they were shifting. Her carefully styled hair was messy, like a chicken coop. Her makeup was smudged, making her look like a ghost. Her designer dress was covered in grass and brick dust, turning it into a rag. The worst part was, the cart went through the village right at noon, when everyone was outside eating. Seeing this, the villagers burst into laughter, some even spitting out their food. Look, isn't that the city woman from the Lei family? Why is she riding on a brick cart? Haha, this is what you call a fallen phoenix. Better than a chicken. Lin Na covered her face, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. The whole way, it felt like she was being paraded around for everyone to see. Lei Deshui stood behind, watching the cart go away, and snorted coldly. He lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Playing tricks with me? Heh, he should ask about what I used to do. Trying to seduce me? Maybe in the next life. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and turned back to his office. He needed to call his wife quickly to report what happened and ask for praise. He had kept his dignity. Lin Na was dressed in a professional outfit, holding a small hammer, with a cold, businesslike smile on her face. She walked to the brick pile, not randomly sampling, but heading straight to the corner to pick a few bricks that looked slightly darker than usual.
Bang!
Bang! She knocked on 2 bricks, then frowned and threw them onto the ground. Boss Lei, is this the quality you claimed was okay? Lin Na pointed at the bricks on the ground, her voice sharp. These bricks are dark in color, clearly overfired, turned into burnt bricks. Also, this one has a crack on the surface, which means it's not strong enough. According to national building standards, these bricks are completely unqualified. Using them would be a shoddy construction. Hearing this, Lei Deshui became anxious. Technician Lin, you're being unreasonable. Out of tens of thousands of bricks in this kiln, a few overfired ones are normal and within acceptable limits. Most are fine. You can't just use a few to criticize the whole batch. Lin Na sneered and interrupted Lei Deshui. Boss Lei, this is a key project and we can't afford any mistakes. Since we've found problems in the random check, it means there are hidden issues with this entire batch. For safety, we can't accept these bricks. After speaking, she turned to the county leader. Director Liu, I suggest we immediately stop working with Lei Deshui's brick kiln. According to the contract, since their products are unqualified, they should pay double the penalty. Also, this batch of bricks must be destroyed completely and not sold on the market. With these serious accusations, Lei Deshui was stunned. He was a rough man, good at making bricks, but he didn't understand technical details or contract terms. He only knew his bricks were good, but faced with Lin Na's talk of standards and hidden problems, he opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond. Sweat broke out on his forehead in panic.
This.
How can this be? This batch cost me over 100,000. If I return them and pay a penalty, I'll go bankrupt. Seeing the serious expressions of the leaders, Lei Deshui felt his confidence drain away. Lin Na watched his helpless look, feeling very satisfied. Trying to fight me? I'll crush you. At this critical moment, hold on. A clear and firm voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone turned around. They saw Suan wearing a red cotton jacket, holding a thick stack of books and documents, walking quickly toward them. Her face showed no panic, only a calm confidence that made people trust her. Wife, why are you here? Lei Deshui looked relieved and hurried to greet her. Suan smiled reassuringly at him, then stepped in front of Lin Na and the leaders. Hello, everyone. I am in charge of the kiln's accounts and also Lei Deshui's wife. She introduced herself confidently. Seeing Suan arrive, Lin Na's contempt grew even more. Oh, isn't that Sister Su? Why aren't you at home taking care of the kids? What are you doing here? This is a technical inspection, not your family's chores. Do you understand? Suan ignored her sarcasm and laid a document on the table. Technician Lin, I don't understand technology, but I understand rules and the law. On what basis do you say our bricks are unqualified? Lin Na pointed at a few bricks on the ground. Based on these defective pieces. That's the evidence, Suan smiled. She picked up the thick book and turned to a page. According to the national standard GB 5101-85, sintered ordinary bricks. Her voice was clear and strong, each word like a nail hammered into the ground. The grading of red bricks is based on the average of sampling tests, The standard clearly states that a certain proportion of underfired and overfired bricks is allowed, as long as it does not exceed 5% of the total and the compressive strength meets the requirements. Then it is qualified. Technician Lin, you only selected these few bricks, which is less than 1,000th of the batch, and you dare to conclude the entire batch is unqualified. Is your sampling method in line with national standards? Is your testing process compliant? This series of questions left Lin Na speechless. She didn't expect that Suan, a rural woman, could quote the national standards.
I
rely on experience, Lin Na argued weakly. Experience? Suan sneered and pulled out a testing report from the pile of documents. This is the test report we just got back from the City Quality Inspection Bureau yesterday. It shows that the average compressive strength of our bricks is Mu15, which is 50% higher than the national standard of Mu10. As for the color difference, it is due to the high iron content in our clay, which causes the color to be darker after firing. But this also proves that the bricks are harder. Suan held the report and directly showed it to Lin Na. Technician Lin, data doesn't lie. You only have a few bricks with slight color differences, and you want to deny the hard work of our entire factory, even demanding compensation for breach of contract. I have to wonder if you're seeking personal revenge or just trying to make things difficult. Those words were too harsh. Director Liu from the county also looked upset. He took the report from Suan and examined it carefully. The red stamp on it was from the City Bureau, so it couldn't be fake. Moreover, the national standard clauses Suan cited were reasonable and well-supported. In contrast, Lin Na had nothing but empty words and no real data. Comrade Lin Na, Director Liu, with a serious face, slammed the report onto the table. What's going on? As the technical leader, how can you jump to such a hasty conclusion? This is not only irresponsible to the company, but also to the key project. Lin Na was scolded harshly, her face turning red and then pale. She never expected to be defeated by a village girl, using professional knowledge. Director. I was only thinking about the quality of the project. Enough? Director Liu waved his hand. I will have this rechecked. If the bricks are fine, you must apologize to Boss Lei. After speaking, Director Liu turned to look at Suan, full of admiration. This lady is impressive. Reasonable, clear in logic. Boss Lei, you have a good wife. Lei Deshui, standing nearby, watched his wife speak confidently, with a big smile almost reaching his ears. He put his arm around Suan's shoulders, proud. Of course. My wife is like a star descended from the heavens. She reads at home all the time and knows everything. Technician Lin, did you hear that? Still want to ask for money. Lin Na watched the couple sing together, feeling so angry she almost exploded. She glared fiercely at Suan, knowing she was definitely at a disadvantage today.
Humph.
We'll see about that. Lin Na stomped her foot and angrily got into the car. This incident was resolved smoothly thanks to Suan's strong response. Later, in the office, Lei Deshui looked at Suan with admiration and love in his eyes. Wow, my wife, you're amazing. That thing earlier, what was it called?
Gibi?
When did you learn it? Suan was organizing the files on her desk and smiled calmly. I've been reading the books you bought while you've been busy making bricks. If we want to do this business, we need to understand the rules. We can't always be led around by others. Her eyes grew deep as she spoke. Brother Lei, this incident has also made me realize something. Relying only on making bricks makes us too passive. Look at Lin Na. The reason she dares to be so arrogant is because she controls the sales channels. We need to take control ourselves. Lei Deshui was surprised. How do we do that? Suan walked to the window and pointed outside at the bumpy dirt road. We need not only to make bricks, but also to handle transportation. Right now, everywhere is building and transportation capacity is the most lacking. If we have our own fleet of trucks, we can deliver our bricks and also help others move goods. Then, we can walk on two legs. No one can control us. Lei Deshui's eyes lit up as he listened to Suan. Transport. Building a truck fleet. This idea was so exciting. All right. I'll listen to my wife. Lei Deshui patted his thigh. We'll buy trucks and start a fleet. Meanwhile, far from Lei's plans, in a coal mine dozens of miles away, Wong Dajuan was carrying a heavy basket of coal through a low tunnel. His face was covered in coal dust. only his white eyes visible. His leg was healed but left disabled, and he felt sharp pain whenever it rained. "Hurry up! What are you dawdling for? Haven't eaten yet." The overseer's whip cracked down hard on Wong Dajuan's back. A loud bang sounded. A streak of blood appeared instantly. Wong Dajuan clenched his teeth, afraid to make a sound, and hurried faster. During rest, he sat in a corner, gnawing on a moldy bun. Next to him sat a new miner with a long scar on his face, looking fierce and intimidating. "Did you hear? Lei Deshui from Lei Deshui village is getting rich." Someone nearby was chatting. "I heard he's buying big trucks now. He must be really wealthy." When Wong Dajuan heard these words, the bun in his hand was crushed into crumbs.
Lei Deshui.
Again, Lei Deshui. He was living here like a dog, while Lei Deshui was thriving outside. "Do you want to kill him?" The scar-faced man suddenly spoke, his voice rough, like sandpaper. Wong Dajuan quickly turned his head and met those cold, dark eyes. "Yes," he replied. "As long as I can kill him, I don't care about my life," he said through clenched teeth. The scar-faced man smiled, showing yellow teeth. "Good, I need money too.
We can
work together." In the dark mine tunnel, two eyes full of hatred made a wicked agreement at that moment. Suan's suggestion was like lighting a fire in Lei Deshui's heart. The fire made him feel excited and full of energy. He decided to act immediately. Lei Deshui took out all his savings and used the land deed of his brick kiln to borrow money from the bank. He was risking everything he had. But Lei Deshui was not afraid, because he trusted Suan. Where she pointed, he would go. Half a month later, on a sunny morning, suddenly, a deep, powerful roar came from the entrance of Lei Deshui village. Virum, virum. This sound was very different from the usual tractor noise. It was deeper, stronger, like a roaring beast. Villagers working in the fields looked up and turned toward the village entrance. They saw a huge army green vehicle, kicking up dust and dirt, coming in majestically. It was a Liberation brand big truck. Although it was a used car with some faded paint, under the sunlight, the green front of the car still shimmered with a striking metallic shine. On the front of the car, there was a large bright red flower, very eye-catching. Lei Deshui sat high in the driver's seat, holding the big steering wheel with both hands. He wore a leather jacket, sunglasses, a bit showy but really cool, and had a cigarette in his mouth, looking very confident. Beep! He pressed the horn. The sound was loud and sharp, making the leaves on the roadside shake. "Oh my, is that a big truck? Boss Lei brought back a big truck?" Villagers dropped their hoes and rushed toward the village entrance, like a wave. Children ran behind the truck, shouting excitedly. This was the first big truck in Lei's village. It was a pride for everyone in the village. The car slowly moved to the open space in front of Lei's house. Suan was already waiting at the door, holding the child. Seeing the man jump down from the driver's seat, her eyes welled up with tears. She finally took the step. Lei Deshui got out of the truck, took off his sunglasses, and waved to the villagers watching. "Villagers." His voice was loud and full of energy. "This is our new partner at the brick kiln, the Liberation big truck. From now on, we can not only make bricks but also deliver them all over the province. I declare the Lei transport team officially established today." "Good." The crowd erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Gosheng and a few brothers set off firecrackers loudly. Amid the smoke and cheers, Lei Deshui walked over to Suan. He hugged her tightly and kissed her on the face in front of everyone.
"Wife.
The car is back. From now on, this will be our family's money tree." Suan blushed and helped him straighten his collar. "Big brother Lei, the road is long. Drive carefully." "Don't worry. My driving skills are top-notch." That day, Lei's house held a big feast again. The young men in the village gathered around the big truck, touching it and looking at it with envy and hope. "Brother Lei, I want to work with you. I also want to learn how to drive." Lei Deshui stood on the front of the truck and waved his hand. "Okay. As long as you're willing to work hard and want to get rich, follow me." Later, we will buy a second truck, then a third. We want every young man in Lei Deshui to be able to drive a big truck. At that moment, Lei Deshui became the true leader of the whole village. His image grew even more respected in the villagers' hearts. But some people were happy and others worried. The camera zoomed out. A few miles away, near a black coal mine, a coal truck was slowly passing by. That was Lei Deshui's truck. His first business was helping the coal yard in the neighboring county transport coal. Wong Dajuan was carrying a coal basket, struggling to climb out of the mine. He was covered in black dirt, looking like a ghost, with only his eyes shining with a strange white light. When the truck passed, Lei Deshui didn't see Wong Dajuan by the roadside. He was humming a tune, holding the steering wheel, thinking about going home to hug his wife and children. But Wong Dajuan saw him. He saw the man sitting high in the cab, glowing with happiness. The strong contrast made Wong Dajuan's mind break down. He was struggling in hell, while Lei Deshui was enjoying life in the clouds.
Why?
Why should he live like a dog?
Cough. Cough.
Cough. Wong Dajuan coughed violently, spitting out black blood. He stared fiercely at the tail lights of the truck disappearing into the distance, his hands clutching a piece of coal until it turned to powder. Lei Deshui, just wait. At that moment, a rough hand patted his shoulder. It was the scar-faced man. Did you see clearly? The scar-faced man's voice sounded like it came from hell. Is that his truck? Wong Dajuan nodded, his eyes shining with madness. Yes, that's the one. Good. The scar-faced man licked his cracked lips, showing a cruel smile. I heard that transport drivers usually carry a lot of cash on them. And that road. There is a section that is known to be very difficult to travel. We just need to wait there. Scarface made a gesture, as if cutting his throat. Wong Dajuan's body trembled, but then he was overwhelmed with anger. Let's do it.
Kill him.
Steal the car. Steal the money. Lei's big courtyard. It's late at night. Lei Deshui is about to go on his first long trip tomorrow. He needs to deliver goods to the provincial capital hundreds of kilometers away. Suan is under the lamp, holding a needle and thread, sewing a small cloth pouch. It's a good luck charm she's specially bought from the temple. She folds the charm paper into a triangle and carefully sews it into Lei Deshui's underwear pocket. Every stitch, every thread, carries her worries and prayers. Suddenly, the needle pricks her finger. A drop of blood appears. Suan's heart jumps suddenly. That familiar feeling of unease rushes over her again, even stronger than before. Her right eyelid keeps twitching, making her feel anxious. What's wrong, wife? Lei Deshui hugs her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Are you worried about me leaving? Suan turns around and tightly hugs Lei Deshui's waist. Brother Lei, can I ask you to stay a couple of days longer this time? I just feel uneasy inside. Lei Deshui smiles, pats her hair. Silly wife, the goods are all packed, and people are waiting for them. How can we delay? This is business. Reputation matters. Don't worry, I have Go Sheng and the others with me, plus He Bao. No one in this world can hurt me. Suan looks at his confident face, still feeling nervous, but she knows she can't stop him. She can only carefully hang the sewn good luck charm around his neck. Brother Lei, promise me. No matter what happens, money and goods are not important. Life is the most important. Come back safe and sound. Myself and the children will be waiting at home for you. Lei Deshui looks at the tears in Suan's eyes, and his playful smile fades. He nods heavily and kisses her on the forehead. Don't worry, I'll come back alive for you. The roar of the big truck's engine echoed through the empty valley, making the snow on the roadside fall in clumps. Lei Deshui sat high in the cab, holding a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, his hands steady on the steering wheel. This was the first long trip since the Lei transport team was formed, heading to the neighboring province to pick up coal. There were 5 trucks in the convoy. Lei Deshui led, followed by Go Sheng and a few new drivers. Nowadays, the roads are not easy to travel, especially the section called Black Wind Pass, where steep, barren mountains flanked both sides. A dirt road twisted and turned in the middle, full of potholes, like it had been bombed. As evening fell, the sunset looked like a pool of dried blood hanging on the mountain peak. "Brother, something's not right up ahead," Go Sheng's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, trembling a little. "Why is there not even a ghostly shadow? Usually, even on rough roads like this, we can see a passing tractor or two." Lei Deshui squinted, pulled down his sunglasses, revealing sharp eyes like an eagle. In the middle of the road ahead, several huge rocks blocked the narrow path completely. "Everyone stop the vehicle. Turn off the engine." Lei Deshui grabbed the walkie-talkie, his voice steady like a heavy stone. "Stay in the vehicle, lock the doors and windows. No one gets out." The convoy slowly came to a stop. The surrounding silence was terrifying, only the wind blowing through the dry grass making a whistling sound, as if countless spirits were crying out. Suddenly, more than 10 figures appeared on both sides of the hill. They were dressed in ragged clothes, their faces covered with dirty black cloths, holding various makeshift weapons. Some had iron bars, others had machetes, and a few carried homemade hunting guns. Leading them was a bald man with a fierce face, holding a mountain axe, swaggering toward Lei Deshui's truck.
Bang!
The bald man swung his axe at the bumper, sparks flying. "Get out of the vehicle. Everyone get out now," he shouted loudly, voice rough like a rusty bell. "This road is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to pass, pay the toll." The drivers behind him, unfamiliar with such a scene, turned pale with fear. They shrank back inside the cab, trembling. Although Lei Deshui has some experience, he feels nervous in this remote mountain area with many people and guns. Lei Deshui remains calm. He slowly takes out a match from his pocket, strikes it, and lights a cigarette. He takes a deep breath and blows out a big smoke ring. Then, he bends down and pulls out a heavy pair of pliers from under his seat. The pliers are about 1/2 meter long, made of solid steel, with some old oil stains on them, making them look very heavy. Suddenly, the car door opens. Lei Deshui jumps out of the car. His leather boots make a dull sound on the frozen dirt road. He is very tall, about 1.9 meters, wearing a distinctive military coat, standing like a tall tower in front of the car. "Wow, it's quite lively here," he says. He weighs the pliers in his hand and shows a cold, frightening smile. "Brothers, what gang are you from? Give me your names." The bald man is a little scared by Lei Deshui's strong presence, but quickly becomes arrogant because there are many of them. "Stop wasting time. I am the mountain leopard of Blackwind Pass." The bald man points his axe at Lei Deshui. "Your convoy looks pretty fat. Be smart and leave the money and valuables. Keep the car and get lost. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't come back." "Make sure I don't come back." Lei Deshui laughs loudly, as if he's heard a big joke. His laughter echoes through the valley. Suddenly, the laughter stops. Lei Deshui suddenly steps forward, pointing the pliers at the bald man's nose. "When I was in the underworld, you were still playing in the mud in your diaper. Want my car? Fine. Trade your life for it. No money, only a life. If you're not afraid of death, come on." His shout is full of fierce energy, like a warrior rising from a battlefield of corpses and blood. The bald man gets angry and shouts, "Refuse a toast and take a penalty. Brothers, attack. Kill him." A dozen men wave their weapons and rush forward like a pack of wolves. Lei Deshui does not retreat, but advances. He looks like a furious lion charging into the crowd.
Bang!
The pliers smash down hard on a thug's iron rod, bending it. The thug's hand is crushed, and he screams as he falls back. Lei Deshui fought with big, strong moves, without any fancy tricks. Everything was just hard, straightforward fighting. Poof! A machete swung from the side, cutting through Lei Deshui's military coat and opening a long gash on his left arm. Blood instantly stained his white shirt underneath. Lei Deshui didn't even frown. He quickly grabbed a pair of pliers and hit the attacker on the shoulder. With a sharp crack, it sounded like a bone breaking. "Ah!" The attacker screamed and rolled on the ground. Lei Deshui fought more fiercely, his fierce look sharper than the pliers in his hand. He was like a tireless warrior, standing alone in front of the convoy, not letting anyone get close. After 5 minutes, 7 or 8 thugs were lying on the ground, crying out in pain. The remaining few, including the bald man, held their weapons and backed away slowly, full of fear. This was no easy target. He was like a fierce guardian. Still want to fight? Lei Deshui slung the pliers over his shoulder. Blood from his left arm dripped to the ground, forming bright red spots. He grinned, showing his white teeth, looking very intimidating in the sunset. No fight, then get lost. The bald man swallowed hard, looking at his injured friends on the ground. He knew they had no choice but to leave. Please spare us. We'll leave right now. We'll leave. The bald man and the others, dragging their injured friends, scrambled into the forest. Lei Deshui stayed where he was until they disappeared completely. Only then did his tense body relax a little. He took a deep breath, feeling a sharp pain in his arm. "Brother, are you okay?" Guosheng and the drivers rushed down from the truck. Seeing all the blood on Lei Deshui, they looked scared and worried. "I'm fine. Just a minor cut." Lei Deshui grabbed a torn cloth from the truck bed, hurriedly wrapped it around his arm, and tightened it to stop the bleeding. "Hurry up and move the stones away. We need to keep going. Tonight, we must get home quickly, so no one worries." Late at night, Lei family village. A big truck slowly drove into Lei's courtyard. The lights in the yard were still on. Suan, wearing a red padded coat, stood at the door, looking anxious. Hearing the car, she like a returning swallow quickly ran outside. "Big brother Lei." Lei Deshui jumped out of the car, deliberately hiding his left arm behind his back, with a relaxed smile on his face. "Wife, are you still awake? Coming back so late. Did anything happen on the way?" Suan looked him over carefully, sensing a faint smell of blood mixed with coal ash and tobacco. "It's nothing, just traffic jammed on the way, caused a delay." Lei Deshui wanted to hug Suan but instinctively only extended his right hand. Suan's gaze fell on his left hand, which he kept behind his back. She said nothing, walking straight over and grabbing his left arm. "Ow!" Lei Deshui couldn't help but gasp. Suan lifted the torn military coat and saw a blood-soaked cloth strip. Tears immediately welled up. "Is this what you called nothing?" Suan's hands trembled, tears falling heavily on Lei Deshui's hand, making him feel anxious. "Oh, wife, don't cry, don't cry." Lei Deshui was most afraid of his wife crying, quickly wiping her tears with his right hand. "It's really nothing, just a small cut. It'll heal in a few days. This is a man's badge of honor. It shows you're brave, beating those road bullies until they run away." Suan glared at him, her eyes full of both worry and anger. "What badge of honor?" "It's flesh." She pulled Lei Deshui into the house, took out a medical kit, and carefully cut away the cloth stuck to the wound with scissors. When cleaning the wound with alcohol, Lei Deshui winced in pain, his forehead bulging with veins, but he didn't make a sound. Suan bandaged the wound while tears fell. "Big brother Lei, can we not go so far next time? How much money do we need? What if something happens to you or the kids?" Lei Deshui hugged Suan into his arms, resting his chin on her head. "Wife, don't worry. For you and the kids, I can even fight the king of hell and come back alive. From now on, we'll set a rule. No one dares to touch our Lei family's car." Many miles away, inside a makeshift shed at a coal mine. Under dim lights, smoke curled around. Wong Dajuan huddled in the corner, gnawing on a moldy steamed bun, his eyes coldly staring at the person across from him. The man sitting opposite had a face full of flesh and a scar running from his brow to his mouth, looking like a centipede crawling on his face. This man was called Scar, a recently released outlaw with a criminal record. "Did you hear?" Scar exhaled a cloud of smoke, his voice rough like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. "That Lei Deshui single-handedly took down more than 10 people at Black Wind Peak. Now everyone in the underworld is talking about him. They say he's a real character." Wong Dajuan's hand suddenly trembled, and the steamed bun fell to the ground. Jealousy and hatred flashed in his eyes, like poison spilling out. "He's a real character? Bah, he's just a beast who stole my wife and broke my leg." Wong Dajuan reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a cloth bag. He opened it layer by layer, revealing a crumpled stack of money, stained with coal dust and sweat. Brother Scar. Wong Dajuan pushed the money toward Scar, his eyes wild and twisted. This is the money I got from selling my family's land, plus the wages I earned working in the coal mine for half a year, total of 3,000 yuan. Scar glanced at the money and smirked cruelly. What do you want to do? Kill him? No, Wong Dajuan shook his head, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. Killing him is too easy. I want him to suffer more. I want him to wish he was never born. I want to make him lose everything. Wong Dajuan lowered his voice, like a venomous snake spitting. He has 3 sons, just a year old. As long as I take those 3 little guys away, I want him to feel what it's like to lose his loved ones. Scar reached out and grabbed the money, weighing it in his hand. Deal, but this job is risky, so I need more money. As long as it's done, you can have as much as you want. Wong Dajuan gritted his teeth. As long as you can ruin him, I'll give you my life. Time feels like flowing sand through the fingers. In the blink of an eye, the snow in Lei Deshui melted and piled up again. Swallows came and went. The triplets turned 1 year old. This is a very important day for the Lei family. Lei Deshui had already announced that this, grab the object, ceremony would be more lively than the full moon celebration. Early in the morning, the Lei family courtyard was bustling with people. In the center of the yard, there was a brand new red carpet, and in the middle, a large 8 immortals table. The table was covered with red silk cloth, and various objects were displayed on it. There were an abacus, brushes, books, seals, a big coin, toy guns, a stethoscope, a large white steamed bun, and even a red brick. The display was colorful and dazzling, making people feel overwhelmed. Suan dressed the 3 children in bright red tiger costumes, with tiger head hats on their heads and tiger shoes on their feet. The 3 little kids looked adorable, chubby and white, sitting there like painted dolls, so festive that people wanted to pinch them. Time is up. Let's start grabbing. With the announcer shout, everyone in the village gathered around, stretching their necks, eager to see what future the 3 golden nuggets of the Lei family would have. Come on, big brother, you go first. Lei Deshui placed the eldest, Lei Zhen, at one end of the table, rubbing his hands with anticipation. Son, make your father proud. Grab something big. Lei Zhen was known for his quick temper and strong energy. As soon as he was on the table, he didn't crawl but stood up unsteadily, walking confidently on his short legs toward the objects. He ignored the books and brushes, kicking aside the abacus blocking his way. He ran straight to the other end of the table and grabbed a black toy gun. Bang! Lei Zhen held the gun with both hands, making shooting gestures at Lei Deshui, making pew-pew sounds. His expression was fierce and commanding, just like when Lei Deshui was angry. Good. Lei Deshui clapped his thigh happily, showing his big teeth. He's just like his father. He'll definitely be a general someday, able to lead soldiers into battle. The villagers cheered along. This kid will be even more impressive than his father. Next was the second child, Lei Ming. Lei Ming was usually lazy and preferred lying down to sitting. When placed on the table, he slowly crawled a few steps, looking around left and right. He wasn't interested in the gun or the money. Finally, his gaze fixed on the chubby, white steamed bun. Lei Ming's eyes lit up, and he was about to drool. He struggled to crawl over, grabbed the bun bigger than his face, and started to bite. Awu! With one bite, 2 neat rows of small teeth marks appeared on the bun. Lei Ming happily hugged the bun, sat down on the table, and ate with great enjoyment. If anyone tried to take it, he would get angry. Everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! This little guy is lucky. Being able to eat is a blessing. He won't go hungry in the future. Lei Ming also laughed and scolded. This little rascal just knows how to eat. When we open a restaurant, you'll run it. Finally, it was the turn of the 3rd brother, Lei Dian. Lei Dian usually spoke the least but was the most clever. After being placed on the table, he didn't rush like the oldest or eat eagerly like the second. He first sat still, using his big, shiny eyes to look around at everything on the table. Then he slowly got up. He pushed aside the stamp in front of him, bypassed the big pile of unity, and finally reached the edge of the table where Suan was standing. Suan was holding a notebook and a pen, used earlier to record the gift money, and hadn't put them down yet. Lei Dian reached out his small hand, grabbed the pen from Suan, and tightly hugged the notebook. Then he turned his head and grinned at Lei Deshui. That smile showed a clever glint. The room went quiet for a second. Lei Deshui was stunned, then burst out laughing even louder.
Wow.
This kid is amazing. Lei Deshui rushed over and lifted Lei Dian above his head. This is to take over your mom's job. From now on, the money bag of the Lu family is yours. Good boy.
Sharp eyes.
Knows what's most practical. Suan also smiled, patting Lei Dian's head. It looks like in the future, our family will have both literary and martial talents, plus someone to handle logistics. We're all set. The birthday ritual ended amid laughter and joy. The Lei family courtyard was filled with hope and happiness. Everyone's face was full of happy smiles, as if the future would always be so prosperous. However, a few dozen miles away near the black coal mine, in an old, dilapidated earthen house, the atmosphere was frighteningly gloomy. Wong Dajuan sat on the edge of the Kong bed, holding a yellowed piece of paper. It was the deed to his ancestral land. It was also his last property in life. His hand trembled, not just from excitement, but from a reckless, desperate madness. Opposite him, Scarface was trimming his nails with a sharp dagger, his eyes filled with greed. Have you thought it over? Scarface blew off some nail clippings. Once you sign this, you really won't have a home anymore. Wong Dajuan looked up. His face, stained black with coal ash, had only his white eyes visible, making him look especially fierce. Sign. As long as I can get revenge, as long as I can make Lei Deshui suffer, this broken house means nothing. Wong Dajuan grabbed a pen and forcefully signed his name on the transfer agreement. At that moment, he felt as if he had sold his soul to the devil. He pushed all the money he got from selling the house, along with his hard-earned savings from working in the coal mine, in front of Scarface. 5,000 yuan in total. Brother Scarface, this is all I have in the world. Wong Dajuan's voice was hoarse, carrying a chilling coldness, as if he had crawled out of hell. I don't want anything else. I only want Lei Deshui to be childless and hopeless. Go and tie up his 3 little kids. Whether you sell them or kill them, just don't let his family have any future. Scarface reached out and grabbed the money, greedily smelling the ink. Don't worry. Scarface stuck the dagger into the table, deeply embedded. Taking money to help others solve their problems. I've seen those 3 kids of Lei's. They look lively and worth a good price. Later, I'll make sure you see how Lei Deshui kneels and cries on the ground. Hearing this, Wong Dajuan's face twisted into a cruel smile. He imagined in his mind how Lei Deshui would cry and his family would fall apart. That feeling was more intense than any drug.
Lei Deshui. Suan.
Your good days are over. Outside the window, a cold wind blew, stirring the dry leaves on the ground. It seemed like a funeral march for the tragedy that was about to come. Time flies, and the Lei family's life is getting better and better. Lei Deshui's transport team grew from 5 trucks to 10. The brick kiln business is so good that orders are booked until next year. By the end of the year, the Lei family became the richest family in Lei village, even the first 10,000 yuan household in the whole county. That was a big deal in the mid-1980s. Its value was even higher than that of later millionaires. Lei Deshui's confidence grew, and he walked with pride. He bought the village's first color TV, the first double-tub washing machine, and even bought many fashionable clothes and cosmetics for Suan. But Suan didn't get caught up in the life of a wealthy wife. Every night, after putting the 3 children to sleep, Suan would sit under the lamp and open a stack of thick books. She was studying on her own. She wanted to take the adult college entrance exam. Wife, what are you trying to do? Sometimes, Lei Deshui looked at his wife's red eyes and felt very sorry. Our family has money now, enough to last for generations. Why are you working so hard? Besides, you're so smart, better than some college students.
Why take the test?
Suan put down her pen, rubbed her sore neck, and turned to look at Lei Deshui. Her eyes sparkled with a light Lei Deshui couldn't understand, but found deeply captivating. Brother Lei, money can be earned endlessly, but people need to move forward. I want to go to university and learn more. I want to help you with your business, not just manage the accounts.
And Suan smiled, toqued Lei Deshui's face gently.
I want to set an example for the children, so they know that their mother is not just someone who can give birth. Lei Deshui didn't fully understand all the complicated things in the books, but he understood his wife's feelings. He pulled Suan into his arms and said confidently, "All right, whatever you want to do, do it. I fully support you. If you get into college, I'll go to the provincial city to buy a house and stay there to study with you. Then our whole family will move to the city and become city folks." Life flows peacefully and beautifully in this atmosphere full of hope and effort. However, beneath this calm, dangerous undercurrents are stirring. Today is the town's big market day. Suan heard that the local bookstore received a new batch of review materials, so she decided to go see them. Her 3 children were bored at home and kept begging to go to the market with her. Lei Deshui was busy handling urgent matters at the brick kiln and couldn't go. "Husband, take the nanny and Gosheng with you, and be careful on the way," Suan advised before he left. "Don't worry, it's broad daylight, and we're just going to the town. Nothing will happen," she replied with a smile. Suan dressed the 3 children in new clothes, took the nanny and Gosheng, and they drove the family jeep to the town. The market was lively and busy. There were vendors selling candied hawthorn, fried dough sticks, and performers with monkeys, all shouting to attract customers. As soon as the 3 kids got off the car, their eyes widened with excitement. Eldest Lei Zhen wanted to touch everything he saw, second Lei Ming couldn't resist the food, and third Lei Dian quietly observed everything around him. Suan first took them to the bookstore. After choosing some review materials, she held her eldest's hand. The nanny carried the second, and Gosheng held the third, and they strolled through the market. "Mom, I want to eat that." Lei Zhen pointed excitedly at a face-painting stall. Okay, let's buy it," Suan said with a smile and bought each of the children a face mask of Sun Wukong. People moved around them in a crowded, bustling scene. Unnoticed by Suan, in a dark corner nearby, a few pairs of eyes were staring intently at them. Those eyes were greedy and malicious, like hungry wolves. Wong Dajuan wore a tattered straw hat pulled low over his face, hiding most of it. But his eyes, sharp and fierce, locked onto Suan and her children through the crowd. He was especially angry when he saw Suan dressed in beautiful clothes, smiling happily, and the children looking chubby and dressed in shiny jewelry. His hatred burned inside him like a volcano about to erupt, making his insides ache. "Those 3, Wong Dajuan whispered to the scarred man beside him, pointing at the children with trembling voice. "Just need to take one of them. As long as we remove one person, Lei Deshui will go crazy and Suan will fall apart. Then we can slowly play with them." Scar-faced man chewed betel nut, his eyes cold as he looked around. "The big one is the most lively, easy to target. The nanny looks clumsy, but that man, Gosheng, is a bit cautious. Create some chaos later, then strike in the confusion." Scar-faced man gave a signal to his men behind him. The thugs understood and quietly dispersed into the crowd. Suan was choosing books at a comic book stall with her child. Lei Zhen was holding a paper figure and looking at a book called Havoc in Heaven. "Is this one good?" Suan asked her son softly.
"Yes."
"I want this one," Lei Zhen said happily. Just as Suan was about to pay from her bag, suddenly, a commotion broke out nearby. "Catch the thief. Someone's stealing money," someone shouted from the crowd. Next, a few people rushed in like headless flies, pushing Suan and the nanny apart. "Hey, don't push. Don't push." The scene quickly became chaotic. Suan was bumped by someone, wobbling, and her wallet almost fell to the ground. She instinctively reached for her wallet. Once she held it steady and looked up to hold Lei Zhen's hand, her hand missed. That sudden loss of weight in her hand made Suan's heart stop for a moment. "Zhen." Suan turned her head toward where Lei Zhen had been standing. It was empty. Only the havoc in heaven comic was left on the ground, with a dirty footprint on it. Jeanner, Suan's voice changed, filled with extreme fear. She pushed through the crowd frantically, looking around.
Senior.
Where are you? Don't hide from me. But among the vast crowd, where was that small figure in the red tiger outfit? A feeling of the world collapsing suddenly overwhelmed Suan. Her son was gone.
Senior.
Where are you? Don't play hide and seek with me. Come out now. Suan frantically rushed into the crowd, grabbing every child dressed in red. When she realized they weren't her son, she despairingly let go. Did you see my Jeanner? He's tall, wearing a tiger costume, holding a paper mask. Suan grabbed a passerby's arm, gesturing wildly, tears streaming down her face like beads breaking loose. The passerby was frightened by her frantic appearance and backed away repeatedly.
I
didn't see him. At this moment, the nanny and Gosheng were pushed aside by the crowd. Hearing Suan's cry, they struggled to push through. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? What happened? Gosheng was holding the third child, Lei Dian, his face covered in sweat. Suan suddenly turned her head. Her usually gentle eyes, like peach blossoms, were now blood-red, filled with shattered fear.
Jeanner is missing.
Gosheng. Jeanner is gone. Suan's voice was hoarse, as if she was speaking through sand. What? Gosheng's face turned pale instantly, almost dropping the third child from his arms. The second child, Lei Ming, in the nanny's arms, seemed to sense his mother's breakdown and his older brother's disappearance. He burst into loud crying. Soon after, the third child, Lei Dian, also started crying. The cries of the two children, mixed with Suan's desperate shouts, sounded so helpless and tragic amid the noisy market. He was just there a moment ago, right at that bookstall. Suan knelt on the ground, picked up the dirty comic book, and hugged it tightly, trembling like a leaf in the wind. In just a blink of an eye, how could it be gone? A huge, suffocating fear overwhelmed her. This wasn't just a lost child. It was kidnapping. Someone had stolen her son in broad daylight. Sister-in-law, don't panic. He probably hasn't gone far. Gosheng, who had come out with Lei Deshui, was also panicked but quick-witted. He shoved the third child into the nanny's arms and shouted, "Watch these two. If I find out you lost even a hair, I'll kill you." Then, Gosheng jumped onto a nearby stone block and shouted loudly at the crowd, "Everyone stay still. Nobody move. Someone has taken a child. I am from Lei Deshui's family, in Lei Village. If anyone sees a child in a red tiger costume, give us a tip. Lei family will reward you. Whoever dares to hide something will face my anger." The phrase, "face my anger," is well known in this area and means I am a fierce person. The previously noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at each other and started to look around. Meanwhile, in a quiet alley outside the market, an old gray van was spewing black smoke, rushing wildly out of town like a frightened mouse. The windows were covered with dark film, so you couldn't see inside clearly. Inside the vehicle, a strong smell of moldy feet and cheap tobacco filled the air, making people feel sick. On the back seat, Wong Dajuan was holding down a small, struggling body tightly. Lei Zhen was muffled by a dirty rag over his mouth, making only muffled sounds. But he didn't cry or scream like a normal child. His big, shiny eyes were wide open, staring fiercely at Wong Dajuan. There was no fear in his eyes, only a fearless look like a young bull. He used his hands and feet, kicking and punching wildly at Wong Dajuan. His tiny feet, wearing tiger head shoes, kicked his face several times.
Damn.
This little brat is pretty strong. Wong Dajuan was kicked painfully and slapped Lei Zhen hard on the butt. Be good. If you move again, I'll kill you. Wong Dajuan's face twisted with excitement and hatred. He looked at the heavy little body in his hands. This was Lei Zhen's son, the son of the man who caused him to lose his family and his future. Now he had him in his hands. A strange thrill shot through Wong Dajuan like electricity, making every pore in his body relax. Hee. Wong Dajuan let out a creepy, sneaky laugh. Little bastard, Isn't your dad powerful? Isn't he rich? Now, let's see how he can save you. When we get to the place, I'll sell you to the mountains, make you work like a beast for the rest of your life, and make your parents cry to death. The driver, scarred and looking in the rearview mirror, glanced back and impatiently cursed. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly seal his mouth tightly. Don't let him make a sound. If we attract Lei Deshui, we are all doomed. When Wong Dajuan heard Lei Deshui's name, his body instinctively trembled. That fear was deeply rooted in his bones. But when he looked at the hostage in his hand, his courage grew stronger. What's there to be afraid of? Now the kids are in our hands, and that's our protection. If Lei Deshui dares to come, I will personally cut off his son's fingers right in front of him. At the market, Suan forced herself to pull back from the edge of collapse. Crying was useless. Panicking was useless. She was Lei Deshui's woman, and she was the mother of these 3 children. She had to stand up. Suan took a deep breath, fiercely wiped away her tears with her sleeve. Her once gentle, peach blossom eyes now looked sharp and determined, full of resolve. Gosheng. Suan stood up. Her voice still trembled, but now it had a backbone. Go immediately. Right now. Go to the brick kiln and find your brother. Tell him that Jeanner has been taken. Let him block all the exits from the town. Hurry. Gosheng was shaken by Suan's commanding presence. Without hesitation, he jumped down from the stone block and ran wildly toward the brick kiln. He ran with all his might, almost losing his shoes. Suan turned around, looked at the terrified nanny, and shouted sternly, "Stop crying. Hold the 2nd and 3rd children tight. Go to the police station. I want to report the crime." At the brick kiln, machines roared. Dust flew everywhere. Lei Deshui was wearing a safety helmet, shirtless, showing off his strong muscles, directing the workers to load bricks. Move faster. These bricks are for the provincial capital, no delays. Lei Deshui was in a good mood. Business was booming. His wife and children were warm at home. Life was perfect. Just then, a heart-wrenching scream came from afar. "Brother." Something's happened. Lei Deshui frowned, put down his walkie-talkie, and turned to look. He saw Gosheng rushing over like a madman, stumbling and running toward him. With a face flushed and breathless, he ran to Lei Deshui and knelt down with a thud. "Brother."
Sina. Jeanner is gone. Boom.
That sentence was like an atomic bomb exploding in Lei Deshui's mind. The noisy machine sounds around instantly disappeared. Lei Deshui only felt a buzzing in his ears, and the world in front of him was spinning. He grabbed Gosheng's collar and lifted him with one hand. His eyes, which were always full of a smile, suddenly turned bloodshot and red, like a demon crawling out of hell. "What did you say?" "Say it again, damn it." Lei Deshui's voice was like a roar squeezed from his chest, full of rage and violence, as if he wanted to tear someone apart. Gosheng trembled with fear, crying and shouting. At the market, "Someone took him. My sister-in-law asked me to deliver the news." Smack. Lei Deshui slapped himself hard across the face. It was regret. It was self-blame. Why didn't he go with him? Why was he busy with this stupid business? If he had been there, who would dare to hurt his son? But now was not the time for regret. Lei Deshui shook off Gosheng and turned to run toward the nearby platform. He grabbed the megaphone used for commands and pressed the switch. Zzz. A harsh electric sound echoed through the brick kiln. All the workers stopped their work and looked in surprise at the man on the platform, as if he was about to catch fire. "All transport teams. All the brothers who have worked with me. Listen up." Lei Deshui's voice, amplified by the megaphone, carried endless anger and killing intent across several miles. "My eldest son,
Lei Zhen.
has been kidnapped. Right now. Immediately.
Right now.
Send all the trucks out. Block every road in town, whether it's a main road or a small alley. Even if it's a mouse hole, block it. Anyone who finds my son, I'll give him 10,000. I'll give him this brick kiln if he wants. If he can't find him." Lei Deshui paused, almost crushing the megaphone in his hand. Then I will make this area a place of chaos forever. Dig 3 feet into the ground. I want you to find the person for me. Move quickly." This angry shout made the whole world shake. The entire brick kiln instantly exploded into chaos. This is the son of Lei Deshui, the young prince of the Lei family. Who dares to cause trouble on the boss's territory?
Damn.
Dare to hurt Lei's son? You must be looking for trouble. Brothers, grab the tools. Get in the car. Dozens of trucks, tractors, and even bulldozers all started up. The roaring engines formed a wave of steel rushing forward. Lei Deshui jumped down from the platform, tore off his safety helmet, and threw it on the ground. He ran toward the army green truck, kicked open the door, and jumped inside. Black Panther. Get in. Black Panther, who had been guarding the door, seemed to sense his owner's anger. It let out a loud growl, like a flash of black lightning, and jumped into the front passenger seat. Lei Deshui started the engine and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The big truck roared out of the kiln, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. It looked like a wild beast going crazy, smashing everything in its way.
Suan. Senior.
Wait for me. I'm coming. Anyone who dares to hurt my son, I will skin them alive. Break their bones. Lei Deshui's eyes fixed straight ahead, his hands tightly gripping the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white. A fear and anger he had never felt before swirled in his heart. He had never been afraid of danger, even when risking his life. But this time he was scared, because that was his life. The whole Lei family village and even the entire town was in chaos because of this kidnapping. Lei Deshui's convoy blocked all the main roads. Every vehicle leaving the town was stopped and checked. Those bullies and troublemakers who usually cause trouble were terrified when they heard about Lei Deshui's son being taken. They stayed home, afraid of angering him further. The police also mobilized all their officers. Suan sat on a bench at the police station, clutching tightly to a book called The Great Havoc in Heaven. She no longer cried. Her tears had dried up. She just stared at the door, like a statue. She was waiting. Wait for that man to hold up the sky for them. At this moment, the old, battered van was bouncing along a remote dirt road. It was a small path leading to the abandoned mill in the back mountain. Wong Dajuan looked out the window at the increasingly empty scenery, and his smile grew wider. Lei Deshui, aren't you capable? Aren't you many people? Too bad. You've chosen the wrong direction. We didn't leave the town at all. We're right under your nose. This is the darkness under the lamp. We've arrived. Scarface stepped on the brake. The van let out a painful groan and stopped in front of a dilapidated mill. The area was overgrown with wild grass, and usually there was not even a shadow of a person. It's a good place for robbery and murder. Wong Dajuan carried Lei Zhen out of the car. The cold wind blew, stirring the dead leaves on the ground. Lei Zhen was still struggling, his eyes fierce as he stared at Wong Dajuan.
What are you looking at?
If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyes. Wong Dajuan cursed fiercely and dragged the child into the gloomy mill. A life and death struggle was about to begin inside this abandoned mill. Clang! A puff of black smoke came from under the van's hood, and it let out a sound like an exhausted old cow, finally breaking down.
Damn.
Scarface slammed the steering wheel hard, spitting saliva onto the windshield. This broken-down car. It always fails at the worst moment. Wong Dajuan, still holding Lei Zhen, who was desperately struggling, limped out of the car. Looking at this wild mountain wilderness with no sign of help nearby, he felt a bit nervous. Brother Scarface, what do we do? We're still several miles from the cave where we plan to hide. Wong Dajuan shrank his neck. Although Lei Zhen was only about a year old, he was very sturdy, heavy, and kept twisting, making Wong Dajuan's arms sore and tired. Scarface got out of the car, kicked a tire, and looked around with a serious face. It was already dark, and the north wind was swirling the dead grass in the air, making eerie whistling sounds. Not far away, an abandoned mill stood alone in the overgrown grass, looking like a skull with its mouth wide open. The mill had already collapsed halfway, and the dark doorway seemed to be waiting to swallow something. We can't go any further. Scarface took out a shiny dagger from his waist and wiped it on his sleeve. The Thunderwater people have probably blocked the way. If we go now, we'll be risking our lives. Let's hide in that mill first and wait until the danger passes. Although Wong Dajuan was nervous, he had no other choice. He could only drag his broken leg and limped along behind Scarface toward the mill. Lei Deshui was covering his mouth, his face turning red with effort. But his eyes kept darting around, watching everything nearby. This kid, he's really brave. If it were another child, he would have already been scared and crying. But he didn't cry at all. On the other side, Lei Deshui's big truck stopped at a fork in the road. He jumped out, holding a small vest that Lei Deshui usually wore, which Suan had just sent over. Black Panther. Smell. Lei Deshui brought the vest close to Black Panther's nose, his voice deep and serious. Black Panther seemed to understand how serious the situation was. It didn't run around like usual but lowered its head, carefully sniffing the vest. Then it lifted its head, its bright green eyes shining in the night. It started to circle on the ground, nose close to the ground, making a huff-huff sound.
Suddenly,
Black Panther sharply lifted its head and let out a short, deep growl toward a small, overgrown path. Woof! That path led toward the abandoned mill. And Black Panther seemed to smell something it hated and was very angry about. It was Wong Dajuan's smell. That sour, unwashed smell mixed with cheap tobacco and the stench of rotten lungs. Black Panther would never forget it. It was the scent of the person who once tried to harm its owner and was bitten on the butt by it. Enemies meeting always sparks more anger. Found it. Lei Deshui's eyes lit up, and he clenched the pliers in his hand tighter. Get in the car. Follow Black Panther. At his command, the dogs and a few brothers immediately jumped into the truck. Since the big truck couldn't go down that narrow path, Lei Deshui didn't hesitate and decided to abandon the vehicle. Run now. A group of people is running wildly through the wilderness, following a big black dog. Lei Deshui is running at the front. His military coat is open, cold wind blowing into his chest, but it can't extinguish the fire in his heart.
Tina, hold on.
Dad is coming. In the abandoned mill, everywhere is covered with thick dust and spiderwebs, and the air smells musty and rotten. Scarface found a sheltered corner to sit down, took out some dry food to eat, and stared fiercely at the door. Wong Dajuan threw Lei Deshui onto a pile of hay, exhausted and panting, sitting down heavily beside him. Little brat, you're pretty heavy. Wong Dajuan rubbed his sore arm, glaring fiercely at Lei Deshui. The torn cloth on Lei Deshui's mouth was loosened a bit. He gasped loudly, his small chest rising and falling rapidly. But he didn't cry or call for his mother. He just sat on the haystack, supporting himself with his hands, holding his head high, staring fixedly at Wong Dajuan. That look. It was too much like him. Too much like Lei Deshui, that fierce old man. That kind of contempt and ferocity, seeing through you but not caring at all, was almost identical. Wong Dajuan felt a chill in his heart from that gaze. A strange fear and anger surged inside him. He was actually scared by a toddler? Why are you looking? If you keep staring, I'll poke your eyes out. Wong Dajuan, angry and embarrassed, grabbed a rotten stick nearby and pointed it at Lei Deshui's nose. Don't think just because you're Lei Deshui's kid, I won't dare to hurt you. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Faced with Wong Dajuan's threat, Lei Deshui didn't back away. Instead, he moved closer. He opened his mouth, showing a few tiny new teeth. Pooh! A spit, not very forceful but precise, hit Wong Dajuan's face. It wasn't very harmful, but was very insulting. Wong Dajuan froze. Scarface also froze, then let out a sharp, strange laugh. Ha ha ha. Wong Dajuan, you can't even handle a little kid. This kid's got guts. He's a real man. Wong Dajuan's face instantly turned a dark purple. It's bad enough that lightning struck and bullied water, but now even his son dares to ride on his head and defecate? Are you kidding me? You little brat. Wong Dajuan completely lost his mind. He threw away the stick, pulled out a spring knife from his pocket, and snapped it open with a click. The cold light flashed in the dim mill. Today, I will definitely kill you. Wong Dajuan raised his knife and lunged at Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen, still a child, instinctively shrank back when he saw the blade. But he had already backed into the corner, with nowhere to go. Just a few centimeters from Lei Zhen's small face, the sharp tip of the knife was about to pierce him.
Bang!
A loud crash. The already shaky mill door was kicked open forcefully from outside. Wood chips flew everywhere. Dust billowed. Then, a black whirlwind, accompanied by a deafening roar, rushed in. Roar. It was a black panther. It looked like a demon dog from hell, leaping over Wong Dajuan's head with all four paws. But its target was not Wong Dajuan, but the scarred man sitting behind, about to get up. Catch the king to catch the thief. This dog is really something.
Ah!
Before the scarred man could react, the Black Panther pounced on him. Its huge mouth bit precisely onto the scarred man's wrist, holding a dagger. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was clear. The scarred man let out a piercing scream, dropping the dagger to the ground. The Black Panther held on tightly, growling threateningly, its green eyes full of killing intent. Meanwhile, a tall figure appeared at the door. Backlit, his face was unclear. But the overwhelming aura he exuded made the entire mill feel like it had frozen.
Lei Deshui, holding a pipi wrench, stepped inside.
Every step seemed to press down on Wong Dajuan's heart. Trying to hurt my son? Lei Deshui's voice was soft, like a lover's whisper. But, to Wong Dajuan, it sounded like a death sentence. Wong Dajuan's hand, holding the knife, froze midair. He stood there as if he had been turned to stone. He mechanically turned his head, looking at the man who seemed like a divine being descending from the sky. His groin suddenly felt warm. He urinated again. R.A. Shui. Wong Dajuan's voice trembled badly, and he couldn't hold the knife in his hand. Don't come any closer. If you come closer, I'll kill him. Wong Dajuan seemed to grasp his last hope and suddenly turned around, trying to hold the knife against Lei Zhen's neck. But he was too slow. Or maybe Lei Shui was too fast. Go to hell, Lei Shui shouted loudly. He dropped the pliers from his hand, which flew like a missile, crashing toward Wong Dajuan.
Bang!
The pliers hit Wong Dajuan's arm, holding the knife precisely.
Ah!
Wong Dajuan screamed loudly, his arm bending at a strange angle, and the knife flew out of his hand. Lei Shui, like an angry bull, charged forward. He didn't care about Wong Dajuan falling to the ground. He rushed straight at Lei Zhen in the corner. Zhen! Lei Shui quickly hugged his son, with such force it seemed like he wanted to squeeze the child into his bones and blood. Only when he felt the warm little body in his arms and heard the familiar heartbeat did Lei Shui's tense heart finally relax. Wow! Lei Zhen, who had been holding back tears, finally broke down the moment he fell into his father's arms. He clung tightly to Lei Shui's neck and cried loudly. His crying was full of grievance and fear. Dad, Dad, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Dad's here. I'm here. Lei Shui's eyes were red, and tears fell uncontrollably. He patted his son's back while glaring fiercely at Wong Dajuan, who was rolling on the ground. Wong Dajuan. Lei Shui squeezed out these words from his teeth. I originally planned to break your leg as a lesson, but I didn't expect you really didn't want to live anymore. Lei Shui handed Lei Zhen to the dog who rushed in afterward. Take him out. Don't let the kid see this. The dog took the child, glanced at Wong Dajuan on the ground, spat fiercely, and ran out. In the mill, only Lei Shui, Black Panther, and two useless people remained. Black Panther released Scar and squatted beside Lei Shui, licking the blood at the corner of his mouth with a fierce look. Lei Shui slowly approached Wong Dajuan. He moved his wrist, and his joints made a crisp, crack sound. Are you trying to make me infertile? Lei Shui stepped on Wong Dajuan's healthy leg. Today, I will show you what it means to wish you were dead instead of alive. A piercing scream nearly shook the roof of the mill. Wong Dajuan's healthy leg made a bone-cracking sound under Lei Shui's foot. He twitched in pain, his eyes bulging, like a dead fish washed ashore, opening his mouth desperately to breathe, but unable to get enough air.
Lors-le.
Have mercy. Please have mercy. Wong Dajuan's face was covered with tears and snot, his hands scratching the ground wildly, nails digging into the dirt, blood seeping from his fingertips. At this moment, all hatred and revenge seemed like a joke in the face of absolute violence and death. He just wanted to live, even if it was like a dog, just to stay alive. Have mercy. Lei Deshui sneered coldly, his laughter more chilling than the winter wind outside. He bent down, grabbing Wong Dajuan's collar and lifting him like a chicken. When you pointed a knife at my son, did you think about mercy? When you wanted me to be infertile, did you think about mercy? Lei Deshui's bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Wong Dajuan, burning with a rage that could turn a person to ash. Wong Dajuan, your biggest mistake in life was messing with my family. That is my bottom line. Bang. Lei Deshui punched Wong Dajuan in the stomach. Wong Dajuan felt his internal organs shift and spat out sour water mixed with blood foam. He flew out like a torn sack, crashing heavily into the mill's wall, then sliding down. He landed near a pile of dry hay in the corner. Wong Dajuan was in pain and losing consciousness, but a sudden flash of madness appeared in his poisonous eyes.
He saw it.
Underneath the pile of hay, there was half a bottle of poor-quality white liquor, brought by Scar. There was also a lighter. Since there was no hope of survival, let's all die together. No one will have an easy time. Wong Dajuan used his last strength to grab the bottle of white liquor, smashing it onto the haystack with a loud bang. The strong smell of alcohol instantly filled the air. Then, he trembled as he pressed the lighter. Go to hell. All of you go to hell. Wong Dajuan shouted loudly, throwing the lighter into the soaked hay. Whoosh! The flames immediately flared up. Hay is very easy to catch fire, and with the alcohol helping, the fire spread quickly like a dragon, swallowing the corner and spreading outward rapidly. The mill was made of wood, old and poorly maintained, like a giant barrel of gunpowder ready to explode.
Oh.
It's on fire. Lei Deshui's face changed. He didn't expect Wong Dajuan to be so crazy, daring to die together. The fire spread fast, with thick smoke making it hard to see. Black Panther. Run! Lei Deshui shouted at Black Panther. Black Panther was fierce, but afraid of fire. Hearing the command, he barked loudly and ran out the door. Lei Deshui looked at Wong Dajuan, who was laughing wildly at the edge of the fire. His face was twisted and distorted by the flames, like a demon from hell. Ha ha ha.
Lei Deshui.
You'll die too. You'll die too. Lei Deshui clenched his teeth. He really wanted to leave this beast to burn. But he couldn't. Killing someone and paying with his life was not worth risking for such a scum. And letting him die so easily would be too kind. He wanted this scoundrel to face the law and spend his life in prison. Wanna die? Not so easy. Lei Deshui cursed and charged through the thick smoke and heat. He kicked open the burning wooden board blocking the way and grabbed Wong Dajuan's ankle. Come out here. Lei Deshui dragged Wong Dajuan toward the door, like dragging a dead dog. Wong Dajuan struggled desperately, trying to hold onto something around him to stay. Let me go. Let me die. I want to pull you down with me. Dream on. Lei Deshui suddenly exerted force and threw Wong Dajuan out of the mill's front door. Bang! Wong Dajuan fell heavily onto the snow outside. Immediately after, Lei Deshui rushed out just as he burst through the door. Rumble! The beams of the mill collapsed behind him. A huge fireball shot up into the sky, lighting up the entire night. The heat wave hit him, making Lei Deshui feel a burning pain on his back, and some of his hair was singed. But he ignored the pain. He took deep breaths of fresh air, looking at the blazing fire, feeling very scared. If he had been a little later, he heard sirens in the distance. The flashing red and blue lights cut through the quiet night. The police arrived. Inside the police station, the lights were bright. Suan held tightly to Lei Deshui, who had been lost and found again, tears streaming down her face. Lei Deshui, a bit careless, was sleeping peacefully in her arms after such a dangerous event, snoring softly. Lei Deshui sat nearby, shirtless, with burn ointment on his back. Though it hurt, he wore a big smile. He felt lucky to be alive and happy that his family was safe. In the interrogation room, Wong Dajuan and Scar were handcuffed to chairs. Wong Dajuan, though not burned to death, had his face covered with blisters from the fire, half of his hair gone, looking scarier than a ghost. He also had broken arms and legs, lying there like a pile of rotten mud. During the police questioning, Scar, who was experienced, still tried to deny everything. But Wong Dajuan completely broke down. He looked at the warm scene through the glass, where a family was hugging tightly. Lei Deshui was kissing Suan on the forehead, and Suan was gently helping Lei Deshui put on his coat. That happiness, that understanding, that warmth he could never reach in his life. It felt like sharp knives stabbing his heart, leaving it torn and wounded. He lost. He lost completely. Not only people, money, and family, but now even his last dignity and freedom.
I
admit everything, Wong Dajuan cried, tears and snot mixing, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. I want to take revenge on Lei Deshui. I paid to hire the scarred man. I want to sell his son. To end his family line. I'm sorry. I really am sorry. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. What awaits him is strict punishment by the law. Kidnapping children, attempted murder, arson. Multiple charges combined. Although no verdict has been made yet, the police said it will be at least life imprisonment, possibly the death penalty. He will never come out again in this life. The next day, this shocking case caused a big stir in the whole county. Lei Deshui became a hero for fighting the bad guys, and Black Panther became a famous dog. Many people came to Lei's village just to see this divine dog. News also reached Lei's village about Wong Dajuan's fate. The Wong family, who once ruled the village and tried to continue their lineage through borrowed means, was completely finished. In the dilapidated Wong family yard, Jeang Guohua was sitting on the doorstep, basking in the sun. She didn't know her son had been caught. She was still dreaming about her grandson recognizing his ancestors. Mrs. Guohua, Widow Zhao hurried in, looking excited and eager to watch the show. Big trouble. Your Dajuan was caught. I heard he's going to be sentenced to prison. What? Jeang Guohua's walking stick suddenly dropped to the ground with a loud thud. Her cloudy old eyes widened, and her lips trembled as she asked, You mean Dajuan is going to prison? Yes. Kidnapping Lei Deshui's son and setting fire to kill someone. The police have already sentenced him. Widow Zhao described everything vividly, afraid Jeang Guohua wouldn't understand. Oh, what a tragedy. Now your Wong family is truly finished. Boom. Jeang Guohua felt like a loud thunder exploded in her mind.
Dajuan.
Her precious son. Is he going to die? End his family line. These 4 words hit her like a heavy hammer, smashing her last bit of mental strength. Ah! Jeang Guohua let out a piercing scream, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed backward. Mrs. Guohua, Widow Zhao was startled and hurried to help her. But Jeang Guohua had already lost consciousness. She was rushed to the health clinic for emergency treatment, and her life was saved. However, she had a stroke. She became paralyzed on one side, her mouth crooked, her eyes slanted, and she could no longer speak. After that, she could only lie on the bed that reeked of mold and urine, with dirt and waste all around, and no one to care for her. That old woman, who once did anything for her family's prosperity and was cruel and mean, ended up all alone, with no support, living a life worse than death. This is karma. Half a month later, the Lei family estate. Spring was in the air, and peach blossoms bloomed in the yard, a soft pink color. Suan was sitting under a tree, holding a letter she had just received. The envelope had shiny gold characters on it, admission notice from the Provincial Finance University. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light on the words, making Suan's eyes sting. She didn't dare open it. She was afraid it was just a dream, and if she opened it, the dream would end. Wife, what's wrong? What is this? Lei Deshui just came back from outside, carrying 2 wild rabbits he had just caught, covered in dirt and dust. He saw Suan sitting under the tree, looking lost with red eyes, and his heart sank. He threw the rabbits on the ground and hurried over. Did someone bully you? Tell me, I'll skin them. Lei Deshui knelt in front of Suan, his face full of worry and rough features. Suan looked up, tears welling in her eyes, finally slipping down her cheeks. She handed the envelope to Lei Deshui, her voice trembling. Brother Lei. I got in. Lei Deshui was stunned. His eyes, usually tired from reading accounts, fixed on the shiny gold characters. He didn't recognize many words, but he knew these. University? Lei Deshui's voice suddenly rose sharply, like a broken drum suddenly exploding. He snatched the envelope, his rough hands trembling. Really? A university? In the provincial capital? Suan nodded, tears flowing more fiercely. Tears of joy. Wow. A loud, wolf-like howl echoed from the Lei estate, startling the birds in the trees to fly away. Lei Deshui suddenly stood up, picked Suan up, and spun around several times. My wife is now a university student. She's like a star falling from the sky. Ha. Our family's good luck is really coming. Big good luck. Lei Deshui was going crazy. He put down Suan and ran to the middle of the yard. He shouted at his 3 sons who were playing with mud. Kids, stop playing. Bow to your mother. She got into a top university. The 3 little boys looked confused. The oldest, Lei Zhen, was still holding a mud ball. He looked at his wild dad and asked softly, Dad, can you eat a top student? Eat. I just know how to eat. Lei Deshui grabbed the oldest and kissed him hard. It's more delicious than meat. This is a big event to honor our family. That afternoon, Lei Deshui's loud voice spread through every corner of Lei family village through the village loudspeaker. Hey, everyone! Attention! I am Lei Deshui. Let me tell you some great news. My wife, Suan, got into the Provincial Financial University. To celebrate this happy event, the Lei family is holding a big feast for 3 days. Everyone in the village, young and old, must come. No leaving until everyone is drunk. The whole village was excited. A university student. That's like a golden phoenix. Before, everyone just knew Suan was pretty and kind. Now they found out she was also very smart. The feast was set up. This time, it was more grand than a full moon celebration. Lei Deshui even ordered a truckload of firecrackers from the county, which were set off from the village entrance to the end, covering the ground with red paper scraps. At the banquet, Lei Deshui was beaming with joy, pouring drinks for everyone. Come on,
Drink.
today we're happy, of course. Who is my wife? She's like an angel from heaven. Seeing Lei Deshui so proud, the villagers didn't feel jealous this time. They only felt envy and admiration. Life was really getting better for her. But after the celebration, late at night, everything was quiet. Suan sat under the lamp, looking at the acceptance letter. Her brow was slightly furrowed. The provincial city was hundreds of kilometers away. Going to school meant leaving home, leaving the children, and leaving Lei Deshui. The 3 kids were only about 1 year old. They couldn't be without her. Lei Deshui's work was also here, brick kills, transport teams, hundreds of brothers working with him. What's wrong, wife? Why aren't you happy? Lei Deshui staggered in, smelling of alcohol, and saw Suan lost in thought, half sober. He walked over, hugged Suan from behind, and gently rubbed his chin against her shoulder. Are you worried about the children? Lei Deshui said plainly. Suan sighed, resting her head on his chest. Brother Lei, maybe I shouldn't go. Nonsense. Lei Deshui suddenly straightened up, turned her shoulders to face him, and looked serious. This is a place you've dreamed of. You worked hard and got in. How can you just give up? But the children. They have me. Lei Deshui pounded his chest. I can work and take care of them.
But Suan looked worried.
What about the brick kiln? The transport team? You're here alone with 3 kids. I can't rest easy. Lei Deshui looked at Suan, his eyes shining with an unusual determination. Suddenly, he grinned, showing his big white teeth. Wife, don't forget, I'm now a man with money. Money can't be a problem for me. Lei Deshui turned around, took out a metal box from the cabinet, opened it, and revealed a thick stack of bank books and property deeds. I've made up my mind. The brick kiln and transport team will be managed by Guosheng and some trustworthy brothers. I'll check the accounts once a month. As for me, Lei Deshui took a deep breath, held Suan's hand, and said clearly, I'm buying a house in the provincial city. Our whole family will move there. You go to school, and I'll be a full-time dad, taking care of you and the kids. Suan was stunned. She looked at this rough man in front of her. For her, he was willing to give up everything he built here, leave his life of comfort, and move to a strange big city to be a house husband who cooks and cares for the family. Brother Lei. Suan's tears flowed again. She threw herself into Lei Deshui's arms, holding him tightly and crying like a child. You're so good. So silly. Lei Deshui gently patted her back, his eyes tender enough to seem to drip with water. Silly? As long as you're happy, I'll do anything. Besides, I also want to see the big city and let our son become a city person, so he won't have to suffer this kind of hardship in the future. Half a month later, the day of departure arrived. A military green jeep was parked at the door, followed by 2 large trucks loaded with all their belongings. Everyone in the village came to see them off. Guosheng cried, tears and snot running down his face. Brother, sister-in-law, don't worry, we'll take care of the home. If anyone dares to touch our property, I'll fight them. Lei Deshui patted Guosheng on the shoulder. Good brother, take care of the house. When I make a name for myself in the city, I'll bring you all to enjoy a better life. Suan held the child and stood in front of the car, looking at the place they had lived for 2 years. This place had hardships, but also sweet moments. But mostly, it was full of hope for a new life. Get in the car. Lei Deshui shouted and started the engine. The jeep slowly left Lei's village, heading toward the unknown, bathed in the sunset. The wheels kicked up dust, as if saying goodbye or starting a new journey. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the convoy very long, reaching all the way to the broken-down western edge of the village. Wang's big courtyard. The gate was half open, overgrown with weeds. Inside, Jeang Guohua was lying on the kong, a traditional bed, unable to move half of her body. She listened to the distant roar of cars and the villagers' cheers. Those sounds felt like knives stabbing her heart. She strained her neck, tears of regret streaming from her cloudy old eyes. It was Lei Deshui's car. It was Suan's car. They had gone to the city for a better life. And she could only stay in this house filled with mold and despair, slowly wasting away. Retribution. Jeang Guohua's voice was faint and unclear. Her only working hand clutched the rotten mat beneath her, nails digging into the fabric until it bled. If only. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. The city was different. Wide asphalt roads, tall buildings on both sides, electric trams clattering by, and fashionable young people riding bicycles all over the streets. When Lei Deshui's convoy entered the city, it was like a herd of elephants crashing into a porcelain shop. Very eye-catching.
Wow.
This is the provincial capital. Lei Deshui was driving and sticking his head out the window to look around, almost losing his sunglasses. Honey, look at that tall building. It must be about 20 floors, right? Suan sat in the front passenger seat, holding their youngest child, and gently pulled him back. Drive carefully, don't act like a country bumpkin in a big city. Although she said this, Suan was also very excited inside. This was her future battlefield for the next 4 years, and the start of their new life. Lei Deshui was very efficient. Before arriving, he had asked a friend to find a house. This house was definitely a good choice. It wasn't in the new apartment buildings, but in an old part of town, a small standalone house with a yard. It had a big yard where they could plant flowers, raise a dog, or even hang a swing for the kids. Most importantly, it was only 2 streets away from Suan's school, about 10 minutes by bike. Brother Lei, this house isn't cheap, is it? Suan looked at the impressive small house and was calculating their savings. Lei Deshui waved his hand confidently. What's expensive? Only 20,000 yuan. With this location and yard, it will definitely increase in value. We're making an investment. Needless to say, Lei Deshui's business instincts were really sharp. If this place gets redeveloped in the future, they could profit from it. After settling the family in, Lei Deshui's first thing was to take his wife shopping. Now that we're in the city, we need to look like city folks. Driving their loud but reliable Jeep, which only had a working horn, the family of five headed to the biggest department store in the province. As soon as they entered, Lei Deshui was dazzled by the many goods on display. But he quickly focused on one thing, the women's clothing section. Honey, go pick out some. Try on the most fashionable and expensive ones for me. Suan felt a little shy and tried to pull him away. I have clothes to wear, no need to buy more. No way. You're a college student now. Can't let people look down on you. Lei Deshui insisted, pushing Suan into the fitting room. Suan couldn't resist him and tried on the most popular red dress at the time. When she stepped out of the fitting room, the whole counter went quiet. The red dress was fiery, making her fair skin look even more radiant, her slim waist accentuated, and her eyes sparkled like peach blossoms. She didn't look like a rural woman who had 3 children. This is clearly a famous star from the movie posters. Lei Deshui stared with wide eyes, his throat moving as he swallowed hard.
Wow.
Truly amazing. The clerk nearby was also stunned and quickly started to promote. This comrade has good taste. These are brand new from Shanghai, real silk, over 100 yuan each. 100 yuan was 3 months' salary for an ordinary worker. Hearing the price, Suan turned around to take off her clothes. Don't take it off. Lei Deshui quickly stepped forward and held her hand. He turned around and pointed at the row of dresses hanging, as well as the coats, shoes, and scarves nearby. This one, and that one. His finger moved like a general pointing troops, sweeping across the display. Finally, he waved his hand and pointed at the entire row of mannequins. All of these, I'll take them all. The clerk was stunned, dropping the measuring tape in her hand. Comrade, you mean, you want to buy everything?
What?
Afraid I don't have enough money? Frowning, Lei Deshui took out a bulging newspaper bundle from his coat. With a loud slap on the counter, the newspaper spread open, revealing tightly packed bundles of money.
Count it.
Is it enough? His wealthy, domineering aura made everyone on the floor look over. The clerk's hands trembled. It's enough. More than enough. Suan covered her face nearby, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Big brother Lei, what are you doing? This is too much. Too much? Too powerful? Lei Deshui chuckled and leaned close to Suan's ear. Wife, I make money to spend on you. If I don't spend it, what's the point of earning? In the end, Lei Deshui carried several large bags out of the department store. Behind him, 3 kids in new clothes, holding new toys, and eating imported chocolates followed. That scene looked just like a nouveau riche entering the city real-life story. A few days later, it was the day for university registration. Early in the morning, Lei Deshui tidied himself up neatly. His hair was slicked back into a big pompadour, with half a pound of hair wax, so much that even flies would have to do a split to land. He wore a sharp suit, though a bit tight, and a red tie. The most noticeable thing was that he was also wearing a pair of frog-shaped glasses. Sweetheart, let's go. I'll take you to school. Lei Deshui drove his Jeep and took Suan to the school gate. Nowadays, very few people could drive a Jeep to school. As soon as the car stopped, it attracted many new students' attention. Suan was about to get out of the car, but Lei Deshui had already jumped out first, happily running over to open the door for her. Be careful not to hit your head, honey. Lei Deshui helped Suan out of the car, then quickly grabbed her pink backpack. That was a gift Suan bought for herself, thinking she would use it for school. But when she carried it on the broad back of the tall, muscular man who was nearly 2 meters tall, the scene was a bit too eye-catching. Big brother Lei, I can carry it myself.
No.
The backpack is too heavy. What if it gets damaged? Lei Deshui slung the pink backpack over his shoulder, one arm around Suan's waist, and confidently walked into the campus. On the way, all eyes were on them, definitely 200% attention. The students around whispered to each other. Look, look. Who is that beautiful girl? So pretty. Is she a new student here? She looks like a movie star. Hey, who's that guy next to her? He looks so fierce, like a gangster.
Shh. Keep your voice down.
Look at that guy with the pink backpack, holding that girl.
Could they be?
A boy wearing glasses lowered his voice, looking curious. Could she be being taken care of? That guy looks like a rich, flashy guy. Is that beautiful girl his little secret? The rumors spread quickly among the new students. Suan, with good hearing, caught a few words and blushed instantly. She wanted to explain, but Lei Deshui didn't give her a chance. When they arrived at the registration area, "Teacher, register my wife." Lei Deshui slammed the admission letter on the desk loudly. The young male teacher looked up. He was first stunned by Suwan's beauty, then startled by Lei Deshui's fierce expression. Parents aren't allowed in the dormitory area. The teacher stammered, clearly mistaking Lei Deshui for Suwan's elder or some kind of wealthy benefactor involved in improper relations. I am her man. Legitimate. Lei Deshui glared and asked, "What? Do you want to check the marriage certificate too?" The male teacher shivered in fear and said, "No, there's no need." Suan quickly grabbed Lei Deshui's arm. "Brother Lei, don't scare the teacher. I can go in by myself. You should go back and take care of the kids." "All right." Lei Deshui agreed without hesitation. He held Suwan's face and kissed her deeply in front of everyone. "I'll come pick you up after school. If anyone bullies you, just tell them you're with me, Lei Deshui." After saying that, Lei Deshui handed Suan her pink school bag and turned to leave, looking back every few steps. Suan was left alone, standing in the wind, feeling flustered. The classmates around her looked at her with more complicated expressions. Some envied her, some looked down on her, and others were curious.
Suan sighed helplessly.
This troublemaker always managed to cause a big scene wherever she went. But as she touched her still warm face, a small smile appeared on her lips. Yes, it was a bit embarrassing. But this special kind of love, no one could take it away. College life had begun. Suan originally planned to keep a low profile and focus on studying. But her talent made that impossible. She was too beautiful. Her beauty wasn't just youthful innocence, but a mature charm shaped by time and love. She was the oldest in her class, though she looked about 18, and also the most eye-catching. During class, whenever she answered a question, all the boys' eyes stayed on her. After class, her desk would mysteriously have a few letters or apples. "Sue, classmate, I don't quite understand this problem. Can I ask you, Suan, are you free this weekend? Our literature club has a field trip." Suan politely declined each time, saying, "Sorry, I need to go home and take care of the kids," but everyone thought she was joking. Taking care of kids? Come on, you look younger than me. Exactly, if you don't want to go, just say so. Why make excuses? Rumors spread even more wildly. Some said she was a wealthy heiress, others claimed she was the wife of a mysterious big shot, and some insisted she was a kept girl by a rich nouveau riche. The one who troubled Suan the most was her counselor, Jeang Guohua. Jeang Guohua is a recent master's graduate who stayed at the school. He looks gentle and wears gold-rimmed glasses, considering himself a talented scholar. The moment he saw Suan, he was captivated. He didn't believe Suan was married. He thought that was just her excuse to refuse others. So, Jeang Guohua started using his position to get close to Suan often. "Suan, come to my office for a moment to discuss your study plan. Suan, please fill out this application to join the party. I'll guide you personally, that afternoon after school." As Suan stepped out of the teaching building, Jeang Guohua stopped her. He held 2 movie tickets and looked at Suan with deep affection. "Suan, there's a new movie called Lushan Love showing tonight. I heard it's very good. I want to invite you. I'm really busy, Teacher Jeang." Suan frowned and took a step back. "I need to go home." "What's so urgent about going home?" Jeang Guohua was persistent and moved closer. "Suan, I know your situation. The man who brought you here isn't suitable for you. You're a college student, an educated person. You should find someone who shares your interests. If you're willing, I can help you get rid of him." Jeang Guohua became more excited as he spoke, even reaching out to hold Suan's hand. At that moment, beep, a loud, harsh honk of a car horn echoed at the school gate. Next, a familiar jeep sped toward the foot of the teaching building like a wild bull gone out of control. It suddenly braked, and the tires screeched on the ground, leaving 2 black marks. The car door opened. Lei Deshui jumped out with a stern face. Behind him, 3 small boys in identical overalls and little duckbill hats followed. Lei Deshui wasn't wearing a suit today. He wore a tight black t-shirt, showing his rough build, with scars on his arms faintly visible. He strode over confidently, his presence making nearby students quickly clear the way. Who is that? So fierce. That's the rich guy who brought Suan here at the start of school. Lei Deshui pulled Suan behind him, shielding her like a mountain in front of Jeang Guohua. He looked down at this young man with a cold smile. Would you like me to watch a movie with my wife? Jeang Guohua was stunned by Lei Deshui's fierce attitude. His legs felt weak, but he still tried to keep his dignity.
Who are you?
This is a school. Please mind your manners. Manners?
Lei Deshui sneered.
He didn't make a move. Dealing with such a weak person would dirty his hands. Lei Deshui turned around and snapped his fingers at the 3 little kids watching nearby. Come here, boys. The 3 kids couldn't wait any longer. The oldest, Lei Zhen, rushed forward first, holding onto Lei Deshui's leg.
Dad.
We want to eat KFC. The second, Lei Ming, hugged the other leg.
Dad.
I want 2 burgers. The third, Lei Dian, bypassed Lei Deshui and directly ran into Suan's arms, sweetly calling out, Mom. I miss you. That mom was clear and loud, echoing in front of the school building. Everyone was silent like they were stunned. They all opened their mouths wide, eyes almost falling out.
Mom.
Mom? Is Suan really the mother of these 3 kids? These 3 children. They look so much alike. Are they triplets? Oh my God. Their genes are amazing. Jeang Guohua's face instantly turned pale. He looked at the 3 identical, adorable little boys and then at the man with a face full of flesh but a proud expression. At that moment, he felt like a joke. Lei Deshui saw Jeang Guohua looking defeated and felt very happy. He bent down, one arm holding the oldest, the other holding the second, and the third riding on his shoulders. This is the so-called mountain of fatherly love pose. Did you hear that, Teacher Jeang? Lei Deshui looked at Jeang Guohua with full of mockery. My wife is busy.
She's not talking about life with you.
She's going home to talk about family happiness with us 4 men. And also, stay away from my wife in the future. Otherwise, my 3 sons are not to be messed with. The oldest has a fiery temper. Be careful. He might bite you. After saying that, Lei Deshui winked at Suan. Wife, let's go. Take the kids to eat Western fast food. Suan looked at the big and small children and smiled helplessly. She walked over, took Lei Deshui's arm, and, in front of everyone's surprised, envious, and jealous looks, a family of 5 got into the jeep together. The car sped away, leaving Jeang Guohua alone in the wind, his movie ticket fluttering to the ground and blown far away. From then on, Suan earned a new nickname at school, the most beautiful mom. No one dared to write love letters to her anymore. Everyone knew she had not only a fierce husband behind her, but also 3 protective little kids. That evening, when she returned home, the 3 children, tired from playing, had already gone to bed. Suan sat at her dressing table, removing her makeup. Lei Deshui hugged her from behind, looking at her reflection in the mirror, and said sourly, Wife, you're quite popular at school. Huh? I heard that young man still wants to help you get rid of me? Suan turned around and tapped his forehead. What? Is Boss Li jealous? Can't help it. Lei Deshui buried his face in her neck. You don't know. I heard that guy was bothering you, and I almost couldn't resist taking people to break up the school. Luckily, I remembered you're a college student and need to be civil, so I just took the kids to win with virtue.
Suan was amused by his words.
All right, stop joking, she said seriously. Let's get to the point. Today at school, I overheard some economics professors talking about a big move in the provincial capital. What move? Lei Deshui looked up. Real estate. Suan's eyes sparkled with intelligence. I heard they're going to reform housing policies, and houses can be bought and sold in the future. And the abandoned factory land in the south of the city is about to be auctioned. Brother Li, I think this is a good opportunity. Hearing land and sale, Lei Deshui's eyes immediately lit up. He had built houses in the village before and knew that land meant money. Wife, do you mean? We should go for it? Exactly.
Suan nodded.
We have some savings. Instead of just earning interest in the bank, we might as well take a big risk. As long as we get that land and build apartments, our worth could at least multiply 10 times. Seeing her confident look, Lei Deshui's blood started to boil. Let's do it. My wife said let's do it, so we will. Tomorrow, I will go find out about that piece of land. However, Lei Deshui didn't know that. That piece of land had already been targeted by a local powerful figure from the provincial capital. His name was Brother Chang, a well-known tough guy in the city who controls both the black and white sides. A battle for wealth and power was about to begin in the city. And Lei Deshui, a man from the countryside who had come to the city, was about to run into this local boss. Lei Deshui used to be known as a reckless man in the village, but no one could deny that he had a natural talent for business, very sharp and clever. Since hearing Suan's words, Lei Deshui's mind had been restless, like grass growing inside him, itching badly. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Lei Deshui got out of bed. Suan was still sleeping peacefully, her breath even and gentle, a few strands of hair on her fair face. Lei Deshui quietly helped her tuck in the blanket, then kissed her on the forehead, feeling satisfied, and put on his clothes to leave. He drove that old Jeep, which made noise everywhere except the horn, straight to the abandoned factory in the southern part of the city. This land used to be a state-owned textile factory, but it closed down after poor profits and had been abandoned for many years. The weeds grew taller than people, the broken factory windows were shattered all over, and when the wind blew, the rusty iron gate made loud banging sounds, like ghostly wails. Lei Deshui parked the car by the roadside, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and squinted as he looked at the wasteland. To outsiders, it was just a messy, useless piece of land, unlucky to take over. But in Lei Deshui's eyes, this was not wasteland. It was a treasure trove of gold. He hadn't gone to school much, but he knew that people always moved upward, water flows downward, and for the city to grow, it had to expand outward. Although the south looks a bit remote now, the land was flat and not far from the city center. Once the roads were built, it would definitely be a prime location. If they build rows of small Western-style houses and add a garden, how much could they sell it for? Lei Deshui muttered to himself, already sketching a future plan in his mind. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, suddenly, the roar of a car engine came from behind him. Several black Santana cars sped over and arrogantly stopped next to Lei Deshui's Jeep, kicking up a cloud of dust that made Lei Deshui cough uncontrollably. The car doors opened, and 7 or 8 tough-looking men in black suits and sunglasses stepped out, each with a face full of scars and a fierce look. Finally, the middle car's back door opened. A shiny leather shoe appeared first, followed by a middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle and a thick gold chain around his neck. This man was short and stocky, with pockmarked skin and sharp, sinister eyes. He was the well-known local boss of the city, Brother Chang, Li Chang. Brother Chang held a cigar in his hand, but it wasn't lit. He just played with it. He glanced at Lei Deshui with a sneer. "Hey, isn't it the country bumpkin who suddenly got rich?" Brother Chang's voice was sharp and unpleasant. "What's the matter? Not burning bricks in your village anymore? Coming here to sniff around?" Lei Deshui frowned, threw his cigarette butt on the ground, and stomped it out. He knew this Brother Chang. When he first came to the city, this guy had sent people to collect protection money, but Lei Deshui refused. That was the start of their feud. "Is this land marked with your name?" Lei Deshui was not polite. He put his hand in his pockets, stood straight like a tower, and said, "The road is public. I can come and go as I please. Do you have any say in that?" "Ha, you talk big," Brother Chang said, taking a step forward. His men immediately surrounded him, fists clenched, eyes unfriendly. Brother Chang reached Lei Deshui and looked up. He was shorter after all, even standing on tiptoe to meet his eyes. Lei, don't think you can act tough just because you're from some poor mountain village. Once you're in the city, you can't do whatever you want. Brother Chang blew out a puff of smoke, which sprayed onto Lei Deshui's face. The waters here are deep. Be careful you don't drown. This land, I want it, Lei Deshui said. Brother Chang pointed behind him at an abandoned factory. If you know what's good for you, get back to your village and stop causing trouble. Otherwise, he sneered and made a gesture as if cutting his throat. Don't blame me for not playing fair. Lei Deshui looked at Chang, whose arrogant face made his fists crack with tension. If this had been back in the village, he would have already punched the guy and knocked out a few teeth. But now, things were different. His wife had told him that they lived in a society ruled by law, and doing business meant following the rules. No more fighting or causing trouble. Besides, Chang had strong connections in the provincial capital, both in business and in less official circles. If they clashed head-on, Lei Deshui, an outsider, might not come out on top. Patience brings success. Lei Deshui took a deep breath, forcing down his anger. Then he suddenly smiled, showing his white teeth, part playful, part mocking.
Chang, right?
Quite the big shot, aren't you? He patted Chang on the shoulder, his hand heavy enough to almost make the man stumble. Business is about skill. The land hasn't even been auctioned yet. No one knows who'll win. We'll see. With that, Lei Deshui turned and got into his jeep. The engine roared, black smoke puffed out, and the jeep sped away, leaving Chang coughing in the exhaust. Cough, cough. That guy. Chang shouted angrily. Find out everything about him. I'll make sure he learns who's really in charge in this city. Though Lei Deshui had acted tough, he wasn't feeling confident inside. Chang's arrogance meant he was well prepared. Lei had some money, but compared to Chang's connections in the city, his influence was small. This piece of land wouldn't be easy to get. When he got home, Lei Deshui didn't even feel like eating. He sat on the sofa, smoking quietly, his brows tightly furrowed. What's wrong? You left early this morning and came back looking so down, Suan asked with a small smile as she came downstairs holding their youngest child. Lei Deshui sighed and told her everything that had happened with Chang. Do you think we should still go for that land? He asked. Chang doesn't seem easy to deal with. What if he tries to cause trouble for us? After listening, Suan didn't look surprised. Instead, her face showed calm confidence. She placed the third child on the carpet, letting him play with building blocks, then sat down beside Lei Deshui and took the cigarette from his hand, extinguishing it. Big brother Lei, are you scared? Suan looked into his eyes and asked with a half-smile. Scared? That word isn't in my dictionary. Lei Deshui glared. I'm just worried that if this land gets taken away, our money will be wasted. It won't be taken away. Suan stood up, walked to the desk, and pulled out a hand-drawn map from a pile of review materials. It was a map she had drawn after spending days in the school library, gathering bits of information from several professors and doing some field visits herself. Big brother Lei, come look. Suan pointed to the southern part of the city on the map, circling it with a red pen. This is the abandoned factory you are interested in. And here, Suan moved her finger to the side, drawing a dashed line, is a new subway line being planned by the province. Subway? Lei Deshui was surprised. What's that? Nowadays, the subway is still a new word in the provincial capital. Many people haven't heard of it. It's like a train that runs underground, Suan patiently explained. It's fast, doesn't get stuck in traffic, and will be a major part of city transportation in the future. Based on my analysis, this subway line is very likely to pass through the southern part of the city, and there will be a station near that abandoned factory. Suan's eyes sparkled with intelligence, and her confident look made Lei Deshui feel a bit mesmerized. Once the subway is built, this land will be truly golden. They will build malls, schools, hospitals. The property prices could increase 10 or even 20 times. 10 or 20 times? Lei Deshui gasped, his eyes nearly popping out. He didn't understand much about subways, but he understood the phrase, increase 10 times. That would mean a fortune, a mountain of gold. Wife, are you sure? Lei Deshui's voice trembled. Almost certain, Suan nodded. I've checked a lot of information and asked some retired professors from the planning bureau. The official documents haven't been released yet, but the main plan is solid. And because the documents haven't come out yet, not many people know about this. This is our chance. Suan held Lei Deshui's hand firmly and said, Big Brother Lei, this is about information gaps. Brother Jeang is just a local bully. He only knows fighting and violence, and he doesn't understand policies or planning. He probably just wants to buy that land to sell it later for a profit or build some cheap houses. But what we want to do is create quality projects for the future. Hearing his wife's words, Lei Deshui felt his blood boil with excitement. He imagined tall buildings rising everywhere, his own business empire. Yes, he suddenly slapped his thigh and stood up quickly. You're right, wife. Fortune favors the brave. I'm going all in on this opportunity. No matter who Brother Jeang is, if he dares block my way to wealth, I will fight him to the end. Suan looked at Lei Deshui's determined face and smiled happily. This was the man she admired, ambitious and brave. As long as he knew the right direction, he could charge forward like a fierce tiger. In the next few days, Lei Deshui was very busy. He asked people to find out the details of the auction and started raising money. The starting price for the land was high, and Brother Jeang would definitely bid higher. To win, he needed at least a few million in cash. He checked all the savings in his bank account and took funds from the brick kiln and transport team. After calculating, he still needed about 100,000 more. No problem, I'll get a bank loan. Lei Deshui was confident. With our current assets, borrowing 1 million isn't a problem. But he didn't realize that Brother Jeang's methods were even more sneaky than he thought. 3 days before the auction, Lei Deshui happily took his documents to the bank he often worked with. The bank manager was a middle-aged man with a bald head. He usually treated Lei Deshui like a brother and was very friendly. But today, as soon as Lei Deshui entered the office, he felt something was wrong. The manager sat behind his desk, looking down at some documents, not even lifting his eyes. Hello, Manager Liu. Busy today? Lei Deshui wasn't worried and cheerfully handed over a pack of cigarettes. I'm here to get a loan. I've prepared all the documents. Just need your signature. President Liu did not take a cigarette. He just sighed, looked up, and appeared troubled. Boss Lei, I'm really sorry. President Liu pushed back Lei Deshui's documents. This loan. I'm afraid we can't approve it. What? Lei Deshui was stunned, with a stiff smile on his face. President Liu, are you joking? We've worked together many times. Don't you know my reputation? I've never missed a single interest payment. I know. President Liu wiped his forehead and lowered his voice. Boss Lei, we're old friends, so I'll tell you the truth. It's not that I won't approve it. It's because someone upstairs has given orders. President Liu pointed at the ceiling, looking a bit anxious. Someone has made it clear, if anyone dares to lend money to the Lei group, they'll be in trouble. That person is surnamed Li. Lei Deshui's heart sank.
Surnamat Li.
Besides Brother Jeang Li Chang, who else could it be? This guy. Lei Deshui slammed his fist on the desk, making the teacup jump. Playing dirty, huh? Cutting off my funding? President Liu was startled and quickly said, Boss Lei, calm down. Brother Jeang has a lot of influence in the provincial city and connections with several top leaders. We small banks really can't afford to offend him. You'd better find another way. After leaving the bank, Lei Deshui stood on the street, watching the passing cars, feeling a cold chill run from his feet straight to his head. He visited several banks, but the result was the same. Either the managers avoided him or made excuses to refuse. It was clear that Brother Jeang had used all his connections to completely cut Lei Deshui off from the funding chain. Without money, how could he buy land? Was he just going to watch that lucrative piece of land fall into Brother Jeang's hands? Lei Deshui sat on the curb, smoking fiercely, one cigarette after another, with cigarette butts all around his feet. For the first time, he felt this kind of helplessness. In the countryside, size mattered. Fist size was strength. But in the city, this invisible game of capital and backstabbing tricks made this straightforward man feel suffocated. Night fell. Lei Deshui dragged his heavy steps back home. When I opened the door, the house was brightly lit. Suan was sitting at the dining table with a few of his favorite dishes and an open bottle of Maodai wine on the table. Seeing Lei Deshui come back, Suan didn't ask about the loan. She just smiled gently. "You're back? Wash your hands and eat." Lei Deshui looked at his wife's calm face, and a feeling of frustration and defeat suddenly overwhelmed him. He walked behind Suan, hugged her waist, and buried his face in her back, his voice trembling.
Wife.
"I'm sorry. The loan wasn't approved. That brother Chong blocked our way." Suan didn't speak. She turned around gently, cupped Lei Deshui's face, and looked into his bloodshot eyes. "Brother Lei, are you giving up now?" Her voice was soft but carried strength. "This isn't like the Lei Deshui I know. Where has the Lei Deshui gone who dared to challenge a dozen bullies alone, and the Lei Deshui who dared to lead the whole village to prosperity?" Lei Deshui forced a bitter smile. "Wife, this isn't a fight. It's about money. 1,000,000 yuan. Where can I get 1,000,000? "We have it," Suan suddenly said. She pulled Lei Deshui to sit down, took out a red passbook and a heavy cloth bag from her bag. These were her savings over the years and the education fund she and the children had saved, totaling 30,000 yuan. Suan placed the passbook on the table. Then she opened the cloth bag. Inside were a bunch of shiny gold jewelry. Gold necklaces, bracelets, rings. These were gifts Lei Deshui had bought for her over the years, as well as her wedding dowry. "Take these and pawn them. You might get 10 or 20,000. Lei Deshui looked at the items on the table, and his eyes instantly turned red.
"Wife.
"These are your dowry."
No.
"Absolutely not." He pushed the jewelry back. "Even if I have to sell blood, I won't touch your dowry. Money is dead, but people are alive." Suan held his hand. "As long as we're alive, the money can be earned again." And then, a clever glint appeared in Suan's eyes. "Don't we still have one last card up our sleeve?" "One last card." Lei Deshui was stunned. "Lei Jiatun." Suan slowly said these 3 words. "We come from Lei Jiatun. That is our roots. You are very respected in the village, and you've earned a lot of money for everyone. Now we are in trouble. I believe the villagers won't stand by and watch. We should go back and raise funds." "Raise funds?" Lei Deshui's eyes lit up, then he hesitated again. "But that's the hard-earned money of the villagers. What if we lose it all?" "No way," Suan interrupted him firmly. "I believe in your judgment and my decision. As long as we get this land, it will definitely make money. We're not borrowing money. We're helping the villagers get rich. We'll pay interest and share the profits. When we earn money, everyone will share it." Hearing his wife's words, Lei Deshui felt the fire in his heart reignite, burning even brighter than before.
"Yes.
"Let's go back to the village." Lei Deshui suddenly stood up, shaking off his previous despair. "I don't believe it. People can't be kept from living. That brother Chong wants to trap me? Dream on. I'm going back now to gather people." Night fell heavily as the jeep jolted along the dirt road, leading to Lei Jiatun. Lei Deshui drove fast, the headlights like 2 sharp swords cutting through the darkness ahead. Suan sat in the passenger seat, clutching a briefcase full of documents tightly. She knew this wasn't just a fundraising trip. It was a gamble, betting on the villagers' trust in Lei Deshui and their future together. When they arrived back at Lei Jiatun, it was already late at night. The village was quiet, with only a few dogs barking now and then. Lei Deshui parked the car in the village square and climbed onto the loudspeaker platform used for broadcasting. Gee, the static from the loudspeaker sounded especially harsh in the silent night. "Hello, hello. All villagers, listen up. I am Lei Deshui." His loud, distinctive voice instantly woke the sleeping village. "Everyone stop sleeping. Get up. I have something important to say. In 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Gather at the village square. Anyone who doesn't come will regret it for the rest of their life." When he shouted, the entire Lei family village instantly became lively. The lights in each household gradually turned on. Villagers, wearing padded jackets and carrying lanterns, yawned as they ran toward the square. "What's going on? Is Big Lei causing trouble again?
Sounds urgent."
Could something serious have happened? Soon, the square was full of people, a dark sea of figures. Dog Sheng rushed to the front. Seeing Lei Deshui, he jumped with excitement. Brother, what's wrong? Is someone from the provincial city bullying you? I'll take my brothers to deal with him. Lei Deshui looked at the familiar faces and the caring eyes. A warm feeling rose in his heart. This was his confidence. He took a deep breath, holding the microphone, and spoke directly. Villagers, I, Lei Deshui, have come back today to ask for your help. His words caused a stir. In everyone's mind, Lei Deshui was like a god, powerful and capable. When had he ever asked for help before? I also came to help everyone get rich. Lei Deshui shouted again. I saw a piece of land in the city and plan to build a house. It's a big business. If it succeeds, our whole village can become wealthy.
But
there's a local bully trying to block my way and refusing to give me a loan from the bank. I need money now. 1 million yuan. I want everyone to invest. If you have spare money, lend it to me, Lei Deshui. I'll write you an IOU. We'll share the profits. After a year, I'll pay you back double with interest. If I lose everything. Lei Deshui paused, his eyes firm. I'll sell my brick kiln, transport team, and even my house in the city. I'll sell blood or beg if I have to, but I won't owe anyone a penny. As soon as he finished, the square fell silent. 1 million yuan. To farmers who worked the land, it was an astronomical amount. Although everyone had earned some money with Lei Deshui over the years, this was like pulling out their entire savings. What if they lost it all? In this suffocating silence, an old voice suddenly spoke. I believe in Deshui. The crowd parted as the old village secretary, leaning on his cane, stepped forward. He shakily took out a cloth bundle wrapped in several layers of handkerchief from his chest. He opened it layer by layer, revealing a crumpled stack of banknotes and a few silver coins. This is my savings for my funeral expenses, a total of 2,000 yuan. The old party secretary patted the table in front of Lei Deshui. Kid, Lei Deshui, I raised him. He's rough, but loyal and keeps his promises. I'm putting in this money. The old secretary's lead was like throwing a spark into a pile of dry wood. I'm in too. My family's house-building money, 5,000. Brother Lei, I trust you. Dogsheng threw his passbook onto the table. And me. I just sold my cow, 3,000. Deshui, my wife doesn't have much money. Can you take these eggs? Maybe they can help. Big brother Lei, this is money for my son's wedding. I lend it to you first. Soon, villagers started to come forward one after another. Some brought their passbooks, some cash, and some even ran home to bring their piggy banks. The money was new and old. Some still smelled of dirt and sweat. Suan stood nearby, responsible for counting the money. Her hands kept trembling, and tears kept falling down her face. She looked at the honest faces and the rough hands reaching out. This is trust. This is human kindness. Thank you. Thank you all. Suan kept bowing while counting. By dawn, a small mountain of money had piled up on the table. Suan counted it carefully, totaling 108,000 yuan. Lei Deshui looked at the pile of money. This tough man, who never shed tears easily, had tears in his eyes now. He bowed deeply to the villagers, bowing 90 degrees. He stayed bowed for a long time before standing up. Dear neighbors, I, Lei Deshui, will remember this kindness. If I ever let you down in this life, may heaven strike me down. On the day of the auction, the largest auction center in the provincial capital was filled with luxury cars. Brother Chang was dressed in a white suit, slicked back hair, and followed by 7 or 8 bodyguards. He looked very impressive. As he entered, nearby businessmen nodded and bowed, showing flattery. Brother Chang enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention. He looked around the venue but didn't see Lei Deshui's shadow. Ha, that country bumpkin probably can't get a loan and is hiding at home crying, he sneered. Brother Chang proudly said to his men, trying to compete with me? He's still too young. The auction began. The land of this abandoned factory was starting at 2 million yuan. 2 million, 2,100,000, 2,200,000. At first, a few small-time bosses joined in the bidding, not knowing when to stop. But when Brother Chang raised his paddle and shouted, 3 million, the whole room suddenly went quiet. Everyone knew that Brother Chong had his eye on this property, and anyone daring to compete would be asking for trouble. The auctioneer held the hammer and looked around. 3 million once, 3 million twice. Brother Chong adjusted his tie, a victorious smile on his face. He was already planning how to humiliate Lei Deshui after winning the land. 3 million three. Just as the auctioneer's hammer was about to fall.
Bang!
The large door of the auction hall was kicked open. The loud noise startled everyone. Standing at the door was a tall figure. Lei Deshui, wearing his signature black t-shirt, a trench coat over it, sunglasses, and a toothpick in his mouth. He was carrying a large, heavy-looking bag of fertilizer. The bag had the words, Stanley Compound Fertilizer, printed on it, looking out of place and very rustic. But his presence was more powerful than anyone else in the room. Hold on, Lei Deshui strode in quickly, his leather shoes making sharp sounds on the marble floor. Behind him, Suan, dressed in a professional outfit, holding a briefcase, followed closely. Brother Chong's face darkened when he saw Lei Deshui. Then he sneered again. Oh, isn't that Boss Lei? What? Came to pick up trash with a bag of fertilizer. Laughter erupted around the room. Lei Deshui ignored the teasing and walked straight to the front row, placing the fertilizer bag on the table with a thud. Thud. The table shook slightly from the heavy impact. Picking up trash, Lei Deshui took off his sunglasses, his sharp eyes fixed on Brother Chong. I'm here to buy the land. 3,500,000. Lei Deshui raised his hand and shouted a number that shocked everyone. Brother Chong's smile froze. 3.5 million? Do you even have that kind of money? He said through gritted teeth. Don't try to bluff here, or the organizers might throw you out. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Lei Deshui suddenly tore open the fertilizer bag and turned it upside down. Bundles of bright red cash poured out like a waterfall, covering the table and spilling onto the floor. The sight was so powerful that the whole room went silent. Everyone stared, mouths open. Who had ever seen so much cash these days? And packed in a fertilizer bag. It was unbelievably bold. There's 1.5 million in cash here. The rest is in checks. Lei Deshui patted the pile of money and raised an eyebrow at Brother Chong. Well, still want to compete? Brother Chong's face turned dark red. He hadn't expected Lei Deshui to gather so much money so quickly and in cash. It was a direct slap in the face. 4 million! Brother Chong shouted, raising his sign. He couldn't lose.
4.5 million.
Lei Deshui said calmly, without even blinking.
You.
Brother Chong's hands trembled with anger. 5 million. That was his limit. Any higher and the land wouldn't be worth it. Lei Deshui turned to look at Suan. She gave him a small nod. According to her calculations, the land was worth much more than 5 million.
Lei Deshui smiled.
He raised his hand again, his voice echoing through the hall. 5.5 million. And I'll add a gold bar. He pulled a small golden bar from his pocket, one from Suwan's dowry, brought for good luck, and placed it on the table with a firm sound. Brother Chong, are you still in? At this moment, the fierce and commanding presence on Lei Deshui's face completely silenced everyone. Brother Chong stared intently at Lei Deshui, then looked at the pile of money and gold bars. He knew he had lost. Not just the money but also the momentum. This country bumpkin is a madman. You're ruthless. Brother Chong angrily threw his card on the ground and left with his men. 550,000 once.
Twice.
3 times. Sold. As the auction hammer fell, Lei Deshui let out a long breath. He had won. He turned around and hugged Suan, feeling excited like a child.
Wife.
We won. The land is ours now. Suwan's eyes also welled up with tears, and she hugged him tightly. This battle was very hard to win. But what they didn't know was, after leaving the auction house, Brother Chong didn't give up. He sat in his car, watching Lei Deshui's proud back, with a sinister look like a poisonous snake.
Lei Deshui.
Don't celebrate too early. The land is yours, but whether it can be built on depends on whether I agree. Brother Chong picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hey, third brother? Bring some guys and guard that piece of land for me. If he dares to start construction, make sure he regrets it. And also, check if there's anything underground. If not, plant some things there. Half a month later, the construction site opening ceremony. Firecrackers exploded. Drums sounded loudly. Lei Deshui, wearing a big red flower, was about to cut the ribbon. Suddenly, a group of old men and women in ragged clothes rushed into the site. They lay in front of the excavator, crying and shouting. Don't dig. This is our ancestors' grave. Digging up ancestors' graves will bring bad luck. Immediately, the excavator's bucket dug into the ground, revealing a broken stone tablet and some cracked pottery. Something's wrong. We've dug up an ancient tomb. Someone in the crowd shouted. The Cultural Relics Bureau quickly arrived and ordered an indefinite halt to the work. Seeing the gates sealed right after construction started, Lei Deshui was stunned. How could there be an ancient tomb underground? Suan looked at the broken stone tablet, her brow furrowed. The crack in the stone tablet. It looks new. A new conspiracy is quietly unfolding. The construction site was forced to stop work. Lei Deshui was anxious, running around all day to make connections and find experts for appraisal, busy beyond measure. Suan was helping Lei Deshui analyze the situation while also taking care of their 3 little ones. These 3 kids are now the big shots at the provincial city's kindergarten. When they first sent them to kindergarten, Suan worried they wouldn't adapt since they came from the countryside and might be bullied by city kids. But it turned out, not only were they not bullied, they became the most popular kids in the kindergarten. At 8 a.m., outside the kindergarten, Suan drove her new red Santana. Lei Deshui was busy, but still bought the car as promised to his wife, to drop off her 3 sons. The 3 little boys wore identical navy shirts, carried small backpacks, and looked adorable, like perfect copies of each other. Standing there, they made a beautiful sight. Bye, Mom. The 3 boys shouted in unison, then lined up confidently and proudly walked into the kindergarten. The teacher at the door looked at these 3 identical children and felt a headache coming on.
Lei Zhen, Lei Ming, Lei Dian.
Oh, my old eyes are about to give out. Teacher Li was a kind old lady in her 50s, but facing the Lei brothers, she looked helpless. Because these 3 boys were just too mischievous. The first class in the morning was drawing. Teacher Li assigned homework. Draw my dad. The eldest, Lei Zhen, took his crayon and quickly drew a giant man with a broad face, holding a big stick, stepping on a monster. Next to it, he wrote crookedly, My dad is a superhero. The second, Lei Ming, loved to eat. He drew a chubby man holding a chicken leg with a bun in his mouth and wrote, My dad cooks delicious food. The third, Lei Dian, was the most impressive. He drew a man in a suit, wearing sunglasses, holding a stack of money, with a group of little followers behind him. His expression perfectly captured Lei Deshui's flashy, wealthy style. Teacher Li looked at these 3 paintings and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Thunder, did you draw this of Dad? It looks like a villain from a movie. Thunder blinked his big eyes and innocently said, Teacher, that's just how my dad is. He always looks like this when he goes out to do business. He's so impressive at lunchtime. This was the highlight moment for the second child, Lei Ming. Today's lunch was braised pork. Lei Ming ate very quickly. In just a few bites, he finished all the meat on his plate. Then, he started his plan of swap and steal. He quietly switched seats with the eldest Lei Zhen. Since they look alike, no one noticed. Big brother, you're not hungry, right? I'll help you eat some. Lei Zhen was busy comparing whose arm was thicker with a little friend nearby, so he didn't care about eating. He waved his hand and said, Eat as much as you want. So Lei Ming ate his older brother's portion. Next, he sneaked over to the third brother, Lei Dian. Lei Dian was leisurely picking out the fatty parts of the meat. Seeing his second brother coming, he understood and pushed his plate over. Second brother, this meat is too greasy. I don't like it. You can have it. Thus, Lei Ming ate 3 servings of braised pork all by himself. By the end, his stomach was so full it looked round like a ball, and he couldn't even walk properly. He lay on the chair, burping happily. In the afternoon outdoor activity. A group of children was playing on the slide. There was a chubby boy named Xiao Chong, who was the bully of the neighboring class. Xiao Chong liked the transformer toy that Lei Dian was holding. It was a limited edition brought back from Hong Kong by Lei Deshui. "Let me play with it." Xiao Chong walked over and tried to grab it. Although Lei Dian was smart, he was small and was pushed by Xiao Chong, who sat down on the ground, and the toy was snatched away. Wow! Lei Dian, usually clever, was now upset and started crying. This cry really stirred up trouble. The eldest, Lei Zhen, and the second, Lei Ming, who were playing with sand nearby, immediately perked up their ears. That was their little brother crying. "Who dares to bully the third brother?" Lei Zhen shouted loudly, threw a sand shovel, and rushed over like a small cannonball. Lei Ming, although full from eating, didn't care about his stomach pain now. He hurried after him, with short legs. "Give my brother's toy back." Lei Zhen stood in front of Xiao Chong. Although he was half a head shorter, his presence was just as strong. Xiao Chong, confident because of his height, said dismissively, "I won't apologize." "What can you do to me?" "What?" "I'll beat you up," Lei Zhen said without hesitation. He lunged forward, grabbed Xiao Chong's waist, and threw him to the ground. This was Lei Deshui's special wrestling move. Xiao Chong didn't expect Lei Zhen to be so strong and was stunned by the fall. Before he could get up, Lei Ming rushed over and sat on Xiao Chong's back, showing his weight advantage, making it hard for Xiao Chong to breathe. "Trying to take my brother's stuff? I'll crush you." Seeing this, Lei Dian, the youngest, stopped crying. He got up, brushed the dirt off his pants, and took back his transformers. Then, he looked at Xiao Chong, who was crying loudly under the older brothers, and coldly said, "From now on, stay away when you see the three of us from the Lei family." That day, the three Lei brothers became famous in the kindergarten. They were known as the Three Tigers of the Lei family, a group no one dared to mess with. Later that afternoon, after school, Lei Deshui, covered in dust from the construction site, was about to go home and take a shower when he suddenly received a call from Suan. "Big brother Lei, you need to come to the kindergarten. The teacher wants to see the parents," Suan said with a bit of frustration. "She said our son hit someone." "What? He hit someone?" Lei Deshui was surprised, but not angry. Instead, he felt amused. "Okay, I'll go right now. Let's see what these little rascals did." Lei Deshui drove his old Jeep quickly to the kindergarten. In the office, Teacher Li was standing with a stern face, facing three sad-looking kids. Next to them sat Xiao Chong and his wealthy-looking, chubby mother. "Why haven't your parents come yet? You guys have no manners," the chubby woman scolded, pointing at Lei Zhen. "You hurt my son like this. You must pay for it. You must apologize." "Who says we have no manners?" Suddenly, the office door opened.
Lei Deshui strode in confidently.
His height of nearly 2 meters, his dirty clothes that hadn't been changed, and his face full of rough features made the room feel tense instantly. The overweight woman was startled and almost shouted a curse, but she held it back. "Dad!" The three little kids saw their hero arrive and immediately ran over, hugging Lei Deshui's legs.
"Dad!"
He took the third brother's toy and pushed him, Lei Zhen complained.
"Yes."
"And he was swearing too," Lei Ming added. Lei Deshui patted his three sons' heads, then looked at Teacher Li and the overweight woman. "Teacher, I've heard everything." Lei Deshui pulled over a chair and sat down confidently. "My child is mischievous, but he never starts trouble. If others don't bother me, I won't bother them. That's what I teach. Your child started the fight, so he deserves to be punished." "How can you talk like that?" The overweight woman trembled with anger. "You're raising a savage." "Savage," Lei Deshui sneered. "In this world, being too honest makes you a target. My kids understand teamwork and protecting each other. I think that's fine. As for the medical bills, I paid whatever was needed. But no apology." Lei Deshui took out a stack of money from his pocket and slapped it on the table. "Is this enough?" The overweight woman looked at the money and then at Lei Deshui, who looked fierce. She finally backed down. In the end, Lei Deshui walked out of the kindergarten proudly, holding one son by the hand and riding another on his shoulders. "Good job, boys," he praised as he walked. Anyone who dares to bully us, just fight back like this. Dad will take responsibility if anything happens. But when they got home, everything changed suddenly. Suan was sitting on the sofa, holding a feather duster, looking very serious. You're back. Suan looked coldly at the three children. Lei Deshui's smile froze instantly.
Wife.
Listen, let me explain. Explain what? How you encouraged the kids to fight. Suan pointed at the washboard in the corner. Go, kneel down. Huh? Wife. Can you give me a break? The kids are here. Lei Deshui begged with a sad face. Exactly because the kids are here, you need to be punished. When the leader is corrupt, everyone follows, Suan snapped. Come on. Hurry up. Lei Deshui had no choice but to obediently walk to the corner, kneeling on the washboard amid his three sons' sympathetic gazes. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lei Deshui grimaced in pain. The three little boys looked at each other, then quickly ran over to kneel with their father, though they knelt on soft cushions. Mom, don't punish Dad. It was our fault. The youngest, Lei Dian, blinked his big eyes and pleaded. Seeing the four of them kneeling neatly in a row, Suan's anger softened. She let out a small laugh. All right, everyone get up. Wash your hands and come to eat. Lei Deshui was relieved and jumped up, hugging Suan and giving her a kiss. You're such a good wife. The family sat around the dining table. Although the troubles at the construction site outside hadn't been solved, this warm moment made Lei Deshui feel that no problem was too big. As long as the family was together and united, no obstacle was insurmountable. After dinner, Lei Deshui received a phone call.